Supreme God Emperor Chapter 2306 to Chapter 2361. You actually have the Earth Origin book. Mu Yun was slightly shocked. The Ice Peak book was a rather powerful existence among the 18 pages of the Earth Origin book. It could summon an ice peak to descend and use the cold air of the ice and snow and the huge pressure of the peak to suppress and kill people directly. Ha ha ha, kid, accept your death obediently. Duan Feiyun laughed and waved the ice peak to suppress Yi Futian. Do you think you're the only one who has the Earth Origin book? Swamp World, open. Mu Yun snorted and summoned the swamp book, spreading a world of swamp mud on the ground. Duan Feiyun's ice peak pressed down and bombarded the swamp mud. The entire ice peak was engulfed by the swamp mud and gradually sank. Oh no! Duan Feiyun turned pale with fright. He felt that he had lost contact with the Ice Peak book. Mu Yun's swamp mud devoured his entire ice peak crazily. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Duan Feiyun was also dragged by the swamp mud. Although he did not sink, his movements became extremely sluggish. Mu Yun held the Star Emperor sword in her hand. Starlight exploded on the sword and a majestic aura was released. This kid is only at the extreme level of the Sage Realm. How can he be so powerful? Duan Feiyun gritted his teeth. Mu Yun's strength was far beyond his imagination. She was only at the extreme level of the Sage Realm and had not even cultivated the Dao Heart Seed. However, in front of Mu Yun, he did not have the slightest ability to fight back. Duan Feiyun made a prompt decision and turned to flee. However, before he could run far, a few vines emerged from the ground and wrapped around his ankles, dragging him back. Mu Yun summoned the forest book. The originally dark underground palace suddenly turned into a world full of vitality. The surroundings were filled with flowers and trees. The man-eating flowers were like guards. They lined up on both sides of the underground palace's passageway and shook their heads as they looked at the surrounding mercenaries. Mu Yun directly dragged Duan Feiyun back and threw him in front of a man-eating flower. Why do you still have the Earth Origin book? Duan Feiyun was so frightened that his face turned pale. This forest world was clearly released by Mu Yun's Earth Origin book. It was already very difficult for ordinary people to obtain one page of the Earth Origin book, but Mu Yun obviously had more than one page of the book. Eat him. Mu Yun's expression turned cold, and the man-eating flower immediately opened its bloody mouth. Duan Feiyun's face was drained of color as he knelt on the ground. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Lord Mu Yun, please spare me this once. I'm willing to be at your beck and call and serve you forever. Mu Yun shook her head and said coldly, sorry, I don't need it. Crack, the man-eating flower opened its mouth and swallowed Duan Feiyun whole. When the surrounding mercenaries saw this scene, they were immediately scared out of their wits. A dignified great sage expert was actually eaten just like that. Kill them all. Mu Yun waved his hand, and the man-eating flowers, tree demons, and poisonous vines all started to move. They were like mad demons as they killed all the mercenaries present. Not a single one was left alive, and the ground was littered with corpses. There was no smell of blood. The lush greenery of the forest covered all the smell of blood. There was only the cool smell of plants in the air. Mu Yun did not devour Duan Feiyun's qi and blood cultivation because there was no need. His current qi and blood cultivation was already very strong. What he lacked was the Dao heart and comprehension. What he needed to do now was to nurture the seed of the Dao heart. Mu Yun refined all the surrounding mercenaries' corpses into puppets, including Duan Feiyun's corpse. Duan Feiyun was the leader of the mercenary guild. As long as he was controlled, the mercenary guild's power would belong to Mu Yun. Now that the vast sky great sage wanted to kill her, Mu Yun naturally would not sit still and wait for death. She had to strengthen her strength as soon as possible. She comprehended Duan Feiyun's memory. It turned out that Duan Feiyun's Ice Peak book used to belong to Shijun Tian. Later, it was stolen by Shijun Tian, and she bought it from him. This time, Duan Feiyun came to Xianxia Treasure Mountain to pass the trial. From Duan Feiyun's memory, Mu Yun clearly knew that there were many powerful people in the team. Yu Wudao and Tai Manzi were both there. Even people from the Kuan-Su world came. The Kuan-Su world was a world of a higher level than the 3 Yuan world. It was also one of the Kanglan 10,000 worlds. The Kanglan 10,000 worlds was like a beehive. There was a connection between each plane, but there was a spatial barrier between the 10,000 worlds, and it was difficult to pass through. She did not know how the people from the Kuan-Su world came. This Xianxia treasure mountain was rich in spiritual qi. Even the Kuan-Su world knew about it, and people from the Kuan-Su world came this time. Mu Yun was flipping through Duan Feiyun's memory. At this time, Hani opened her eyes and woke up. Hani, what's wrong? Did you find the exit? Mu Yun quickly asked. Hani also knew about the fight between Mu Yun and Duan Feiyun, but she had to control her pet snake and could not be distracted to help. Fortunately, Mu Yun had finished it off. There's no exit. There's no exit in this maze. I've searched everywhere. There's no exit at all. What? Mu Yun was shocked and said, if there's no exit, how do we get out? Hani said, I don't know either. Unless we can tear down these walls, we can't get out. Hani touched the walls around her. There were patterns imprinted on the walls, which seemed to contain a special restriction. She waved her slender hand, and with a bang, she hit the wall. However, the wall did not budge, and she could not move it. Mu Yun punched out and a tyrannical force exploded. However, the wall only shook a little and did not break. It was almost impossible to tear down these walls. It's over. We can't get out. Hani became anxious. Don't panic. I'll think of a way. Mu Yun took out the Renyuan brush and wrote the word tear down. This word was crooked and did not look good. Although Yan Nanfei gave him the Renyuan brush, he obviously could not unleash the power of the Renyuan brush. Let's try again. Mu Yun composed himself and wrote again. He drew the word tear down on the wall, but it still did not have any effect. Mu Yun did not give up. He wrote the word tear down one by one. Soon, the surrounding walls were covered with bright red words. Mu Yun's technique of using the brush became more and more proficient. The words became more and more neat and gradually had a structure. He suddenly had an idea and drew a circle outside the word tear down. Boom, as soon as this word was written, the wall was instantly torn down. It's done. Mu Yun was overjoyed. He drew another word tear down and another circle to stabilize the word's aura. A sharp force spread out and directly tore down another wall. Let's go. Mu Yun laughed heartily as he held Han Yi's hand. Like a hot knife through butter, they tore down all the walls that blocked their way. Finally, his eyes lit up as he exited the underground palace and arrived at a stone room. There were 2 teleportation arrays in the stone room. One teleported to Xianxia Mountain and could receive the reward from the mountain guardian boy. The other teleported to the second stage. Brother Mu Yun, we passed. Hani laughed happily. Okay, next, let's go to the second stage. As long as they passed the third stage, they could successfully enter Xianxia Treasure Mountain. The second stage. But Senior Hydra only asked me to pass the first stage. Hani was a little hesitant. Alright, then you can go back first. Mu Yun did not insist. After all, the remaining 2 stages were very dangerous. He was also afraid that something would happen to Hani. Okay, Brother Mu Yun, be careful. Hani stepped onto the teleportation array and disappeared. As for Hani, Mu Yun could not figure her out. This woman was probably not simple either. Mu Yun continued to head to the second stage. The teleportation array flashed, and he disappeared directly. Then, he appeared in a desert. This desert was full of wind and sand. There was no end in sight. The golden sand stretched endlessly. Mu Yun felt a trace of the Earth Origin Book's aura. This desert world was actually created by the Earth Origin Book. He was secretly shocked. He did not know which expert could unleash such great power from the Earth Origin Book and directly create such a large desert world. He restrained his aura and advanced in the desert. As long as he could walk out of the desert, he would pass this stage. Mu Yun summoned Duan Feiyun and a group of mercenary puppets and directly advanced. He did not need to attack the desert monsters on the way. When the mercenary puppets slashed at them, ordinary monsters could not resist at all. Moreover, Duan Feiyun was a great sage little saint. A great sage realm expert. Cold air condensed on Duan Feiyun's body. Mu Yun directly used the Ice Peak book page as the puppet's energy core. Duan Feiyun's back was hunched. The humps on his back were actually ice peaks. As Mu Yun was advancing, he suddenly saw a black shadow in the sky. He focused his gaze and saw that it was Yu Wudao. Yu Wudao was dejected. He flapped his wings and flew weakly in the sky. When Mu Yun saw him, his expression turned cold. He directly swung his sword and attacked, forcing Yu Wudao to fall. Mu Yun, it's you. Yu Wudao revealed a shocked expression. The exit of the first stage of the maze has been destroyed by the night elves. How did you pass it? Mu Yun was stunned. It turned out that the exit of the maze had been destroyed by someone. No wonder Hani could not find it. If he did not rely on the mortal essence brush to forcefully tear down the maze, he would probably still be walking in circles in the maze. You don't need to care about how I passed the stage. You and Xianxia destroyed Jade Toad's shop. If I encounter you today, don't even think about living. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. If it were not for Yu Wudao, Jade Toad's shop would not have fallen into such a miserable state. Yu Wudao sighed. He no longer had the arrogant aura he had in the past. He hung his head and said dejectedly, if you want to kill me, then go ahead. We're all going to die anyway. The night elves have already set up an inescapable net. It's impossible for anyone in this desert to escape. No one in this desert can leave alive. Night elves? What night elves? The people from the Kuan-Su world are really here? Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. The Kuan-Su world was a higher-level plane with 8th-grade races living there. From the looks of it, this Xianxia treasure mountain was indeed rich in spiritual energy. Even the 8th-grade races were attracted. The leader of the night elves this time is called Jessica. She's a very powerful female bandit. She's proficient in the art of stealing and is even more powerful than Xianxia. Xianxia only learned 4 moves of the sky stealing hand, but this Jessica has even mastered the 5th move, Steal Dream. Steal Dream? That's right. This woman secretly stole into my dream and planted a suicide seed in my dream. This suicide seed will melt in 7 days. When that happens, I will have no choice but to commit suicide. Yu Wudao's expression was bleak. He knew when he would die, and he also knew how he would die. He wouldn't be killed by others, but by his own hands. That was because Jessica had already planted a suicide seed in his dreams. That seed had taken root in his soul. He could not remove it and could only wait for death. Suicide? Mu Yun felt a chill run down her spine. From Yu Wudao's expression, he did not look like he was joking. There was nothing. In the boundless universe, if it was true, then the 5th move of the sky-stealing hand, Steal Dream, was too terrifying. It could actually plant an inner demon in someone's dream, making them unable to control themselves and do all sorts of unimaginable things, even committing suicide. Kill me now. It's better than me doing it myself. Yu Wudao stretched out his neck and waited for death. Mu Yun's expression sank. She did not take action because it was meaningless. Although Yu Wudao was still alive, he no longer had any vitality. He was like a walking corpse. Forget it. Let's team up and think of a way to deal with the night elves together. The night elves were an 8th-grade race. Mu Yun had never seen them before and did not know the details of the night elves. With Yu Wudao by her side, she could at least take care of him. Heh, that Jessica's stealing skills are even better than Xianxia's. It won't be easy for you to deal with her. I'm afraid that before you even get close to her, all your weapons and Dharma treasures will be stolen by her. My life providence will also be gone. She stole it. Yu Wudao was completely disheartened. Even your life providence was stolen? Mu Yun's expression changed. Yu Wudao was the reincarnation of the Renyuan Brush's inverse character. He was gifted with the inverse fate chart. This fate chart was his foundation. If it was stolen, he would be ruined. If you keep me around, I'll just be a burden. Why don't you just kill me? Yu Wudao only wanted to die. He had already lost all his will to fight, and sat on the ground dejectedly. Mu Yun did not say a word. She helped him up and said, let's think of a way to get out of here first. He brought Yu Wudao along and walked forward together. Their former enemies had now become companions. Mu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 2 days later, Mu Yun had already entered the depths of the desert. She suddenly saw someone fainting on the sand dune in front of her. He looked rather familiar. Barbarian Tai. Mu Yun was alarmed. That person was actually Barbarian Tai. He hurriedly walked over, helped Barbarian Tai up, and sprayed a mouthful of water on his face. Barbarian Tai woke up slowly. From the looks of it, the person in front of him was actually Mu Yun. He immediately turned pale with fright and jumped up. Mu Yun, why are you here? After a pause, he was in a daze. He shook his head and said, No. I must be dreaming. This must be a dream as well. That bastard pixie chick wants to plant a mental demon in my dream. How can it be so easy? Barbarian Tai raised his head and roared at the sky, Bitch, get out here if you have the guts. What's the point of sneaking around? Yu Wudao looked at Barbarian Tai's crazy appearance and immediately became spirited. He gloated and said, Haha, Barbarian Tai, you've also been tricked. What mental demon did she plant in you? Barbarian Tai was stunned. When he saw Yu Wudao, he immediately understood that the world in front of him was not a dream. He focused his mind and realized that there was a mental demon seed in the depths of his soul that he could not get rid of. Damn it, this bastard actually wants me to eat shit. She planted a mental demon in me, and it will hatch in 5 days. At that time I will have no choice but to run and eat shit. Barbarian Tai's face was filled with anger as he said, Good, this bitch actually told me to eat shit. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. When I see her, I will definitely tear her into pieces. When Yu Wudao heard this, he was immediately amused. He laughed out loud and said, So you want to eat shit? Very good, very good. Before I die, I can see you eat shit. My life is not in vain. Ha ha ha. King, shut up for me. Barbarian Tai was furious. He slapped out, and with a paw sound, it firmly imprinted on Yu Wudao's face. It even knocked out a few of Yu Wudao's teeth. Why is your aura so weak? Barbarian Tai was stunned. This slap was casually thrown out, but he did not expect it to hit Yu Wudao. My fate has already been stolen by Jessica. I'm just a walking corpse now. If you want to kill me, it's as easy as flipping your hand. Yu Wudao laughed bitterly. You've also been planted with a mental demon? Barbarian Tai asked in a deep voice. Yes, that woman planted a suicide seed in me. It will hatch in 7 days. At that time I will commit suicide and die. I didn't expect her to treat you so well. She only told you to eat shit and didn't tell you to die. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. What do you know? I injured her sister, and she harbors a grudge in her heart. This bastard wants to humiliate me first before killing me. Barbarian Tai gritted his teeth. He would rather die than eat shit. This was truly a great humiliation. However, his mental demon seed would flare up in 5 days. If he could not resolve it within these 5 days, he would have to bear this great humiliation. Mu Yun, what about you? What's your mental demon seed? Barbarian Tai asked. I don't have one. I just came. Mu Yun's expression was solemn. Now that Barbarian Tai and Yu Wudao had been hit, she had to be careful. Otherwise, if she was hit as well, it would be over. Barbarian Tai said, The only thing we can do now is to temporarily put down our grudges and deal with the night elves together. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave alive. Yu Wudao yawned lazily and said, It doesn't matter. It's just a dying struggle anyway. Mu Yun nodded and said, Then let's cooperate first. If there's any grudges, we'll talk about it after we get out. Barbarian Tai said, The night elves' methods are very strange. Just the 3 of us are not enough. We have to think of a way to rope Bai Longzi in. Bai Longzi? Yes, this person is the 3rd elder of the 100 Tempering Villa. He's proficient in secret weapon techniques. If we can rope him in, it'll be easier to deal with the night elves. Barbarian Tai calculated. At this moment, his mind was clear and very calm. Each of the 4 great elders of the 100 Tempering Villa had their own unique refining methods. For example, Bai Guqing was proficient in refining puppets. As for Bai Longzi, he had mastered the method of refining hidden weapons. The hidden weapons he refined were known as the number one in the world. Moreover, his weapon cultivation was also quite powerful. Where is Bai Longzi? Mu Yun asked. The current situation was not optimistic. It was naturally best to have one more ally. Who's calling me? Suddenly, an old voice came from the sky. An old man in a green robe descended from the sky. This person had an extraordinary bearing. He was a great sage expert. With every move, a tyrannical aura was released. Bai Longzi, you came at the right time. We want to cooperate with you to deal with the night elves. When Barbarian Tai saw Bai Longzi, he immediately revealed a look of joy. Ha ha ha, who am I, Bai Longzi? How can I mix with a group of juniors like you? No matter how powerful those foreign races are, I don't put them in my eyes. Bai Longzi's tone was arrogant. He did not put the night elves in his eyes at all. Barbarian Tai sneered and said, if you don't cooperate with us, you'll definitely die. Bai Longzi snorted coldly and said, then let's wait and see. I'm the number one hidden weapon expert in the world. It won't be so easy for those foreign elves to harm me. After saying that, Bai Longzi directly flicked his sleeves and left. He had no intention of cooperating. Barbarian Tai clenched his fists and said, after we destroy that group of night elves, I'll first start with Bai Longzi. This old man is really arrogant. He really thinks that his hidden weapons are invincible. Since Bai Longzi was unwilling to cooperate, Mu Yun and the other two did not say anything else and continued to walk forward together. Fortunately, Mu Yun had refined Duan Feiyun into a puppet. With Duan Feiyun and a group of mercenaries, their strength was not weak. Mu Yun did not tell anyone that Duan Feiyun was a puppet. Although he was allies with Barbarian Tai and Yu Wudao, this alliance was very short and fragile. It could collapse at any time, so he was careful to guard against it. In the desert, the weather was hot and dry. Mu Yun and the other two also seemed a little tired. Fortunately, they found an oasis in front of them. The three of them hurriedly brought a group of mercenaries and rushed to the oasis to rest. Everyone fell asleep due to exhaustion. Mu Yun was half asleep when he suddenly heard a burst of girls' laughter. He was stunned and got up to take a look. He saw a few girls taking off their clothes and bathing in the oasis lake in front of him. Mu Yun was very familiar with these girls because they were all his wives. Qin Mengyao, Meng Zimo, Miao Xianyu, and the others were all bathing here. Why are you guys here? When Mu Yun saw his wife, he was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed forward. Qin Mengyao walked out of the lake naked. With a flip of her delicate hand, an ice-cold pill appeared in her palm. Mu Yun, long time no see. I missed you very much. This pill is for you. It has the effect of prolonging life and replenishing blood. Quickly consume it. Qin Mengyao stuffed the pill into Mu Yun's hand. All right. Mu Yun held the pill and was about to consume it when her mind suddenly quivered. Her entire body trembled as if she had been struck by lightning. She suddenly threw the pill away and pushed Qin Mengyao away. No, you were taken away by various forces. How could you appear here? You are all fake. Mu Yun came to a sudden realization. This place was a dreamland. Mu Yun, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Although Qin Mengyao was pushed away, he did not blame her at all. Instead, he walked up very intimately. His naked body was as smooth as silk as he stuck to Mu Yun's body. Mu Yun was stunned. Her mind was in a daze. She couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality. The feeling of skin contact was so real that it didn't feel like a dream at all. Although it's very real, a dream is a dream. It's all fake. You can't fool me. Mu Yun took out the heavenly origin mirror. A light filled with a destructive aura immediately spread out like a tide. The surrounding dream world turned into nothingness under the light of destruction. Among the 7 arts of the heavenly Tao, the most powerful was the mystic art of destruction. Once the mystic art of destruction was released, the universe, heaven, earth, sun, moon, and stars would all be destroyed. Moreover, there was no possibility of recovery. The entire dreamland world was destroyed. Mu Yun opened his eyes and came to his senses. He realized that there was a naked young girl hanging on his body. This young girl was extremely seductive and beautiful. Her facial features were as exquisite as jade, and her eyes were as blue as the sea. Her hair reached her waist and was as black as ink. Her hair fell down gently like a waterfall. Two pointed ears popped out from her hair, making her look delicate and cute. This girl was not wearing any clothes. She was naked and stuck to Muyun's body. Her arms were even hugging Muyun's neck. Muyun was shocked. No wonder the dream felt so real. It turned out that there was really a girl in reality who took off her clothes and hugged her. "You are the night elf, Jessica?" Muyun's expression changed drastically. He immediately pushed the girl away. This girl approached him silently, but he didn't notice at all. If that girl wanted to cut off his head, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping her hand? Thinking of this, Muyun's scalp went numb and a chill ran down his spine. He looked around and realized that Barbarian Tai, Yu Wudao, and the others were gone. His mercenary puppets and Duan Feiyun were also gone. It seemed that he and this girl were the only ones in the entire desert oasis. "So you know me?" The young woman smiled lightly, and then she suddenly kissed Muyun on the cheek. Her actions were extremely wanton, and she didn't have the slightest shred of shame. She stood up. Her skin that was as smooth as silk was suffused with a breathtaking glow under the sunlight. Her graceful figure was like a sculpture, the lines were elegant and perfect, and her entire person emitted a seductive and beautiful aura. Muyun's heart sank. This girl was indeed Jessica. "Since you can approach me silently, why don't you kill me?" Muyun was on guard. Now that he was awake, it was impossible for Jessica to kill him. "If I wanted to kill you, you would have sensed it before I even got close to you." Jessica smiled. Muyun was stunned. So that was the case. Indeed, with his sharp senses, if there was killing intent nearby, he would definitely be able to detect it. However, this Jessica did not have any killing intent at all. She quietly approached him just to steal his dream, not to kill him. "What are you trying to do?" Muyun pressed his palm on the hilt of his sword, waiting with rapt attention. The heavenly origin mirror spun, guarding against Jessica's sneak attack. Don't be so nervous. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to plant a seed of love in your dream. This way, you will fall in love with me." Jessica's eyes revealed a charming and seductive smile. "What did you say?" Muyun was stunned. "I've long heard of your name. You have great luck, and in the future, you will definitely shock the entire Kanglin myriad world. I just want to find a home. My appearance and cultivation are definitely not inferior to your former wife's. Why don't you dual cultivate with me? A pair of immortal companions." Jessica smiled sweetly, her eyes filled with love. Muyun felt a chill all over his body. This Jessica, on their first meeting, actually said that she wanted to dual cultivate with him. It was really unbelievable. "You have offended the great Sky Sage. In the entire 3 Yuan world, you have nowhere to run. I can take you to the Kuan Su world to hide. You and I can live together. Isn't that great?" Jessica moved closer to Muyun and stretched out her arms, wanting to hug Muyun again. "Get lost." Muyun pushed her away with one hand. With a cold expression, he pulled out the Star Emperor sword and said, "If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk so much nonsense." He looked around. He was alone. He did not know where Barbarian Tai and the others were. If they had already been killed by Jessica, then it would be troublesome. Alas, all right. Since you are unwilling, then I can only use some means. Jessica clapped her hands, and an old figure flew down from the sky. Bai Longzi. Muyun was shocked. This figure was the third elder of the 100 Tempering Villa, Bai Longzi. Muyun never expected that Bai Longzi would actually submit to Jessica. Bai Longzi glanced at Jessica's naked and graceful body and immediately revealed a trace of covetousness. "If you dare to look again, I will dig out your eyeballs." Jessica's tone was indifferent, and there was still a smile on her lips. However, the killing intent in her words was incomparably sharp. Bai Longzi was shocked and did not dare to look again. He raised his head and looked at Muyun. "Muyun, don't be stubborn. Quickly submit to Lord Jessica. We don't have to meet with weapons. Bai Longzi, don't talk nonsense anymore. He won't submit obediently. Capture him for me. As long as you don't harm his life, you can even cut off his limbs. I'll leave first. Alas, that plague Emperor Su Yan is really a monster. He killed many of my people. I have to go and take a look. Jessica put on her clothes. With a trace of chagrin, she turned around and left alone. Yes, Lord Jessica. Bai Longzi's attitude was respectful as he watched Jessica leave. Mu Yun sneered and said, I didn't expect that the dignified elder of the 100 Tempering Villa would actually submit to the foreign race. Hee, Mu Yun, you don't have to laugh at me. When I catch you, you will become Jessica's furnace and be at her mercy. You will soon die of exhaustion. Bai Longzi's face was cold as he held a dart in his hand. Mu Yun's expression changed. Jessica indeed had ill intentions. She said that they would live together, but in fact, she wanted to use him as a furnace to replenish her yin. If he was caught by Jessica, he would only die of exhaustion. Bai Longzi shot a dart through the air toward Su Chen. Mu Yun composed herself and swung the Star Emperor sword to deflect the dart. But suddenly, he felt his wrist go numb. He lowered his head and saw that there were already 2 black needles on his wrist. A numb and itchy feeling came. Ha ha ha, you've been poisoned by my poison on needle. Stop struggling and surrender. Bai Longzi laughed loudly. It turned out that his dart just now was just a feint. The actual killing move was the poison on needle. Mu Yun couldn't see Bai Longzi's hidden weapon technique at all, and his wrist was attacked by the poison on needle. Bai Longzi's hidden weapon technique was indeed not to be underestimated. Dismantle. Mu Yun took out the Mortal Origin brush and directly drew the word dismantle. The poison needles on his wrist were immediately dismantled by him and fell to the ground. Mortal Origin brush. How did you get the Mortal Origin brush? Bai Longzi was shocked. The Wenren Origin brush was a human Dao treasure. Every word written by such a treasure contained wonderful effects. However, the Mortal Origin brush had already given birth to an artifact spirit. It was Ao Renwang, who was ranked first on the expert list. Ao Renwang was still alive. But how did the Mortal Origin brush fall into the hands of others? Mu Yun took a deep breath and released the secret nourishment technique of the Heavenly Origin mirror to treat the poison in his body. Although the Mortal Origin brush was powerful, he could only write the word dismantle at present. The Heavenly Origin mirror, the Earth Origin book, and the Mortal Origin brush are all in your hands. Your luck is simply outrageous. Bai Longzi's eyes revealed a greedy look. Suddenly, he flicked his finger and a feather flew out. It was a peacock feather. It was exquisite and beautiful. Peacock plume. Mu Yun's expression changed. He recognized it at a glance. It was the famous hidden weapon, Peacock Plume. It was ranked 10th on the hidden weapon list. Bang! As soon as the peacock plume exploded, countless fine poison needles shot out like a torrential rain towards Mu Yun. Each poison needle contained an extremely strong penetrating aura as if it could pierce through the stars. If one was hit by these poison needles, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to save one's life. Mu Yun immediately brandished the Star Emperor sword. Waves of sword light poured out like flowing water, blocking the poison needles. The clanging sounds were incessant. Mechanism, draw a circle on the ground. Bai Longzi suddenly roared. He slapped his hands on the ground, and a strange aura spread out and seeped into the desert ground. A mechanism trap suddenly appeared under Mu Yun's feet. It looked like a coffin. He was caught off guard and fell directly into the coffin. Bang! The coffin lid closed completely, sealing Mu Yun inside. Bai Longzi dragged the coffin out and carried it on his shoulder. He smiled and said, "Others think that I only know how to use hidden weapons. Actually, my mechanism trap technique is not bad." His draw a circle on the ground was not the draw a circle on the ground. It was the mechanism trap technique. It directly summoned a coffin and trapped the enemy in the coffin cage. Mu Yun was in the coffin. Surrounded by darkness, he could only feel his hair standing on end. Break! Mu Yun brandished his sword and slashed wildly. However, the coffin was extremely sturdy. When he slashed with his sword, it only caused some sparks. He couldn't break the coffin. Moreover, this coffin seemed to have a special restriction. He couldn't teleport out even if he wanted to. Ha ha ha, don't waste your energy. This mechanism of mine is made of ghost fiend spiritual iron. This kind of refining material is second only to ghost fiend spiritual iron and ghost fiend spiritual iron. There are only two pieces in the entire three elements realm. One is in the hands of the corpse emperor, Shi Tianlai. The other piece has been forged into a mechanism by me. You can't escape. Just accept your fate. Bai Longzi laughed loudly. He carried the coffin on one shoulder and strode forward. Mu Yan's face darkened. Suddenly, he had an idea. He picked up the mortal origin brush and drew the word dismantle on the coffin wall. Crash, the entire coffin was dismantled by Mu Yan on the spot. Mu Yan's body flew out of the coffin and directly attacked Bai Longzi. Mortal essence brush, the sharpness of the mortal essence brush is indeed more powerful than swords. Bai Longzi exclaimed. Legend had it that the sharpest thing in the world was not swords but the tip of a brush. This mortal essence brush directly dismantled his mechanism with a single word. The sharpness of the brush was shocking. Mu Yan waved the brush and slashed at Bai Longzi's throat. Although he didn't know how to write anything other than dismantle, the sharpness of the mortal essence brush was too sharp. It wasn't any weaker than his Star Emperor sword. If Bai Longzi was slashed by the tip of the brush, he would definitely die. In a moment of crisis, Bai Longzi flicked a nail and stabbed it fiercely at Mu Yan's glabella. This nail was completely black, and the head of the nail was extremely sharp. It was also engraved with a strange formation pattern. This was the smiling half-step nail, ranked 9th among the top 10 hidden weapons. It was rumored that if one was hit by this hidden weapon, they would die with a smile within half a step. Bai Longzi was fighting with his life on the line to force Mu Yan to defend himself. Mu Yan naturally didn't want to perish together with him. Even if he had 2 lives, he wouldn't waste them like this. Ding! Mu Yan immediately blocked with her sword and sent the smiling half-step nail flying. Bai Longzi took this opportunity to escape in a sorry state. Mechanism, chain trap. He set up a series of deep pits with his backhand, afraid that Mu Yan would chase after him. Dismantle. Mu Yan held the mortal essence brush and dismantled all of his mechanisms and traps. Then, she flew out and chased after him. Bai Longzi was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly sped up and fled. He was a great saint-level expert. If he wanted to leave, it would be difficult for Mu Yan to stop him. Ultimate curse, open. At this juncture, Mu Yan took out a scroll and opened it. This scroll was given to Zhou Feishuan by Hydra. There was an ultimate curse sealed in it. Zhou Feishuan hadn't used it yet, so it fell into Mu Yan's hands. Mu Yan immediately unfolded the scroll. The words Banishment Beast were printed on the scroll. A strong curse light immediately enveloped Bai Longzi's body. I punish you by turning you into a turtle. Mu Yan's expression turned cold. This degrading curse could reduce a person to a beast. With a thought, the light of the curse suppressed down. Bai Longzi's body kept twisting and distorting as he screamed miserably. In the blink of an eye, Bai Longzi turned into a tortoise. After Bai Longzi transformed into a tortoise, he still wanted to escape. However, a tortoise's footsteps were slow and sluggish. How could he escape? Mu Yan walked up calmly and stepped on Bai Longzi. As expected of an ultimate curse, the beast debasing curse is indeed powerful. Mu Yan was secretly shocked. Bai Longzi was a great saint-level expert, but under the suppression of the ultimate curse, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist and directly turned into a tortoise. The power of this ultimate curse was something that even a great sage avatar could not withstand. The treasures on Bai Longzi's body also fell. Mu Yan directly took all of them. This Bai Longzi was proficient in the techniques of hidden weapons. Mu Yan also obtained many secret manuals on refining hidden weapons. He could slowly comprehend them when he had time in the future. Where are Tai Manzi and Yu Wudao? Were they really killed by Jessica? Mu Yan gritted his teeth. He didn't care if the 2 of them died. However, his mercenary puppets, especially Duan Feiyun, were great saint-level experts. Moreover, they had a page of the Ice Peak Earth Origin book. If they were gone, Mu Yan would suffer a huge loss. He focused his senses, but he couldn't sense the aura of the puppets. Instead, he caught a glimpse of an extremely powerful plague aura. That plague aura was truly overwhelming. He was at least 1,000 miles away from the source of the plague, but he could still sense it. Plague Emperor Su Yan. It must be Plague Emperor Su Yan. Mu Yan's face darkened. It was said that the corpse-eating beasts had 5 emperors. He had seen Plague Emperor Su Yan and Corpse Emperor Shi Tianlai. Plague Emperor Su Yan was transformed from a strand of hair of Heavenly Lord Calamity. He had an extremely terrifying plague aura. After not seeing him for so many days, Plague Emperor Su Yan must have advanced to the Great Sage Realm. This was going to be lively. Even Plague Emperor Su Yan had come. He wondered how many experts were hidden in this Xianxia treasure mountain. Jessica might be there too. I'm going to take a look. Mu Yan made up his mind and immediately flew towards the source of the plague. Bai Longzi was dejected. He had nowhere to go and could only follow beside Mu Yan. His eyes were pitiful as if he was begging Mu Yan to remove the curse and let him return to his human form. However, Mu Yan did not know how to remove it. In the entire 3 elements realm, only the great heaven sage had mastered the mystery of the ultimate curse. Bai Longzi, are you regretting it now? Who told you to side with the other races? I'm already very merciful by not killing you. Mu Yan looked at this old tortoise and could not help but laugh. He originally wanted to kill Bai Longzi, but now that Bai Longzi had turned into a tortoise, he could no longer threaten him. It did not matter whether he killed him or not. Keeping him alive was also fun. Bai Longzi's expression was vexed and filled with regret. He climbed onto Mu Yan's shoulder and followed Mu Yan. 2 days later, Mu Yan arrived at the source of the plague. This was also an oasis. He stepped onto the oasis and found that Plague Emperor Su Yan's aura had disappeared. Damn woman, let me out quickly. An angry roar sounded from the depths of the oasis. It's Barbarian Tai. Mu Yan's expression changed. This was Barbarian Tai's voice. He released a sparrow puppet and flew into the depths of the oasis. With the sparrow puppet's eyes and ears, Mu Yan could clearly see that there were 400 to 500 people gathered in an open space in the depths of the oasis. These people, regardless of whether they were male or female, were all very handsome. They had long black hair and 2 pointed ears. Clearly, they were all from the Dark Night Elf clan. Mu Yan was shocked. He did not expect so many night elves to come. He focused his gaze and discovered that Yu Wu Dao and Barbarian Tai were both locked up in a cage made of thorns. As for his mercenary puppets, they were all imprisoned, and Duan Feiyun was also tied up. Without his control, the mercenary puppets all had dull eyes and empty eyes, as if they were sculptures. He approached and finally sensed the aura of the mercenary puppets. His bloodline connection was re-established, and he could now control the puppets. Mu Yan did not make a move. He focused his gaze and found that Jessica was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The cloth on her body was very thin, and she was wearing a cicada-like gauze dress, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Her graceful figure made one's imagination run wild. Her body was emitting a rather strong plague aura. Clearly, she had been attacked by the plague curse. Her originally blue eyes, which were as blue as the sea, had a trace of blood-red color. She seemed to be in pain. This Plague Emperor Su Yan is indeed powerful. Jessica sat cross-legged and adjusted her breath. She took a deep breath, and her chest rose and fell. Plague Emperor Su Yan, even his name was accompanied by the plague curse. If ordinary people dared to call Plague Emperor Su Yan's name directly, they would be punished by the plague, unless they were a supreme saint expert and had a Dharmakaya to protect them. Jessica had obviously fought with Plague Emperor Su Yan, and she had suffered a lot. Bitch, let me go if you know what's good for you. I, the Titan giant ape, have already established an alliance with the corpse-eating beasts. If you dare to kill me, Plague Emperor Su Yan will never let you go. Barbarian Tai roared. You're really energetic. You've been noisy for so long, and you still refuse to calm down. Counting the time, there are only 3 days left before your inner demon seed hatches. I'll see what you can do then. Jessica's tone was cold, and she did not even look at Barbarian Tai. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Kill me right now if you have the guts. Barbarian Tai flew into a rage. His heart demon seed was a great humiliation. If he was forced to eat shit, he would rather die than suffer such humiliation. Yu Wudao was locked on the side with a calm face. Anyway, he did not want to live anymore. Mu Yun did not care whether these two were dead or alive. The night elves had the advantage in numbers. Even if they joined forces again, they would have no chance. She only wanted to take back the puppet, especially Duan Feiyun, who still had a page of the Earth Origin book. Mu Yun did not want to lose it. Sister, are you going to kill all these people? At this time, a little girl of 12 or 13 years old walked to Jessica and raised her head to ask. This little girl was also an elf, but her hair was silver, completely different from the black-haired elves around her. Moreover, her aura was much purer, and her facial features were more beautiful than ordinary elves. Although she was still young, she already had a beautiful face. Chris, these people are all beauties. Clarice, these people are all bad people. That scoundrel called Tai Manzi even injured you. I will kill them all, but I will have to wait a little longer, at least until the Undead Guild replies. They want to buy the corpses, so I will negotiate the price. The corpses of great sages should be able to sell for a good price. Jessica revealed a cruel smile and gently stroked Chris's little head with a trace of affection in her eyes. Sister, my injuries have already healed. Please let them go. Don't kill indiscriminately anymore. I don't like it. Clarice held Jessica's hand, her watery eyes carrying a hint of pleading. Sigh, Chris, you're still young. There are some things you don't understand. If we don't kill people, others will kill us. If you don't believe me, ask this barbarian. If I let him out, will he kill me immediately? Jessica sighed softly. Stinking woman, of course I want to kill you. If you have the guts, let me out. Let's have a fair fight. If I lose, it's because I'm not as good as you. I'll die without complaint. But you used the method of stealing Dreamgu heart. It's too despicable. I'm not convinced. Barbarian Tai gritted his teeth. If it was a fair fight, he might not lose, but Jessica stole his Dreamgu heart. He could only watch the heart demon grow in his body. Hee, if you're not convinced, then come out and chop me. Trash who only knows how to use brute force. Jessica sneered and no longer cared about Barbarian Tai. She continued to adjust her breathing and heal her injuries. At the same time, she ordered, watch them. Don't let them run away. Once the Undead Guild replies, immediately take action. Yes, Lady Jessica. The surrounding night elves immediately became alert. They spread out and guarded in all directions, ready for battle. Mu Yun's sparrow puppet quietly flew back. As night fell, the moon and stars in the desert were exceptionally bright, casting down silver frost-like splendor. The oasis was quiet, with a group of night elves guarding the surroundings. Jessica was still recuperating, and her sister, Chris, was sleeping on her lap. The scene was tranquil and peaceful. Barbarian Tai stopped quarreling and squatted silently in the thorn cage. Next door, Yu Wudao's face was ashen, like a walking corpse. Duan Feiyun and the mercenary puppets had sharp eyes, ready to attack. Mu Yun quietly approached the oasis camp and took out an ancient ring. It was an ancient accessory, the sleepless ring. A strong aura of the curse of drowsiness was released from the sleepless ring and spread toward the oasis camp like a tide. The night elves guarding the camp were hit by the curse of drowsiness and fell to the ground without a sound, sleeping soundly. Plop, 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 one after another, the bodies fell to the ground. In an instant, all the night elves around the camp fell to the ground and fell asleep. Barbarian Tai and Yu Wudao were in the thorn cage. When they saw this scene, they were shocked. But the two were not stupid and did not make a sound. This curse of drowsiness enveloped the thorn cage. The thorns fell asleep and collapsed like a soft snake, unable to maintain the cage state. Mu Yun is here. Barbarian Tai was overjoyed. He tore off all the thorns and vines around him and hurriedly climbed out. Yu Wudao was unmoved and still sat in the same place. What's going on? Jessica opened her eyes and saw that everyone around her had fallen asleep. She was shocked. This is the curse of drowsiness. Why is it so strong? Ha ha ha, Jessica, this is my Titan Giant Ape Clan's accessory, the Sleepless Ring's curse. Of course, it's powerful. You're finished. Barbarian Tai pulled out his long saber. He was in high spirits and his fighting spirit was boiling. Sister, what happened? Chris rubbed her eyes and looked around in a daze. This curse of drowsiness affected the whole place. She had no resistance, but she could still stay awake. Chris, be careful. Jessica held Chris's hand and stared coldly at the darkness in front of him. Mu Yun walked out of the dark shadows. The curse aura of the sleepless ring was still strong. It seemed that the defense of the night elves seemed to be very tight, but it was actually very easy to break through as long as one used some curses. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the night elves were all unconscious, and only Jessica and Clarice were left. The situation had been reversed. Mu Yun waved her hand, and Duan Feiyun rushed over with the mercenaries and surrounded Jessica and Clarice. Kill her. Mu Yun's expression turned cold as she gave the order. This Jessica was the leader of the night elves and harbored evil intentions. He had to get rid of her, otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. Duan Feiyun pulled out his saber and led the surrounding mercenaries to attack Jessica. Wait. Barbarian Tai hurriedly stopped Mu Yun and said, my mental demon seed hasn't been removed yet. Jessica, quickly help me remove it. When Yu Wudao saw the reversal of the situation, the dejection on his face disappeared. His eyes were filled with excitement as he scrambled over and said, there's still me. Motherf ****, hurry up and remove my inner demon, then return my fate to me. Sister, seeing the tense situation around her, Clarice was a little afraid and grabbed Jessica's hand tightly. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Jessica comforted Clarice softly, her expression solemn. Barbarian Tai laughed and said, Jessica, you're injured. You're definitely not our match. Yu Wudao also regained his fighting spirit and said, even if you're not injured, how can you defeat so many of us? Hee, don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you have more people. Jessica's ink-black hair suddenly turned into a fiery red color. Her red hair burned like lava, and her aura became wild. She waved her slender hand, and a crimson flame appeared in her palm. This wisp of flame was as dark red as blood and exuded an extremely strong flame aura. There was also boundless Genesis chi of the universe. As the flame twisted and churned, it transformed into a Bao totem that was dazzling. Dai Sacred Flame. The Dai Sacred Flame ranked 16th on the Genesis flame list. Barbarian Tai cried out in alarm, his eyes revealing a look of fear. He had always been fearless, but at this moment, when he saw the flame in Jessica's hand, his whole body trembled and his face turned ashen. He was clearly terrified. Yu Wudao's face was also filled with horror. It is rumored that the supreme treasure of the Kanglan Great World is the Genesis Flame. It is formed from the origin aura of the world and is 100 times more powerful than the heavenly flame. There are only 21 types of this flame in the entire Kanglan Great World. Where did you get it? You may not believe it, but I stole it. Jessica revealed a sly smile. With a wave of her slender hand, the Grady sacred flame revolved, erupting with a terrifying blazing aura. Wisps of scalding flames fluttered out like butterflies, appearing dazzling and resplendent under the night sky. These butterfly-like flames turned into crossbow arrows the moment they flew out. Flame crossbow arrows pierced through the void, producing sharp sonic booms as they shot towards the surroundings. Mu Yun immediately felt a fierce aura attack her. If she was hit by these flame crossbow arrows, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fiery crossbow bolts shot out in a frenzy. The mercenary puppets under Mu Yun were the first to be hit by the rain of arrows. Their entire bodies exploded, and not even their bones were left. Under the blazing heat, they were reduced to ashes that drifted away with the wind. Duan Feiyun was also struck by the flame crossbow arrows and fainted on the ground. Yu Wudao's left shoulder was hit by an arrow. His entire left arm, along with the shoulder bone, fell off. There was no blood flowing out from the wound. Under the blazing heat, his wound was instantly charred into charcoal, emitting a burnt smell. Barbarian Tai had thick skin and flesh, but facing the flames of the Dai Sacred Flame, he didn't dare to resist. He rolled on the ground in a sorry state. However, there was still a wisp of flame that swept past his head, directly burning a part of his scalp, causing him to cry out in pain. Mu Yun quickly pulled out the Star Emperor sword and stabbed it out, striking down all the flames that flew over. However, these flames contained intense heat. Under the scorching heat, his entire sword instantly turned red, scalding his palm. He loosened his grip and the sword fell to the ground. Sister is so powerful. Seeing this scene, Clarice immediately cheered and applauded. She didn't expect Jessica to suppress Muyun and the others the moment she made a move. It's not that sister is powerful, it's the Dei sacred flame that is powerful. This is the most precious primordial flame in the world. Its power is so great that ordinary people can't resist it. Unless it's an ancient saint-level expert who has cultivated the heavenly Tao Dharma idol, no one can resist it. Jessica clenched her slender hand. The wisp of Dei sacred flame had a dazzling Bao totem floating on it. The flame's aura slowly circulated, moving people's hearts. Muyun was secretly shocked. So this was the primordial flame. Its power was so great that it was even stronger than his many heavenly flames. He remembered that the vast sky great sage also had a primordial flame called the bone-corroding cold flame. It was ranked 15th on the primordial flame list. Jessica's Dei sacred flame was ranked 16th on the primordial flame list. Its power was equally great. If they were hit by these flames, they would probably lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Kneel down and surrender. I won't kill you. Jessica held the Dei sacred flame in her hand, like a goddess holding a divine bow. She was so mighty that no one dared to look at her. Yu Wudao immediately knelt down and said, I surrender. Don't kill me. Back then, he had wanted to die, but now that he was suppressed by the Dei sacred flame, there was only endless fear left in his heart. He would do whatever Jessica asked him to do. Very good. You're very smart. This is your birth chart. I'll return it to you. I'll also remove your heart demon seed. Jessica flipped her slender hand and took out a golden seed and threw it to Yu Wudao. This seed had the word Defy printed on it. It turned out that it was Yu Wudao's birth chart seed. Thank you, thank you. Yu Wudao was overjoyed. He snatched the birth chart seed and quickly swallowed it. Barbarian Tai, are you going to surrender? Jessica asked coldly. Stinking woman, didn't you say that you'll kill us all and sell our bodies to the undead guild? Barbarian Tai said through gritted teeth. I've changed my mind. Plague Emperor Su Yan is facing a great enemy. I can't deal with you alone. If you're willing to help me, I won't treat you unfairly, Jessica said slowly. Haha, who am I, Barbarian Tai? Even if I die, I won't surrender to the foreign races. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Barbarian Tai revealed a determined expression. Although he was afraid of the might of the Dei sacred flame, he did not submit, nor did he bend his knees and surrender. Jessica smiled and did not say anything. She stared at Muyun and said, Are you willing to submit to me? Muyun smiled indifferently and said, Sorry, I refuse. Sigh, you're still so stubborn. Since that's the case, I can only ask you to die. Jessica sighed and waved her slender hand gently. The Dei sacred flame emitted a terrifying aura and directly transformed into the shape of a bow and arrow. She drew the bow and arrow and shot it at Muyun. This arrow was simply going to pierce through the heavens and earth. The violent flame waves shook the heavens and the earth. The entire night sky was shaking. The surrounding void directly turned into the color of magma. Even the moon in the sky turned into a demonic red moon. Heat waves rose from the heavens and the earth. It was as if even the sand was about to melt. When Barbarian Tai and Yu Wudao saw this scene, their expressions were rather heavy. In their eyes, Muyun was already a corpse. No, under the flames of the Dei sacred flame, even a corpse would not be left behind. Only a soul would be destroyed and turned into ashes. However, a shocking scene suddenly appeared. Great Brahma Jade Hairpin, Sacred Buddha Protection, activate. Muyun held an exquisite jade hairpin in her hand. This was the ancient ornament of the Dragon Rhinoceros clan, the Great Brahma Jade Hairpin. Io, this is mine. Barbarian Tai's face sank when he saw the Great Brahma Jade Hairpin. Back then, in order to avoid Yan Nanfei's pursuit, he used the Great Brahma Jade Hairpin to break his back. Now, this ornament was in Muyun's hands. The Great Brahma Jade Hairpin could activate the Sacred Buddha Protection once a month, summoning a golden barrier to protect the user. This golden light barrier could even block an ultimate curse. Mu Yun activated the barrier and immediately blocked the impact of the Grady sacred fire. How is this possible? Jessica revealed a shocked expression. One must know that the Grady sacred fire was the primordial flame. The power of the primordial flame could not be blocked by the golden body of the Supreme Saint, unless it was the heavenly Dharma form of an ancient saint. However, Mu Yun's golden barrier actually blocked her flame. Whoosh, Mu Yun teleported and rushed in front of Jessica, then waved her hand to snatch the Grady sacred fire in her hand. You want to snatch my primordial flame? You're courting death. Jessica was furious. She clenched her slender hand, and the Grady sacred fire's bow and arrow totem became dazzling. She flicked her fingers, and flame arrows shot towards Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun did not dodge, and directly rushed over. While the golden barrier was active, his defensive power had greatly increased. Even if the Grady sacred fire was overflowing, he was not afraid. Chi chi chi, the sacred fire arrows bombarded Mu Yun's body. Under such a violent impact, the golden barrier on Mu Yun's body also showed signs of cracking. However, at this moment, Mu Yun waved her hand, picked up the Star Emperor sword from the ground, and slashed at Jessica. Jessica's strength was firstly the dream-stealing Gu heart, and secondly the Grady sacred fire. Her true combat strength was not strong. Moreover, she was injured at this moment. Facing Mu Yun's fierce attack, she could only retreat. Mu Yun attacked ferociously with her sword, while Jessica retreated in a sorry state. Suddenly, Jessica felt a sense of emptiness, as if she was in the world of the horizon bright moon. The entire world was empty, and only the bright moon could cleanse her heart. Bang! Snow-devouring Toad's huge body appeared directly behind Jessica. Mu Yun summoned the Snow-devouring Toad. Snow-devouring Toad pulled out the bright moon sword and swung it. The bright moon sword covered 1,000 miles. Jessica's eyes were blank as she entered a state of nothingness. Mu Yun took this opportunity to slash out fiercely with her sword. Sister! Seeing that Jessica was in danger, Chris cried out loudly. Jessica seemed to have woken up from a dream. Seeing Mu Yun's sword chi coming at him, he broke out in cold sweat. At the critical moment, his body shone with golden light as he released his golden body of the great sage. Bang! Mu Yun slashed down. The sharpness of the Star Emperor sword could even break through the golden body of the great sage. Poochie! Jessica spat out a mouthful of blood as her body withered and fell to the ground. Your Dei sacred flame is mine. Mu Yun instantly rushed forward and snatched the Dei sacred flame from Jessica's hand. As soon as the Dei sacred fire entered his hand, Mu Yun immediately felt an extremely blazing aura. The Dei sacred fire's aura was much more powerful than his dozen heavenly flames, and it also contained boundless universe Genesis chi. If he could make the Dei sacred, refining the Dei sacred flame was also very beneficial to cultivation. What a joke. This Dei sacred flame is mine. I have already refined it. How can you snatch it away? Jessica sneered. With a thought, she summoned the Dei sacred flame. Mu Yun immediately felt that the Dei sacred flame was out of his control and was about to fly out of his hand. Devour. Mu Yun did not hesitate. He directly activated the devouring ability in his bloodline and swallowed the Dei sacred flame. Chi, as the Dei sacred flame entered his body, Mu Yun immediately felt a scalding aura. His blood seemed to have turned into magma and his life channels were burning unbearably. He gritted his teeth and endured. As long as he could endure, the Dei sacred flame would be his. It was a treasure ranked 16th on the Genesis flame list and was even more valuable than many of his heavenly flames. What? Jessica turned pale with fright. She did not expect Mu Yun to swallow her Dei sacred flame. She instantly lost contact with the Dei sacred flame and could no longer sense it. First move of the sky-stealing hand, heart-stealing. Jessica's slender hand moved and an invisible demonic claw grabbed at Mu Yun. Mu Yun had seen this technique from Shijun Tian. It was the sky-stealing hand. Thump thump, Mu Yun's heart suddenly thumped twice before it lost its vitality and stopped moving. His heartbeat had been directly stolen by Jessica. Jessica's technique was obviously much more powerful than Shijun Tian's. Her heart stealing was as fast as lightning and Mu Yun did not have any chance to react. His heartbeat stopped and his blood could no longer circulate. The accumulated energy of the Dei sacred flame in his body was constantly erupting. If this continued, he would probably explode and die. But in the next moment, Mu Yun felt the pressure in his body disappear. The Dei sacred flame's aura had almost completely disappeared. Second move of the sky-stealing hand, steal. Jessica's palm twisted and grabbed at the void, directly stealing the Dei sacred flame back. Mu Yun took a deep breath. His heartbeat recovered but his body was empty. The Dei sacred flame had already been stolen back. Jessica was indeed powerful. She could even steal something that Mu Yun had stolen. Moreover, her stealing technique was also rather advanced. She first stole Mu Yun's heartbeat and caused Mu Yun's mind to be shaken and unable to calm down. Then, she would steal the flame to ensure that nothing went wrong. Expert, she was truly an expert. Although Mu Yun's Dei sacred flame had been stolen, he was not vexed because Jessica was indeed powerful. He had lost willingly. Very good, Jessica. There will be a day when I will fight with you again. Goodbye. Mu Yun did not hesitate and immediately left with Duan Feiyun. His golden light barrier was already on the verge of breaking and Jessica had the Dei sacred flame in her hands. If they were to fight, he had no chance of winning. Jessica also had no chance of winning, so she could only watch as Mu Yun left. Mu Yun ran forward. The end of the desert was right in front of him. As long as he walked out of the desert, he would be considered to have passed and could enter the third checkpoint. He only wanted to quickly step into the Xianxia treasure mountain, collect the golden heavenly flower, and refine the extreme heavenly heart Dao pill. He and Jessica did not have any life and death feud, so there was no need to continue fighting. The sun rose and the sky brightened. Mu Yun walked in the desert. It was noon and he was getting closer and closer to the border. He stopped and rested for a while. He felt that the blood in his body was boiling and there was a flame energy flowing through it. Although the Dei sacred flame has been stolen, there is still a portion of its energy left in my body. Mu Yun waved his hand and a wisp of flame appeared in his palm. As the flame surged, it transformed into a bow and arrow totem. It was very beautiful. This was the remnant flame of the Dei sacred flame. Although the main body of the Dei sacred flame had been stolen by Jessica, there was still a wisp of remnant flame left in his body. This wisp of remnant flame was not ordinary. It had about 1/10 of the main body's energy. With a thought, Mu Yun summoned the 1,000 calamity ghost fire, the soul-devouring heart fire, the strange yuan cold fire and other heavenly flames. These heavenly flames were like stars surrounding the moon. They surrounded the remnant body of the Dei sacred flame as if they were subjects bowing and worshipping the emperor. Fuse. Mu Yun was enlightened and suddenly wanted to fuse these heavenly flames with the origin flame. With a thought, more than a dozen heavenly flames seemed to be cheering as they gathered toward the Dei sacred flame. Soon, the flames of the Dei sacred flame grew stronger. The heavenly flames kept fusing with the Dei sacred flame. The color of the flame kept changing from red, orange, yellow and green. The energy of the flame was also growing crazily. Finally, a wisp of golden flame appeared in front of Mu Yun. As the flame surged, it transformed into a white tiger totem. The bow and arrow totem of the Dei sacred flame had already disappeared. The energy of the heavenly flames had also transformed into the energy of the origin of heaven and earth. It was vast and majestic. What appeared in front of Mu Yun was a dazzling white tiger totem. This white tiger was majestic and lifelike. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It showed a domineering aura and was incomparably powerful. Is this flame a heavenly flame or an origin flame? Mu Yun was stunned. He had fused more than a dozen heavenly flames with the remnant body of the Dei sacred flame and directly created this white tiger flame. He could not tell if it was a heavenly flame or an origin flame. I'll call you the white tiger sacred flame. With a thought, Mu Yun directly refined the white tiger sacred flame. He immediately felt that his body was filled with majestic Genesis Chi. This was the energy of the origin of heaven and earth. The white tiger sacred flame contained majestic Genesis Chi. It was clearly an origin flame and not a heavenly flame. Origin flame, the white tiger sacred flame does not exist on the origin flame list. Could it be that I have created a brand new origin flame? Mu Yun secretly thought. His heart was filled with shock. If he really created a brand new origin flame, it would definitely be an earth-shattering thing. He brought out the blue sky yellow springs diagram and poured the aura of the white tiger sacred flame into it. Immediately, the chi of the blue sky yellow springs diagram circulated. The power of the 5 elements and the 9 yuan chi circulated in an orderly manner. Under the infusion of the white tiger sacred flame, the space of the blue sky yellow springs diagram gradually expanded. The aura of the white tiger sacred flame is more powerful than my previous heavenly flames. Mu Yun was pleasantly surprised. At this moment, he suddenly heard an angry roar. Mu Yun, return the Daffin jade hairpin to me. Tai Manzi's body rushed over from afar. His face was filled with anger. Every step he took stirred up a torrent of sand and dust. His aura was extremely violent. Tai Manzi, what do you want to do? Mu Yun's face darkened. Looking at Tai Manzi's angry appearance, he seemed to have bad intentions. If it wasn't for me last night, I'm afraid you would still be locked in the thorny cage. Mu Yun's face was cold. If it wasn't for her last night, Barbarian Tai would still be imprisoned. Humph, don't talk nonsense. Return the Great Brahma jade hairpin to me immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Barbarian Tai's aura was immediately released. It was incomparably tyrannical. Behind him, the illusion of an ancient demonic ape appeared. His entire body merged with the ancient demonic ape. The blood chi in his body became incomparably violent, and a pair of demonic wings grew out of his back. You want to make a move? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Mu Yun sneered and took out the mortal yuan brush. I have fused with the true blood of the ancient demonic ape. My blood chi is incomparably powerful. If you really snatch the Dei sacred fire, I might be a little afraid. But you don't have the Dei sacred fire. If I want to kill you, it's as easy as flipping my hand. Barbarian Tai flapped his wings and whistled over. His aura was incomparably fierce. Mu Yun was only at the extreme saint realm, while he had already advanced to the great saint realm. He was 1 realm higher than Mu Yun. He flew across the sky. His aura was simply like Mount Tai, unstoppable. Mu Yun was not in a hurry. She directly drew the word dismantle. Asterisk crack, asterisk Barbarian Tai's demonic wings were directly torn apart. His entire body fell from the sky. What? How do you know how to use the mortal yuan brush? Barbarian Tai was shocked. The mortal yuan brush contained the great Tao of the human world. It was extremely difficult to control. Mu Yun hadn't even cultivated the Tao heart seed. It was truly beyond Barbarian Tai's expectations. Don't be afraid. I only know how to write the word dismantle. Mu Yun smiled faintly. She put away the mortal yuan brush and pulled out the star Emperor sword. She had already torn apart Barbarian Tai's wings. It was time to make a move. Blood Demon Blade. Barbarian Tai took a deep breath and pulled out his long blade. He poured all his blood chi into the blade. Suddenly, a sharp bloody light floated out. He directly slashed out with his blade. This slash used all his strength in order to kill the opponent in 1 strike. As the saying goes, 1 can defeat 10. Barbarian Tai believed in force. As long as one's force was strong enough, one could break through all curses and tricks and directly kill the enemy. The brute force of his saber was also astonishing. When the saber slashed out, it shook the heavens and the earth. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, and the clouds in the sky surged. It was a magnificent sight. This saber strike seemed to be able to shake even the stars in the universe. White Tiger Sacred Fire. Mu Yun did not panic. She directly brandished the Star Emperor sword and slashed out. A golden flame ignited on the Star Emperor sword. The dazzling flame instantly covered the entire sword, and the entire sword turned into a dazzling golden color. A white tiger totem appeared on the sword, and a monstrous roar of a ferocious tiger mixed with the sword. The howling of the chi shook the world. Primordial flame? This is the aura of a primordial flame. How do you have a primordial flame? Barbarian Tai turned pale with fright. There were only 21 types of primordial flames in the entire Kanglin myriad world. He had also seen all the illustrations of the primordial flame list, but he had never seen Mu Yun's primordial flame. The flame on Mu Yun's sword emitted strong Genesis chi. It was indeed a primordial flame, but he had never seen it before. What kind of flame is this? Barbarian Tai was shocked. He had never seen such a primordial flame before. Mu Yun did not say a word and directly slashed out with her sword. The aura of the white tiger sacred fire whizzed out along with the sword chi, and with a bang, it fiercely slammed into Barbarian Tai's saber. The saber and sword collided, erupting with astonishing chi waves. Mu Yun's body was as steady as Mount Tai, unmoving. This wisp of white tiger sacred fire was the remnant of the Dei sacred fire, and was formed from a mixture of more than a dozen heavenly flames. The heavenly might of the flame was so strong that it was shocking. It easily blocked Barbarian Tai. Barbarian Tai retreated 3 steps in panic, his face filled with shock. The wisp of white tiger sacred fire wrapped around his weapon and quickly climbed to his palm. He only felt bursts of burning pain. He hurriedly extinguished the flame, but his palm was already charred black. He had the golden body of the great sage to protect his body, but under the burning of the white tiger sacred fire, the golden body of the great sage was completely ineffective, and he was directly burned. The armor-piercing effect. Your flame has the armor-piercing effect. Barbarian Tai clenched his teeth and clutched the wound on his palm. The armor-piercing effect was a special damage effect. It was different from true damage. True damage could only cause ordinary external injuries, but the armor-piercing effect could directly break the enemy's golden body armor and cause internal injuries. Internal injuries were obviously much more terrifying than external injuries. So my white tiger sacred fire has the armor-piercing effect. It was also the first time Mu Yun had used the white tiger sacred fire. She was overjoyed to see the armor-piercing effect. Damn it, where did you get this primordial flame? You're amazing. Goodbye. Barbarian Tai's face was ashen. With Mu Yun's primordial flame, he was no match for her. He immediately turned around and fled. Since you're here, stay. Mu Yun's expression turned cold as she brandished her sword. The white tiger sacred fire covered the sword, and the entire sword shone with golden light, as if it was condensed into a sun, dazzling and dazzling. Asterisk chi, asterisk Mu Yun teleported, and her sword pierced through the air, pointing straight at Barbarian Tai's back. Barbarian Tai looked horrified. At this moment, an old voice sounded from his body, "Don't kill me, I surrender." This was the voice of the old man of the Dragon Rhinoceros clan, Long Yen. Barbarian Tai and Long Yen merged. At this moment, Long Yen saw that a disaster was imminent and hurriedly begged for mercy. Barbarian Tai said, "Today's matter is only death. I am inferior and have no complaints. Senior Long Yen, you don't have to beg for mercy." Long Yen scolded, "Bastard, you want to die, but I don't. Hurry up and kneel down and kowtow to him. It's better than dying in the future." Barbarian Tai said, "A real man dies. I, Barbarian Tai, am a dignified man. How can I wag my tail and beg for mercy? Mu Yun, I have been defeated by you today, and I accept it wholeheartedly. If there is a next life, I hope we can fight again." After saying that, Barbarian Tai placed his blade on his neck. "Don't!" Long Yen exclaimed. Swish, without saying a word, Barbarian Tai directly cut his own throat and died in peace. His corpse fell to the ground with a plop. Hot blood flowed out, dyeing the surrounding desert red. It was a ghastly sight. Mu Yun did not say a word as she stared blankly at Barbarian Tai's corpse. Barbarian Tai had been her enemy since the beginning of the Sky Poison Forbidden Land. Today, Barbarian Tai was finally dead. Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Although this Barbarian Tai was an enemy, he was also a good man who would rather die than submit. He was worthy of respect. Mu Yun buried his corpse and did not cause any damage. It was a final show of respect for him. Now that Barbarian Tai was dead, Yu Wudao had joined Jessica, and Bai Longzi had been demoted to an old turtle by Mu Yun. It was impossible for Mu Yun to have any more allies. If she encountered the Night Elves in the future, she could only fight alone. This Jessica has the Dei sacred fire. She is really not easy to deal with. Mu Yun secretly pondered. His white tiger sacred fire had the effect of penetrating armor and its power was also quite impressive. However, it was still a primordial fire that he created by fusing with it. Compared to a primordial fire that was born naturally, there was still a big gap. Shaking her head, Muyan calmed her mind and no longer thought about it. She ran towards the desert border. The most important thing now was to pass through the 3 stages and step into the Xianxia treasure mountain. Soon, Muyan arrived at the border of the desert. Outside the border, there were 2 teleportation arrays. One was for returning, and the other was for continuing. Muyan was overjoyed. Just as she was about to walk towards the teleportation array, the sky suddenly darkened and sand drifted in the air. "Young man, if you want to pass, defeat me first." A ferocious and huge body slowly crawled out from the bottom of the desert. This was a huge pitch-black scorpion. Its carapace seemed to be made of fine iron, shining with a metallic luster. Its 2 iron scissors collided with each other, giving off a sonorous and powerful sound. There was an iron tail on its back, looking extremely ferocious. One of the 10 sacred beasts, Black Fiend Demon Scorpion. Muyan's expression changed. This scorpion in front of her was actually one of the 10 ancient sacred beasts, the Black Fiend Demon Scorpion. If she wanted to pass, she must first defeat this Black Fiend Demon Scorpion. The Black Fiend Demon Scorpion did not say anything. It directly waved its iron scissors and attacked Muyan fiercely. Muyan's face sank. He quickly drew his sword and attacked. Sword light danced. His sword struck the Black Fiend Demon Scorpion's body again and again. Ding-ding sounds rang out, and little sparks shot out. This Black Fiend Demon Scorpion's body was as strong as iron. Muyan's long sword could not hurt it at all. "Hee, your sword is only a 2nd-grade Heart Punisher Saint weapon. Unless it's a 3rd-grade Heaven-Peering Saint weapon, don't even think about hurting me." The Black Fiend Demon Scorpion let out a sharp laugh. Its iron tail danced, stirring up the wind and sand. Its huge body also flew over. Its sharp iron scissors were aimed at Muyan's head. White Tiger Sacred Fire. Muyan was not in a hurry. A wisp of White Tiger Sacred Fire directly covered the entire Star Emperor sword. Bright golden light flowed out, and the vigorous Origin Flame aura also burst out at this moment. Bang, he swung his sword horizontally. The sword fell, and directly broke the Black Fiend Demon Scorpion's carapace. The Black Fiend Demon Scorpion's bright red flesh was also exposed. Under the slash of Muyan's sword chi, it directly suffered internal injuries. "Sorry, my sword fire has the effect of breaking armor. Your layer of skin is almost like paper." Muyan slashed out again. With a bang, it broke the Black Fiend Demon Scorpion's carapace, and slashed out another hideous wound. The Black Fiend Demon Scorpion let out a sharp scream, "Origin Flame." "This is the aura of the Origin Flame. What kind of Origin Flame is this? Why have I never seen it before?" The Black Fiend Demon Scorpion looked at the flame on Muyan's sword, and a look of horror appeared in its eyes. It had heard of the 21 types of flames on the Origin Flame list, but it had never seen Muyan's Origin Flame. The White Tiger Totem had the effect of breaking armor. This kind of flame was not on the Origin Flame list. Muyan did not answer, but said slowly, "Let me pass, and I won't kill you." What a big tone. Don't think that I'm so easy to bully. The Black Fiend Demon Scorpion sneered. It stirred up the sand and dust in the sky, and pounced fiercely. The desert around Muyan turned into a quicksand river. His whole body fell into the quicksand river, and it looked like he was about to be swallowed by the quicksand. "I have the Book of Earth Origin too." Muyan calmly took out the Earth Elemental Book, and the surrounding quicksand instantly became moist. Mud even emerged from the mud and sprouted out of the mud. The sprouts broke out of the ground and quickly transformed into flowers and trees. In an instant, the desolate world of yellow sand turned into a swamp forest full of vitality. "What's this? Why do you have the Book of Earth Origin too?" The Black Fiend Demon Scorpion was shocked. A group of man-eating flowers pounced on it ferociously, gnawing at its wounds. Bursts of heart-wrenching pain came. "Damn it!" The Black Fiend Demon Scorpion showed a pained expression. It wanted to dodge, but its limbs were bound by poisonous vines, and its movements became very sluggish. Muyan raised his sword and charged forward, slashing it viciously at its head. The Black Fiend Demon Scorpion panicked and hurriedly said, "You win. Congratulations on defeating me. You can pass the test." "Sorry, I want to borrow your head." Muyan slashed her sword wildly. With a bang, the Black Fiend Demon Scorpion's skull was smashed, and its head was chopped off. The Black Fiend Demon Scorpion died on the spot, and blood spurted out from its severed head. This Black Fiend Demon Scorpion was one of the 10 ancient sacred beasts. Its blood and chi were majestic, and contained a strong demonic chi. It was very suitable for cultivating the demonic emperor transformation. Muyan waved her palm and directly devoured the Black Fiend Demon Scorpion's blood and chi. The whole body of the Black Fiend Demon Scorpion shriveled up, and its blood was all poured into Muyan's body. The demonic emperor transformation was to refine the demonic body, seize the demonic blood, nurture the demonic fetus, and melt the demonic bones. Seize the demonic blood was the second realm of the demonic emperor transformation. Stepping into this realm, one's blood and chi would be filled with powerful demonic chi. Muyan activated the demonic emperor transformation and directly refined the Black Fiend Demon Scorpion's demonic blood. The blood and chi in his body immediately nurtured demonic chi. Waves of black demonic chi emerged from his body like mist. As the mist churned, it turned into demonic chains. The chains were awe-inspiring. "Very good, I've succeeded in obtaining the demon blood. The next step is to nurture the demon fetus." Muyan nodded. The Black Fiend Devil Scorpion's chi and blood were very abundant. After he refined it, his Devil Emperor transformation's realm directly increased. The second realm, Devil Seizing Blood, was naturally formed. At this time, he didn't need to use the Corpse Emperor Tyrant body art. When he came out, it was terrifying. Muyan condensed the devil blood in her body into her dantian, constantly refining and nurturing it. As long as she could nurture a devil embryo, the Devil Emperor transformation's power would become even stronger. Although the Black Fiend Devil Scorpion's chi and blood are sufficient, it's still far from enough to breed a devil fetus. "I need more devil blood," Muyan pondered. She walked out of the desert and stepped onto the transportation array of the third checkpoint. The most important thing now was to pass through the 3 checkpoints and enter the Xianxia treasure mountain. Other things could wait. Crash, the teleportation array lit up, and Muyan's figure disappeared from her original spot. Soon after, she appeared in a stone room. Inside the stone room, there was only a white-haired old man. "I am the old servant of Xianxia Fairy. Challenger, congratulations on passing the checkpoint. You can choose to leave now. I will give you a corresponding reward, or you can continue to take the risk. As long as you pass the next checkpoint, you will be qualified to enter the Xianxia treasure mountain." When the old man saw Muyan appear, he walked up and said with a smile. Muyan said, "I want to continue. May I know what the last checkpoint is?" The old man said, "The last checkpoint is very difficult. As long as there are 100 people, it can be opened. The 100 of you will be sent to a dangerous place. You will fight among yourselves. In the end, only one person can win." "Only one person can win among 100 people?" Muyan was surprised. This was really 1 in 100. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to enter the Xianxia treasure mountain. Of course, you can also team up with others. However, the team cannot exceed 3 people. The team that wins in the end will be qualified to enter the Xianxia treasure mountain. If you fail, you will not be allowed to take half a step into the treasure mountain for 10,000 years. The old man said slowly. "I don't know what the specific rules are. Could it be that the 100 of us have to fight?" Muyan asked. "You will know the specific rules later. Go out now and wait in the square. As long as there are 100 people, the checkpoint will open immediately." "Okay." Muyan walked out of the stone room. Outside the stone room was a rather wide square. There were more than 10 people standing in the square. Muyan focused and immediately found a familiar figure. Plague Emperor Su Yin. Muyan was shocked. He saw a young man in cloth clothes and straw shoes. There was a bone flute at his waist. His face was simple, and there was no trace of viciousness on his face. He looked like an honest and innocent shepherd boy in the countryside. However, Muyan secretly took out the heavenly origin mirror. She secretly shone it and revealed the young man's true body. The young man's true form was a dark and ugly hair. It was as thick as a python and constantly twisted. The hair was covered with maggots and poisonous ants, emitting a strong plague gas. This person was Plague Emperor Su Yin, one of the 5 emperors of the corpse-eating beast race. He was the reincarnation of Heavenly Lord Calamity's hair. Mu Yun, long time no see. Plague Emperor Su Yin saw Mu Yun and greeted her with a smile. Mu Yun did not say a word. After not seeing him for many days, Plague Emperor Su Yin's aura was far stronger than before. He had already stepped into the Supreme Saint realm. Moreover, he was in the middle realm. Supreme Saints were the same as saints. They were divided into the Lesser Realm, Middle Realm, Greater Realm, and Supreme Realm. Plague Emperor Su Yin was actually a Middle Realm Supreme Saint. Plague Emperor Su Yin's strength was so strong that it was invincible. He was stronger than Tai Manzi, Yu Wudao, Shi Jun Tian, Zhou Feishuan, and Jessica combined. His saint path aura was majestic and unparalleled. It was as bright as the sun and the moon, as vast as the stars. No one dared to look up at it. Other than the great sky sage, Mu Yun had never seen such a powerful expert. She heard that the battle for the expert's ranking of the 3 Yuan realm was about to begin. If Plague Emperor Su Yin fought for it, he would definitely be on the list. No wonder Jessica was so afraid. This Plague Emperor Su Yin was indeed powerful. A Middle Realm Supreme Saint was a rare existence in the entire 3 Yuan realm. Beside the Plague Emperor Su Yin, there were a few thin people. They were wearing black robes and their bodies were shrouded in shadows. They didn't look like people from the 3 Elements realm. Looking at their auras, they were similar to the Night Elves. They were experts from the Kuan-Su world. There were also some people that Mu Yun did not recognize, but their auras were very powerful and could not be underestimated. No one talked and waited in silence. There were only a dozen people on the field, which was obviously not enough. They had to gather 100 people before they could start the 3rd round. Soon, figures appeared on the square one after another. Mu Yun had already killed the Black Fiend Demon Scorpion, so it was naturally much easier for the latecomers to pass the round. Jessica, Yu Wudao, and Chris had also arrived, followed by a large group of Night Elves. There were also teams from many races, such as the White Dragon Steed Clan, the Purple-Eyed Divine Ox, and so on. In an instant, thousands of people had gathered on the square. Mu Yun clicked her tongue. Just now, she felt that there were not enough people, but now, thousands of people rushed out and filled half of the square. Finally, another figure walked out, and everyone's attention was immediately attracted. This figure was a beautiful young girl. She had a head of snake-like hair, and each strand of hair was a poisonous snake. Her appearance was very strange, and every step she took shook the hearts and souls of people. Hani. Mu Yun was shocked when she saw this girl. This girl was Hani. Mu Yun did not expect her to come too. Brother Mu Yun. Hani smiled and quickly ran to Mu Yun's side. Her head of snake hair retracted, and she returned to her waterfall-like appearance. Didn't you go out? Mu Yun was a little surprised. I wanted to experience more, so I came back. Don't blame me. Mu Yun smiled and said, why would I blame you? It's good that you came back. Let's keep each other company. It was good that Hani came back. At least they could look after each other. At this time, the old man walked out of the stone room. When he saw the densely packed people in the square, he frowned slightly and said, there are too many people. If any of you have attendants or guards, ask them to leave. Don't come over to fish in troubled waters. Xisha Treasure Mountain is not a place for idle people. It is not a place that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter. If you want to break through, you must be at least an intermediate saint. You must be at least at the intermediate state. Hearing this, Mu Yun calmed down. He was a saint at the supreme state, so he obviously met the requirements. Hani patted her small chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my cultivation level has also reached the middle stage of the saint realm. Mu Yun glanced at Hani. Although Hanyi's cultivation level was only at the middle stage of the saint realm, the snake-haired demoness petrification method was too tricky and fierce. Even he did not dare to underestimate Hani. On the night elf side, Clarissa's face was gloomy. She held Jessica's hand and said, Sister, I'm not strong enough. I can't accompany you. It's okay. Go out and wait for me. Jessica gently touched Clarice's hair. The hundreds of night elves under her command obviously could not follow in. This was because the team could only have 3 people at most. If they exceeded that number, they would be enemies. It was impossible for her to bring people to fish in troubled waters. Lady Jessica, I'll go in with you. Yu Wudao cupped his hands. He had now submitted to Jessica. Okay. Jessica nodded. Currently, the team was still short of 1 person. She looked at the few thin men in black robes. Lady Jessica, Lord Realm King is with you. A man walked up. His appearance was very strange. His skin was almost translucent, and one could see the bones inside. His whole person seemed to be a skeleton. Degar, are you interested in coming with me? Jessica asked. I couldn't ask for more. But you said that you had 3 corpses of great saints to sell to our undead guild. Later, you said that you didn't have any. What's going on? Degar asked. That's good. Anyway, he's not from the Kuan-Su world. We can kill him however we want, and those bastards from the Vatican won't say anything. Degar looked around as if the people around him were already corpses in his eyes. His words naturally aroused the indignation of the crowd, and many people around him began to scold him. How dare you? How dare a foreign tribe from the outside world act so presumptuously in the 3 Yuan world? Everyone, kill him. I don't care about the Kuan-Su world. This is the territory of the 3 Yuan world. You're courting death if you're so arrogant. Degar looked at the crowd around him and did not panic at all. Instead, he looked calm and said disdainfully, you're just a bunch of ants. Come at me if you want to fight. His strength was only in the lesser great saint realm, but he did not panic in the face of the hostile situation. No one knew what he relied on to be so bold. Degar, keep a low profile. Jessica's face darkened when she saw his arrogance. Shut up, all of you. This is the sacred place of Xianxia Treasure Mountain. What are you doing? At this time, the elder stood up and glanced at the crowd coldly. Everyone immediately quieted down. If you want to fight or kill, wait until you get to the impasse. Pick 100 people now, and I'll teleport you to the impasse. As the elder's voice fell, everyone stepped out, and the irrelevant people all took a step back. Mu Yun, Han Yi, and the puppet Duan Feiyun formed a team of 3. Wait, I'm here. At this moment, an old voice sounded, and a figure appeared in the square again. It was a green-faced, fanged old man who looked like a member of the Necrophagus Beast clan. It's the Demon Emperor Lin Shui of the 5 Emperors of the Necrophagus Beast clan. He's ranked 9th on the experts list. The 5 Emperors of the Necrophagus Beast clan represent corpse, plague, disease, death, and misfortune. It's said that Demon Emperor Lin Shui is the embodiment of disease. Everyone was talking about it, and many people were shocked. This old man's identity was extraordinary. He was ranked 9th on the experts list, and the Demon Emperor of the 5 Emperors of the Necrophagus Beast clan was the embodiment of disease. His name was Lin Shui. Lin Shui's strength had reached the intermediate Great Saint realm, which was comparable to Plague Emperor Su Yan. Another expert. Mu Yan's face suddenly changed. This Lin Shui was also a great sage of the Middle Realm. He was very powerful. If they fought, he had no chance of winning. Moreover, Mu Yun sensed an unusually gloomy aura from Lin Shui's body. It was filled with diseases and demonic disasters. The surrounding people did not dare to approach Lin Shui, as if they were afraid of being infected by diseases. Su Yan, how about we join forces? Lin Shui looked at Plague Emperor Su Yan. Let's join forces and kill everyone else. Plague Emperor Su Yan faintly smiled. His tone was indifferent. When he said that he wanted to kill someone, he wasn't like Degar, who was filled with killing intent. Instead, he had a carefree look on his face, as if killing someone was as simple as eating and drinking. Single. Everyone's expression changed. Plague Emperor Su Yan and Demon Emperor Lin Shui were both masters of the Middle Great Sage realm. If these 2 joined forces, how could the other survive? Forget it, I quit. Someone immediately retreated. Although the spirit chi in the Xianxia Treasure Mountain was very abundant and very suitable for cultivation, one still needed to be alive to enter. Now that the Plague Emperor Su Yan and the Demon Emperor Lin Shui had joined forces, ordinary people obviously had no chance of winning. I quit too. I don't want to play either. How can we continue? That's right. Two middle great sages are simply earth-shattering. How can we survive? Everyone was dejected and retreated to the side. They didn't want to continue to challenge the level, lest they lose their lives in vain. When the old man saw this scene, he immediately became a little anxious. He said, "Everyone, don't panic. After you enter the danger zone, everyone's cultivation, secret techniques, and Dharma treasures and weapons will be sealed and can't be used. Your starting point is the same, and you will all become mortals. There is no difference in strength between mortals." Hearing this, there was an uproar. Everyone was astonished. Everyone will become mortals? How can we fight then? The old man said slowly, "There are many hidden treasure chests in the danger zone. As long as you find the treasure chests, you will be able to obtain weapons, Dharma treasures, pills, formations, and other supplies. Your strength will gradually become stronger, but in the beginning, you will all be mortals. So, you don't have to worry about being slaughtered by the strong." Someone asked, "Then how do we win in the end?" The old man said, "In the danger zone, poisonous gas will erupt every once in a while. You will be poisoned to death in the poisonous zone. You can only go to the safe zone, and the safe zone will continue to shrink. The last team standing in the safe zone will be the winner." Hearing the old man's words, everyone fell silent. This rule was obviously fair. Everyone's starting point was the same. They all started as mortals and gradually became stronger. As long as they could stand in the safe zone in the end, they would be victorious. The old man waved his hand and said, "There are many teleportation formations in the danger zone. If any of you can't hold on, you can choose to quit. Alright, I've explained the rules clearly. If any of you want to continue, stand on my side." Mu Yun and Han looked at each other, held hands, and walked over. Plague Emperor Su Yan and Demon Emperor Lin Shui also walked over. Lin Shui had a bitter smile on his face as he said, "Brother Su Yan, it seems like we've suffered a great loss. We were originally great saint experts, but after we go in, we'll become mortals just like them. If anything happens, we will be finished. It doesn't matter. If you are afraid, you can quit." Plague Emperor Su Yan looked indifferent. Although the rules treated them the most unfavorably, he had no complaints. "Since we are already here, I don't want to go back empty-handed." Demon Emperor Lin Shui shrugged. Although the rules were unfavorable, he did not back down. Jessica, Yu Wudao, and Degard also came over. Soon, 100 people had gathered. "Alright, there are enough people. Let's go." The old man waved his hand and a blue teleportation light enveloped everyone. Their figures immediately disappeared from where they stood. Mu Yun suddenly felt the world spin. When the aura around him calmed down, he realized that he was high up in the sky. Looking down, he saw a desolate mountain range that stretched for hundreds of miles. The mountain range was lush with greenery and was rather secluded. The old man said in a clear voice, "Everyone, this is the danger zone. You can go down. The moment you land, you will become mortals. There are many treasure chests hidden in the danger zone. You have to choose where to land carefully." Mu Yun held Han Yi's hand and brought Duan Feiyun down from the sky. They landed in a village. He felt that the village had a rich treasure aura. There might be many treasures hidden there. Plague Emperor Su Yan, Demon Emperor Lin Shui, Jessica, and the others all flew down to the village. Obviously, they also felt that the treasure aura in the village was the strongest. There must be treasure chests. The danger zone challenge begins. Everyone, good luck. The old man smiled and watched everyone leave. Mu Yun's face turned serious when he landed halfway. Plague Emperor Su Yan and the others also wanted to land in the village. It was obviously inappropriate for them to fight at the beginning because no one had a chance of winning. Mu Yun held Han Yi's hand and immediately flew far away. He did not want to fight at the beginning. Plague Emperor Su Yan was halfway there when he turned around and flew in another direction. Jessica was no exception. She also left. Everyone was smart. If they did not have the confidence to win, no one wanted to take the risk to fight. Mu Yun landed in front of a dilapidated temple. As soon as he touched the ground, he sensed that all his weapons and magical treasures had been sealed. His cultivation base and mystic arts had been sealed as well. Even his clothes had been taken away, leaving him with nothing but a cloak. He only had a pair of underwear on him. He was completely immortal. Han Yi's clothes were also gone. There was only a little cloth covering her important parts. It made one's imagination run wild. Ouch, my clothes are gone. Han Yi's face turned red. She covered her body with her hands. This seal was really thorough. Even her clothes were sealed. Cough cough, Mu Yun coughed dryly and pretended not to see it. He looked at the dilapidated temple in front and said, "Let's go in and take a look." Okay. Han Yi followed behind Mu Yun timidly. The two of them carefully stepped into the dilapidated temple. Now, all the challengers were reduced to mortals. If they encountered an enemy and fought, it was hard to say whether they would live or die. Therefore, Mu Yun and Han Yi were very cautious. Inside the dilapidated temple, there were cobwebs everywhere. Dust was everywhere. The collapsed Buddha statue was lying on the ground. A few rats were scurrying around. They did not panic when they heard human voices. There's a treasure chest here. Mu Yun saw a bronze treasure chest beside the Buddha altar. This treasure chest was clean and dustless. It was very eye-catching in the surrounding filthy environment. Mu Yun immediately walked over and took the bronze treasure chest. "Brother Mu Yun, quickly open it and take a look." Han Yi was a little excited. Her luck was not bad. She found a treasure chest as soon as she landed. Okay. Mu Yun opened the bronze treasure chest. There were many things in the storage space inside the treasure chest. An iron sword, a bow, an arrow, a set of cloth clothes, a military ration pill, a water sack, and a tent. Wear this set of clothes. Mu Yun handed the cloth clothes to Han Yi. Han Yi nodded gratefully. She finally had clothes to cover her body. Take the bow and arrow too. Mu Yun handed the bow and arrow to her and put away the iron sword. He then folded the tent and carried it on his back. He hung the water bag on his waist and put away the military ration pills. These resources were the hope for him and Han Yi to survive. He and Han Yi had both become mortals. If they wanted to survive in this dangerous place, this was not the way to go. It was easy. Mu Yun searched the dilapidated temple again, but he did not find any more treasure chests. The two of them had just walked out of the dilapidated temple when they heard footsteps. "Someone's coming," Han Yi exclaimed. "Be careful. Give me the bow and arrow." Mu Yun took the bow and arrow and hid behind a big tree with Han Yi. They saw a man carefully walking towards the dilapidated temple. This man's movements were as alert as a wild beast's. With every step he took, he looked around cautiously. He was holding an iron saber tightly in his hand. This was the only thing he had. "What should we do?" Han Yi asked softly. "Kill him." Mu Yun did not hesitate at all. In this dangerous place, other than Han Yi, everyone else was an enemy. He could not be merciful or there would be endless trouble in the future. He pulled the bow and arrow and shot an arrow from behind the tree. With a whoosh, the arrow flew out and shot straight towards the man. Oh no! The man turned pale with fright. He wanted to dodge, but his mortal body's movements were too slow. How could he compare to the speed of the bow and arrow? Poochie, Mu Yun's arrow pierced through his throat. He clutched his throat, his facial features contorted in pain. He fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and died. Mu Yun looked at the man's corpse and could not help but tremble. He was afraid, excited, and nervous. His hands were trembling non-stop, and his entire body was cold. Ever since he started cultivating, he had killed countless enemies. His state of mind had never wavered. But at this moment, his entire body was trembling. This was because he was only a mortal now. If someone was hiding in the dark and shooting at him, he would also die. His sneak attack was like a hunter hunting a wild beast in the dark. As he watched his prey fall, a primitive feeling of excitement welled up in Mu Yun's heart. It was also mixed with nervousness and fear. He was afraid that he would also die, that he would be killed without knowing why. He would be killed by someone. Brother Muyun, are you all right? Hani gently held Muyun's hand. I'm fine, I'm fine. Muyun pulled out his iron sword and walked over to cut the man's throat. Then, he kept his iron saber. Brother Muyun, he's already dead. Why do you still want to kill him? If you want to kill someone, you have to finish him off. Let's go. Muyun composed herself and wiped the bloodstains on her sword. After calming down, she pulled Hani and continued on their journey. Night fell, and Muyun did not find any supplies. The sky was getting darker, and the roars of wild beasts could be heard in the darkness. She could not run around anymore, or she would be attacked by wild beasts and die without a doubt. Muyun set up the tent. Hani picked up some dry wood and came back to start a fire. The light of the flames dispelled the darkness and cold. Brother Muyun, I'm hungry. Hani looked at Muyun pitifully. Okay, take it. Muyun passed the water bag and military grain pills to Hani. Brother Muyun, what about you? Hani took the water bag and drank a mouthful. However, she did not eat the military ration pill because she knew that there was only one of it. Military grain pills were used to alleviate hunger. Just like her, Muyun hadn't eaten anything for a whole day. I'm not hungry. You eat first. Muyun smiled faintly and set up the tent. Thank you, Brother Muyun. Hani ate the military ration pill and her hunger immediately disappeared. This pill was really effective. Muyun had a bitter smile on his face. It seemed that he was going to starve tonight. He had already forgotten how long it had been since he experienced the feeling of hunger. As the night deepened, Muyun and Hani squeezed into a small tent and slept back to back. If they wanted to survive in this dangerous place, they couldn't care less. If Muyun went out to sleep in the wilderness, he might die of hunger and cold. As for Duan Feiyun, he was a puppet. Even if he became immortal, he didn't need to eat, drink, or sleep. Muyun asked him to guard outside in case of any accidents. The next day, Muyun woke up. His stomach was very hungry. He had to find food today, or else he might starve to death. Everyone, congratulations on passing the first day. Currently, 12 people have been killed, and 88 people are still alive. I wish you all good luck. An old voice came from the sky. The old man was patrolling in the sky. I didn't expect 12 people to die on the first day. Muyun's face darkened. It seemed that this dangerous place challenge was indeed very dangerous. This dangerous place challenge was the latest challenge set up by Fairy Xianxia. It didn't exist in the past. It was all because in recent years, more and more people wanted to enter Xianxia Treasure Mountain. Even if Xianxia Treasure Mountain was rich in spirit energy, it couldn't withstand so many people seeking to cultivate. Therefore, Fairy Xianxia set up this dangerous challenge. Only the final winner could enter the treasure mountain to cultivate. It wasn't that easy for ordinary people to fish in troubled waters. Muyun continued forward and suddenly saw a blue teleportation array in front of him. This teleportation array could directly leave the dangerous place and return to the outside world. Muyun's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly wanted to go back because a mortal's body was too weak. It was very dangerous in this dangerous place. If he wasn't careful, he would die without a burial ground. I can't go back. Otherwise, all my previous efforts will be wasted. Muyun gritted his teeth. He had to persevere. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets if he failed. He believed that there would definitely be many people who couldn't help but return today. This dangerous place challenge was too dangerous. Ordinary people had spent a lot of effort to cultivate to the great Tao of the Sage Realm. It would be too unfair to die so carelessly. However, behind this high risk was a huge reward. Cultivating in Xianxia Treasure Mountain would make one's cultivation progress by leaps and bounds. Moreover, there were many natural treasures in the Treasure Mountain. As long as one could step into the Treasure Mountain, they would definitely obtain countless benefits. Muyun continued forward with Hani. A plum forest appeared in front of them. The plum blossoms were ripe and could quench thirst and hunger. Brother Muyun, there's a plum forest in front. Hani was pleasantly surprised and wanted to run over to pick the plum blossoms. Wait. Mu Yun hurriedly pulled her back and said, "Be careful. I'll go scout the way first." Mu Yun controlled the puppet Duan Feiyun and let Duan Feiyun scout the way. Duan Feiyun walked into the plum forest. Suddenly, a series of arrows shot out from both sides of the forest, turning Duan Feiyun into a hedgehog. Mu Yun and Duan Feiyun instantly lost contact. Duan Feiyun, the puppet, had been destroyed. The bodies of mortals were too fragile. Even puppets were no exception. Even if their energy cores were still there, they couldn't survive. Damn it. There's indeed an ambush. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. Fortunately, he asked Duan Feiyun to scout the way. Otherwise, he and Hani would have become corpses if they foolishly barged in. It was a pity that Duan Feiyun, the puppet, was gone just like that. Duan Feiyun was a great saint-level expert. Mu Yun truly felt the horror of this dangerous place challenge. No matter how powerful one's cultivation was, once one became immortal, one's life and death would be up to fate. "Brother Mu Yun, what should we do?" Hani was a little panicked. "It's fine. We'll guard here. When they come out, you shoot the arrows and I'll kill them." Mu Yun calmed himself down and hid in the bushes with Hani. Oh. Hani was a little nervous when she heard that she had to shoot the arrows to kill. Her delicate hands held the bow tightly, and her palms were full of sweat. After a while, two men walked out of the woods. Their faces were filled with excitement. "Ha ha ha, this Zhuge repeating crossbow is really useful. Its lethality is indeed powerful." One of the men held a repeating crossbow in his hand. The power of this repeating crossbow was obviously much more powerful than Mu Yun's bow. "Do it." Murderous intent flashed across Mu Yun's eyes as he gave Hani a look. Hani gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. Then, she drew her bow and shot an arrow at him. Whoosh, the sharp arrow directly pierced through one of the men's heads. He fell to the ground, and the Zhuge repeating crossbow in his hand also fell to the ground. "Who's there?" The other man was so frightened that his face turned pale. He drew his weapon and was on guard. However, Mu Yun did not give him any chance to attack. He charged forward and chopped off his head. The battle ended in a flash. There were two corpses on the ground, and Mu Yun and Hani were unharmed. The two of them looked at each other. They were panting, and their tensed nerves relaxed. Mu Yun picked up the Zhuge repeating crossbow and hung it on his waist. With this equipment, he would be much safer. With the threat removed, Mu Yun and Hani entered the plum forest. There were many plum fruits here, and it was enough to quench their thirst and satisfy their hunger. The food problem was finally solved. Mu Yun found Duan Feiyun's corpse. It had been shot by the crossbow and was a mess of flesh and blood. He shook his head and kept the page of the Ice Peak Earth Origin book. Then, he hastily buried Duan Feiyun's corpse. There was a large seal word printed on the page of the Earth Origin book. It was obviously sealed and could no longer be used in this dangerous place. As night fell, Mu Yun and Hani squeezed into the tent. They could finally have a good night's sleep. The next day, the two of them were woken up by an old voice. "Everyone, congratulations on making it through another day. Yesterday, 10 people were killed, and 6 people left. Currently, there are 72 people left in the Land of Doom. Today, the poison gas will erupt, so you must go to the safe zone. New treasure chests will appear. If you can find the treasure chests, you will obtain pills that can restore your strength. Good luck." The old man waved his hand and set up a green safe zone. Outside the safe zone, poisonous gas began to erupt. The poisonous gas whistled from the periphery of the mountain range and approached step by step. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. The place he was at was about a day's journey away from the safe zone, and the source of the poisonous gas was very close to him. "Let's go quickly." Mu Yun pulled Han Yi's hand and hurriedly ran in the direction of the safe zone. If the poisonous gas spread, they would definitely die. The teleportation formations outside the safe zone were all closed. They couldn't leave even if they wanted to now. They had to run to the safe zone to survive. Mu Yun and Hani ran quickly. Suddenly, they heard the sound of horse hooves. they saw a man galloping over on a fierce horse. Hee hee, you two little fellows. It's so pitiful to travel on foot. I'll give you a ride. The man laughed loudly and rushed over on his horse. He wanted to use the momentum of the fierce horse to knock Mu Yun and Hani to death. Poochie, 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 the sound of flesh being pierced was heard. The locust-like arrows turned the man into a hedgehog. Before the latter could finish laughing, he was shot to death on the spot. His face was frozen with a twisted expression that changed from excitement to fear. He fell to the ground and died. The fierce horse did not slow down and brazenly charged over. Mu Yun dodged to the side and grabbed the horse's reins. The fierce horse looked up to the sky and neighed. Its iron hooves stopped. Let's go. Mu Yun was overjoyed. He flipped onto the horse and pulled Hani up as well. He hugged her waist and urged the horse forward. With a mount, the two of them were much more relaxed. When people encountered Mu Yun on the way, they hurriedly dodged, afraid that they would be killed by Mu Yun. Soon, Mu Yun arrived at the safe zone. A cave appeared in front of him. The cave emitted a silver treasure light as if it was hiding something. Mu Yun flipped off the horse and pulled Hani into the cave. There was a treasure chest in the cave. This treasure chest was not bronze in color, but silver. It was a silver treasure chest. Let's see if there's anything good inside. Mu Yun opened the silver treasure chest. There was a pill, a book page, a sword, and a seal inside. This pill had the word release printed on it. It was called the unsealing pill. After consuming it, it could release part of the seal on one's body and recover a portion of one's strength. The book page had the word dessert printed on it. It was actually the Earth Essence book. The second stage's Desert Earth Essence book was actually here. Wow, it's the Earth Essence book. When Hani saw this page of the Earth Essence book, she immediately revealed a surprised expression. Fairy Xianxia is really generous. She actually placed the Earth Essence book here. I'm very familiar with how to use the Earth Essence book. Hani, I'll eat this unsealing pill first. When my strength recovers, we don't have to be afraid of anything. Mu Yun picked up the pill and looked at Hani. Okay, brother Mu Yun, eat it first. When your strength recovers, you have to protect me, Hani said with a smile. No problem. Mu Yun patted her little head and smiled. Then, she took the unsealing pill. After consuming the unsealing elixir, Mu Yun immediately felt that the seal in her body had been unlocked. Her strength immediately recovered to the level of a lesser sage. I'm finally no longer immortal. Mu Yun was extremely excited. A mortal's body was really too fragile. Recalling the difficult situation of the past 2 days, Mu Yun felt as if it had been a lifetime. At this moment, he possessed the strength of a lesser saint. His entire being had been reborn. However, he was still unable to use his weapons and artifacts. Fortunately, there was a page of the Book of Earth Origin, a sword, and a seal in front of him. After refining the desert page, another page of the Earth Elemental book appeared in his hands. As for the sword, it was a minor saint tool. Mu Yun hung it on her waist. The Zhuge repeating crossbow was already useless, so it could be thrown away. The seal was also a minor saint tool. It was jade green in color and had dense spiritual energy. Mu Yun refined the sword's seal and had a page of the Book of Earth Origin in his hands. He was filled with confidence and was no longer afraid of anything. As night fell, the safe zone was already filled with poisonous gas. Some people could not enter the safe zone in time and were directly poisoned to death. As for those who could enter the safe zone, there was also a fierce battle in order to snatch the treasure chests. Mu Yun's situation was peaceful. Hani was resting in the cave while he was guarding outside. At this moment, he had already recovered the strength of a lesser saint. He no longer had to endure hunger and fatigue. He was calm and relaxed. After recovering the strength of a saint, Mu Yun's 5 senses had become extremely sharp. He immediately felt a familiar aura approaching. In the darkness, a figure appeared. There was a pair of silver-white wings on the person's back. It was Yu Wudao. Yu Wudao, it's you. Mu Yun's expression changed. He did not expect to meet Yu Wudao here. Hee hee, Mu Yun, you are indeed here. Yu Wudao smiled and held a sword in his hand. His aura had also recovered to that of a lesser saint. He directly captured Mu Yan's aura and chased after him with his sword. At this moment, Yu Wudao was not dispirited at all. His eyes were extremely sharp, and his aura was extremely tyrannical. The sword in his hand flickered with a demonic red light under the moonlight. "Where are Jessica and Dagar? Aren't you with them?" Mu Yan's face was solemn. He was not afraid of Yu Wudao alone, but if both Jessica and Dagar came, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, he did not feel any powerful aura. It was only Yu Wudao who came. "Hee, I have already killed that dark elf and the guy from the Undead Guild," Yu Wudao said indifferently. "What?" Mu Yan's expression changed. "Impossible. How could you kill them?" "I was lucky. I got a treasure sword. This is the Violent Sword, ranked 7th among the top 10 famous swords. Fairy Xianxia is really generous. She actually put such a famous sword in the treasure chest, and I got it." Yu Wudao smiled. "The Violent Sword is in my hands. If I want to kill Jessica and Dajar, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. These two bastards humiliated me everywhere. Who am I, Yu Wudao, with my great talent? I am the founder of the Tao of Killing. They humiliated me, and I will return it 100 times over. Their corpses have been torn into pieces by me. They can't be any more dead." Mu Yan looked at Yu Wudao's expression. He did not seem to be lying. Could it be that he really killed Jessica and Dagar? Yu Wudao was in high spirits. Compared to his dejected appearance before, he was like a different person. He held the Violent Sword tightly, and there was an aura of disdain in his eyes. This Violent Sword was ranked 7th among the top 10 famous swords. It came with a critical hit effect. Every swing of the sword was definitely a critical hit. The so-called critical hit was a special damage effect. The damage caused by a critical hit was twice the original damage. In other words, every swing of Yu Wudao's sword could cause twice the damage. "Although you have recovered the strength of a sage, my weapon is much more powerful than yours. You are definitely not my match." Yu Wudao had a look of contempt. His Violent Sword was a critical hit. His weapon's lethality was twice that of Mu Yan's. If they were to fight, he was almost certain to win. "Since we were once allies, kill yourself and I'll leave your corpse intact." Yu Wudao held the Violent Sword, and the demonic red sword beam shone under the moonlight. "Hee, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Do you think I, Mu Yan, will be afraid?" Mu Yan snorted coldly and took out the dark green seal. She poured her aura into the seal, and the seal burst out with a dazzling green light. It turned into a huge shape and flew across the sky, fiercely pressing down on Yu Wudao. Yu Wudao waved the Violent Sword and slashed out fiercely. With a bang, he actually split Mu Yan's dark green seal into two. The entire seal whimpered and fell to the ground, turning into scrap. "Ha, my Violent Sword, every swing is a critical hit. Your weapon is just scrap metal in front of me. Don't struggle anymore. Die." Yu Wudao laughed loudly and swung his sword, slashing towards Mu Yan's head. His Violent Sword was indeed one of the top 10 famous swords. Every swing could cause twice the damage. Every swing was a critical hit. It was very powerful. Yu Wudao's eyes were cold. As long as Mu Yan was hit by his sword, she would definitely die. "Desert World, open." Mu Yan calmly took out the desert book page. A vast aura quickly spread out, and the entire land turned into a desert world. Yellow sand swept across. The wind danced wildly. The wind and sand covered the sky, covering the moon. "What is this?" Yu Wudao turned pale with fright. He looked at the surrounding yellow sand world in astonishment. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "This is the second stage's Desert Earth book. How did it fall into your hands?" "Desert Burial, kill." With a wave of Mu Yan's hand, the sand on the ground began to roll like a tide, forming a sandstorm that swept toward Yu Wudao. The crazy and spectacular sandstorm was like a grand funeral that wanted to bury Yu Wudao. Mu Yan was all too familiar with the aura of the Earth Elemental book. Although he had just obtained this desert page, he was very familiar with the various miraculous uses of the desert world. Not good. Yu Wudao was horrified. No matter how powerful his violent sword was, it couldn't extinguish the sandstorm. If he was crushed by the sandstorm, the consequences would be unimaginable. Swoosh, at the critical moment, Yu Wudao spread his wings and soared into the sky. He charged out of the sandstorm and appeared in the sky. Under the moonlight, his figure was dazzling. Damn it, I didn't expect you to have the Earth Book. Yu Wudao clenched his teeth. He originally thought he could kill Mu Yun with one sword, but he didn't expect Mu Yun to have a page of the Earth Book. No matter what, as long as I kill you, I don't need to be afraid of the Earth Book no matter how powerful it is. Yu Wudao composed himself and charged down with his sword. His wings had the advantage of flying, so he didn't need to be afraid of the desert's attack. He directly slashed his sword towards Mu Yun's head. The monster sword aura shook the heavens and earth. It was extremely tyrannical. Desert Sky Waterfall, kill. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the yellow sand on the ground was swept up into the sky. The sky was filled with grains of sand, and then the yellow sand turned into a waterfall that fell from the sky. Impossible, how can you be so familiar with your technique? Yu Wudao turned his head and saw the desert waterfall falling from the sky. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. Mu Yun's technique of using the Earth Book page was so familiar that it completely exceeded his imagination. This scene was too spectacular. Under the moonlight, the desert turned into a waterfall that fell from the sky. The rumbling sound was earth-shattering, and it made the spectators pale. You want to run? Die. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the yellow sand on the ground swept out like a tide, rushing behind Yu Wudao. Splash, a giant yellow sand claw pounced out of the desert and grabbed Yu Wudao's waist. Not good. Yu Wudao turned pale with fright. He swung his sword and slashed at the giant yellow sand claw, but his violent sword was unable to destroy the sand claw. Crack, Mu Yun's palm tightened, and the giant yellow sand claw also tightened, crushing Yu Wudao's spine. Yu Wudao screamed as blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and said, Mu Yun, let me go quickly. Otherwise, my Silver Lion clan will definitely suppress you. Even if you escape to the Kanglin Myriad domain, you won't be able to escape from my clan's pursuit. You talk too much. Die. Mu Yun did not hesitate and crushed Yu Wudao with her claw. Kanglin Myriad domain? Was a mere Silver Lion clan worthy of talking about the Kanglin Myriad domain? After Yu Wudao died, a golden seed floated out of his body. The word Defy was engraved on the seed. It was his birth chart seed. Yu Wudao was the reincarnation of the mortal essence brush's word Defy. He was born with the great Defy Fate seed. Mu Yun waved her hand and swallowed Yu Wudao's fate seed. This was the famous great Defy Fate seed. It contained great luck, great fortune, and great fortune. After Mu Yun swallowed it, she immediately felt that her luck had become much thicker. Brother Mu Yun, what happened? Hani walked out of the cave with sleepy eyes. The fight between Mu Yun and Yu Wudao had also woken her up. It's fine, but we can't stay here for long. Let's leave immediately. Mu Yun kept Yu Wudao's violent sword and pulled Hani away. The fight just now must have alarmed many people. Even if no one came, it might attract some powerful demon beasts. Therefore, Mu Yun did not hesitate and left immediately. He pulled Hani to a desolate wilderness and set up a tent to rest. Suddenly, Mu Yun saw a dazzling golden treasure chest hidden in the bushes. Golden treasure chest, he hurriedly walked over and picked up the treasure chest. As expected, it was a golden treasure chest. Its entire body was emitting a resplendent golden light. Ha ha ha. Our luck is really good. We actually picked up a golden treasure chest. Hani couldn't help but laugh. Mu Yun was also overjoyed. He had refined Yu Wudao's great defying life providence and was augmented by great providence. His entire body was filled with immense fortune. His luck had also become extremely powerful. He could even pick up treasures while walking. This was the power of providence. The deeper one's providence was, the better one's luck would be, and the easier it would be to encounter treasures. Mu Yun was a nine-fate son of heaven to begin with. Now that he had refined Yu Wudao's great defying life providence, his luck was boundless. He had actually picked up a treasure chest so easily. Furthermore, it was a golden treasure chest. Just as Mu Yun was about to open the treasure chest, he suddenly felt his entire body turn cold. His head felt dizzy, and his limbs felt weak. He sneezed, and tears and snot flowed out. He looked like he had caught a cold. He was currently a minor realm saint, so he definitely wouldn't fall sick. However, at this moment, Mu Yun felt an illness plaguing his body. Waves of demonic aura constantly invaded his body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Hee hee, kid, this golden treasure chest is mine. A sinister laugh sounded. An old man with a green face and fangs pounced out from the shadows of the forest and directly snatched the golden treasure chest from Mu Yun's hands. This old man was one of the 5 emperors of the corpse-eating beast race, Demon Emperor Lin Shui. Demon Emperor Lin Shui's strength had clearly recovered quite a bit. His body carried an endless aura of disease. Wisps of obscure and gloomy demonic aura from the source of disease constantly attacked Mu Yun's body. Mu Yun felt dizzy and couldn't muster up any strength. Lin Shui snatched the treasure chest away and didn't stay any longer. He immediately fled. He was very decisive and didn't continue fighting. Anyway, as long as he obtained the items in the golden treasure chest, his strength would definitely skyrocket. At that time, it would be easy for him to turn back and kill Mu Yun. You want to snatch my things? It's not that easy. Mu Yun raised the violent sword and used the power of the sword aura to directly wash away the aura of disease in his body. His body and mind recovered, and he immediately took out the Earth Origin book. A desert world rapidly spread on the ground, and Lin Shui's feet also sank into the quicksand. This is the Earth Origin book. Lin Shui's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Mu Yun to have the Earth Origin book. He was caught off guard and was immediately engulfed by the quicksand. His entire body was directly swallowed by the quicksand. Die. Mu Yun's expression turned cold. The quicksand world became violent and swirled wildly. It dragged Lin Shui's body into the endless quicksand abyss and directly swallowed him. But at this moment, a strong demonic aura spread out from under the quicksand. This demonic aura carried the aura of the source of disease. The entire desert world was infected by the source of disease. The originally golden sand became sickly. It lost its luster and dimmed. Mu Yun also felt a wave of demonic aura rushing over and hurriedly retreated. Lin Shui crawled out of the quicksand and turned to flee in a rather sorry state. Brat, consider yourself lucky. When I recover my strength, the first thing I'll do is kill you. Lin Shui didn't dare to snatch the golden treasure chest anymore and hurriedly left. Mu Yun snatched the golden treasure chest back and looked at Lin Shui's back with a heavy heart. This Lin Shui was the demon emperor of the 5 emperors. He was the embodiment of disease. His methods were indeed powerful. He had already been swallowed by the quicksand, but he could still release the source of disease and turn the entire desert into a sickly world. He also successfully escaped. He broke free. Mu Yun's Earth Origin book was infected by the disease. It would probably take at least a day for it to recover. This Lin Shui is indeed not simple. If I wait for his strength to recover, I won't have a chance of winning. Mu Yun's face darkened. Lin Shui's method of disease was really strange. If he recovered to his peak state, he was afraid that a wave of disease aura would suppress his Dharma treasure and cause it to be seriously ill and on the verge of death. Forget it. Let's see what's in the treasure chest first. Mu Yun composed herself and opened the treasure chest. This treasure chest was indeed worthy of being a golden treasure chest. The collection was much richer than that of a silver treasure chest. Inside the treasure chest, there were 2 advanced level unsealing pills, an ultimate curse scroll, a map, a drop of blood essence, a drop of water, and an accessory. This is great. There are actually 2 advanced level unsealing pills. Mu Yun was overjoyed. These 2 pills were both unsealing pills that could remove seals. Moreover, they were advanced level unsealing pills. After consuming them, all the seals on one's body would be removed, and one's strength would return to its peak. Brother Mu Yun, one for each of us. Hani was also pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect Mu Yun to be so lucky to obtain 2 advanced level unsealing pills. Alright. Mu Yun gave one of the pills to Hani and took one for himself. It wasn't a coincidence that he was so lucky, but destined. This was because he had refined Yu Wudao's great defying life providence. With great providence on him, his fortune was extremely deep. His momentum was flourishing, and fortuitous encounters were unstoppable. Gulp, after Mu Yun consumed the pill, he immediately felt that his strength had returned to its peak state. The seals on his weapons and Dharma treasures were all removed. Hani had also recovered. She had transformed into a snake-haired demoness, and her aura was extremely powerful. Mu Yun took out the scroll from the treasure chest. It was an ultimate curse scroll, and it was also good stuff. There was also a map. It was a map of the Xianxia Treasure Mountain. It marked the location of the Xianxia Treasure Mountain's environment, places that were rich in herbs and ores. The map was very clear. In addition, there was a drop of blood essence, a drop of water, and an accessory in the treasure chest. This drop of blood essence, Mu Yun was surprised. This drop of blood essence was completely scarlet red. As a bloody glow lingered around it, it actually transformed into the appearance of a huge dragon. It was very rich in spiritual energy. He sensed a very familiar aura from this drop of essence blood. This essence blood had a similar aura to the seven-colored heavenly dragon race's essence blood. Although their attributes were completely different, they had the same effect. It was rather miraculous. This is the primordial flame dragon's blood essence. Primordial flame dragon? That's right. The primordial flame dragon, the seven-colored heavenly dragon, the abyssal nether dragon, the absolute primordium bone dragon, and so on are all first-class dragons. I didn't expect Fairy Xianxia to be so generous as to be willing to put a drop of primordial flame dragon's blood essence in the treasure chest, Hani said in surprise. Mu Yun was enlightened. So this was a drop of primordial flame dragon's blood essence. The primordial flame dragon was the same as the seven-colored heavenly dragon race. They were all first-class dragons. Back then, he had obtained a drop of blood essence from Xiaoqi's father, the seven-colored heavenly dragon race's patriarch. He had directly refined his body into a dragon and condensed a green-scaled dragon armor on his body. One could imagine how powerful the dragon race's blood essence was. And now, another drop of dragon race's blood essence appeared in front of Mu Yun's eyes. Where's this water source? What kind of spiritual item is this? Mu Yun put away the primordial flame dragon's blood essence and looked at the water source in the treasure chest. This water source emitted a very rich spiritual energy. It was a little similar to the strange water, but the spiritual energy was far richer than the strange water. I don't know either. Hani shook her head. She also didn't know what this water source was. But I recognize this ornament. Hani picked up the ornament in the treasure chest. It was a small golden lock. There were many patterns carved on the golden lock. It was rather simple and unadorned. This is one of the 7 great ancient ornaments, the coiling martial golden lock of the purple-eyed divine bull race. It has the curse of immobilization. It can immobilize the enemy. Coiling martial golden lock? Mu Yun took the golden lock and indeed felt a rather strong curse aura. The corpse-eating beast race's corpse jade pendant, the dragon rhinoceros race's great Brahma jade hairpin, the titan giant ape's sleepless ring, the nine-tailed cat's evil charm necklace, the winged silver lion's berserk bracelet, the white dragon horse race's nether void earrings, and this coiling martial golden lock. The 7 great ancient ornaments. They are all in my hands. Mu Yun was excited. The 7 great ancient ornaments were once the Dharma treasures of the 7 great ancient ornaments' ancestors. But now, they were all in her hands. But in the danger zone, Mu Yun did not have the time to investigate the secrets of the ancient ornaments. The most important thing now was to pass the challenge of the danger zone. At this time, he had recovered all his strength and was very confident. Even if he encountered the Plague Emperor Su Yan and the Demon Emperor Lin Shui, he would not be afraid. Late at night, Mu Yun took out the drop of primordial flame dragon's blood essence and refined it. Chi, when the blood essence entered his body, he immediately felt as if a piece of charcoal had been ignited in his body. Scorching hot energy flowed to his limbs and bones. Waves of rich flame aura also crazily spread. This Fairy Xianxia is really generous. The Earth Origin Book, the 10 Great Swords, the Ancient Ornaments, and the Primordial Flame Dragon's blood essence. She was willing to put them in the treasure chest as a reward for the challengers. Mu Yan praised inwardly. This fairy Xianxia was truly generous. She had given out so many rewards. It was obvious that her foundation was much richer than the 9-tripod trading company. After Mu Yan refined the primordial flame dragon's blood essence, his dragonized body became stronger again. Red totem patterns appeared on the green scale dragon armor. These totem patterns were imprinted on the armor, and the green scale dragon armor became dazzling. It was very beautiful. After fusing with the primordial flame dragon's blood essence, the green scale dragon armor directly transformed. Its defensive power soared a lot, and was even stronger than the golden body of the great sage. Those red totem patterns were like flame dragons, and had a strong resistance that was not inferior to the great sage technique. Body. Very good. My green scale dragon armor has fused with the primordial flame dragon's blood essence. It is definitely not inferior to the golden body of the great sage. Mu Yan was very satisfied. He gathered the qi and blood in his body into his dantian, and continuously condensed the demonic nature. The embryonic form of a devil fetus was gradually born. Devil blood condensed into a devil fetus. My devil emperor transformation has advanced by another realm. Mu Yan was overjoyed. After refining the primordial flame dragon's blood essence, his devil emperor transformation had advanced again, and the devil fetus was also born. The 4 stages of the devil emperor transformation were devil body tempering, devil blood seizing, devil fetus nurturing, and devil bone transformation. If one could cultivate to the devil bone transformation stage, they would be able to transform into the devil emperor saint body, which was extremely powerful. After a night, the devil fetus in Mu Yan's body was already very stable. A strong demonic aura was condensing in her body. However, on the surface, there was not a trace of devil qi. His entire person was full of vigor and vigor. At this time, there were less than 40 people left in the danger zone. Yesterday, the poison gas had exploded, and the safe zone had appeared. Many people had obtained a lot of treasures in the safe zone, but people's desires were never satisfied. Today, no one wanted to leave. They all wanted to continue fighting and obtain more benefits. Early in the morning, the poisonous gas began to spread, and the safe zone kept shrinking. Mu Yan took Hani and ran towards the safe zone. A stone bridge appeared in front of him. Under the stone bridge was a flowing stream. One end of the stone bridge was the poison zone, and the other end was the safe village. As long as she crossed this stone bridge, Mu Yan would be safe. Mu Yan pulled Hani and stepped onto the stone bridge. Suddenly, she saw a few corpses under the bridge. Oh no, there's an ambush. Mu Yan's expression changed, and he immediately felt that something was wrong. Indeed, a grey curse light emerged from behind the big tree at the entrance of the village and flew directly towards Mu Yan. This curse light was very fierce. It was definitely not an ordinary curse. It was definitely an ultimate curse. Brother Mu Yan, be careful. Hani shouted and stood in front of Mu Yan to block him. Poochie, the curse light hit her fiercely. Her body twisted and turned into a female monkey. She fell on the stone bridge and screamed. Degrading beast curse? Mu Yan was horrified. He was filled with regret and anger. In order to save him, Hani had resisted the impact of the curse and turned into a female monkey on the spot. It's not degrading beast. It's ancestral transformation. An old figure walked out with a smile. He held a black pearl in his hand. The word ancestral was imprinted on the pearl. Lin Shui, it's you. Mu Yan's expression darkened. This person was the demon emperor, Lin Shui. Mu Yan, you're so lucky. You've recovered all your strength. You're even more powerful than me. Lin Shui smiled. His current strength was only at the minor level of the sage realm. He was far inferior to Mu Yan. However, he did not panic at all when facing Mu Yan. Instead, he was calm and composed. He waved the pearl in his hand. My luck isn't bad either. I obtained a cursed heavenly pearl yesterday. This heavenly pearl carries the ancestral returning curse. When it hits a person, it can make them return to their ancestors' form. Upon hearing this, Mu Yan's hair stood on end. He glanced at Hani, who had turned into a female monkey. Humans evolved from monkeys. If they were hit by the ancestral returning curse, they would immediately return to their ancestors' form, which was to say, become a monkey. You're very powerful. My strength hasn't recovered yet, so I definitely can't defeat you. However, you're dead meat if I curse you. Ha ha ha. Lin Shui laughed loudly. The cursed heavenly pearl emitted a strange light. A fierce curse aura directly charged towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun's expression changed. He hurriedly pulled out his Star Emperor sword and waved it to block. However, the moment his Star Emperor sword came into contact with the ancestral returning curse, it disintegrated with a crash and turned into a pile of broken materials. His Star Emperor sword was forged from the fusion of the Imperial City Sword, the Wisdom King Sword, the 7-star sword case, and other materials. At this moment, it was suppressed by the ancestral returning curse. It also disintegrated and turned back to its original material state. This ancestral returning curse was not as simple as cursing the human body. It also had the effect of suppressing all things in the world. Legend had it that some heaven-defying experts could destroy the entire Milky Way with a single ancestral returning curse, causing the constellations in the heavens to return to their original stardust state and become cosmic dust. Ha ha ha, you can't block it. Lin Shui sneered disdainfully and released the curse light again. Mu Yun's face darkened. He directly took out the blue sky underworld diagram. Inside the blue sky underworld diagram, the white tiger sacred fire, the ninefold jade water, the celestial emperor's immortal burning water, the black prison silver water, and many other divine thunders and divine thunderbolts were circulating, erupting with a tyrannical aura. The ancestral returning curse rushed over, but it could not shake the blue sky underworld diagram. Inside the underworld diagram, the tree of world was as stable as Mount Tai. No matter how strong the curse light was, it could not shake the tree of world at all. Eh? What kind of Dharma treasure is this? Lin Shui was shocked. He did not expect Mu Yun's Dharma treasure to be able to block the impact of his curse. He calmed himself down and did not panic. His hands turned into shadows, and the cursed heavenly pearl emitted more than a dozen rays of light. More than a dozen curses attacked Mu Yun from different directions. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. If he was hit by the curse, he would be finished. He would directly become a monkey and live a life worse than death. Whoosh, at the critical moment, Mu Yun teleported and rushed in front of Lin Shui. Oh no! Lin Shui turned pale with fright. He did not expect Mu Yun to teleport. He was about to dodge, but suddenly, his limbs all stiffened, and he could not move at all. Coiling martial golden lock, immobilize. Mu Yun roared and directly released the ancient accessory, the coiling martial golden lock. This coiling martial golden lock was imbued with the immobilization curse. At this time, he suddenly attacked, and the curse took effect directly. Lin Shui had already lost the ability to move. Die. Mu Yun was furious, and his palm slammed down on Lin Shui's head. Whoosh, a monstrous flame exploded in his palm, and the aura of the white tiger sacred fire surged out with a roar. Bang, Mu Yun's palm slammed down and directly smashed Lin Shui's head. Blood splattered, and brain matter burst out. But the moment he killed Lin Shui, the cursed heavenly bead also erupted with a ferocious aura and directly hit him. In an instant, Mu Yun felt a curse aura entangling his body. This curse was very violent, and it ran amok in his limbs and bones. Monkey hair immediately grew on his skin. When he touched his cheek, monkey hair also grew on his face. Oh no, I've been cursed. Mu Yun felt as if he was struck by lightning, and he immediately felt disheartened. Ha ha ha, you're finished. You've been hit by the atavism curse. Just wait to become a monkey. Lin Shui's voice sounded. A black seed floated out of his corpse. The 5 emperors of our corpse-eating beast race have all cultivated demonic seeds. As long as the demonic seed is not destroyed, I will not die. I will soon be reborn from a drop of blood. As for you, you can only watch helplessly as you turn into a monkey, living a life worse than death. Lin Shui laughed loudly. The demonic seed floated away and entered the nearby teleportation array, directly teleporting him out. The supreme secret technique of the corpse-eating beast race, the corpse emperor body art, could be cultivated to the peak of the 5th transformation. As long as the demonic seed was not destroyed, one would not die. It was very powerful. Lin Shui had obviously cultivated a demonic seed as well. Even if Mu Yin exploded his head, he could not kill him. He could only escape. At this moment, Mu Yin had already been attacked by the atavism curse. "Oh no, I'm going to become a monkey," Mu Yin exclaimed. The voice coming from his throat was as sharp and ear-piercing as a monkey's. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and circulated his energy to regulate his breathing. He used the Heaven Origin Mirror, Earth Origin Book, Mortal Origin Brush, Yellow Springs Diagram, and other Dharma treasures to frantically suppress the curse in his body. However, it was useless. The curse was still spreading. The hair on his body became thicker and thicker, and his appearance gradually turned into a monkey. White Tiger Sacred Fire, Ignite. At the critical moment of life and death, Mu Yin calmed his mind and directly ignited the White Tiger Sacred Fire. The blazing aura of the origin flame spread in his body, constantly attacking the atavism curse. Under the attack of the White Tiger Sacred Fire, the atavism curse's aura gradually weakened. The hair on Mu Yin's body gradually dissipated. The origin flame is indeed a supreme treasure of the Kanglin myriad world. Although this ultimate curse is terrifying, it is nothing in front of the origin flame. Mu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. The origin flame was indeed a supreme treasure of the myriad world. His White Tiger Sacred Fire spread out and quickly extinguished all the atavism curse. Squeak, the female monkey climbed onto Mu Yin's body. Mu Yin hurriedly ignited the White Tiger Sacred Fire and extinguished all the curse on the female monkey. The female monkey transformed and regained the beauty of a young girl. "Alright, it's fine now." Mu Yin gently patted Han Yi's back and comforted her softly. Recalling the scene just now, Mu Yin still had lingering fear. This atavism curse was too powerful. As expected of an ultimate curse, he picked up the cursed pearl. The spiritual energy of this heavenly pearl was almost exhausted. It could only be used one more time before its spiritual energy was exhausted. It's good to be able to use it again. Mu Yin nodded and put away the cursed pearl. In addition to the cursed heavenly bead, he also had an ultimate curse scroll. If he used it properly, it would definitely be a trump card. Mu Yin packed his things and brought Hani into the safe zone. Hani was too frightened and her entire body was trembling. Mu Yin had to take care of her and did not have time to go out to search for supplies. He rested with Hani in the thatched cottage in the village. In the thatched cottage, Mu Yin sat cross-legged and silently adjusted his breathing. An old tortoise was following beside Mu Yin, looking dejected. This old tortoise was naturally Bai Longzi. After he turned into a tortoise, he had nowhere to go and was still following Mu Yin even now. "You don't have to follow me. Let's go." Mu Yin waved his hand. It was useless for him to keep this old turtle by his side. Bai Longzi whimpered and lowered his head. He was still lying beside Mu Yin and did not leave. Mu Yin ignored him. He took out 7 ornaments and placed them on the ground. He muttered, "Legend has it that when you gather the 7 ornaments, you can unlock a secret. I wonder what the secret is." He fiddled with the ornaments but did not find anything strange. At this moment, Bai Longzi crawled over and slowly fiddled with the ornaments. Mu Yin shouted, "Hey, don't move." Bai Longzi arranged the 7 ornaments into the Big Dipper array. Buzz, the array was formed, and a buzzing sound was heard. The 7 ornaments emitted a strange light. This light condensed and formed 2 words in the air: beast. These 2 words were written with iron and silver hooks, filled with endless mysteries. Curse of Abasement. Mu Yin was shocked. He stared at the 2 words with rapt attention. In an instant, all sorts of wonderful insights appeared in his mind. Asterisk crash. Asterisk, the 2 words shattered like a meteor shower and entered Mu Yin's mind. Rumble. Instantly, Mu Yin felt a majestic secret art sweep past him. In an instant, the true essence of the curse was engraved in his mind. The animal degradation curse was an ultimate curse that could reduce humans to animals. It could also reduce some powerful demonic beasts to pigs and dogs. It was very powerful. It turned out that after collecting the 7 great ornaments, one could activate the curse of abasement. I didn't expect that I would be able to comprehend the curse of abasement. Mu Yin was overjoyed. All kinds of curses were imprinted in his mind. In the entire three elements realm, only the vast Sky Grand Sage had mastered the ultimate curse. However, this situation had been broken by Mu Yun because he had also comprehended the ultimate curse. He summoned the Golden Fire Swanee. The Golden Fire Swanee had been cursed by the vast Sky Grand Sage and had become a dog that only knew how to wag its tail. Mu Yun waved his hand, and a bright light enveloped the Golden Fire Swanee. The Golden Fire Swanee immediately returned to its original form and no longer looked like a wild dog. Seeing this, Bai Longzi crawled over pitifully. Its tortoise head rubbed against Mu Yun's body, and its eyes were filled with pleading. "Forget it. Since you helped me solve the secret, I will also help you return to your human form." Mu Yun smiled. He had already comprehended the curse of abasement. Naturally, he could also remove the curse. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of white tiger sacred fire was imprinted in Bai Longzi's soul. "I have already planted an origin flame in your mind. After you return to your human form, you must acknowledge me as your lord and listen to me obediently. If you go against me, I will directly kill you." Mu Yun waved his hand and helped Bai Longzi return to his human form. Bai Longzi returned to his human form and was overjoyed. He knelt on the ground excitedly and said, "All right, I will serve you in the future." Mu Yun smiled. Bai Longzi was the third successor elder of the 100 Tempering Villa. He was proficient in mechanisms and hidden weapons. He would be of great help if he accepted him as his subordinate. "Bai Longzi, how many ultimate curses are there in this world?" Mu Yun was a little curious. "My lord, as far as I know, there are a total of 8 ultimate curses in the entire Kanglan Myriad world. They are abasement, painting suppression, ancestral transformation, bone extraction, soul transference, disguise, assassination, and mortal transformation. So there are 8. Mu Yun secretly thought. He had already seen the 3 curses, painting suppression, abasement, and ancestral transformation. He did not know what the other curses were like. "You're wrong. It's not 8, but 9. A deep voice could be heard all of a sudden. A figure appeared outside the thatched cottage. He was dressed in cotton clothes and straw shoes with a bone flute hanging from his waist. He looked like a country boy, but the aura on his body was incomparably powerful and vast. He was actually an expert of the Middle Great Sage realm. Plague Emperor Su Yan. Mu Yun's expression changed when he saw this figure. This person was Plague Emperor Su Yan. Plague Emperor Su Yan's strength had also recovered to its peak. At this moment, he was incomparably powerful. Every move he made had a monstrous aura. There is also an ultimate curse called parting. This is a curse created by that person. I don't know much about it, but I secretly learned a little. Listen to it." Plague Emperor Su Yan smiled. He took out his bone flute and gently played it. A sad and indifferent tune spread between heaven and earth. "This is the parting curse. After listening to it, your hands and feet will be separated from your body. Your head will also be separated from you. You will completely leave this world." Plague Emperor Su Yan put down his flute, and the sound of the flute echoed. When Mu Yun heard the sound of the flute, he only felt that the sound of the flute contained a strong curse aura. He hurriedly used the white tiger sacred fire to protect his body. When Bai Longzi heard the sound of the flute, his arms suddenly separated from his body and broke. They fell to the ground with a thud, and blood splattered wildly. "What's going on?" Bai Longzi turned pale with fright. He felt a strong parting aura spreading in his body. His internal organs also suddenly left him. He coughed and vomited out his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. His legs also suddenly separated from his body. He could not support himself and directly rolled to the ground, becoming a human stick with broken limbs. This scene was too terrifying. When Mu Yun saw it, he only felt his scalp go numb. He used the white tiger sacred fire to protect his body from the impact of the parting song. Therefore, his hands and feet were still intact and did not leave his body. Plague Emperor Su Yan did not make a move at all. He only played a parting song, and Bai Longzi's hands and feet were broken. Even his internal organs were vomited out. One must know that Bai Longzi was a great saint-level expert. However, under the impact of the parting curse, he did not have the slightest ability to resist. It seems that the martial arts that I secretly learned is still a little weak. Your head has not left your body yet. Plague Emperor Su Yan sighed. He picked up the bone flute again and gently blew it. A faint sad parting tune quietly spread out. Crack, Bai Longzi's head directly separated from his body. He rolled on the ground with his eyes wide open. He died with grievances. Mu Yun was shocked. He let Bai Longzi return to his human form. He originally wanted to put him in an important position. Unexpectedly, Bai Longzi was killed by Plague Emperor Su Yan in the blink of an eye. You're actually fine. Plague Emperor Su Yan looked at Mu Yun. Mu Yun's hands and feet were still there. His body was not injured at all. It's the aura of the primordial flame. Where did you get the primordial flame? Plague Emperor Su Yan was slightly shocked. The primordial flame was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. It was the most precious thing in the Kanglan Myriad world. There were only 21 types in the entire Kanglan Myriad world. He did not expect Mu Yun to have it too. The primordial flame had boundless spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was born between heaven and earth. It was more noble than the heavenly flame and could withstand the impact of the ultimate curse. Mu Yun pulled out the violent sword. The flames of the white tiger sacred fire were directly poured into the sword. He slashed out with the sword and slashed towards Plague Emperor Su Yan. Mu Yun used his full strength in this slash. The violent sword chi whistled out. Parting curse, dispel. Plague Emperor Su Yan blew the bone flute. A tyrannical sound of the parting flute, mixed with the terrifying aura of the curse, attacked Mu Yun fiercely. This curse did not attack Mu Yun's body, but Mu Yun's weapon. In an instant, Mu Yun's violent sword was attacked by the parting curse. It left his hand and fell to the ground with a clang. Mu Yun was shocked. He did not expect the parting curse to be so magical. It could actually make his weapon leave his hand and fall to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Plague Emperor Su Yan attacked with his palm. His palm contained endless plague aura. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be contaminated by the plague and became dim. Mu Yun hurriedly dodged to the side. Plague Emperor Su Yan's palm brushed past his shoulder, stirring up a violent palm wind. Mu Yun was also attacked by the remaining power of the palm wind. He only felt the chi and blood in his body churning. Plague Emperor Su Yan was indeed an expert of the Middle Great Saint realm. His every move had great power and was very powerful. Ordinary attacks were useless against an expert of this level. Mu Yun did not hesitate. He immediately took out the ultimate curse scroll and opened it. Whoosh, a demonic black aura surged up violently. On the scroll, the words "bone extraction" were engraved in bold strokes. The strong curse aura fiercely bombarded Plague Emperor Su Yan's body. Plague Emperor Su Yan's bones were directly pulled out. At this moment, all the bones in his body were pulled out. His entire body fell limply to the ground. Without the support of his bones, he became a pile of rotten flesh. His facial features were like melted candles, completely twisted together. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, mixed with white brain matter. This bone extraction curse was also one of the ultimate curses. It was very powerful. It could directly extract a person's bones and turn them into a pile of rotten flesh. White tiger sacred fire, burn. Mu Yun roared as the white tiger sacred fire burned out. She knew that Plague Emperor Su Yan had cultivated a demonic seed. If she didn't destroy the demonic seed, she wouldn't be able to kill him. But before her flames could reach him, a black seed floated out and was reborn. Plague Emperor Su Yan came back to life in an instant. Mu Yun, you can't kill me unless you can destroy my demonic seed. But that's impossible. Plague Emperor Su Yan laughed. The most powerful secret technique of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art was the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art. The peak 5th transformation of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art could condense a demonic seed and make one immortal. It was very powerful. After the Plague Emperor Su Yan had been reborn, he had only lost a bit of spirit chi and had not suffered much damage. With a whoosh, he struck out with his palm. The berserk palm force brought along the aura of the plague that covered the sky as it fiercely pressed down. The difference between Mu Yun and him was too big. He was a middle great saint expert, while Mu Yun hadn't even cultivated a Dao heart seed. Mu Yun was on guard as she summoned the snow-devouring toad and the golden fire swan and I. The golden fire swan's ferocious flames dispersed the plague aura as it roared towards the sky and charged towards Plague Emperor Su Yan. The golden fire swan had the lava page in its body. The aura of lava burst out at this moment. This lava could restrain Plague Emperor Su Yan's plague aura. It's an ancient sacred beast. Plague Emperor Su Yan's expression changed slightly. The golden fire swan and the snow-devouring toad were both powerful ancient sacred beasts that were comparable to great saint experts. The two sacred beasts charged over with a powerful aura. Plague Emperor Su Yan quickly retreated as he pressed his finger on the bone flute's hole. The flute fluttered in the wind as it released a mournful tune. A farewell song was released. But the golden fire swan and the snow-devouring toad weren't affected by the farewell song. They were still as vigorous as before as they charged over. These two sacred beasts had been refined into puppets by Mu Yun. Puppets didn't have any sense of hearing. No matter how loud Plague Emperor Su Yan's farewell song was, it couldn't hurt the two sacred beasts. Bang! The golden fire swan and the snow-devouring toad held down the Plague Emperor Su Yan from both sides. Not good. Plague Emperor Su Yan's expression changed. With his strength, he could definitely break free, but he would need at least a breath's time. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yun had already teleported over. She raised the mortal yuan brush and ruthlessly stabbed it towards the center of Plague Emperor Su Yan's brows. The sharpness of the mortal yuan brush wasn't inferior to the violent sword in the slightest. This stroke would definitely be able to kill the Plague Emperor Su Yan. Mu Yun wouldn't give him another chance to be reborn from a drop of blood. Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art, 5th Revolution, open. At the critical moment, Plague Emperor Su Yan let out a roar. Billowing devil chi exploded from his body. The black devil chi was like a tidal wave, wildly whistling out. His body was instantly covered with a layer of Corpse Emperor heavy armor, making him look incomparably ferocious. There was also a date pit-like imprint on his forehead. This was his demonic seed. When the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art reached the peak of the 5th Revolution, in addition to being able to condense an immortal demonic seed, his body would also become incomparably strong. Plague Emperor Su Yan's aura also soared, becoming incomparably tyrannical. He directly blasted away the golden fire swan and the snow-devouring toad, and grabbed Mu Yun's mortal yuan brush. He wanted to snatch it away. Let go. Plague Emperor Su Yan let out a loud roar, releasing a tremendous force in an attempt to snatch the mortal yuan brush. However, a blazing flame suddenly ignited on the mortal yuan brush. This flame was filled with boundless universe Genesis chi and was extremely hot. Plague Emperor Su Yan felt a burning pain in his palm when he touched it, and he hurriedly retracted his hand. Damn it, it's the origin fire again. Plague Emperor Su Yan gritted his teeth. Mu Yan's white tiger sacred fire was extremely hot and carried an extremely strong penetrating aura. Even if he was an expert of the middle level of the Supreme Saint realm, he did not dare to touch it with his bare hands. Mu Yun composed himself. Although there was a huge gap between him and Plague Emperor Su Yan, the origin fire in his hand was enough to make up for the gap. This was the power of a primordial flame. There were only 21 primordial flames in the entire Kanglan myriad realms. Mu Yan's primordial flame had been created by himself. Although it wasn't on the primordial flame ranking, its power was still quite formidable. You don't deserve to have a treasure like the origin fire. Give it to me. Plague Emperor Su Yan raised his bone flute and suddenly blew it. A farewell song resounded through the clouds. Mu Yun immediately felt a powerful parting curse attack him in a frenzy. He calmed his mind and circulated the white tiger saint fire to resist. The demonic seed imprint on Plague Emperor Su Yan's forehead constantly faded, while the curse aura constantly grew stronger. The powerful curse continuously attacked Mu Yun's body, and Mu Yun felt that he couldn't withstand it. In order to strengthen the curse, you actually sacrificed the demonic seed. Mu Yun's expression changed. The demonic seed imprint on Plague Emperor Su Yan's forehead directly faded and disappeared, and the power of the farewell curse had also increased to a terrifying level. In order to strengthen the power of the curse, Plague Emperor Su Yan had actually sacrificed his own demonic seed. The reason why he was able to be reborn from a drop of blood and become immortal was all because of this demonic seed. If he sacrificed the demonic seed and met with any accident, he would really die and wouldn't have the chance to be reborn. Without the demonic seed, I can cultivate again. At most, it will take a few 100,000 years. But if I can't kill you, there will be endless trouble in the future. Plague Emperor Su Yan's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had great courage and determination. In order to kill Mu Yun, he was actually willing to sacrifice the demonic seed. The energy produced by the sacrifice of the demonic seed was extremely powerful. The power of the farewell curse was simply terrifying. Mu Yun's white tiger Saint Fire could no longer withstand it. Boom, the powerful curse aura directly rushed into Mu Yun's body. Under the impact of the farewell curse, her white tiger Saint Fire directly left her body and floated in the air. The golden flame was filled with a sharp penetrating aura. The white tiger totem on the flame was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was vivid and lifelike. The majestic aura of the origin flame burst out. At this moment. Ha ha ha, your origin flame has already left you. Let's see how you fight me. Plague Emperor Su Yan laughed loudly. The farewell curse had already taken effect. Mu Yun's white tiger Saint Fire had directly left him. He couldn't take it back even if he wanted to. Mu Yun's expression was horrified. This Plague Emperor Su Yan was indeed bold. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice the demonic seed to strip her of her white tiger Saint Fire. Huff, Plague Emperor Su Yan punched out. The majestic plague aura surged along with the fist wind. Mu Yun suddenly felt suffocated. The azure scale dragon armor appeared on her body. On the armor, there was a majestic flame dragon totem. Bang, Plague Emperor Su Yan's fist landed on Mu Yun's azure scale dragon armor. The flame dragon totem on the azure scale dragon armor immediately blossomed with a scarlet light and blocked Plague Emperor Su Yan's fist. After fusing with the primordial flame dragon's blood essence, the defensive power of the azure scale dragon armor had also become quite strong. It was much stronger than the golden body of the great sage. Although Plague Emperor Su Yan's fist was sharp, it couldn't break through the azure scale dragon armor's defense in a short period of time. Eh? Plague Emperor Su Yan was surprised. He originally wanted to kill Mu Yun with a punch, but he didn't expect Mu Yun to block it. He took a deep breath and punched out again. Mu Yun waited with rapt attention. But suddenly, Plague Emperor Su Yan's spine broke. His fist also deviated from its trajectory and directly crashed into Mu Yun's crotch. This sudden change of events was already prepared for by Mu Yun. Back in the Sky Poison Forbidden Land, she had already figured out Plague Emperor Su Yan's tricks. This kind of sneak attack couldn't fool him. Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash. Mu Yun slashed out with her sword, and a blood-red rising dragon sword chi shot out, sending Plague Emperor Su Yan's body flying into the sky. This Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash was a first-grade saint art. In terms of power, it was no longer comparable to the Starburst Airflow Slash. However, this Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash had the effect of sending people flying, and its combat effectiveness was very good. Mu Yun sent Plague Emperor Su Yan flying with her sword, and her palm immediately whistled out. Blood Crystal Explosion. Qi and blood crazily gathered in Mu Yun's body, and a terrifying blood core appeared in her palm. This blood core was completely black, and shrouded in a layer of mist, emitting a violent demonic qi. This move, Blood Crystal Explosion, was Mu Yun's proudest move. However, he rarely used it because this move consumed the vital energy within his body. However, at this moment, he only wanted to immediately kill the Plague Emperor, Su Yan, so he didn't hesitate at all and directly used Blood Crystal Explosion. Her 9 changes of the evil way had already reached the Devil Emperor transformation, and her devil body had reached the large success stage. Her devil blood and devil embryo had formed, and her chi and blood were simply boundless. With such boundless chi and blood, the blood crystal condensed from it was also incomparably powerful. Bang! The blood crystal exploded, and directly blasted Plague Emperor Su Yan's body into a bloody mess. Plague Emperor Su Yan violently vomited blood, and his body fell to the ground, heavily injured. I'm going to demote you to a wild boar. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the curse of demotion was released. Plague Emperor Su Yan was heavily injured, and couldn't resist the impact of the curse. His body twisted, and he turned into a wild boar. His body was covered with black hair, and 2 fangs grew out of his lips, and he whimpered in his throat. Mu Yun was overjoyed. Now that Plague Emperor Su Yan had turned into a wild boar, there was absolutely no way for him to resist. After Plague Emperor Su Yan turned into a wild boar, he immediately fled, running outside. Die! Mu Yun waved her violent sword, and slashed out. She knew the principle of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. If she didn't kill Plague Emperor Su Yan, there would be endless trouble in the future. But Plague Emperor Su Yan ran extremely fast, and was about to escape. Petrify! At this moment, a strong curse aura enveloped Plague Emperor Su Yan, and turned him into a stone wild boar statue. Hani! Mu Yun turned around and saw that Hani had already come out. The sound of fighting had also awakened her. Her head full of snake hair had directly petrified Plague Emperor Su Yan, and he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Mu Yun composed herself, and slashed out with her sword, only wanting to kill Plague Emperor Su Yan. Wait! This beautiful woman had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. Her charm was moving, and the aura on her body was incomparably powerful. Mu Yun could no longer see through her strength. This was because this beautiful woman's realm had completely exceeded Mu Yun's imagination. He could not see through the beautiful woman's background. He only knew that she was a very powerful expert. I am the owner of Xianxia Treasure Mountain, Fairy Xianxia. The beautiful woman protected Plague Emperor Su Yan as she stared at Mu Yun and said indifferently. You are Fairy Xianxia? Mu Yun was shocked. Fairy Xianxia was the owner of the Treasure Mountain and the wife of Heavenly Lord Calamity. This beautiful woman's aura was incomparably powerful. It seemed that she was really Fairy Xianxia. Mu Yun cupped his hands and bowed. Junior Mu Yun greets Fairy. Greetings, Fairy. Hani hurriedly bowed as well. Fairy Xianxia nodded slightly. She looked at Mu Yun and said, very good. So you are Mu Yun. You indeed have great luck. Your fortune is very deep. Lin Shui can't kill you. Even Plague Emperor Su Yan can't kill you. Mu Yun said, Fairy, you must be joking. Fairy Xianxia said, this Plague Emperor Su Yan is formed from my husband's hair. You have already reduced him to a wild boar. In this life, he has no chance of resisting. Why do you have to kill him? Why don't you spare his life? Mu Yun's face darkened. If he did not remove the roots, there would be endless trouble in the future. Although he had already reduced Plague Emperor Su Yan to a wild boar, he was still alive. He could not feel at ease. Fairy, as far as I know, that person doesn't have a good impression of Plague Emperor Su Yan. If I kill Plague Emperor Su Yan, I think that person will not blame me. When Mu Yun was in the Sky Poison Forbidden Land, he had seen a wisp of Heavenly Lord Calamity's remnant soul. Heavenly Lord Calamity himself did not have any feelings for Plague Emperor Su Yan. Even if Mu Yun killed him, Heavenly Lord Calamity would not blame him. Although that's the case, this Su Yan is, after all, formed from my husband's hair. If you were to kill him, it would harm my husband's vitality. Fairy Xianxia shook her head, for my sake, spare his life. He's already turned into a wild boar anyway. He can't resist at all. As long as you're willing to let him go, I'll immediately allow you to enter the treasure mountain to cultivate. Mu Yun's face fell. Looking at Fairy Xianxia's appearance, it was obvious that she wanted to protect Plague Emperor Su Yan. It was impossible for him to make a move even if he wanted to. Alright, we'll do as you say. Mu Yun agreed and coldly glanced at the Plague Emperor Su Yan. At this moment, Fairy Xianxia had already taken action and removed Plague Emperor Su Yan's petrification curse. Plague Emperor Su Yan recovered. Although he had already turned into a wild boar, his expression was still arrogant and stubborn. All the hair on his body stood up as he glared at Mu Yun, his eyes filled with hatred and anger. Very good, thank you very much. Fairy Xianxia smiled slightly. She summoned the old servant and instructed him, bring them into the mountain. Yes, Fairy. The old man's attitude was respectful. Mu Yun took back the white tiger sacred flame and followed the old man with Hani. They left the danger zone and entered the Xianxia treasure mountain. Mu Yun stepped into the treasure mountain and saw that it was filled with boundless heaven and earth spiritual qi. There were countless heaven and earth spiritual qi gathered in this place. The heaven and earth spiritual qi was so abundant that it could almost drip water. He took a breath and immediately felt refreshed. The entire Xianxia treasured mountain stretched for thousands of miles. The main peak towered majestically into the clouds. Golden treasured aura filled the sky as golden lotuses bloomed in the sky. Sacred light surged on the earth, creating a grand and vast atmosphere. The old man said, "This is the Xianxia treasure mountain. Other than the top of the main peak, you can move freely in other places. If you have the strength, you can also take away the heaven and earth treasures in the mountain." Mu Yun was delighted and asked, "How long can we cultivate here?" The old man said, "At most 3 years. After 3 years, you have to leave. Counting the time, 3 years later will be the day of the experts ranking competition. If you are successful in your cultivation, you can participate in the competition. Once you enter the experts ranking, you will be admired by all in the world. You have great providence and are extremely blessed. In the future, you will have endless fortuitous encounters." The experts ranking was the most famous ranking in the three elements world. Those who could enter the experts ranking were all top-notch experts. Furthermore, they were admired by all in the world. They had great providence, endless blessings, and endless fortuitous encounters. Mu Yun had already experienced the importance of providence. After he refined Yu Wudao's great defying fate, his providence increased and his momentum flourished. He immediately encountered a fortuitous encounter and obtained the primordial fire dragon's blood essence, the coiling martial golden lock, a drop of mysterious water source, and other treasures. Treasures. This was the power of providence. The more providence one had, the more fortuitous encounters one had. On the other hand, if one's providence was weak, it was easy for one to have bad luck. One's saliva would get stuck in one's mouth, and one would fall while walking. One might even die prematurely. The experts ranking competition was the biggest event in the three elements world. This event would be opened in 3 years. When the time came, all the experts in the world would gather to compete for a spot on the experts ranking. As long as one entered the experts ranking, they would have great providence and obtain endless benefits. Benefits. Mu Yun's heart stirred. He was also very interested in the experts ranking competition. However, the most important thing now was to cultivate. He had to reach the great sage realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to defeat the experts on the experts ranking. Mu Yun and Hani stepped into the treasure mountain. Hani found a place with abundant spiritual energy and sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. She began cultivating with concentration. Mu Yun was in no hurry. He took out a map of the treasure mountain and searched for the location of the golden skyflower. He had obtained this map after opening the golden treasure chest. On the map, the locations of various natural treasures were marked. Soon, Mu Yun discovered the existence of the golden skyflower. This medicinal herb was located in a cave to the north of the treasure mountain. To refine the extreme heavenly heart Dao pill, one needed the golden skyflower, wood spiritual grass, mystic ice water, ignis essence grass, and earthen grass. Mu Yun only lacked the golden skyflower and ignis essence grass. He had all the other medicinal herbs. As for the ignis essence grass, he could ask Hani for it. The most important thing right now was the golden skyflower. He rode the golden fire Swanee horse and immediately rushed to the place where the golden skyflower was. This was a deep cave. Inside the cave, there was a golden light. Wisps of spiritual energy from plants also came out of the cave, mixed with the stench of demonic beasts. "It's the Bloodwing Bat King." Mu Yun focused and saw a huge bat flying out of the cave. This bat's body was dark black, but its wings were as red as blood. Its eyes were dark green and flickered with a cold light. Its claws and teeth were extremely sharp. Its expression was stern as it glared angrily at Mu Yun. "Little fellow, leave this place. I don't want to kill you." The Bloodwing Bat King let out a gloomy voice. It was one of the 10 ancient sacred beasts and also the guardian beast of the golden skyflower. Most of the natural treasures in the Xianxia treasure mountain were guarded by strange beasts. The guardian beast of this golden skyflower was actually the Bloodwing Bat King, one of the 10 ancient sacred beasts. It could be seen how precious this medicinal herb was. "Senior Bat King, I only want a golden skyflower. Give me the golden skyflower, and I'll leave immediately." Mu Yun cupped his hands. His tone was rather polite. This Bloodwing Bat King was even stronger than the Golden Fire Swanee Horse and the Snow-Devouring Toad. It was comparable to a mid-level Supreme Sage Expert. Mu Yun did not want to complicate things. He only wanted a medicinal herb. One was enough. Hee, you want medicinal herbs? Dream on. The Bloodwing Bat King sneered. Get lost immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. In that case, I'll have to offend you. Mu Yun unsheathed his long sword and attacked. Hee, you still dare to attack? You're courting death. The Bloodwing Bat King spread its wings and swooped down from the sky. Its sharp claws directly attacked Mu Yun. Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash. Mu Yun attacked with his sword and directly sent the Bloodwing Bat King flying. His current strength was already very powerful. Even a sacred beast like the Bloodwing Bat King was definitely not his match. I'm going to demote you to a sparrow. Mu Yun waved his hand, and the debasement curse enveloped the Bloodwing Bat King. What? The Bloodwing Bat King was shocked. It only felt a strong curse aura violently rushing into its body. In an instant, its huge body twisted and changed shape. In the end, it directly turned into a sparrow and fell into Mu Yun's palm. Mu Yun was delighted. This debasement curse was indeed an ultimate curse. Its power was simply heaven-defying. He suppressed the Bloodwing Bat King with the debasement curse and directly demoted it to a sparrow without any effort. I already have 2 sacred beast puppets. With you, I'll have 3. Mu Yun did not say anything and directly refined the Bloodwing Bat King into a puppet. Its energy core was naturally the Earth Origin book. He stuffed the pages of the river into it. Immediately after, Mu Yun removed the curse. The Bloodwing Bat King returned to its original form from a sparrow. Its huge body covered the sky. When it spread its wings, there were blue river patterns on its blood-red wings. It was very beautiful. Very good. I have another sacred beast puppet. And it can fly. Mu Yun was quite satisfied. He kept the Bloodwing Bat King and strode into the cave. He saw a cluster of golden flowers growing in the cave. Each flower emitted a refreshing fragrance of plants and the petals had a metallic luster. It was quite unique. These flowers were the golden sky flowers. Mu Yun collected all the golden sky flowers in the cave and then left the cave. He asked Han Yi for a stalk of fire essence grass. He had the golden sky flower, wood essence grass, black ice water, fire essence grass, and earth origin grass. He had all 5 kinds of medicinal herbs. He could now refine the extreme heavenly heart path pill. Mu Yun was not anxious. He first released Huang Yan and Mou from the Qilin tribe. There were also the 300 Osteopyrum in the Blue Sky Yellow Springs diagram. Captain Luo Tianqing, Mu Bufan from the Titan tribe, and dozens of 9-tailed cats. Mu Yun released all of them. When Mu Bufan saw Mu Yun, he looked excited. He walked over and held Mu Yun's hand tightly. Big brother, why didn't you care about me after so long? After Mu Yun came to the 3 elements realm, he wanted to experience the world and increase his cultivation. Therefore, he did not rely on the 300 Osteopyrum, Mu Bufan, and the others. But it was different now. The enemy he was about to face was the vast Sky Sage. This person's strength had already reached the extreme Supreme Saint realm and was very powerful. Mu Yun needed to increase his strength. He immediately ordered, listen up. This place is called the Xianxia Treasure Mountain. The spirit chi is extremely rich. Cultivate here for 3 years and it will definitely be beneficial. In the future, you can follow me to explore the world. Okay, I'll listen to Big Brother. Mu Bufan's eyes were firm. He listened to Mu Yun very much and was definitely a trusted subordinate. There was also the 300 Osteopyrum led by Luo Tianqing, Huang Yan, and Mou. As long as these people grew, Mu Yun would have the confidence to deal with the vast Sky Sage. Mu Bufan and the others immediately began to cultivate. The spirit chi in the Xianxia Treasure Mountain was extremely rich. As long as they were given 3 years, they would definitely be able to break through and transform. Mu Yun opened the Scroll of the Gods and stepped into the world within the Scroll of the Gods. As he walked forward, he came to a mysterious place that he had never set foot in before. The Source Pill Land. This was Guiyi's newly opened secret area, the Source Pill Land. After Guiyi opened the Source Pill Land, he went to devour the ancient cauldron and had yet to come out. It was impossible for him to take so long to devour the ancient cauldron. If Guiyi still did not come out, there must be something that he could not say. Mu Yan still had two ancient cauldrons. One was Yang Youtian's great demonic cauldron, and the other was Shi Juantian's wind demonic cauldron. These two cauldrons also had desolate ancient qi. He came to the Source Pill Land and took out the golden sky flower, with spiritual grass, mystic ice water, fire essence grass, and earth essence grass. He directly threw all the herbs into the great demonic cauldron and began refining. This great demonic cauldron could be used as a medicine cauldron to refine the source pill. Demonic qi exploded from Mu Yan's body. He controlled the great demonic cauldron with ease and proficiency. Qi, Mu Yan flicked out a wisp of white tiger sacred fire and threw it into the great demonic cauldron. The aura of the origin fire continuously roasted the herbs. The herbs gradually turned into medicinal liquid and emitted a cooling medicinal aura. Refining pills in the Genesis Pill Land could guarantee an absolute success, and there was no danger of failure. Therefore, Mu Yan did not have the slightest scruple. She directly ignited a big fire and continuously burned the medicinal herbs. He wanted to refine the extreme Sky Heart Dao pill, which was a grade 3 Genesis pill. It was rather difficult to refine, but it was not difficult for Mu Yan. His alchemy foundation was too deep, and coupled with the effects of the Genesis pill, it was almost impossible for him to fail in refining the extreme Sky Heart Dao pill. Sure enough, the embryonic form of a pill gradually emerged. Boundless Genesis Qi pulsed from the pill, as well as a powerful heavenly Dao aura. Mu Yan was secretly overjoyed. He continuously activated the white tiger sacred fire to refine the pill. In the end, the pill had already taken shape. It was round and smooth, and heavenly Dao runes and totems appeared on its surface. It was rather dazzling. Mu Yan took out all the mysterious ice water in his treasury and used it all to refine the pill. He washed away the impurities in the pill, and the entire extreme Sky Heart Dao pill turned snow white without a trace of impurities. The pill is done. Mu Yan was overjoyed. But at this moment, a soft cracking sound was heard. A crack had appeared on the great demonic cauldron, and the entire cauldron was on the verge of breaking. Mu Yan was shocked. The extreme Sky Heart Dao pill was a grade 3 Genesis pill, and its aura was extremely powerful. The great demonic cauldron could not withstand the aura of the extreme Sky Heart Dao pill, and was in danger of exploding. If the cauldron exploded, his pill would be destroyed. Mu Yan hurriedly took out the extreme Sky Heart Dao pill. The entire pill was still scalding hot. He held it in his hand and nourished it with the white tiger sacred fire. Fortunately, he had acted quickly, and the great demonic cauldron did not explode. Only a crack appeared, and the pill was saved. Mu Yan heaved a sigh of relief and continued to nourish the extreme Sky Heart Dao pill. When the pill's aura stabilized, he directly consumed the pill. The extreme Sky Heart Dao pill could nurture the seed of the Dao heart, and it was very beneficial to cultivation. If one wanted to become a supreme sage, one had to nurture the seed of the Dao heart, then hatch the seed. Finally, one had to prove their Dao. In these 3 steps, one could not make a single mistake. Otherwise, if one failed to prove their Dao, they would never be able to step into the supreme sage realm. After Mu Yan consumed the extreme Sky Heart Dao pill, he immediately came out of the painting of the gods and returned to the Xianxia treasure mountain. He sat cross-legged and cultivated silently. Under the nourishment of the surrounding spiritual energy, he constantly refined the pill's aura in his body. Splash, the scalding aura of the pill flowed in Mu Yan's body and gradually entered the devil fetus in his dantian. Very quickly, a white seed grew out of the devil fetus. The entire seed was filled with the majestic aura of the heavenly Dao. Endless great Dao laws were contained within it. This is my Dao heart seed. In an instant, a trace of enlightenment flashed across Mu Yan's mind. The various mystical techniques of the heavenly Dao flashed past one by one. His entire person was in a wonderful state of enlightenment. After refining the heavenly origin mirror, he had already comprehended many of the mystical techniques of the heavenly Dao. At this moment, the Tao heart appeared, and a Tao heart seed took root in his devil fetus. The speed of his enlightenment also became extremely fast. He comprehended the various heavenly Tao laws one by one. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk a resplendent golden light emerged from the top of Mu Yan's head. In his body, the Tao heart seed hatched, and 3 golden petals appeared above his head. 3 flowers at once prominence, this was the phenomenon that appeared after the Tao heart seed hatched. After an ordinary person cultivated a Tao heart seed, it would usually take 100,000 years for the seed to hatch. However, Mu Yan's blood was vigorous, and his Tao heart's comprehension was also extremely powerful. He actually hatched the Tao heart seed in an instant, producing 3 flowers. The phenomenon of flowers at once prominence. It was not only the 3 flowers at once prominence, but also the 5 Qis unification. The devil Qi in his body transformed into the 5 Qis of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They clustered around his heart, and his back transformed into a 5-colored sacred light. This was the phenomenon of the 5 Qis unification. Legend had it that if the Tao heart seed hatched and the phenomenon of the 5 Qis unification appeared, there would be great luck on one's body, and one's fortune would become extremely profound. At this moment, Mu Yan gave birth to the phenomenon of the 5 Qis unification. 3 flowers at once prominence, 5 Qis unification. I am still one step away. Just one more step, and I will be able to ascend to the great sage realm. Mu Yan was delighted. The great sage realm was within reach. He only needed to ascend to the great sage realm. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to ascend to the great sage realm. There were thousands of paths to ascend to the Tao. Yu Wu Dao killed his wife to ascend to the Tao, and killed all of his children and concubines. Tai Manzi used a devil to ascend to the Tao, and turned his blood into a devil. Back then, Yang Yu Tian wanted to kill his master to ascend to the Tao, but unfortunately, he failed. Mu Yun began to meditate, thinking about his great Tao. His cultivation had reached perfection, and it was easy for him to ascend to the great sage realm. However, how to choose his great Tao was a difficult problem. After choosing his great Tao, he could not go against it for the rest of his life. Otherwise, when his great Tao was destroyed, he would also die. For example, Tai Manzi used a devil to ascend to the Tao. He was a devil, and a devil had the pride and spirit of a devil. Therefore, he would rather die than submit to Mu Yun. This was a devil. On the other hand, Yu Wu Dao used killing to ascend to the Tao. His actions were evil, vicious, and capricious. This was what the Tao of slaughter looked like. If he was righteous and helped the weak, it would go against his Tao heart. I will ascend to the Tao with my emotions. My wife was taken away by various forces. I, Mu Yun, swear on this day that I will ascend to the Tao with my emotions. One day, I will take back all the people I love. Mu Yun pointed to the sky and swore. His eyes were sharp. He decided that his great Tao was love. He would ascend to the Tao with his emotions. One day, he would take back all the people he loved. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the moment he decided to ascend to the Tao, Mu Yun immediately felt the aura in his body surging wildly. His aura became incomparably tyrannical. Rings of golden light and green light emerged from his body. Golden body of the great sage, Dharma body of the great sage, Mu Yun condensed the golden body of the great sage realm in an instant. This was the symbol of the great sage realm. At this moment, he had successfully ascended to the great sage realm. From now on, he was the great sage, heaven's equal. Great sage realm. I have finally ascended to the great sage realm. Mu Yun roared to the sky. He was extremely excited. He had finally ascended to the great sage realm. His great Tao was love. He would ascend to the Tao with his emotions. One day, he would take back all the people he loved. He would not allow others to break them apart. Mu Yun took out the book of heavenly divination. This was the wordless heavenly book that Yen Nanfei had given him. Now that he had ascended to the great sage realm, his power of understanding had greatly increased. When he looked at the book of heavenly divination again, he saw 2 more words. They were Qi and blood. The book of heavenly divination had a total of 9 words. It was also called the 9 words heavenly book. Each word contained a supreme technique. Back then, when Mu Yun saw the word refine, his refining standard instantly increased greatly. This was the power of the Book of Heavenly Divination. As long as he could see the words, he could increase his strength. In these two words, qi was inner breath, and blood was blood essence. In an instant, Mu Yun saw through the mystery of these two words. His qi, blood, and aura instantly became incomparably majestic. They increased by at least 30%. His qi was originally powerful. Now that it had increased by 30%, it had far exceeded that of an ordinary great sage. Also, his lifespan had broken through the 1 million year barrier and directly became 5 million years. The lifespan of an ordinary great sage realm minor realm was only 2 million years. After that, every time he advanced a minor realm, his lifespan would increase by 1 million years. But now, Mu Yun's lifespan had reached a terrifying 5 million years. Even a great sage of the supreme realm only had a lifespan of 5 million years. However, Mu Yun had just ascended and was only at the minor realm. His lifespan was comparable to an expert of the supreme realm. Lifespan was not only the length of one's life. It also represented one's foundation, cultivation talent, and even luck. Mu Yun's lifespan was incomparably long. His qi, blood, foundation, and talent had all become very strong at this moment. My lifespan is so long. My foundation is so deep. In the entire three elements realm, the only person who can threaten me is the Grand Sky Great Sage. The number one expert of the three Yuan realms was the Vast Sky Sage. Yes, it was the Vast Sky Sage, not Ao Renwang. Although Ao Renwang was ranked number one on the experts list, Mu Yun was now a great saint and could already grasp the secrets of heaven and earth. He could faintly feel that Ao Renwang's strength was not comparable to the Vast Sky Sage. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. The Vast Sky Sage was far-sighted. He gave up the title of number one and settled for second place. He kept a low profile and hid his strength. No one could see his ambition. But in reality, the Vast Sky Sage was the true number one expert. In the entire three Yuan realms, the only person who could threaten Mu Yun was the Vast Sky Sage. One day, I will kill this person with my own hands. Mu Yun clenched his fists. He would be able to see the Vast Sky Sage soon because the ranking war was about to begin. At that time, the rankings would be rearranged. There were still 3 years before the ranking war. Mu Yun was cultivating in the Xianxia treasure mountain. He wanted to sort out his strength in order to prepare for the upcoming ranking war. First was the Saint Art. His Starburst Airflow Slash was once a little Saint Art, but after being strengthened by the Baleful Star transformation, it had transformed into a genuine first-grade Saint Art. Moreover, its power was strong enough to rival a second-grade Saint Art. This Starburst Airflow Slash was very practical to use to test the enemy's strength. Next was the Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash. This was also a first-grade Saint Art. It could send the enemy flying and had a certain control effect. It was also very practical in battle. If he encountered an enemy, Mu Yun would first use the Starburst Airflow Slash to test the enemy, then use the Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash to send the enemy flying. Finally, he would pour the White Tiger Sacred Fire into the sword and break the armor with one slash. Ordinary enemies could be killed at this time. That's right, 3 moves. 3 moves were enough. With Mu Yun's current strength, even if he encountered a great saint of the same level, these 3 moves were enough to kill him. If it was a strong enemy like the Plague Emperor Su Yan, these 3 moves would not be enough. He would also need to use the Blood Crystal Explosion and use its power to suppress his opponent. Finally, he would use the Animal Degradation Curse to reduce his opponent to an animal. Then, he would be able to kill him or cut him up. Mu Yun pondered silently. The Degrading Curse was a killer move. Once it was suppressed, it could reduce the enemy to a beast. However, he would not use it easily. Although the ultimate curse had great destructive power, it also consumed a lot of energy. If it was not powerful enough, it would not be used easily. He would not casually use the Earth Origin Book on his enemies. It would be best to use the Earth Origin Book to slowly grind them to death. In his hand, there were 9 pages of the Book of Earth Origin. They were divided into lava, swamp, forest, snowfield, river, lake, mountain, ice peak, and desert. The Earth Origin book could create a world, allowing Mu Yun to have the advantage of the terrain. Because of the terrain, he could release the Earth Origin book and use the advantage of the terrain to grind the enemy to death. The golden fire Swanee, the snow-devouring toad, and the blood-winged bat king, these three sacred beasts, together with the Earth Origin book, could greatly increase their destructive power. In addition, the Heavenly Origin Mirror was also a great Dharma treasure that was very useful for protecting one's body. Unfortunately, after Mu Yun advanced to the Great Sage realm, his vitality had become powerful and vast. The Heavenly Origin Mirror's secret life technique could no longer extend his life. At this moment, he only had one life and no longer had two. Even the Heavenly Origin Mirror's spiritual energy could not extend his life. One could imagine how vast his vitality was. Even the Heavenly Origin Mirror could not extend his life. There was also the Mortal Origin Brush. Mu Yun could only write the word dismantle and could not unleash the power of the Mortal Origin Brush. However, the word dismantle was quite useful. Under the nourishment of the White Tiger Sacred Fire, the world of the Blue Sky's Yellow Springs diagram expanded again. It was already a space with a radius of 300 miles. Within the Yellow Springs diagram, the world tree was as stable as Mount Tai. When Mu Yun cultivated, he also released the Yellow Springs diagram. It constantly absorbed the spiritual energy in the Xianxia treasure mountain. Several heaven and earth spirit veins in the surroundings were directly absorbed by the Yellow Springs diagram. The entire Yellow Springs diagram's aura became more and more magnificent. A Dharma treasure like the Yellow Springs diagram would definitely be able to produce even more powerful power in the future. Unfortunately, he could not comprehend it now. All top-grade Dharma treasures had secret skills attached to them. For example, the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda was the 9 transformations of the evil path, the Heavenly Origin Mirror was the 7 laws of the Heavenly Tao, the Divine Sparrow Fan was the Great Liang's Sacred Sparrow Sword, and the Blue Sky's Yellow Springs diagram was destined to shine in his hands in the future. Mu Yun took out the Divine Sparrow Fan. Traces of black flame spread on the Divine Sparrow Fan. The immortal divine flame had the effect of burning the target to ashes. It was very powerful. Although it was not an origin flame, it was still powerful. Mu Yun flipped his palm and struck the Divine Sparrow Fan with spiritual energy. Buzz, the Divine Sparrow Fan buzzed and words appeared. This was the Dharma treasure secret skill of the Divine Sparrow Fan, the Great Liang's Sacred Sparrow Sword. These words swirled around and condensed into the shape of a sword. It floated in the air, dazzling to the eyes. The Great Liang's Sacred Sparrow Sword was a secret skill with 3 levels. Mu Yun had already learned the first level, the Immortal Divine Flame. He focused on the second level of the secret skill and realized that it was very profound. Even with his current level of comprehension, he could not comprehend it. This Divine Sparrow Fan is indeed exquisite. Even with my current strength, I can't comprehend the second level of the secret skill. Mu Yun was secretly surprised. He could only put away the Divine Sparrow Fan. He still had many secret manuals in his hands, such as Bai Longzi's mechanism and hidden weapons and Shi Juantian's sky pilfering technique. However, he did not comprehend them because he could not bite off more than he could chew. He imparted the hidden weapons technique to Huang Yin, the mechanism technique to Mou, and the sky pilfering technique to Luo Tianxing. Then, he imparted the sky-splitting talisman to Mu Bufan. Mu Yun still had a piece of demonic frost spiritual iron and a crimson spirit spear that was suspected to be made from demonic frost spiritual iron. However, he could not refine the demonic frost spiritual iron after he became a supreme saint. This material was indeed the best refining material in the 3 Yuan realm. It was extremely difficult to forge. However, even if Mu Yun had comprehended the refined secret skill of the Heavenly Divination Book, he could not forge the demonic frost spiritual iron into a weapon. In these 3 years, Mu Yun had organized everything. The originally messy things had all become clear. Mu Yun only had one feeling. His foundation was already very strong. Other than the vast Sky Grand Sage, no one could threaten him. His qi and blood were so vast that it was redundant. He distributed the excess qi and blood to Mu Bufan and the others. Then, he took out the Heavenly Origin Mirror to assist them in their cultivation. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The cultivation of Mu Bufan, Luo Tianxing, Huang Yan, and Mou had already reached the Great Sage Realm. The Great Sage Realm was too terrifying. An ordinary person would have to spend tens of thousands of years and put in a lot of effort to reach this level. However, with the help of Mu Yun, the cultivation of these 4 people directly stepped into the Great Sage Realm. The spiritual energy of the Xianxia treasure mountain, coupled with Mu Yun's qi and blood, and the heavenly origin mirror's secret skill of replenishment, this cultivation speed could only be described as terrifying. It was simply heaven-defying. The cultivation of Mu Bufan and the others soared. They became great sages in 3 years. The 300 Osteopyrum had also advanced to the lesser sage realm. Mu Yun taught them the method of arranging troops. As long as the array was arranged, these people's auras would be connected in a line, and they would be able to contend against the supreme sage realm. Hani had also advanced to the great sage realm. However, Mu Yun was still a lesser sage realm great sage. It was not easy to advance to the great sage realm. Even if the spiritual energy in the Xianxia treasure mountain was abundant, Mu Yun would still find it difficult to advance. His qi and blood were too vast. If he wanted to advance, he would have to pay a higher price than ordinary people. If he was an ordinary lesser sage realm great sage, he would have already broken through after cultivating in the Xianxia treasure mountain for 3 years. However, it was not so easy for Mu Yun to break through. His qi and blood were too powerful. The price for this was that it would be extremely difficult for him to advance. 3 years have passed. Everyone, you can leave this place now. 3 years had passed. Fairy Xianxia also appeared in front of Mu Yun. Fairy. Mu Yun cupped his hands, feeling a little guilty. In the past 3 years, he had not cultivated alone. Instead, he had released hundreds of people. Even those 9-tailed cats had benefited from it. Many of them had directly advanced to the Saint Realm. Mu Yun, you little fellow. You have called so many people out. You have squeezed out more than a dozen spirit veins in my treasure mountain. Fairy Xianxia was a little annoyed. She gently flicked Mu Yun's forehead. Mu Yun smelled an intoxicating fragrance and quickly calmed down. He looked up and saw Fairy Xianxia smiling faintly. Although she was a little annoyed, she was not really angry. If she was angry, she would have come out during these 3 years. Fairy, please calm down. It's my fault. I apologize to you. Mu Yun bowed. Fairy Xianxia smiled and said, forget it. I don't blame you. However, you have to listen to me in the future. No matter what, you cannot kill the Plague Emperor, Su Yan. Mu Yun's heart trembled. It seemed that this was what Fairy Xianxia had been thinking about. I understand. I will follow Fairy's instructions. Mu Yun cupped his hands. He had received so many benefits, so he naturally could not go against Fairy Xianxia's wishes. Moreover, the Plague Emperor, Su Yan, had already turned into a wild boar. He probably would not be able to cause any trouble. Very good. You are very smart. I like you very much. The ranking battle is about to begin. You will definitely fight for it. I will give you another page of the Earth Essence book. I wish you good luck. Fairy Xianxia took out a page of the Earth Essence book and handed it to Mu Yun. Mu Yun was surprised and happy. This Fairy Xianxia was really generous. She gave him a page of the Earth Essence book. He kept the Earth Essence book. On this page of the Earth Essence book, the word gully was printed. It turned out to be a page of the Earth Essence book. Fairy, do you have any other instructions? Mu Yun was a smart person. Fairy Xianxia was so generous to give him a page of the Earth Essence book. She definitely had something to say. Fairy Xianxia fell silent and looked around. Mu Yun also understood. He asked Mu Bufan and the others to return to the Blue Sky Yellow Springs diagram. Hani bowed and said, Fairy, Brother Mu Yun, I will return to the Valley of Beasts first. Hani, aren't you going to participate in the ranking battle with me? Mu Yun asked. I'm not going. I haven't been back for 3 years. Grandfather must miss me very much. Brother Mu Yun, I wish you good luck. With Han Yi's departure, only Mu Yun and Fairy Xianxia were left. Fairy, do you have any other instructions? Do you know how to refine puppets? Fairy Xianxia asked in a low voice. Yes. Mu Yun did not hide it. His holy beast puppet could fool others, but it definitely could not fool Fairy Xianxia. I want to ask you to help me refine a puppet. This puppet must look exactly like me. Furthermore, it must have my aura. What? Mu Yun was shocked. He did not expect Fairy Xianxia to ask him to refine a puppet. Sigh, I'm not afraid to tell you that I want to leave the Three Elements world to find my husband. However, I am the realm king of the Three Elements world. I cannot leave without permission. Otherwise, if the Heavenly Emperor finds out, I will definitely die. Fairy Xianxia sighed. Realm king? Yes, the realm king of the Three Elements world was originally my husband. However, when he saw that this world had deviated from his original intention and became chaotic, he left in a fit of anger and left this mess to me. I could not clean it up and could only live in seclusion. However, no one knows that I am actually the realm king, the ruler of this world. Fairy Xianxia smiled bitterly. Mu Yun was also speechless. So there was a position like the realm king. In the 10,000 deep sea realms, every world has a realm king who listens to the Heavenly Emperor's orders. Without the Heavenly Emperor's permission, the realm king is not allowed to leave their territory without permission. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. However, I miss my husband and want to go out to find him. Please refine a puppet so that I can hide from the Heavenly Emperor. Fairy Xianxia pleaded. Mu Yun did not say a word. The Heavenly Emperor that Fairy Xianxia mentioned was definitely an extremely powerful figure. It was easier said than done to hide from the Heavenly Emperor. Fairy Xianxia also saw Mu Yun's worry and said, "You don't have to worry. Our Three Elements world is just an insignificant world in the 10,000 deep sea realms. The Heavenly Emperor will not care. At most, he will take a look. As long as you refine a puppet, I will not be in any danger." Mu Yun still remained silent. This was too dangerous. If there were not enough benefits, he did not want to agree. Fairy Xianxia took out a secret manual and said, "As long as you are willing to help me, I will pass this ultimate curse manual to you." Ultimate curse? Mu Yun was shocked. He had seen the power of an ultimate curse before. His animal abasement curse was also very powerful. There was also the painting suppression curse. He had half a scroll, but unfortunately, he couldn't comprehend it. And now, Fairy Xianxia was willing to take out an ultimate curse manual as a reward. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. Among the 8 ultimate curses, the bone extraction curse was the most lethal one. Once it was released, it could extract all the bones in the enemy's body, causing them to lose the support of their bones and become a pile of rotten flesh. It was very terrifying. Alright, I agree. Prepare the materials to refine the puppet. Mu Yun thought about it again and agreed. Anyway, as long as he was not discovered by the Heavenly Emperor, he would not be in danger. In the 10,000 deep sea realms, the Three Elements world was insignificant and would not attract the Heavenly Emperor's attention. Fairy Xianxia was overjoyed and said, "I have already prepared the materials to refine the puppet, but I am still lacking an energy core. My cultivation is much stronger than ordinary people. If you want to disguise my aura, the energy core you need is definitely not an ordinary item." Mu Yun nodded. Even if he used the Earth Origin book, he could not disguise Fairy Xianxia's aura. Because her cultivation was too high, the Earth Origin book was not enough for her to read, unless he stuffed all 18 pages of the Earth Origin book in. Fairy Xianxia continued, "I have already thought of the materials for the energy core, but I can't tell you for the time being." Why? Mu Yun was stunned. Fairy Xianxia smiled and said, "I am afraid that I will scare you and affect your mood. Go and participate in the ranking battle first. When the battle is over, I will look for you." Alright. Mu Yun did not ask further. The ranking battle was imminent, and he did not want to complicate things and disturb his mood. "Fairy, I will take my leave first. When the ranking battle is over, we will meet again." Mu Yun cupped his hands and bade farewell. "Alright, go ahead. I wish you good luck in the ranking." Fairy Xianxia smiled and tidied up Mu Yun's clothes and hair. Her actions were rather gentle. Mu Yun immediately left Xianxia Treasure Mountain and rushed towards the sea in the east of the Three Elements world. The ranking battle was held in the East Sea's Punlai Immortal Island. The host was the Punlai Immortal Island's island master, known as Fairy Punlai. In ancient times, there were 6 concubines under the Heavenly Lord of Calamity, who were also known as the 6 Great Fairies. Fairy Xianxia was a treasure concubine and was most doted on by the Heavenly Lord of Calamity. She was in charge of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity's treasury, so she had countless natural treasures in her hands. Jade Toad House's Fairy Ling Long was a medicine concubine. She was in charge of refining pills for the Heavenly Lord of Calamity. Fairy Punlai was a dancer. She sang, danced, and entertained the guests. The ranking battle was also organized by Fairy Punlai. Muyan came to the East Sea. In front of her was a blue ocean. The ocean stretched as far as the eye could see. It was vast and boundless. Seagulls flew on the surface of the ocean. There were still 7 days before the ranking battle began. Thousands of sails raced across the ocean, all of them sailing towards the Punlai Immortal Island. The East Sea looked calm on the surface, but deep in the ocean, the spiritual energy was chaotic. If one forcefully flew, they might be buried in the ocean. Therefore, ordinary people would take boats out to sea to be safe. Some experts who were confident in their strength directly flew across the ocean without fear. Muyan came to the dock and saw the busy scene. Many boatmen were shouting to attract customers. Muyan handed over 100 gold elemental pearls and boarded a rather large ship. This ship was as majestic as a mountain and had 5 floors. Every floor of the ship was densely packed with mercenary guards who were on guard against pirates and sea monsters. Pirates roamed the East Sea. These pirates usually didn't do much business, but when the ranking battle began, they would be active. The ranking battle was the largest event in the 3 Elements world. Other than the challengers participating in the ranking battle, there were also countless famous spectators. There were also merchants from all over the world. It was extremely lively. With so many people crossing the East Sea, it naturally attracted the attention of the pirates. Therefore, most ships that went out to sea would hire a large number of mercenaries to guard them. Muyan stood on the deck at the bow of the ship and looked at the distant ocean. The ship raised its sails and sailed into the vast ocean. The sea breeze blew on her face. A few seagulls landed on the railing. The world was quiet and peaceful. Muyan narrowed her eyes and listened to the discussions of the people around her. These people were naturally all going to Punlai Immortal Island. No one wanted to miss this once in 10,000 years event. I heard that Prince Lanling also went to sea and became a pirate. Prince Lanling, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the corpse-eating beast race. He is as famous as Prince Xiaoming, Prince Tianmu, and Prince Baigu. I didn't expect him to go to sea and become a pirate. This is something that can't be helped. Think about it. Jiaoding trading is so arrogant. If they stay in the corpse-eating beast race, they will be in danger of being destroyed. It's better to go to sea and take the opportunity to make a fortune. I just hope we don't meet him. It's okay. We have so many mercenaries protecting us. What's there to be afraid of? The people around her were chatting excitedly. Usually, everyone would fight and kill each other. However, at this moment, everyone was harmonious. The ranking battle was coming. Even if they had any grudges, they would temporarily put it aside. It would not be too late to settle any grudges after the event. The ship gradually entered the deep sea. A day later, they arrived at the deep sea. The originally sunny sky had become very dangerous. The entire sky was completely dark. Dark clouds covered the sky and heavy rain poured down. On the surface of the sea, the waves were rolling and shaking. The heavy rain poured down, causing the entire ship to sway. The surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth had also become very chaotic. Trying to fly in such weather was simply courting death. Muyan sat in the cabin to rest. She looked out of the window and saw a figure flying past quickly. This figure was so majestic. His aura was overwhelming. As he flew past, he stirred up shocking waves. No matter how heavy the rain and thunder were, the figure was not affected at all. "Look, it's the Grand Sky Sage," everyone on the ship exclaimed. This figure was the number 1 true disciple of the Jiaoding trading, the Grand Sky Sage. The Grand Sky Sage was alone. He flew past in the storm. No matter how strong the storm was, it could not shake his figure. Splash! Suddenly, a gigantic sea monster leaped out of the water and pounced towards the vast Sky Grand Sage. Suppress! The Grand Sky Sage was calm. With a flick of his finger, a painting suppression curse enveloped the sea monster. The sea monster was suppressed by the painting's curse. Its body was flattened like a piece of paper, turning into a painting. The monster that had been baring its fangs and brandishing its claws was now reduced to a ruined beast in the painting, on the verge of death. It's the painting suppression curse. What a powerful technique! Everyone praised. The Grand Sky Sage was indeed an expert. With a flick of his finger, he suppressed the sea monster into a painting. His speed did not decrease at all as he continued to fly forward. Suddenly, the vast heavenly Grand Sage turned around, and Mu Yun noticed his gaze. Their eyes met. Mu Yun suddenly felt a piercing pain in her eyes. It was as if two sharp swords had pierced her eyeballs. The vast heavenly sage's aura was so strong that just a look from a distance could kill and injure someone. If Mu Yun hadn't ascended to the great saint realm, the vast heavenly sage's gaze would have pierced through his head. He blinked and retracted his gaze. This Grand Sky Sage was indeed powerful. Fortunately, this was the territory of the Punlai Immortal Island. The Grand Sky Sage did not dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, he would be blamed by the Punlai Immortal Island. The ship continued to move forward. The wind and rain hadn't calmed down yet, and water vapor blew in their faces. Suddenly, Mu Yun smelled a fishy smell from the water vapor. The whole ship suddenly shook violently. Oh no, there's a demon beast! Someone exclaimed. Mu Yun looked out of the window and immediately saw a huge figure. It was a sea monster with a green shell. Giant green shell turtle. Mu Yun's expression changed. This sea monster looked similar to a tortoise and had a heavy shell on its body. Its entire body was dark green and its shell was covered with sharp spikes that reached the heavens. This was one of the ancient sacred beasts, the giant green shell turtle. The turtle was a turtle. This giant turtle in cyan armor was unimaginably huge. The entire ship was 5 stories high, but compared to the giant turtle in cyan armor, the entire ship was like a toy. It looked so small and ridiculous. This giant green shell turtle was about 50 meters tall, and its body was hundreds of meters long and wide. It was so huge that it was suffocating. Among the 10 ancient sacred beasts, the giant green shell turtle was the largest. It was terrifyingly huge. A bunch of bastards. How dare you invade my territory? You'll all die. The giant green shell turtle roared. Its roar was earth-shattering. A huge sound wave rushed out, stirring up monstrous waves. It waved its claws and shook the ship. The whole ship shook. If it weren't for the protection of a special array, the ship would have disintegrated. Jump off the ship, all of you. If you don't want to die, jump off the ship now. The captain gave the order, and then took the lead to jump off the ship and escape. Although there were many mercenary guards on the ship, they were guarding against pirates and ordinary monsters. They were useless in the face of a terrifying sacred beast like the giant green shell turtle. The people on the ship also jumped off the ship to escape. Mu Yun walked out as well, only to see that the deck was filled with people in a chaotic mess. There was a young girl standing on the deck with a blank face. She was wearing thin pajamas. The heavy rain drenched her clothes, revealing her delicate body. She looked pitiful. Her hair was a very beautiful silver, and her skin was as bright as snow. 2 pointed ears popped out from her hair. She was actually an elf girl. Chris. Mu Yun recognized her and was shocked. This elven girl was a night elf, Jessica's younger sister, Clarice. Mu Yun did not expect to meet Clarice here. And looking at Clarice's bewildered appearance, she seemed to be alone and pitiful. When Mu Yun saw her pitiful appearance, she hurriedly walked up and said softly, "Hey, Clarice, why are you here? Where's your sister?" When Clarice saw Mu Yun, she took 2 steps back in fear without saying a word. "Don't worry. I won't hurt you." Mu Yun stroked Clarice's hair. He really wanted to know where Jessica had gone. Was she really killed by Yu Wudao? Yu Wudao said that he had torn Jessica and devoured into pieces, but Mu Yun did not believe it. But he did not meet Jessica in the land of despair, so he did not know where she had gone. My sister is missing. I don't know where she went either. The people from the Guild of Undead killed all our people. I ran out. Have you seen my sister? Clarissa's eyes were red, but she stubbornly held back her tears and held Muyun's hand. Muyun was secretly shocked. He did not expect the night elves to be massacred by the Guild of Undead. He sighed and shook his head. I haven't seen your sister either. Are you alone? Yes, I heard that the Battle of the Ranking is the biggest event in the world. I want to find my sister. The ship shook more and more violently. Clarisse could no longer stand and grabbed Muyun's arm tightly. Let's leave here first. Muyun's face darkened. Under the shaking of the giant green armored turtle, the entire ship was on the verge of breaking. Crack, suddenly, the ship's protective array was broken. The entire ship disintegrated like a toy, and many people fell into the sea instantly. Ha ha ha, all of you, die. The giant green armored turtle opened its bloody mouth and took a deep breath. Many people who were still on the ship were directly swallowed by it. Be careful. Muyun carried Clarisse and jumped onto a deck on the sea. The torrential rain was pouring down, and both his and Clarisse's clothes were drenched. Many people had fallen into the sea, and the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi was too chaotic. Everyone couldn't circulate their auras, and some people were drowned alive. Some people drowned in the water. Big brother, what should we do? Clarisse hugged Muyun with a panicked look. Her cultivation was very weak. In front of the giant green armored turtle, she did not have the slightest ability to resist. Let's leave here first. Muyun summoned the blood-winged Bat King. The blood-winged Bat King spread its wings with a swoosh. The brilliant blood-red wings had faint blue river patterns floating on them. It looked very beautiful. Muyun carried Clarisse and jumped onto the back of the blood-winged Bat King. Then, he rode the blood-winged Bat King and flew away. Help, help me. Many people raised their hands and shouted when they saw that Muyun could fly. They only hoped that Muyun would be kind enough to save them. Muyun's face was solemn. There were too many people in the sea. He could not save all of them. He withdrew his gaze and flew away on the blood-winged Bat King. The people in the sea wanted to escape, but most of them could not. They were directly swallowed by the giant green armored turtle. Hee, those two little guys over there, how can it be so easy to escape? The giant green armored turtle discovered Muyun and swam over. Although its body was huge, it swam extremely fast in the sea. In the blink of an eye, it was behind Muyun. Bang, the giant green armored turtle raised its claws and slapped the sea, stirring up a huge wave like a cannonball. It rushed toward Muyun. Muyun rode the blood-winged Bat King and dodged the impact of the huge wave in a rather sorry state. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi was too chaotic. The blood-winged Bat King that he was riding seemed to be unstable. Ouch! Clarisse exclaimed. She lost her balance for a moment and her delicate body fell. Hee, what a beautiful little girl. Are you from the elf clan? Why are you here? The giant green armored turtle laughed sinisterly. It opened its mouth and was about to swallow Clarisse. Evil creature, stop. Muyun was furious. He swung his sword and attacked. Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash. He waved his sword wildly and sent the giant green armored turtle flying into the sky. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The giant green armored turtle's body was huge, but Muyun sent it flying with his sword. How terrifying was his strength! The giant green armored turtle was also stunned. It didn't expect Muyun's strength to be so great. Plop, its body fell heavily into the sea, stirring up monstrous waves and storms. Many people around were directly shaken to death. Muyun reacted quickly. He flew out in an instant, hugged Clarisse, and brought her back to the blood-winged Bat King's back. Clarisse escaped from death. Her face was pale. She pulled Muyun's clothes. Thank you, big brother. It's okay. Muyun touched her hair gently. After the giant green armored turtle fell into the sea, it roared furiously. So you're a great saint expert. No wonder you dare to fight with me. You're just a lesser saint. Die. The giant green armored turtle rushed over. With the help of the waves, it soared into the sky and crashed into Muyun. If she was hit by its huge body, she would be seriously injured even if she didn't die. Gully world, open. Muyun made a prompt decision. He immediately released the gully pages of the Earth Book. This gully tome page had been given to him by Fairy Xianxia. When he released it, the surrounding sea immediately became a world of gullies. The gullies overlapped, the mountain paths were rugged, and the seawater was suppressed. The giant green-armored turtle relied on the advantage of the sea terrain. But now, the surrounding world had become a world of gullies. Without the sea, it could only crawl between the gullies and the mountain roads. Its steps were very slow. It had to exert all its strength. Oh no, it's the Earth Book. The giant green-armored turtle's expression changed drastically. The Earth Book could create a world of special topography. Its sea was gone, and there were only gullies in front of it. Its huge body suddenly became a burden. It would be dragged down by its own weight even without Muyun's help. Die. This was the advantage of geographical advantage. If the giant green-armored turtle had the advantage of the sea, it would be very difficult for Muyun to deal with it. However, he released the Earth Book and directly turned the sea into gullies. He didn't need to do anything. He could drag the giant green-armored turtle to death. The people who had just fallen into the sea hurriedly climbed to the gullies in the mountain areas to catch their breath. The giant green-armored turtle's breathing became heavy, like a beached whale that had lost all its vitality. It was struggling at death's door. Bastard, how dare you torture me like this? Quickly put me back into the sea. The giant green-armored turtle lay on the ground. Its body was so huge that it couldn't move at all on land. Its heavy body was a huge burden. It was almost dying, and its bones were almost broken. Big brother, this turtle is so hateful. Don't let it go. Clarissa's eyes turned cold. Although she had a kind personality, this giant green-armored turtle had stirred up trouble and almost eaten her. She didn't show any mercy. What did you say? I'm not a turtle. I'm a saint beast, the giant green-armored turtle. The giant green-armored turtle roared and immediately vomited blood. On land, it was even difficult for it to breathe. Its situation was getting more and more difficult. What giant green-armored turtle? You're a turtle. I'm going to demote you to a turtle. Muyun turned her palm, and a black light emerged. A curse of demotion immediately suppressed it. Crash, the giant green-armored turtle's body shrank, and finally turned into a small turtle, falling into Muyun's palm. Clarisse, if you like it, take it and play with it. Muyun smiled slightly. Okay, thank you, big brother. Clarisse treated the giant green-armored turtle as a pet and held it in her hands. Muyun took her and landed on the ravine world. The entire ravine mountain area was full of people. The people who fell into the water also climbed up to take refuge. Muyun used the entire ravine mountain area as a boat and sailed straight forward. This boat was a mountain. It was a mountain boat that braved the wind and waves and kept sailing towards Punlai Immortal Island. On this night, the wind and rain finally stopped. The sea regained its tranquility and the moonlight was bright. Clarisse snuggled in Muyun's arms and fell asleep. Muyun secretly took the giant green-armored turtle back and directly refined it into a puppet. Its energy core was still the Earth Origin book. This time, he used the pages of the mountain book. The biggest disadvantage of the giant green-armored turtle was that it could not move on land. However, with Muyun's Earth Origin book, it could use the spiritual power of the earth to live on land and water in the future. It was very powerful. Help, help. Suddenly, Muyun heard a cry for help. A small boat floated in front of him. There were more than a dozen people on the boat. These people looked very strange. They were short, had thick beards and hair, had high noses and deep eyes, and had axes hanging on their waists. They did not look like people from the Three Elements world. It's the dwarf race. Someone exclaimed. It's said that the dwarf race is a race from the Kuan-Su world. Like the Night Elves, it's a grade 8 race. The dwarf race is good at forging. Their secret refining technique is even more powerful than the 100 tempering villa. The people around stood up and looked at the boat floating in the distance. The people on the boat turned out to be the dwarf race from the Kuan-Su world. Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. It turned out to be another grade 8 race. There were many races in the Kanglan world, and the division of ranks was also very clear. The small boat floated over. The dwarves on the boat climbed onto Mu Yan's mountain boat and sat on the ground, panting. They looked tired and embarrassed. "What are you doing?" Mu Yan's face darkened, and he walked over. These dwarfs were from an 8th class race, and they were from the Kuan-Su world. He had to be careful. "Hello, friend. I am the commander of the dwarf race, Fu." A dwarf wearing a battle helmet walked out and said, "We were unfortunately attacked by pirates and our goods were stolen by them. I hope you can take us in and take us to Punlai Island. Since you are from the Kuan-Su world, what are you doing in the Three Elements realm?" Mu Yan became vigilant. After all, these people were not from the Three Elements realm. She did not know what they were up to. "Friend, please don't misunderstand. We have no ill intentions." Fu hurriedly explained, "We came to the Three Elements realm to capture a traitor." Mu Yan asked, "What traitor?" Fu said, "The identity of this traitor is not trivial. Forgive me for not being able to say it clearly. We received news that this traitor is at Punlai Island and is preparing to participate in the ranking war. We came here this time to capture him." After a pause, Fu took out a saber and handed it to Mu Yan. He said, "This is a 3rd grade sacred weapon, the Soul Destroyer Saber. It's the first time we met. This is my gift to you. I hope you can give us a ride and take us to Punlai Island." 3rd grade sacred weapon? Mu Yan was shocked. 3rd grade sacred weapon was also called the heaven-peaking sacred weapon. It could peek into the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was very powerful. Although the violent sword and bright moon sword in his hands were among the top 10 famous swords, they were far less powerful than the heaven-peaking sacred weapon. This dwarf, Fu, gave Mu Yan a 3rd grade sacred weapon as a greeting gift. This was too extravagant. Legend had it that the dwarf race was proficient in the art of forging weapons and could forge all kinds of powerful sacred weapons. However, a 3rd grade sacred weapon was definitely not an ordinary item. This dwarf, Fu, directly gave it to Mu Yan, which showed his sincerity. Mu Yan took the Soul Destroyer Saber. This saber was about 1.5 feet long, with a thick spine and a wide blade. The blade was sharp and flickered with a trace of rolling red light. As Mu Yan held the saber in his hand, his soul actually felt a little throbbing. Through the blade, he seemed to see the great Tao of heaven and earth. This saber had Tao Qi. The most powerful part of a 3rd grade sacred weapon was that it could peek into the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was called the heaven-peaking sacred weapon. With the heaven-peaking sacred weapon in hand, one could erupt with the divine might of the heavenly Tao with every move. With a flick of a finger or a swing of the sword, the heavenly Tao would descend. It was very sharp. "All right, I'll give you a ride." Mu Yan agreed. "Thank you, friend." Fu was overjoyed. Mu Yan nodded and directly refined the Soul Destroyer Saber. Swoosh, swoosh, right at this moment, there was the sound of breaking waves in the dark night. 3 pirate ships were sailing towards Mu Yan's mountain ship. These pirate ships were very huge and were even equipped with cannons. There was a skull flag hanging on the mast, which was especially eye-catching under the moonlight. "The pirates are here." Fu's expression changed. He was the one who was robbed by the pirates. "It's the Prince of Lanling, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the corpse-eating beast race," someone exclaimed. It turned out that the leader of this pirate ship was the Prince of Lanling, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the corpse-eating beast race. This person fell into the sea as a pirate and robbed passing ships. His methods were abnormally ruthless and never left anyone alive. It was rumored that the Prince of Lanling had a treasure called the Bloodthirsty Pearl. It was one of the 5 great demonic artifacts and had the heavenly blood rune. The heavenly blood rune of the Bloodthirsty Pearl could not only increase one's blood qi, but also suppress the enemy's blood qi. It was extremely powerful. The heavenly blood rune was one of the 6 great runes. Mu Yan had the heavenly slayer rune, the heavenly source rune, and the heavenly fisher rune. Naturally, he had heard of this heavenly blood rune. Before the pirate ship got close, Mu Yan felt an extremely majestic blood qi fluctuation. This blood qi fluctuation was even more powerful than his. Mu Yun gasped. His blood chi was majestic and invincible, but the blood chi fluctuation in the distance was even more powerful than his. This was really inconceivable. Looks like this heavenly blood rune can't be underestimated. Mu Yun calmed down and saw a figure standing on the deck of the island. Under the moonlight, this figure shone with a demonic blood-red glow. A blood-red bead circled around his body like a fluttering butterfly. A totem condensed from blood appeared behind him. Powerful chi and blood fluctuations were constantly emitted. Even the surrounding seawater turned blood-red, and the air was filled with the sweet smell of blood. Prince Lanling is here. Everyone was in a mess. This figure was one of the 4 heavenly kings, Prince Lanling. Fire the cannons. Blast them to death. Prince Lanling stood on the deck and gave the order. The 3 pirate ships surrounded Yun Mu's mountain ship, and black cannon muzzles emerged from the ship's bodies. Boom, with Prince Lanling's order, the cannons were fired towards Mu Yun's ship. Shrill screams were heard. On the ship, bodies were blasted away. Their flesh and blood were badly mangled. It's the demon crystal cannons specially made by the Light Church. Where did these pirates get the demon crystal cannons? The dwarf Ofu's expression changed drastically. Beams of crystal-like cannons were fired continuously. The explosion caused flesh and blood to fly everywhere. Dust was stirred up. He quickly brought his men to hide behind the ravine to avoid the bombardment of the cannons. Big brother, what's happening? At this moment, Clarice was also awakened by the cannons. Her face was pale with fright. She ran to Mu Yun's side and hugged her tightly. It's nothing. Mu Yun's expression was solemn. The surroundings were in chaos. Many people had started to jump off the ship to escape. Friend, let's jump off the ship quickly. We can't hold on any longer. The dwarf Ofu couldn't hide anymore. His face was covered in ash. He was also attacked by the cannons. Don't panic. Since I promised to bring you to Punlai Immortal Island, I won't go back on my words. Mu Yun calmed down. She held the soul-extinguishing blade and flew out. She charged towards the pirate ship alone. Friend, don't go to your death. The dwarf Ofu was shocked. One had to know that Lanling King had the advantage in numbers, and he was very strong. He was a middle great saint expert, and he had the heavenly blood rune in his hand. He was very powerful. Mu Yun would be courting death if he went out alone. Everyone was also shocked. They didn't expect that Mu Yun would dare to charge out alone. Under the moonlight, Mu Yun swept across the sea with her blade, creating a huge splash. In the blink of an eye, she had already rushed to the pirate ship. Mu Yun, so it's you. Prince Lanling also recognized Mu Yun and revealed an excited expression. You are the great enemy of my corpse-eating beast race. I didn't expect you to come here to die. Very good, very good. I will take your head and give it to Lord Corpse Emperor. He will definitely be very happy. Prince Lanling laughed and waved his hand to give the order. Fire the cannons and kill her. Rumble. Rumble, a series of dense cannons sounded crazily. Beams of crystal-like cannons bombarded Mu Yun. On Mu Yun's body, the golden body of the Great Saint Dharma body, the green scale dragon armor, and the flame dragon totem burst out with dazzling light. The surrounding cannons couldn't hurt her at all. Prince Lanling was slightly shocked. He didn't expect Mu Yun's defense to be so strong. A mysterious rune suddenly appeared on Mu Yun's right eye. A twisted death word appeared on her eyeball. Heavenly Death Rune. Mu Yun swept her gaze across. An intense aging aura instantly enveloped the entire area. The moonlight in the sky had turned old. The night clouds had turned dark, and seagulls were falling. The 3 pirate ships in front were rapidly aging under the impact of the Heavenly Death Rune. The decks were creaking under the pressure. The ships were aging and decaying. Even the demon crystal cannons were rusting. Mu Yun was clear that if she wanted to deal with Prince Lanling, she had to get rid of these pirates first to prevent them from being a hindrance. The power of the Heavenly Death Rune was extremely strong. Although Prince Lanling was a great saint expert and had the protection of the Dharma body, the Heavenly Death Rune couldn't hurt him. However, his subordinates couldn't withstand the aging curse of the heavenly death rune. One by one, the pirates rapidly aged under the impact of the heavenly death rune. Their hair turned white. Even the weapons in their hands aged and became rusty. They lost their sharpness. The aging curse was the strongest curse in the world other than the ultimate curse. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Mu Yun to kill those pirates with just a glance. The Divine Slayer rune is indeed in your hands. King Lanling's face turned pale. The Divine Slayer rune was the most powerful of the 6 great runes. He had heard that Mu Yun had the Divine Slayer rune. The aging curse was indeed powerful. Bloodthirsty bead, suppress. King Lanling calmed himself down and took out his Dharma treasure. His Dharma treasure was a bloodthirsty bead. There was a demonic word blood carved on the bead and the runes around it were like smoke. The bloodthirsty bead had the heavenly blood rune, which was also one of the 6 great runes. Buzz buzz buzz, the bloodthirsty bead let out a buzzing sound and the heavenly blood rune exploded. A powerful surge of blood energy swept away all the cursed chi in the area. The stars and moon regained their clarity and were no longer in their twilight state. In the next moment, Mu Yun felt a powerful suppressive aura that suppressed his blood energy. His chi and blood were forcefully suppressed. His entire body stiffened, and his limbs became numb due to the loss of the flow of chi and blood. Hee, Mu Yun, you have been suppressed by my heavenly blood rune. Just accept your fate. King Lanling sneered. His heavenly blood rune could increase his own blood energy and suppress the enemy's blood energy. It was very powerful. I want your rune. Mu Yun smiled faintly. The white tiger sacred flame burned in his body and his blood energy returned to normal. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he charged towards King Lanling. The heavenly blood rune was one of the 6 great runes and Mu Yun was interested in it. No matter how powerful King Lanling was, he was not afraid of him. In the entire world, the only person who could threaten him was the great Heaven Grand Sage. Mu Yun did not care about the others. King Lanling was shocked. He did not expect Mu Yun to be able to break free. Moreover, he could feel the aura of the origin fire. It's the origin fire. Impossible, how can you have the aura of the origin fire on you? King Lanling's expression changed drastically. Primordial fire origin was a heavenly treasure. He didn't expect Mu Yun to have the aura of primordial fire origin. Damnable brat. Seems like if I want to deal with you, I can only get Lord Yu Huang to act. King Lanling didn't hesitate and immediately turned around to flee. Mu Yun's body actually had the aura of the primordial fire origin. He wasn't stupid enough to fight against the primordial fire origin. Instead, he immediately ran away. Giant green turtle, stop him! Mu Yun shouted. A small turtle jumped out of Clarissa's palm, jumped into the sea, and instantly turned into a giant monster. It was the giant green armored turtle. After fusing with the pages of the mountain book, a mountain that looked like a steel appeared on the turtle's back. The turtle carrying steel looked simple and ancient. Clarisse was startled. She didn't expect that this little turtle could turn back into the giant green turtle. Moreover, its aura was even stronger than before. The giant green armored turtle was the overlord of the sea. As soon as it appeared, the entire sea started to stir up waves. It was a magnificent scene. Mu Yun controlled the giant green armored turtle to stir up the sea water, causing a tsunami that pounced towards King Lanling. It's the giant green armored turtle. King Lanling's expression changed drastically. The giant green armored turtle was the largest existence among the 10 saint beasts. It was the overlord of the sea. Even if he had the strength of a middle-level great saint, it would be hard for him to fight against the giant green armored turtle. Asterisk rumble, asterisk a monster tsunami came roaring. At the critical moment, King Lanling gritted his teeth and threw out the bloodthirsty bead. The entire bloodthirsty bead was like a bomb, exploding towards the giant green armored turtle. Asterisk bang, asterisk the bloodthirsty bead exploded on the giant green armored turtle. The giant green armored turtle's body suddenly shook. Under the impact of the explosion, it let out an angry roar. The power of the tsunami also weakened. King Lanling took this opportunity to escape. Mu Yun's body also shook. The giant green armored turtle was his puppet. If it was injured, he would also be affected. Luckily, the giant green armored turtle's body was big enough. Although it was hit by King Lanling's attack, it was not injured. Mu Yun flew out and snatched the bloodthirsty orb in his hand. The bloodthirsty bead had the heavenly blood rune carved on it. Waves of powerful blood chi rippled out. This is the heavenly blood rune. Mu Yun was overjoyed. He refined the bloodthirsty bead and absorbed the heavenly blood rune. With the help of the rune, his blood chi increased by 50%, his blood chi was already very strong. Now that it increased by 50%, it was simply unbelievable. Mu Yun gathered all his blood chi into the demon fetus in his dantian and strengthened it. Gradually, his bones were strengthened, and demonic chi was born. The demon bone transformation was the last step of the demon emperor transformation. Once the demon bone transformation was completed, the demon emperor transformation would reach the pinnacle of perfection. Mu Yun's blood chi flowed and nourished his bones. His bones continued to strengthen. The bones of his right hand transformed into the demon bone. With a wave of his hand and a flick of his finger, powerful demon chi burst out. The battle of the leaderboard is about to begin. If I can complete the demon bone transformation before the battle starts, it will be great. Mu Yun thought. If the demon bone transformation was completed, his demon emperor transformation would reach the pinnacle. He would definitely be able to get a spot on the leaderboard. Friend, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You can defeat the pirates alone. The dwarf Ofu walked up with a look of pleasant surprise on his face. I would like to invite you to the Kuan-Su world. We, the dwarf race, have joined the Light Church's crusade army and are preparing to fight the Guild of Death. I hope you can come with us. Let's see. I'll think about it. Mu Yun shook his head and did not say anything. Okay. Dwarf Ofu was a little disappointed. Let's go to Punlai Island first. Mu Yun had already defeated Prince Lanling. No pirates dared to block his way anymore. He steered the mountain boat and sailed directly to Punlai Island. 3 days later, Mu Yun arrived at Punlai Island successfully. Punlai Island was rich in spirit chi. Although it was far from comparable to Xianxia Treasure Mountain, it was still a treasured place for cultivation. The island was lush with many exotic flowers and plants. The buildings and houses on the island were decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It looked lively and festive. Mu Yun stepped onto the island and a servant came to greet and entertain him. Friend Mu Yun, thank you for bringing me to Punlai Island. Ofu cupped his hands at Mu Yun. Brother Ofu, forgive me for asking, but who is the traitor you are talking about? Mu Yun was a little curious. What kind of traitor could make Ofu take such a risk and rush to the 3-yuan world from the Kuan-Su world? Friend, I'm sorry. I really can't say, in case the news gets out. You will know later. Ofu said apologetically. Okay. Mu Yun didn't ask any more questions. He immediately left and brought Clarice to the island. There were still a few days before the start of the ranking battle. Mu Yun and Clarice stayed temporarily. The ranking battle was the biggest event in the 3-yuan world. People from all walks of life came. Bai Chen also came, Shi Feishuan, Miao Shuani, the black-clothed swordswoman, and even Ling Jianqing came. It turned out that Ling Jianqing failed to assassinate Shi Juntian and was knocked off the cliff. He didn't die, but had a fortuitous encounter. This time, he had reached the Supreme Saint realm and wanted to participate in the ranking battle. As long as he could get a place on the ranking battle, he would be blessed with great fortune. He would have endless blessings. When Bai Chen saw Mu Yun, he bowed and said, Lord, long time no see. Congratulations on reaching the Supreme Saint realm. Congratulations. Well, you have worked hard these days. I'll give you this Chi Explosion Pearl. Mu Yun gave the Chi Explosion Pearl to Bai Chen. This Chi Explosion Pearl had heavenly origin runes and could temporarily increase one's cultivation. However, Mu Yun's current cultivation was too strong. If she wanted to increase her strength, even the Chi Explosion Pearl was useless. She might as well give it to Bai Chen. At this time, Bai Chen had already reached the Supreme Saint realm. With the Chi Explosion Pearl, he could at least reach the Supreme Saint realm. Mu Yun called Mu Bufan, Luo Tianqing, and the others out and let them get familiar with Bai Chen. The ranking battle was about to start. Mu Yun sent people out to gather information. In this ranking battle, Zhou Feishuan, who was ranked 10th, had already died. The first, Ao Renwang, was not here yet. It was said that he was cultivating in the Seamless Land. The other 8 experts, including the vast Sky Sage and the black-clothed swordswoman, were all here. Ao Renwang was not here. This was a good thing because there was an empty seat. At this time, there were already 2 vacancies on the experts' ranking. Other than Mu Yun, there were also Lim Jianxin, the White-Bone King of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Corpse-Eating Beast race, the Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing of the 5 Heavenly Kings, the #1 assassin of the Assassin Guild's Black Battalion, the Green-Robed Patriarch, and the 2nd Elder of the 100 Tempering Villa, Bai Chen. Luosher, the #1 True Disciple, Bai Xia, and so on. Other than those old monsters who were in seclusion, almost all the experts in the 3 elements world were here to fight for a spot on the experts' ranking. On the surface, Mu Yun was still a member of the Assassin Guild, the #1 Yellow Assassin. He was summoned by the black-clothed swordswoman. When he saw the black-clothed swordswoman again, Mu Yun still had a very familiar feeling. It was as if he had seen the black-clothed swordswoman somewhere before. Beside the black-clothed swordswoman stood a person in a green robe. This person was shrouded in a green robe. His appearance and figure could not be seen. Only a wisp of white beard could be seen from his chin. Mu Yun, you have caused a lot of trouble these days. The vast Sky Sage wants to kill you. Even I can't protect you. The black-clothed swordswoman's tone was rather cold. The vast Sky Sage's methods and strength were much more powerful than hers. Unless she could pull out the #1 famed sword, the ancient Yuan sword, she would definitely not be a match for the vast Sky Sage. President, don't be impatient. I will solve this problem myself. The black-clothed swordswoman said indifferently, in this ranking battle, there are currently 2 vacant spots. You can snatch these 2 spots from the green-robed ancestor in the end. This way, both of you will have great luck. With great luck, you won't die so easily. If you die prematurely, even the vast Sky Sage won't be able to kill you. The most attractive part of the ranking battle was that after one entered the ranking list, one would have great luck and great fortune. Even if one didn't encounter any fortuitous encounters, one wouldn't die so easily. Just like Zhou Feishuan, who was ranked 10th on the expert ranking list, she had great luck. Although she was killed, at least she found someone to entrust her life to before she died and didn't ruin the foundation of Jade Toad House. She was considered lucky. Mu Yun's gaze landed on the green-robed man beside her. This green-robed man was the #1 assassin in the Assassin Guild's Black Barracks. He was known as the green-robed ancestor. No one knew his true identity. They only knew that he had a special green flame that had great lethality. If Mu Yun and the green-robed ancestor could enter the ranking list, that would be the best. With the addition of the black-clothed swordswoman, the Assassin Guild would have 3 people on the ranking list. This great luck was simply heaven-defying. There are many people who want to enter the ranking list. We have to strike first to gain the upper hand. A trace of killing intent flashed across the black-clothed swordswoman's eyes. This is the killing sword, ranked 6th among the top 10 famous swords. The black-clothed swordswoman took out a long box and opened it. There was a shiny longsword inside. This sword was about 3 feet long and the body of the sword was shining brightly. It was flickering with a sharp killing intent. Mu Yun took a look and immediately felt an extremely sharp killing intent. It was as if her head was going to be chopped off. This sword was the killing sword, ranked 6th among the top 10 famous swords. This sword's name was the killing sword. To kill people for a living, it could lock onto the enemy's aura from a distance and chop off their heads. It was very powerful. Mu Yun, take this killing sword and join forces with the green-robed ancestor. Kill all those who want to enter the ranking list. The black-clothed swordswoman's eyes were cold and her tone was awe-inspiring. What? Mu Yun was astonished. The black-clothed swordswoman's words were too shocking. She actually wanted to kill all the people who participated in the rankings. Those people are very powerful. If you were to fight them head-on, the 2 of you wouldn't have an absolute chance of winning. However, if you were to use a sneak attack, they would definitely not be able to defend against it. The black-clothed swordswoman's plan was very crazy. As long as they killed all the people who wanted to take the leaderboard, the position on the leaderboard would naturally fall into the hands of her assassin guild. Sir President, there are many people participating in the competition. I'm afraid we won't be able to kill them all. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Although the black-clothed swordswoman's plan was good, the difficulty was too high. Those who dared to compete for the rankings were all top-notch experts. It was already good enough to assassinate one or two of them. It was not easy. It was almost impossible to kill them all. The black-clothed swordswoman said, I know, you don't have to care so much. Take the killing sword and kill the corpse-eating beasts White Bone King and Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing. As for the others, the green-robed old ancestor and I will deal with them. The corpse-eating beasts had also sent many experts over for this ranking battle. For example, the strongest of the 4 heavenly kings, White Bone King, and the Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing, who represented death among the 5 heavenly kings. The hatred between Mu Yun and the corpse-eating beasts could not be resolved. Even if he did not make a move, the corpse-eating beasts would not let him off. Alright, then I'll go deal with White Bone King and Mingshi Jing. Mu Yun kept the killing sword and agreed. Although the black-clothed swordswoman's plan was crazy, he did not have to care so much. He just needed to kill White Bone King and Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing. If he were to fight them head-on, he would have to expend a lot of effort. However, if he were to use a sneak attack, he might really be able to kill them in one go. The black-cloaked swordswoman told Mu Yun where White Bone King and Mingshi Jing lived. When night fell, Mu Yun sat cross-legged in his room. With a thought, the killing sword soared into the sky and broke through the window, flying directly towards White Bone King's residence. This killing sword was very mysterious. It could kill people from a distance. Even if it was 1,000 miles away, it could still kill people. It was very powerful. Mu Yun's body did not move as he flew out on the sword. The killing sword flew through the darkness and soon arrived outside White Bone King's room. Mu Yun gently slit a gap in the window with the sword. He saw a man as thin as a skeleton sitting in the room. This man's skin was almost transparent. He could see the bones inside. They were as strong as steel, shining with a metallic glow. The luster of steel. This person was White Bone King, the most powerful existence among the 4 heavenly kings of the corpse-eating beasts. He was more powerful than Prince Xiaoming, Prince Tianmu, and Prince Lanling. This White Bone King's strength had reached the middle level of the Supreme Saint. Moreover, he had been in the middle level for many years and had reached the peak. His aura was many times more stable than Prince Lanling's. If it was a head-on confrontation, Mu Yun would probably have to spend a lot of effort to kill White Bone King. But now, he was sneak attacking. The killing sword was floating outside the window, ready to strike. White Bone King was not alerted at all. He was still resting with his eyes closed. There was even a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. Mu Yun was about to attack with the sword. Suddenly, someone walked in from outside the room. It was a beautiful girl. It was Xianxia. Xianxia knocked on the door. White Bone King said lightly, "Is it young mistress? Come in." Creak, Xianxia pushed the door open and said, "White Bone King, it's so late. Why are you looking for me?" White Bone King smiled and said, "Young mistress, Lord Corpse Emperor said this time that if I can win the role, he will betroth you to me and make you my wife." Xianxia gritted her teeth and snorted, "Let's talk about it after you win the role." White Bone King said, "I can definitely win the role. My strength has reached the peak of the middle level. I'm just a little bit away from the greater level. Moreover, I have the heavenly shield rune. No one except the great sky sage can defend against this rune. If I can break it, it will be easy for me to win the role." The heavenly shield rune was one of the 6 great runes. This rune's defensive power was very strong. It was more than 10 times stronger than the golden body of the great sage. It was known as the strongest defense. And the heavenly shield rune was in White Bone King's hands. Xianxia said, "It doesn't matter how strong you are. Let's talk about it after you win the role." White Bone King smiled and said, "I will definitely make it to the top. When that time comes, you will marry me and we will be husband and wife. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold." Miss, tonight is a beautiful night. Don't leave. Stay with me. Whitebone King clenched his fist and locked the door with a bang. Xianxia's face changed and said, "What are you doing? If you dare to mess around, I will tell my father." Whitebone King sneered and said, "Lord Zombie Emperor has said that he will betroth you to me. We will be husband and wife in the future. Tonight, we will be husband and wife. It's the same. Come on." Whitebone King stood up and walked over to Xianxia. He grabbed her hand. Xianxia flung his hand away and turned to run out. She said, "You bastard. How dare you humiliate me? I will not let you go." She wanted to open the door and run away, but Whitebone King floated over and hugged her tightly. He laughed and said, "Young mistress, there is no need to run. We will spend the night together. Isn't it beautiful? Let go of me." Xianxia screamed. Muyun saw this and could not help but shake his head. He did not expect that his sneak attack would be so difficult. Die. He did not waste time talking. He flew out with his sword. The killer sword broke through the window and slashed at Whitebone King. "Who is it?" Whitebone King was shocked. There was only sword chi and murderous aura around him. There was no aura of a living person. He was shocked and quickly rolled to the ground to avoid the attack of the killer sword. "The killer sword, it's the killer sword." Whitebone King's expression changed. This sword was the killer sword in the top 10 famous swords. The killer sword could kill people from a distance. At this moment, Muyun was sitting in his room. He controlled the killer sword from a distance and slashed out again. This killer sword lived to kill people. It was filled with an extremely strong murderous aura. As long as one was attacked by the killer sword, the wound would expand crazily. Even if it was just a bloody wound, it would expand to the point where it was life-threatening. This was the power of the killer sword. It was only born to kill people. Muyun controlled the sword from a distance. He poured all his chi and blood into the killer sword. The whole killer sword burst out with a dazzling bloody light. Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash. Muyun waved his sword in the air and sent Whitebone King flying into the sky. Immediately, he slashed down with his sword and slashed directly at Whitebone King's shoulder. Although the shoulder was not a vital part, it did not matter. As long as one was injured by the killer sword, the wound would expand crazily and directly endanger one's life. There was no room for recovery. Clang, Whitebone King was about to be killed. But at this moment, a die appeared on his body. This die had the same rune on all 6 sides. It was a big shield word. Divine Shield Die. Muyun also recognized it. This die was the Divine Shield Die of the 5 great demonic weapons. It had the Heavenly Shield rune and its defense was extremely strong. He slashed down with his sword, but when it came into contact with the Heavenly Shield rune, the sword was sent flying. He immediately felt numb all over. The Heavenly Shield rune's defense was indeed powerful. Even his killer sword could not break it. If the King of Hell wants people to die at midnight, I will not dare to stay alive until dawn. I am determined to kill you tonight. Even if you have the Heavenly Shield rune, you will not be able to block it. Muyun's face turned cold, and he slashed out with his sword again. The blade of the sword shone brightly, and a golden white tiger sacred fire burned. Muyun slashed down ruthlessly and directly slashed at Whitebone King. Whitebone King's Divine Shield Die let out a mournful cry. The Heavenly Shield rune could not block the power of the white tiger sacred fire. The penetrative power of the white tiger sacred fire was too powerful. Even the Heavenly Shield rune could not block Muyun's slash and directly cut off Whitebone King's left arm. Muyun composed himself and swung his sword again, slashing towards Whitebone King's head. Whoosh, but suddenly, a violent gust of wind blew, and a terrifying plague aura exploded, causing Muyun's killing sword to be pushed back. A young man in plain clothes and straw shoes appeared in the room. There was a bone flute hanging from his waist. He looked very ordinary, but his aura was incomparably vast and powerful. Moreover, it was mixed with the aura of the plague, which made people tremble in fear. Plague Emperor. When Whitebone King saw this person, he was pleasantly surprised. This person was Plague Emperor Suyin. Plague Emperor Su Yan, his curse has been broken? Mu Yun was shocked. He had already demoted Plague Emperor Su Yan to a wild boar, but he did not expect Plague Emperor Su Yan to have recovered. He did not know who had broken the curse for him. Moreover, his aura was incomparably powerful, even more powerful than before. At most, he had already advanced to the Great Sage realm. The aura of the Greater Immortal realm was too strong. Mu Yun suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. Damn it, I didn't expect Plague Emperor Su Yan's curse to be broken so quickly. If I didn't kill him back then, there would be endless trouble in the future. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. Back then, he wanted to kill Plague Emperor Su Yan, but unfortunately, he was stopped by Fairy Xianxia. Moreover, Fairy Xianxia had ordered that no matter what, he could not kill Plague Emperor Su Yan. I don't care. This time, I must kill this person. Mu Yan's eyes were burning with anger. He did not kill Plague Emperor Su Yan back then, and now there was a huge problem. This Plague Emperor Su Yan had already advanced to the Great Sage realm, and was even more powerful than before. It was very difficult for him to kill him now. Naturally, it was impossible to kill Plague Emperor Su Yan with just a killing sword. Mu Yun immediately swung his sword and picked up the Divine Shield die, bringing it back with the killing sword. Although White Bone King was not dead yet, Mu Yun knew that he would definitely not survive. Because the wound caused by the killing sword would continue to expand, directly endangering one's life, and there was no room for recovery. White Bone King would definitely not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Tonight, I have some gains. Mu Yun kept the killing sword. On the sword, there was a die with heavenly shield runes on all 6 sides. This die was the Divine Shield die of the 5 great magic tools. Mu Yun directly refined the Divine Shield die, peeling off the heavenly shield runes and imprinting them on the green-scaled dragon armor. Dazzling runes immediately appeared on his azure dragon armor. Of the 6 great runes, I've already collected 5 of them. There's only 1 left. Mu Yun already had the Heavenly Slayer rune, the Heavenly Fisher rune, the Heavenly Origin rune, the Heavenly Blood rune, and the Heavenly Shield rune. She only lacked 1 rune to gather all 6 major runes. It was said that after gathering all the runes, one would be able to comprehend the power of the runes in reverse and figure out the refining method of transforming blood into magic. Infusing demon with blood was a refining technique that had been lost since the ancient times. No one could understand it now. However, it was said that as long as one gathered all 6 runes, they would be able to comprehend the wetness of runes and comprehend the mystery of the magic infusion technique. Mu Yun was still lacking 1 type before she could gather all 6 major runes. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door. Mu Yun thought it was Clarice, but when she opened the door, she saw a graceful and beautiful woman standing outside with a few guards. Young Master Mu Yun, I am the island master of Punlai Immortal Island. You can call me Fairy Punlai. The beautiful woman's expression was rather cold. So it's Fairy Punlai. What can I do for you? Mu Yun's heart trembled. Fairy Punlai was one of the 6 great fairies. Back then, she served the Heavenly Lord of Calamity and was as famous as Fairy Xianxia. Although her cultivation realm was far inferior to Fairy Xianxia's, her status was not to be underestimated. No one dared to offend her. She was the one who hosted all the great events of the ranking battle in the past few years. Young Master Mu Yun, I received news last night that someone said that you ambushed and assassinated the White Bone King. Is this true? Fairy Punlai's tone was cold. The guards carried a coffin over. Inside the coffin lay the White Bone King's corpse. The White Bone King was injured by Mu Yun's killing sword. Even if he didn't die at that time, it was impossible for him to survive. The sharpness of this killing sword was indeed powerful. Mu Yun's face darkened. He killed people through the air with his sword. Even if others wanted to investigate, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to him. It must be the Plague Emperor Su Yan who discovered the clues of the White Tiger's sacred fire and went to Fairy Punlai to complain. If he didn't kill the Plague Emperor Su Yan back then, there would be endless trouble. Mu Yun composed himself. No matter what he said now, there wouldn't be a good ending. Just as he was thinking, a black-cloaked figure suddenly flew over. The figure unsheathed his sword and slashed out a few times, directly killing Fairy Punlai and her guards. Plop, Fairy Punlai's corpse fell to the ground, her eyes wide open. The person who attacked was actually the black-clothed swordswoman. The black-clothed swordswoman slowly wiped off the blood on the sword and kicked Fairy Punlai's corpse away. From her appearance, she seemed to hate Fairy Punlai very much. You killed Fairy Punlai? Mu Yun was dumbfounded. Fairy Punlai was a character from ancient times. She was an existence on par with Fairy Xianxia. She was a dancer who served Empyrean calamity. Although her cultivation was weak and she had only just stepped into the great sage realm, her status was exceptionally high and no one dared to challenge her. Offend her. However, the black-clothed swordswoman actually made a move and killed Fairy Punlai with a single sword strike. Yesterday, the black-clothed swordswoman said that she wanted to kill all the rank contenders. Mu Yun already felt that she was crazy, but he didn't expect that something even crazier was in front of him. She actually killed Fairy Punlai. You killed Fairy Punlai. If that person finds out, what will you do? Mu Yun's expression was horrified. And his scalp went numb. Fairy Punlai was Heavenly Lord Calamity's concubine. If Heavenly Lord Calamity found out about this, the black-clothed swordswoman would be dead for sure. So what if he's Heavenly Lord Calamity? Others are afraid of him, but I'm not. He has already wandered the world and will never return. The black-clothed swordswoman directly called out Heavenly Lord Calamity's name without the slightest fear. Mu Yun's face paled. He never thought that the black-clothed swordswoman would dare to directly call out Heavenly Lord Calamity's name. He had been in the Three-Essence world for so long and had only seen Xianxia dare to do so. He never thought that the black-clothed swordswoman would also dare to do so. Wasn't she afraid of suffering the curse of Heavenly Lord Calamity? As he thought of Xianxia, Mu Yun sighed. Xianxia had been killed in Jade Toad Monastery. Although he couldn't find her corpse, he guessed that she wouldn't survive. Suddenly, Mu Yun's body shook. He discovered that the black-clothed swordswoman's figure was very similar to Xianxia's. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. Our assassination plan has been discovered by Fairy Punlai. If we don't kill her, I'm afraid we will suffer the wrath of all the masters of the world. Thus, this woman must die. The black-clothed swordswoman's expression was calm and her words were indifferent. So you are also afraid of the wrath of all the masters of the world? Mu Yun bitterly smiled. If that was the case, then why did he need to come up with an assassination plan? Don't say so much. Fortunately, you know the secret method of refining puppets. You can refine Fairy Punlai into a puppet and preside over the meeting. Others won't be able to find any clues. The black-clothed swordswoman took out a piece of paper and handed it to Mu Yun. This piece of paper had the word island printed on it. It turned out to be the island page of the Earth Element book. Mu Yun nodded and immediately took action. He refined Fairy Punlai into a puppet and stuffed the island page into it to act as the energy core. It was very suitable to use the Earth Element book as the energy core because the Earth Element book had the power of the earth. It was integrated with the power of heaven and earth. Others couldn't see any flaws at all. Now that the news has been leaked, the assassination plan can only be terminated. If you want to get on the list, you can only rely on your true skills. The black-clothed swordswoman said. It doesn't matter. Mu Yun shrugged. He didn't care. He wasn't afraid of fire. He disdained to launch a sneak attack. Getting on the list fair and square was exactly what he wanted. This Fairy Punlai is really ugly. Even if she has become a puppet, she is still ugly. The black-clothed swordswoman slapped Fairy Punlai a few times. Her expression was filled with hatred. Mu Yun was secretly puzzled. He didn't know what grudges the black-clothed swordswoman had with Fairy Punlai. He shook his head and collected his thoughts. He didn't care anymore. After the black-clothed swordswoman left, Mu Yun returned to his room to cultivate and prepare for the upcoming battle. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Big brother, it's not good. Quickly open the door. It was Clarisse's voice. Mu Yun quickly opened the door and saw Clarisse sweating profusely. She looked very anxious. Clarisse, what's wrong? Mu Yun asked. Big brother, I found my sister. I beg you, quickly save her. Clarisse's eyes were filled with tears. Where's your sister? Mu Yun was slightly surprised. Could it be that Jessica was also on the Punlai Immortal Island? Jessica was a supreme sage expert and possessed the Dei sacred fire. She was very powerful. However, from Clarice's expression, it seemed that Jessica had encountered some kind of disaster. Clarice said, "By Luosher, there's a person called By Luosher. It's said that he's the second elder of the 100 Tempering Villa. He captured my sister. I asked him to return my sister to me, but he refused. Big brother, I beg you, you must save my sister." By Luosher, Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. By Luosher was the second elder of the 100 Tempering Villa. This person's refining technique was quite unique. He could refine Tian beads. In the entire three elements realm, only By Luosher could refine Tian beads. Tian beads were special magic treasures that could be used to store aura. It was much more useful than origin beads. For example, Mu Yun had a bead with the atavism curse on it. It was a Tian bead that stored the aura of the curse. "Bring me to take a look." Mu Yun really wanted to see what was going on. Although this By Luosher was also an expert and had come to compete for the rankings, Jessica was definitely not an ordinary person. How could she be captured by Luosher so easily? To be cautious, Mu Yun brought Bai Chen, Luo Tianqing, Mu Bufan, and the others and set off together. Clarice brought Mu Yun and the others to an inn on the island. "Who dares to stop my big brother?" Mu Bufan snorted coldly and directly attacked, knocking down two guards with one punch each. Mu Yun's face was indifferent as she pulled Clarice into the inn. The inn was full of guests and was quite lively. There were even singers on the stage to add to the atmosphere. An old man in a white robe was smiling as he drank wine. He was teasing a beautiful woman beside him, but the woman was at a loss and completely ignored him. "Sister!" Clarice shouted and rushed toward the beautiful woman. The latter was her sister, Jessica. When Mu Yun saw Jessica's appearance, he was secretly shocked. At this moment, Jessica was no longer as spirited as she used to be. Her eyes were blank, as if her soul had been sucked out. She didn't even look at Clarice when she rushed over. "Who are you? How dare you disturb the second elder's mood?" A man slammed the table and stood up, glaring angrily at Mu Yun and the others. This man had a short stature, but the aura he exuded was extremely powerful. He was actually a great sage expert. White Salamander. When Bai Chen saw this person, his entire body immediately trembled. Monstrous hatred and anger erupted from his eyes. It turned out that this short man was the first successor of the 100 Tempering Villa, White Salamander. Back then, Bai Chen and White Salamander competed for the position of the Villa Master. Unfortunately, Bai Chen lost and was expelled by White Salamander. At this time, White Salamander was already the appointed successor of the 100 Tempering Villa. As long as the old Villa Master died, it would be his turn to take over the 100 Tempering Villa. It was the first time Mu Yun saw White Salamander. She did not expect White Salamander to be so ugly and short. "Bai Chen, why did you bring people here? Are you trying to rebel?" White Salamander snorted coldly. He directly grabbed Clarice's clothes and threw her out like a chicken. "Don't hurt her." Jessica's dazed eyes suddenly flickered with a cold light. She shot out like an arrow and hugged Clarice. Soon after, she flipped her hand and summoned the Grady Saint Flame. A phoenix-like flame arrow viciously shot towards the White Salamander. White Salamander was shocked and hurriedly pulled out his sword to block. His sword flickered with a cold light. It was the Blood Drinker sword, ranked 5th among the 10 famous swords. A blood-colored sword radiance blocked Jessica's flame arrow. "So hot." Bai Hao bared his teeth and took a step back awkwardly. Even he had to be wary of the origin flame of the Grady Sacred Flame. When Bai Luosher saw how ferocious the Dei Sacred Flame was, a look of greed appeared in his aged eyes. "Sister." Clarice threw herself into Jessica's arms and burst into tears. "You called me big sister. Do you know me?" Jessica asked blankly. She seemed to have lost her memory. "Sister, I'm Clarice. Don't you recognize me?" Clarice asked in surprise. "I don't. No. I don't even remember my own name." Jessica shook her head. Mu Yun was surprised to see Jessica like this. She did not know what had happened to Jessica. Yu Wudao had said that he had cut Jessica into pieces, but it was obviously a lie. Jessica was still alive and had just lost her memory. My lord, she seems to be suffering from the after-effects of stealing dreams. The captain of the Osteopyram, Luo Tianxing, whispered into Mu Yun's ear. After effects? Mu Yun was stunned. Yes. The last move of the sky-stealing hand, stealing dreams. You can steal other people's dreams and plant your inner demons. You can also turn your own unfavorable factors into a dream. For example, you can use this technique to turn your death into a dream if you have been killed. After you wake up from the dream, you can come back to life. Luo Tianxing explained slowly. He had received the sky-stealing hand as a reward from Mu Yun. After painstakingly comprehending it, he had also gained some benefits. A secret technique like the sky-stealing hand was an unorthodox technique. Luo Tianxing was a member of the Bone clan and had a dark and deep comprehension ability. He learned this kind of unorthodox technique very quickly. Mu Yun could not comprehend it, but he made rapid progress. You said it can turn death into a dream? Mu Yun felt incredulous. Luo Tianxing said, yes. Every time this secret technique is used, you will lose something on you. If you are lucky, you might only lose a piece of your fingernail. It is not a big problem. But if you are unlucky, you will lose your head. If you are unlucky, you will die. He glanced at Jessica and whispered, I think she is delirious. It is obvious that she lost her memory after she was resurrected. Mu Yun was shocked. Looking at Jessica's confused look, it was obvious that she had really lost her memory. Maybe what Yu Wudao said was true. He really tore Jessica into pieces, but Jessica used a secret technique to turn death into a dream, so she came back to life. But unfortunately, she lost her memory. Is there any way to restore her memory? Mu Yun asked softly. I don't know. Luo Tianxing shook his head. He did not know so much. Mu Yun's heart sank. Jessica had lost her memory, but she still had the Dei sacred fire. If it fell into the hands of others, there would be endless trouble. Mu Yun said, Clarice, bring your sister. Let's go back. Okay, sister. Let's go. Clarice held Jessica's hand. Although Jessica had lost her memory, she still had feelings for Clarice. Hearing Clarice's words, she nodded without hesitation. Okay, I'll go with you. Little sister, I like you very much. Have we met before? Of course. You are my sister. Your name is Jessica. You are the master of the Dei sacred fire. The whole Kuan-Su world has your legend, Clarice said with a smile. My name is Jessica. Jessica frowned and fell into deep thought. You are not allowed to leave. She is my woman. Who dares to take her away? Bai Luosher stood up, his face full of anger. Jessica had the Dei sacred fire. He did not want to let it go so easily. Back then, he was lucky enough to pick up Jessica after she was resurrected. He had always wanted to take the Dei sacred fire from Jessica. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Bai Luosher waved his hand, and a dozen beads suddenly appeared. These were beads. They were all heaven beads that he had refined. These dozen heaven beads contained wind, fire, thunder, lightning, water, and other spiritual chi. They were quite powerful. Bai Luosher waved his hand, and the dozen heaven beads flew across the sky and attacked Mu Yun fiercely. Mu Yun pulled out the violent sword and knocked the dozen heaven beads away. He immediately left with Jessica. He did not want to complicate things. Bai Luosher and White Salamander saw that Mu Yun wanted to leave. They immediately became anxious and rushed over to stop him. Punlai Deity Island's territory does not allow private fights. Please respect yourselves. At this time, Mu Yun directly called Punlai Deity over. Punlai Deity was his puppet and was completely under his control. He controlled Punlai Deity and said coldly, if you have any grudges, you can settle them outside. Bai Luosher and White Salamander were shocked when they saw Punlai Deity. They did not dare to disobey and said, we will follow Deity's instructions. Mu Yun was secretly amused. These two people did not know that Punlai Deity had become his puppet. Mu Yun immediately swaggered away. Bai Luosher and White Salamander did not dare to chase after him because they were in the wrong. Clarice was Jessica's sister. If he wanted to take her sister away, they had no excuse to stop him. This Mu Yun is really hateful. Bai Luosher gnashed his teeth in hatred. He only wanted to tear Mu Yun into pieces. Second elder, please don't worry. When the ranking battle begins, I will make a move and kill this little bastard. White Salamander held his sword in high spirits. His sword was the fifth famous sword, the Blood Drinker sword. Its lethality was quite strong, and his strength had reached the Great Saint Realm. His position was very stable. Very well, it's best to kill this kid. And White Dust, although he won't participate in the ranking battle, you have to think of a way to kill him. Otherwise, he will snatch your position as the Manor Lord in the future, Bai Luosher said solemnly. Elder, please don't worry. I will never let them leave alive. A sharp killing intent flashed across White Salamander's eyes. The day of the ranking battle soon arrived. On this day, there was a hubbub of voices on Punlai Deity Island. Heroes from all over had gathered, and the square of the Deity Island was full of people. In the middle of the square was a huge platform. On the platform, a list made of stone tablets was suspended. The names of the top 10 experts were printed on the list. Ao Renwan's name was ranked first, and Zhou Feishuan was ranked last. However, the light of these two names dimmed. Because Ao Renwan did not come this time and Zhou Feishuan was already dead. At this time, there were still 8 names on the list. The most eye-catching one was naturally Vast Sky Sage. Ao Renwan did not come, and Vast Sky Sage was ranked first. He could not keep a low profile even if he wanted to. The second was the president of the Assassin Guild, the black-clothed swordswoman. The third was Corpse Emperor Shi Tianlai of the corpse-eating beast race, the leader of the 5 emperors. The fourth was the first elder of the 100 Tempering Villa, Bai Qinghe. It was said that this person was proficient in refining cauldrons. Among all the cauldrons in the world, the quality of his cauldrons was the best. He once obtained a broken ancient cauldron, the Golden Immortal Cauldron. He used his own strength to repair the Golden Immortal Cauldron. The fifth was the world's #1 freak, Wang Su. This person was the reincarnation of Immortal Origin Brush, and had 99 million lives. Ordinary people only had 1 life, but he had 99 million. He was simply a freak. Sixth was the #1 genius under the heavens, Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu. He was the reincarnation of the Origin Brush and was Wang Su's younger brother. His talent was extremely high, and he could use any move with just a glance. So when facing an enemy, no matter what move they used, it didn't matter. Regardless of what moves he used, no one knew his true killer move. The seventh was the Northern Abyss Bear. The Northern Abyss Bear was an ancient sacred beast. Even in the Kanglan Myriad world, it could already transform into a human form. For many years, it had been entrenched on the experts' ranking, and no one could shake its position. Everything had a fixed number. In the heavenly realm, the divine beasts had already transformed, and in the Kanglan Myriad world, there were 9 grades of races. Each grade had its own position. Transfiguration. In every world, one had to follow the rules of the world. Transfiguration was not something that anyone could do. The last was the corpse-eating beast race's demon emperor Lin Shui. Mu Yun had already fought with him. This person was the incarnation of disease, and an expert in the Middle Great Saint Realm. He was not to be underestimated. Currently, there were 8 people firmly occupying the experts' ranking. 2 seats were vacant, and the people were mainly fighting for these 2 seats. There were only 2 extra seats, but there were many people who wanted to snatch them. Plague Emperor Su Yan and Hades Emperor Ming Jing of the corpse-eating beast race, White Salamander and Bai Luosher of the 100 Tempering Villa, Lin Jianxin of the Jade Toad House, and other experts of the major races all wanted to get on the list. None of them were ordinary people. Mu Yun controlled Goddess Punlai and came out to host the event. Looking at the crowd in the square, he was also a little surprised. This ranking battle was indeed the most important event in the 3 Elements realm. Almost all the experts of the 3 Elements realm were here. Mu Yun first exchanged some pleasantries and then went straight to the point. Currently, there are 8 experts on the experts ranking. If anyone is not satisfied with the ranking, you can issue a challenge. If anyone here wants to challenge someone of a higher level, you can do so too. As Mu Yan's voice fell, the whole place fell silent. Some people were tempted, but they did not have the courage to issue a challenge. I want to challenge the vast sky sage. Suddenly, a clear and cold voice sounded. The black-clothed swordswoman leaped and stood on the arena. As soon as she appeared, the whole place was in an uproar. Even Mu Yun was stunned. She did not expect the black-clothed swordswoman to issue a challenge, and directly challenge the vast sky sage. Is this black-clothed swordswoman crazy? How dare she challenge the vast sky sage? That's right. Back then, she wanted to destroy the Jioding Trading Company, but she was defeated by the vast sky sage. The vast sky sage is the most powerful expert in the three elements realm. He's even more powerful than King Ao. Don't be fooled by his low profile. In fact, he's the strongest person below the ancient sage. Other than those old monsters, no one can beat him. Moreover, the vast sky sage has two ultimate curses. If the black-clothed swordswoman wants to challenge him, she's simply courting death. Compared to the ultimate curses, his bone-corroding cold fire is more powerful. Everyone was discussing. They did not expect the black-clothed swordswoman to challenge the vast sky sage. If she lost, she would drop out of the experts' ranking and lose her great luck. She might even be killed by the vast sky sage. Black-clothed swordswoman, you want to challenge me? Very well, very well. You were lucky that I couldn't kill you back then. But today, I'm afraid you won't be so lucky. When the vast sky grand sage heard the black-robed swordswoman's challenge, he smiled faintly and didn't care at all. He flew directly onto the arena. As soon as he appeared, there was a huge commotion in the audience. The vast sky grand sage's aura was too vast. It was like the sun, moon, and stars. It was astonishing. As soon as he appeared, the wind and clouds in the sky howled. When he opened his eyes, the world darkened. He and the black-robed swordswoman were both extreme great sage-level elites, but his aura was clearly much more powerful than the black-robed swordswoman's. The black-clothed swordswoman's entire body was shrouded in a robe. Her expression could not be seen, but her eyes revealed a firm fighting spirit. Clearly, she was not afraid at all. Cut the crap, take this. The black-robed swordswoman unsheathed her sword and stabbed towards the vast sky grand sage. The vast heavens grand sage flicked his finger. He was calm and composed as he flew up and flicked his finger on the black-clothed swordswoman. He was barehanded, but he wasn't afraid at all. He flicked his fingers, and bursts of energy burst out, suppressing the black-clothed swordswoman and forcing her to retreat. I'll give you a chance since your cultivation is not easy. Surrender, or don't blame me for being ruthless. The vast sky grand sage's eyes were cold. Hee, you're just a traitor. How dare you ask me to surrender? What a joke. The black-clothed swordswoman sneered. Hearing the words traitor, the vast sky grand sage's expression changed drastically. His aura also became chaotic for a moment. For elites at their level, a moment of chaos was enough to kill them. Fourth tribulation fire, sky-burning fire rain. The black-clothed swordswoman slashed out with her sword. Monstrous flames erupted from the sword and covered the sky. It directly turned into a rain of fire that ruthlessly slashed down. 7 tribulation dragon slaying art? How does she know the 7 tribulation dragon slaying art? Mu Yun was shocked when he saw this scene. The black-clothed swordswoman's move was the 4th tribulation of the 7 tribulation dragon slaying art, sky-burning fire rain. Mu Yun had already learned the 1st tribulation wind, 2nd tribulation lightning, and 3rd tribulation water. However, the 4th tribulation fire was extremely difficult to cultivate. He hadn't learned it yet. Now that he saw the black-clothed swordswoman using it, he quickly focused on it and silently comprehended it. The black-clothed swordswoman's sword technique was extremely swift. The rain of fire sword chi ruthlessly slashed towards the vast sky grand sage. The vast sky grand sage's mind only became chaotic for a moment before he immediately fell into a dangerous situation. He was suppressed by the black-clothed swordswoman. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk the rain of fire sword chi landed on the vast sky grand sage's body. Rings of golden light bloomed from his body. He activated his golden body of the great sage and blocked the rain of fire sword chi around him. However, many of the rain of fire sword chi directly burned through his golden body of the great sage, causing him to be injured. Fifth tribulation earthen explosion sword. The black-clothed swordswoman took advantage of the situation and stabbed her sword into the ground. Violent sword chi poured into the ground, causing the entire arena to shake. Sword-like spikes crazily emerged from the ground and ruthlessly attacked the vast Sky Grand Sage. The vast Sky Grand Sage dodged between the spikes. He was in a sorry state. He had lost the initiative and was suppressed everywhere. He was already at a disadvantage. Sixth tribulation snow, blizzard disaster. The black-clothed swordswoman wielded her sword as if it was flying. Sword chi danced, and a violent snowstorm appeared between the heaven and earth. This snowstorm was much more powerful than the snow page of the Earth Origin book. The terrifying snowstorm spread throughout the arena. Every snowflake was a sharp ray of light. Sword chi. The sky full of snow swords slashed towards the vast Sky Grand Sage. Mu Yan's horizons were broadened. He had also practiced the seventh tribulation dragon-slaying art. However, compared to the black-clothed swordswoman's sword technique, he was too far behind. The black-clothed swordswoman's sword moved like lightning and moved like the sea. She could control it freely. Every swing of her sword could cause a change in heaven and earth. Her sword was just an ordinary longsword. It wasn't a divine weapon. Mu Yan finally saw what a true expert was. Even the way she swung her sword to kill was filled with elegance. Every swing of her sword was in accordance with the Tao of heaven and earth. Her moves were pleasing to the eye and made people gasp in amazement. Sun Moon Torch Dragon, show yourself. The vast Sky Grand Sage was a little out of breath under the black-clothed swordswoman's suppression. He immediately summoned a demonic beast. This demonic beast was the Sun Moon Torch Dragon. It was the strongest existence among the 10 great ancient sacred beasts. The Sun Moon Torch Dragon's body was coiled up in the sky. It covered the sky and covered the sun. Every scale on its body shone with a metallic luster under the sunlight. Its eyes were dark yellow and deep. When it opened its eyes, the sun would come out and the world would be bright white. However, when it closed its eyes, the sun would disappear. The sky would become pitch black like ink and the moon would appear. This Sun Moon Torch Dragon could control the changes in the weather. In the blink of an eye, the sun would rise and the moon would set. Its aura was so strong that it could cause a change in heaven and earth. It was very powerful. It would be great if I could capture this Sun Moon Torch Dragon and refine it into a puppet. Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. He had probably refined too many sacred beast puppets. Now that he saw a sacred beast, he had a bad habit and wanted to refine a sacred beast into a puppet. Vast Sky Grand Sage, you are being suppressed by a woman. Hee, I haven't seen you in such a sorry state for many years. The Sun Moon Torch Dragon laughed. It immediately waved its claws and dissolved the blizzard disaster around it. Vast Sky Grand Sage nodded and said, I underestimated her. I didn't expect this black-clothed swordswoman to be so much stronger than before. The Sun Moon Torch Dragon said, but no matter how strong she is, she can't be compared to you. Stop talking nonsense and kill her quickly. All right. The vast Sky Grand Sage's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand and 2 rays of strong curse light floated in his palm. Black-clothed swordswoman, I will degrade you into a cat and imprint you on a painting. The vast Sky Grand Sage waved his hand and the rays of curse light pressed down on the black-clothed swordswoman. Everyone cried out in alarm, making horrifying noises. It's the degrade curse and the painting curse. Oh my god, he is using 2 ultimate curses at the same time. The black-clothed swordswoman is dead for sure this time. 2 ultimate curses. No one in the world can save her. The power of an ultimate curse was very strong. Compared to an ordinary curse, it was many times stronger. A Supreme Saint celestial body could not withstand a curse of this level. The Supreme Saint celestial body's resistance was a joke in front of an ultimate curse. It was useless. Used. Mu Yan was also shocked. She knew the power of an ultimate curse. If the black-clothed swordswoman was suppressed by the curse, she would be dead for sure. Under everyone's gaze, a rune suddenly appeared on the black-clothed swordswoman's body. It was a big saint character. As soon as the Saint Rune appeared, a strong protective aura permeated the air. The vast Sky Grand Sage's two ultimate curses pressed down, but they were blocked by the rune and could not hurt the black-clothed swordswoman. Heavenly Saint Rune. The vast Sky Grand Sage's expression changed. The black-clothed swordswoman's rune was obviously a Heavenly Saint Rune. The Heavenly Saint Rune was one of the 6 great runes. This rune had the strongest resistance in the world. It could ignore all curses. Even an ultimate curse could not break the defense of the Heavenly Saint Rune. Grand Sage, if I'm not wrong, this woman's clothes are the most powerful divine robe among the 5 great demon artifacts. It has the Heavenly Saint Rune and can ignore all curses. No matter how powerful your ultimate curse is, it will be useless. The Sun Moon Torch Dragon shook his head and sighed. Divine robe. The vast Sky Grand Sage's expression darkened. He had heard of the divine robe before. It was the most powerful of the 5 great demon artifacts. The Heavenly Saint Rune on the divine robe could ignore all curses. It was very powerful. So the divine robe is on her. Mu Yun was shocked. Among the 5 great demon artifacts, the Mingwang sword, the exploding air pearl, the bloodthirsty pearl, and the divine shield die were all in his hands. The last demon artifact, the divine robe, was on the black-clothed swordswoman. Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. He was still lacking the last Heavenly Saint Rune to gather the 6 great runes. At that time, he could reverse the trend of the runes and comprehend the refining technique of blood infusion magic. If he could comprehend the technique of blood infusion magic, he could refine as many runes as he wanted in the future. An intoxicating sword light soared into the sky. Vast Sky Grand Sage unsheathed his sword. His sword glowed with an intense light as if it was forged from clear wine. There were ripples on the sword as sword chi was released. The air was filled with the smell of intoxication, causing one's heart to waver. His sword was called the Clear Goblet Sword. It was ranked 4th among the 10 famed swords. Chi, vast Sky Grand Sage thrust his sword forward. Instantly, an intoxicating aura shot towards the black-clothed swordswoman. In an instant, the black-clothed swordswoman was intoxicated. Her body swayed as if she was drunk. The Clear Goblet Sword had an extremely strong intoxicating aura. With a swing of the sword, the 9 heavens and 1,000 miles of sake filled the air. The intoxicating aura permeated the air. The black-clothed swordswoman swayed. The strong smell of alcohol enveloped her. Her mind was shaken, and she could not maintain her composure. You're drunk, fall down. Vast Sky Grand Sage thrust his sword forward. The sword light and the smell of alcohol filled the air. The audience below the stage also felt a little intoxicated. The sharp sword energy landed on the black-clothed swordswoman. Her robe fluttered in the wind. Her hat was lifted by the sword energy, revealing an elegant face. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. There was a trace of stubbornness between her brows. Liao Xue. When Mu Yun saw the black-clothed swordswoman's face, she was shocked. Her head buzzed. She could not believe her eyes. The black-clothed swordswoman was actually Liao Xue. Mu Yun was completely stunned. Leng Jianqin, who was beside her, was not surprised when she saw Liao Xue's appearance. It was as if she already knew. So Liao Xue is the black-clothed swordswoman. The black-clothed swordswoman is Liao Xue. Mu Yun was shocked. Liao Xue was the first person she met when she came to the Three-Origin world. Back then, Liao Xue dared to call the Heavenly Sovereign of Calamity by his name. Because she had the Heavenly Saint Rune in her hand, she could ignore all curses. Therefore, she was not afraid of the Heavenly Sovereign of Calamity. Others did not dare to mention the Heavenly Sovereign of Calamity's name, but she was not afraid. No wonder the black-clothed swordswoman knew the 7 Tribulation Dragon slaying art. It turned out that she was Liao Xue from the Jade Toad House. Naturally, she had learned the 7 Tribulation Dragon slaying art. Vast Sky Grand Sage was also stunned when he saw the black-clothed swordswoman's appearance. He never thought that the black-clothed swordswoman was actually Liao Xue. Just as he was stunned, Liao Xue unsheathed her sword. A simple and ancient sword light soared into the sky with a primordial sigh. An ancient stone sword appeared in Liao Xue's hand. This sword was completely made of stone. It did not have a sharp edge. It was heavy and simple. Ancient Yuan sword. The vast Sky Grand Sage's expression changed drastically. Li Aoshua's sword was the ancient Yuan sword, ranked first among the 10 great swords. Whoosh, Li Aoshua brandished his sword and slashed out violently. The enormous and aged heavy sword flashed through the sky and emitted a muffled howl. His sword slashed out like the weight of Mount Tai and the weight of a thunderbolt. Its imposing aura was incomparably heavy and suffocating. The vast Sky Grand Sage's expression turned solemn. He quickly gripped the clear goblet sword tightly and swung it to block. However, Li Aoshua's ancient Yuan sword's imposing aura was truly shocking. It was as if the 9 heavens' divine punishment had slashed down. Every slash of the sword was filled with rolling majestic aura. She actually unsheathed the ancient Yuan sword. Mu Yun was secretly shocked. No wonder Li Aoshua dared to challenge the vast Sky Grand Sage. She had unsheathed the ancient Yuan sword. The ancient Yuan sword was the #1 sword in the world. It had always been standing on the ground. For hundreds of thousands of years, countless talented people had tried to unsheath the ancient Yuan sword, but they had all failed. Legend had it that if one could unsheath the ancient Yuan sword, they would be able to dominate the world. Li Aoshua had always been secretly guarding the ancient Yuan sword. She had even obtained the title of the Black-Clothed Swordswoman. She had even established an assassin's guild just to protect the ancient Yuan sword. After so many years, she had finally unsheathed the ancient Yuan sword. At this moment, her sword technique was unrestrained and had the imposing aura of dominating the world. She raised her hand and swung the sword. A heavy sword aura pressed down heavily on the vast Sky Grand Sage. Very well. No wonder you dared to challenge me. You have unsheathed the ancient Yuan sword. The vast Sky Grand Sage gritted his teeth. With a wave of his hand, the Sun Moon Torch Dragon shrunk and turned into a python, coiling around his clear goblet sword. Dragon and sword as one. The vast Sky Grand Sage roared. The Sun Moon Torch Dragon turned into a relief sculpture and imprinted itself on the clear goblet sword. The entire clear goblet sword erupted with a monstrous dragon aura. Its aura was so strong that it was not much weaker than the ancient Yuan sword. Drunken Dragon Raging Slash. The vast Sky Grand Sage slashed out with his sword. The dragon aura and sword aura, mixed with a trace of drunkenness, broke through the air and slashed out. This Drunken Dragon Raging Slash was a sword technique that he had created himself. When he swung his sword, the dragon aura shook the sky and killed thousands of people. The ferocity of the Sun Moon Torch Dragon and the immortal aura of the Wine Sword mixed together. One was hard and one was soft. The combination of hard and soft made an unusually strong killing power. Li Aoshua held the ancient Yuan sword tightly and charged out with her sword without any fear. The two swords collided violently. Between heaven and earth, a monstrous shockwave was created. Smoke and dust billowed in the arena. When the dust settled, the vast Sky Grand Sage and Li Aoshua's bodies stood firmly on the ground. They were evenly matched, and they were evenly matched. Despicable. But suddenly, Li Aoshua's face turned pale and blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. A wisp of white, chilling flame fiercely imprinted itself on her lower abdomen. A strong primordial flame aura burst out at this moment, directly sending her body flying. Even a hole appeared in her divine robe. Under the primordial flame aura, even the divine robe was about to the origin flame was burned through. The people below the arena exclaimed when they saw the wisp of white flame. It's the origin flame. Bone-corroding cold flame, ranked 15th on the origin flame list. The origin flame is a heavenly treasure. Even if Li Aoshua pulled out the ancient Yuan sword, she would not be able to withstand the impact of the origin flame. The wisp of flame that the vast Sky Grand Sage used was the bone-corroding cold flame, ranked 15th on the origin flame list. The aura of the real origin flame is indeed strong. Mu Yun focused on the bone-corroding cold flame. The aura of the bone-corroding cold flame was much stronger than her white tiger sacred flame. The bone-corroding cold flame was a true heavenly treasure. It was the most precious treasure in the Kanglan myriad world. It was the real origin flame, not something that Mu Yun created by merging the heavenly flames. Li Aoshua, it's useless even if you pull out the ancient Yuan sword. My bone-corroding cold flame is not something that you can withstand. The vast Sky Grand Sage flicked his finger and the bone-corroding cold flame shot out towards Li Aoshua's heart. Seeing this, Mu Yun immediately pulled out the killing sword and slashed it towards the vast Sky Grand Sage's head. The killing sword was only born to kill. Its murderous aura shook the sky. The vast Sky Grand Sage's face darkened. He raised his sword to block the attack. His aura fluctuated slightly and the trajectory of the bone-corroding cold flame deviated. Junior sister. Leng Jianxin took the opportunity to rush to the arena and save Liao Xue. Liao Xue was severely injured. Her lower abdomen was burned by the bone-corroding cold flame and her face was pale. Second senior sister, I've lost. Liao Xue smiled bitterly. She had challenged the vast Sky Grand Sage to take the first place on the experts' ranking. Unfortunately, the vast Sky Grand Sage was too strong. Even if she pulled out the ancient Yuan sword, she was still no match for him. Leng Jianxin was silent. Liao Xue had lost. According to the rules, her name could no longer remain on the experts' ranking. Goddess Penglai walked out and said, "Challenge failed. Congratulations to the vast Sky Grand Sage. You're still the first place on the experts' ranking. As for Miss Liao Xue, I'm sorry. Your name can only be crossed off." Mu Yun controlled Goddess Penglai and announced the result helplessly. She looked at the ranking stone tablet that was floating in the sky and crossed off the black-clothed swordswoman's name. There was an uproar in the crowd. There were already 3 empty seats on the ranking stone tablet. Everyone was ready to fight. Liao Xue fell out of the ranking stone tablet. Her luck instantly dimmed. Her glabella turned black and she looked extremely dispirited. The expert's ranking stone tablet was related to one's luck. Success or failure was very important. Once she was defeated, she would have bad luck in the future. Who else wants to challenge me? The vast Sky Grand Sage defeated Liao Xue. His aura was overwhelming. With a sword in his hand, he looked down on the world. No one dared to look up at him. Naturally, no one dared to challenge him. The vast Sky Grand Sage nodded in satisfaction and returned to his seat. He was now firmly in the first place. Whoever is not satisfied with the ranking on the ranking stone tablet can come out and challenge me. Mu Yun looked around the crowd. The ranking had changed again. The first place was definitely the vast Sky Grand Sage. After Liao Xue fell out, the second place was the Corpse Emperor Shi Tianlai. The third place was the first elder of the 100 Tempering Villa, Bai Qinghe. The last place was the Corpse Emperor, Lin Shui. Everyone looked at the names on the ranking stone tablet with envy. If they could be on the experts' ranking stone tablet, they would be blessed with luck. They would have endless luck and adventures. The people on the ranking stone tablet were all top-notch experts. No one dared to challenge them rashly. They were all staring at the empty seats. There were already 3 empty seats on the ranking stone tablet. Everyone was rubbing their palms. Mu Yun continued to control Goddess Penglai and presided over the conference. Since no one wants to challenge me, the ranking battle will officially begin. Those who want to fight for the ranking stone tablet, come over and draw lots. As soon as Goddess Penglai finished speaking, everyone came over to draw lots. Bai Chen also came over to participate in the drawing of lots. He looked at White Salamander from time to time, his eyes filled with hatred. Bai Chen, you want to fight for the ranking stone tablet too? Mu Yun was stunned. Bai Chen was only at the Sage Realm and had not reached the Great Sage Realm. If he participated in the ranking battle, he obviously had no chance of winning. No, I just want to settle things with White Salamander. Bai Chen gritted his teeth and said, Lord, arrange for me to fight with White Salamander in the first round. Goddess Penglai was Mu Yun's puppet. The entire conference was under Mu Yun's control. Mu Yun could naturally control the result of the drawing of lots. You want to fight White Salamander? Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. White Salamander was the first true disciple of the 100 Tempering Villa. The weapon in his hand was the famous Blood Drinker sword, which was extremely sharp. Moreover, he was an expert at the Sage Realm, which was a realm higher than Bai Chen. What about Bai Chen? Mu Yun was silent for a while. She took out the cursed pearl and handed it to Bai Chen. This cursed heavenly pearl contains the ancestral returning curse. It is extremely destructive, but the heavenly pearl's spiritual chi is almost exhausted. This ancestral returning curse can only be used once. Take good care of it. White Salamander was much stronger than Bai Chen. Mu Yun was not at ease, but looking at Bai Chen, it was obvious that he would not back down. Therefore, she directly handed the cursed pearl to Bai Chen. Bai Chen said respectfully, "Thank you, my lord." The atavism curse in this cursed pearl was very powerful. If White Salamander was suppressed by the curse, he would definitely lose. Mu Yun nodded and arranged for Bai Chen to draw lots. There were a total of 36 people in the first round of drawing lots. These 36 people were all top-notch experts in the three elements realm. There were people from various races, sects, and forces. Mu Yun had never seen many of them before. Mu Yun did something and arranged the results of the draw. The results of the first round of drawing lots were soon out. Bai Chen's opponent was naturally White Salamander. Mu Yun's opponent was the young master of the White Dragon horse race, Yan Liang. He had just stepped into the Great Sage realm. Mu Yun had never seen him before. It was rumored that this person's archery skills were very powerful and he had inherited the legacy of the White Dragon horse race. Mu Yun did not want to fight with Plague Emperor Su Yan so soon, so she arranged for an ordinary person to come out first. Plague Emperor Su Yan's opponent was the top warrior of the Taurans, Wen Chou. Mu Yun also wanted to test Plague Emperor Su Yan's background. Plague Emperor Su Yan had already advanced to the Great Sage realm and was much stronger than before. Leng Jianxin and the green-robed ancestors' opponents were naturally arranged by Mu Yun. They were all from the 9th grade races. The results of the first round of drawing lots were rather calm under Mu Yun's arrangement. The first to appear were Bai Chen and White Salamander. The two of them flew up and landed on the arena. There was a commotion among the surrounding people. Bai Chen, this stray dog, actually dares to challenge White Salamander. White Salamander is the successor of the 100 Tempering Villa. White Dust has already been expelled. He actually wants to become enemies with White Salamander. Bai Chen's strength is only at the Sage realm. He's obviously no match for Bai Chen. I think White Salamander will be able to kill White Dust within 3 moves. 3 moves? I think 1 move is enough. Bai Chen's face turned gloomy when he heard this. He did not say a word as he silently pulled out the spring lightning sword. Junior brother White Dust, long time no see. White Salamander smiled and glanced coldly at Bai Chen. His current strength was much stronger than Bai Chen's. He was an entire realm higher than Bai Chen. His cultivation had already reached the Great Sage realm. White Dust, don't mess around. Hurry up and leave. Don't throw away your life. You're not a match for White Salamander. At this moment, an old and vigorous voice sounded. The person who spoke was the first elder of the 100 Tempering Villa, Bai Qinghe. Bai Qinghe was currently ranked 3rd on the experts' ranking. His cultivation had already reached the Great Sage realm. His aura was vast and unparalleled. He wore a white robe that fluttered in the wind. He had a sage-like demeanor. His appearance was lean, and his expression was rather amiable. This person's technique of refining cauldrons was very impressive. The cauldrons that he refined were of the best quality in the 3 elements world. In the 3 elements world, Bai Qinghe was also a respected elder. First elder, please forgive this disciple's recklessness. No matter what, I must fight White Salamander to the death today. Bai Chen held the spring lightning sword tightly as surging lightning exploded on the sword. Ha ha ha, Bai Chen, the first elder protected you back then, so I didn't kill you. I only expelled you from the villa. However, since you insist on courting death today, don't blame me for being ruthless. White Salamander looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Immediately after, he slashed out with his sword. His figure was short and small, so his sword went up and slashed towards Bai Chen's throat. His Great Sage Realm aura was completely released at this moment. The powerful aura swept across the entire area, suffocating everyone. On the other hand, Bai Chen was only a saint. He was an entire realm lower than White Salamander. Under the impact of White Salamander's aura, he couldn't even stand steadily. Chi Explosion Pearl. At this moment, Bai Chen took out the Chi Explosion Pearl. On the pearl, the heavenly origin runes flickered with resplendent light. Bai Chen's aura continued to skyrocket and finally climbed to the Great Sage realm. Eh? White Salamander was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Bai Chen's aura to be so powerful. Bai Chen's Qi Explosion Pearl was naturally bestowed to him by Mu Yun. Relying on the Qi Explosion Pearl's heavenly origin runes, Bai Chen temporarily reached the Great Sage realm. However, compared to White Salamander, there was still a huge gap. Whoosh, White Salamander's sword slashed over. Bai Chen raised his sword to block, barely blocking White Salamander's sword move. It doesn't matter if you have the Qi Explosion Pearl. Die. White Salamander's eyes revealed an ominous glint as he wildly slashed out with his sword. His sword emitted a demonic blood-red glow. In an instant, Bai Chen felt as if his blood was being sucked away by White Salamander's sword. White Salamander's sword was the Blood Drinker Sword of the 10 famed swords. It was ranked 5th and was able to suck away the enemy's blood. Under the sword chi of the Blood Drinker Sword, the enemy's blood would surge out and be directly sucked dry. Small wounds appeared on Bai Chen's skin. These wounds were constantly bleeding and were being sucked away by the Blood Drinker Sword. He had lost a lot of blood and his face gradually turned pale. However, Bai Chen didn't cower in the slightest in such a situation. He tightly gripped the Lightning Rush sword and madly brandished it. His sword moves weren't considered exquisite, but every sword move was precisely aimed at White Salamander's weak points. Clearly, Bai Chen had carefully comprehended his sword moves. His sword moves were only meant to restrain White Salamander's moves. A series of sword moves were wildly slashed out and actually forced White Salamander to take 2 steps back. Mu Yun was watching the battle from below the stage. When he saw Bai Chen's desperate fighting style, his face couldn't help but darken. Looking at Bai Chen's appearance, it was clear that he was determined to die. He didn't expect to defeat White Salamander and only wanted to cut off one of White Salamander's arms or one of his legs. Even if he risked his life, he wanted to cause irreparable damage to White Salamander. Mu Yun quietly called the captain of the Osteopyram team, Luo Tianxing, and whispered 2 words, "Do it." Mu Yun dared to let Bai Chen onto the stage because he naturally knew what to do. He definitely wouldn't let Bai Chen die so easily. "Yes, sir." Luo Tianxing quietly used the Sky-Stealing Hand. This was a secret manual of the Sky-Stealing Hand. Mu Yun snatched it from Shijun Tian and gave it to Luo Tianxing. Luo Tianxing had already mastered it. Although he hadn't reached the level of perfection like Jessica, his stealing skills were quite brilliant. Luo Tianxing directly stole White Salamander's Blood Drinker Sword. White Salamander was in a fierce battle and completely didn't expect someone to secretly attack him. He was caught off guard and the Blood Drinker Sword was stolen. Who's behind this? White Salamander was furious. He looked around and tried to find the source of the stealing skills. Luo Tianxing stole the Blood Drinker Sword and handed it to Mu Yun. Mu Yun smiled and placed it in the storage of the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda. The Blood Drinker Sword's aura instantly disappeared and White Salamander couldn't find it. This is a good chance. Bai Chen's eyes lit up. Now that White Salamander had lost his weapon, it was the best chance for him to make a move. Buzz buzz buzz, Bai Chen immediately released the cursed Heavenly Pearl and a strong curse aura suppressed White Salamander. Ultimate Curse. White Salamander's face changed. This was the aura of an ultimate curse. Even if he was an expert of the greater realm, if he was suppressed by the ultimate curse, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the critical moment, White Salamander wanted to dodge, but his heartbeat suddenly stopped, as if it had been stolen. His entire body also stiffened for a moment. Luo Tianxing secretly stole White Salamander's heartbeat. White Salamander's face changed drastically. His heartbeat had stopped and he couldn't move. He was directly suppressed by the atavism curse. Mu Yun was relieved when she saw the curse being suppressed. Bai Chen was also overjoyed. He naturally knew that Mu Yun was secretly helping him. The vast Sky Grand Sage, the Corpse Emperor Shi Tianlai, the Grand Elder Bai Qinghe, and the other masters had also noticed something. However, they were proud of their status, so they naturally couldn't stand out and point it out. Their gazes fell on Goddess Punlai, waiting for her to uphold justice. However, Goddess Punlai was Mu Yun's puppet. Mu Yun naturally couldn't jump out and accuse him. He only wanted to kill White Salamander and then assist Bai Chen to ascend to the manor master position of the 100 Tempering Villa. This way, he would be able to control the 100 Tempering Villa. A real man didn't care about trifles. For the sake of the big picture, there was nothing wrong with playing tricks. He only wanted to kill White Salamander as soon as possible. White Salamander was suppressed by the atavism curse. His body kept twisting, but he didn't turn into a monkey. Instead, he turned into a short dwarf with brown hair, a high nose, and deep eyes. He looked exactly the same as the dwarfs in the Kuan-Su world. Everyone was shocked when they saw White Salamander turn into a dwarf. Mu Yan and Bai Chen were also shocked. They didn't expect White Salamander to be a dwarf. The surrounding people started discussing in shock. Am I seeing things? White Salamander is actually a dwarf. The dwarf race is a grade 8 race from the Kuan-Su world. This White Salamander is actually from the dwarf race. I wonder what he's up to in the Three Elements world. Those who are not of our race must have ulterior motives. In the VIP seats, Great Elder was also shocked when he saw White Salamander's appearance. He shouted, "White Salamander, what's going on? Who are you?" White Salamander revealed his true form and looked around in panic. His face was pale and his body trembled. He knelt on the ground and couldn't speak. He's a traitor of our dwarf race. At this time, a team of dwarfs walked out of the audience seats. They were real dwarfs. The leader was called Ofu. Mu Yan also knew him. When Ofu was attacked by the Prince of Lanling, if it weren't for Mu Yan's rescue, he would have been buried in the sea. This White Salamander is a traitor of our dwarf race. Ofu stared at White Salamander coldly and said, "White Salamander, you stole the Skyquake hammer. You deserve to die. Go back with me immediately to see the Patriarch and hand over the Skyquake hammer. Maybe the Patriarch will spare your life." White Salamander smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know either." Ofu said angrily, "You trash, go back immediately. Go." After saying that, he climbed onto the arena and wanted to pull White Salamander away. Mu Yan's face darkened. If he did not remove the roots, there would be endless trouble in the future. Back then, he did not kill Plague Emperor Su Yan, which had already caused a huge disaster. If he let White Salamander go today, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Brother Ofu, I'm sorry. You can't take this person away." Mu Yan jumped onto the arena and stopped Ofu. "Friend, so it's you." When Ofu saw Mu Yan, he was slightly delighted and said, "This person is the traitor of my dwarf race. I must take him away. Friend, don't stop me. Sorry, he must die today." Mu Yan's tone was cold. She directly pulled out the soul-extinguishing saber and cut off White Salamander's head. This soul-extinguishing saber was a third-grade divine artifact. It was extremely sharp. Mu Yan casually slashed and killed White Salamander as if she was cutting melons and vegetables. White Salamander's head fell to the ground, and his eyes widened. Mu Yan's soul-extinguishing saber was too sharp. Before he could even react, his head had fallen to the ground. The crowd was in an uproar. No one expected Mu Yan to be so decisive. She actually killed White Salamander. On the 100 Tempering Villa's side, everyone's expression changed. If it were any other time, they would have rushed out and fought Mu Yan to the death. After all, White Salamander was a core disciple of the 100 Tempering Villa. However, at this moment, no one moved because White Salamander's true form had been exposed. He was a dwarf who had been lurking in the 100 Tempering Villa. Clearly, he had ulterior motives. It was good that Mu Yan killed him. "Friend, what do you mean by this?" Ofu turned pale with shock. He did not expect Mu Yan to kill White Salamander. This White Salamander stole our dwarven race's holy relic, the Heaven Quake Hammer. I was just about to bring him back for punishment, but now that you've killed him, how do you expect me to report back to my superiors? Since he stole your holy relic, he's a traitor. Don't tell me you're going to let him live? It's fine if I kill him. You just have to bring his corpse back to report. Mu Yan put away the soul-extinguishing saber and said indifferently. This was his territory. It was not Ofu's place to tell him what to do. Ofu sighed and said, "Alas, well, that's the only way." But friend Mu Yun, you'd better go to the Kuan Su world with me and explain to our patriarch. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me. I'll think about it. Mu Yun did not bat an eyelid. Oh Fu had given him a soul-extinguishing blade, which was a third-grade heaven-peaking sacred artifact. It was very sharp, and he naturally did not want to fall out with Oh Fu. If there was a proper solution to this matter, it would naturally be for the best. Oh Fu waved his hand and dragged White Salamander's corpse away. Bai Chen knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Bai Qinghe. He said, First Elder, White Salamander is actually a foreign race trader. First Elder, you must be shocked. Bai Qinghe's expression was calm. He said, Alas, I also did not expect this person to actually be a foreign race trader. Bai Chen, you've worked hard. You've cleaned up the sect today. Very good, very good. I'm prepared to let you join the sect again. What do you think? Bai Chen was overjoyed. He said, Thank you, First Elder. First Elder, you must not. Meanwhile, the second elder, Bai Luosher, leaped out and glared angrily at Bai Chen as he said, This Bai Chen is causing trouble all over the world and colluding with the #1 villain in the world, Mu Yun. His character is corrupt to the extreme, and we absolutely can't take him in. Mu Yun was stunned. When did he become the world's #1 villain? Bai Qinghe said indifferently, Second junior brother, you don't have to say anything. Bai Chen, you will be the first true disciple of our 100 Tempering Villa in the future. I will bestow this golden immortal cauldron to you. Welcome back to the 100 Tempering Villa. Bai Qinghe waved his hand and a huge golden cauldron landed in Bai Chen's hand. This cauldron was completely golden and emitted a desolate aura. It turned out to be the golden immortal cauldron of the 9 great ancient cauldrons. Back then, the golden immortal cauldron was damaged and was already a waste. However, Bai Qinghe's refining skills were brilliant and actually repaired the golden immortal cauldron. The entire ancient cauldron shone with a dazzling radiance. Thank you, First Elder. Bai Chen was overjoyed and kept the golden immortal cauldron. Bai Qinghe smiled slightly and revealed a gratified expression. Everyone discussed animatedly. They did not expect so many twists and turns to occur in the first battle. After a long commotion, the scene calmed down again and the second battle began. This time, the person who went up was Leng Jianxin. Her opponent was a man from the Dragon Rhinoceros clan. There should be no problem. Leng Jianxin handed Liao Xue to Mu Yun and said, Take good care of junior sister for me. He pulled out Qi Yao's sword and went up the stage. Mu Yun hugged Liao Xue and looked at her pale face. She smiled bitterly and said, So you're the black-clothed swordswoman. I really did not expect it. Liao Xue smiled and said, Unfortunately, I still can't defeat the Grand Sky Sage. This person is indeed the top expert in the world. Even if I pull out the ancient Yuan sword, I'm still not his match. Mu Yun took off the jade ring. This was the keepsake of the Jade Toad House's master. Keep this ring well. I'll pass the position of Jade Toad House's master to you. No, senior sister Zhou entrusted you to be the Jade Toad House's master before her death. I can't take your position. Liao Xue shook her head. Mu Yun's heart suddenly skipped a beat and said, Since you're the black-cloaked swordswoman, it's easy for you to kill Shi Jun Tian and Yu Wu Dao with your strength. Why didn't you kill them back then? Why did you watch Miss Zhou die and Jade Toad House almost met with a calamity? It was a calamity. Liao Xue sighed and said, Because at that time I hadn't pulled out the ancient Yuan sword yet. I couldn't expose myself. Otherwise, if the Grand Sky Sage found out, I would definitely die. All the disciples of Jade Toad House wouldn't be able to survive either. After a pause, she smiled bitterly and said, But I didn't expect the Grand Sky Sage to be so strong. Even after I pulled out the ancient Yuan sword, I still couldn't defeat him. Mu Yun lowered his head silently and stuffed the jade ring into her hand. He said, No matter what, since you're back, it's time for you to take over the position of master. Mu Yun's vision was the entire Kanglin myriad world. He didn't want to stay in a small tertiary realm. He would definitely leave in the future. Naturally, it was best for Liao Xue to take over the position of Jade Toad House's master. Liao Xue still shook her head and said, I really can't. I've already dropped from the expert ranking and lost a lot of luck. If I take over the position of Jade Toad House's master, I'm afraid I'll attract endless misfortune. I'll have to trouble you during this period. All right. Mu Yun nodded. It seemed like he still had to continue being the master. At least, he had to wait until Xianxia recovered her vitality before he could step down. This is the Heavenly Saint rune. I'll give it to you. If you can gather all 6 runes, you'll be able to reverse the rune's momentum and comprehend the refining technique of blood transformation and demon infusion. Xianxia peeled off the Heavenly Saint rune from her sacred robe and gave it to Mu Yun. Thank you. Mu Yun was overjoyed and kept the Heavenly Saint rune. With the Heavenly Saint rune in his hand, he had collected all 6 runes. Mu Yun was also a little excited. He directly refined the Heavenly Saint rune and imprinted the aura of the rune on the Azure Dragon armor. A flame dragon totem appeared on Mu Yun's Azure Dragon armor. On both sides of the flame dragon totem were the Heavenly Shield and Heavenly Saint runes. The aura of the entire Azure Dragon armor was very majestic. At this moment, the outcome of the battle had been decided. Leng Jianxin easily defeated his opponent and successfully won the first round of the battle. The next to enter the stage was the Plague Emperor Su Yan. Plague Emperor Su Yan's opponent was the top warrior of the purple-eyed Divine Bull clan, Wen Chou, a middle great saint expert. Wen Chou carried a huge axe and went up the stage. Looking at Plague Emperor Su Yan's thin body, his eyes revealed a trace of disdain. I heard that you're the emperor of the corpse-eating beast clan. Let me see how powerful you are today. Wen Chou shouted and took the initiative to attack. He waved his axe and slashed out. Mu Yun watched from below the stage. He wanted to see Plague Emperor Su Yan's strength. Jumping clown, how can you withstand a single blow? Plague Emperor Su Yan shook his head and lightly waved his palm. A violent plague aura instantly burst out. Wen Chou's face changed. He wanted to dodge, but the bones in Plague Emperor Su Yan's arm suddenly broke and stretched out. His palm also suddenly grew 3 inches and fiercely imprinted on Wen Chou's chest. Asterisk bang, asterisk under the palm, Wen Chou spat out blood. Under the majestic palm of Plague Emperor Su Yan, his meridians and bones exploded on the spot. He died instantly. His skin was covered in a terrifying purple-black color. Obviously, he was affected by the plague. Mu Yun's face sank. The strength of Plague Emperor Su Yan was indeed much more powerful than before. Wen Chou was an elite of the Middle Great Saint realm, but Plague Emperor Su Yan only used one move to easily kill Wen Chou. This tyrannical strength was truly astounding. Plague Emperor Su Yan looked at Mu Yun indifferently with contempt and killing intent in his eyes. He immediately jumped down the stage and returned to the corpse-eating beast clan's base camp. Su Yan, very good. With your strength, you will definitely be able to take the ranking. Corpse Emperor Shi Tianlai showed a look of admiration and smiled. Lord Corpse Emperor, it's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I would still be a wild boar now. Plague Emperor Su Yan said calmly. Dast Sky Sage wants to sign a truce agreement with me. He lifted the curse for you, which shows his sincerity. I want to stop the war with him. What do you think? Corpse Emperor Shi Tianlai said. This is his trick. Lord Corpse Emperor, the war has been ignited. It's impossible to stop it. Plague Emperor Su Yan said indifferently. But the war will drag on for a long time. My corpse-eating beast clan can't support it. He lifted the curse for you and let you return to your human form. His sincerity is great. I think we should stop the war. Shi Tianlai said. It turned out that Plague Emperor Su Yan's curse was lifted by Vast Sky Sage. The Plague Emperor Su Yan remained silent as his gaze landed on the arena. At this time, it was Mu Yun's turn to fight. He held the soul-extinguishing blade in his hand and stood on the stage. In front of him was a centaur archer, the young master of the White Dragon Horse clan. His cultivation was similar to his, a lesser great saint. His name was Yan Liang. The secrets of the 7 tribulations dragon-slaying art flashed across Mu Yun's mind. He had already mastered 3 tribulations of the 7 tribulations dragon-slaying art, but he hadn't mastered the 4th tribulation, the fire tribulation, yet. At this critical moment, the secrets of the fire tribulation kept flashing across his mind. Liao Shui had used the Seven Tribulations dragon-slaying art when she challenged the vast sky sage. Mu Yun kept comprehending it, and every move of Liao Shui flashed across his mind. Big brother, go for it. Below the stage, Clarice pulled on Jessica and cheered for Mu Yun. Bai Chen and the others also stood at the side. They didn't look worried, as they believed in Mu Yun's strength. Mu Yun smiled, collected his thoughts, and looked up at Yan Liang. Mu Yun, you're the #1 villain in the world. Others might be afraid of you, but I, Yan Liang, have never been afraid. Take this. Yan Liang took out his longbow, nocked an arrow, and was ready to shoot. Eh? Mu Yun looked at his longbow, and his eyes flickered. Yan Liang's longbow was very beautiful. The bow's body was the color of glass, bright and translucent, and flashed with golden light. The bow was engraved with dense totem patterns, and both ends of the bow spread out like wings. The bowstring was pulled to the point that it was like a full moon. Chi. Swoosh, Yan Liang shot out an arrow. This arrow was as if it could pierce through heaven and earth, and its aura was very powerful. What a domineering arrow. Mu Yun was a little surprised to see this arrow. Even the Plague Emperor Su Yan, the Corpse Emperor Shi Tianlai, and the vast Sky Grand Sage were shocked. This was because the aura of this arrow was really shocking. It didn't seem like an arrow that an ordinary great saint could shoot. The powerful impact of the arrow directly pierced through the void, producing a sharp explosion. The clouds in the sky whistled, and the wind surged along with the arrow. This guy's weapon is quite powerful. Mu Yun's face darkened. Yan Liang's arrow was so powerful not because of his own strength, but because of the longbow in his hand. It was extremely lethal. Oh, sister, look. That's one of the 10 great world-suppressing sacred artifacts, the Feather Emperor's Bow. Below the stage, Clarice saw Yan Liang's bow and let out a cry of surprise. Feather Emperor Bow? Jessica's heart throbbed. The bow of the Feather Emperor is the elven race's sacred weapon. Rumor has it that it was lost a long time ago. So it was here. Clarice exclaimed. It turned out that Yan Liang's bow was the sacred weapon of the Kuan-Su world, the Feather Emperor Bow. In the Kuan-Su world, there were 10 world-suppressing sacred weapons. In the Antiquity Age, they guarded the 10 directions heaven and earth and were very powerful. Mu Yun and Yan Liang were slightly stunned when they heard Clarice's words. Clearly, even Yan Liang himself did not know the origins of the Feather Emperor Bow. At this moment, the arrow shot by the Feather Emperor Bow had already arrived in front of Mu Yun. The aura of this arrow was unusually sharp. Mu Yun composed herself and slashed out with the soul-extinguishing saber. The soul-extinguishing blade was a 3rd-grade sacred artifact that contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. With a swing of the blade, the aura of the great Tao also erupted. The blade's sharpness surged into the sky as a vigorous blade aura spread out. Crack, Mu Yun broke the arrow with one slash and her wrist went numb. This Feather Emperor Bow is indeed a little strange. Mu Yun gritted her teeth and shook her slightly numb arm. Although Yan Liang's strength was not great, his Feather Emperor Bow was very powerful. Could it really be the sacred weapon of the Kuan-Su world? 7-star moonbreaking strike. Yan Liang bellowed and shot out 7 arrows in quick succession. The 7 sharp arrows covered the sky and covered the earth. Like locusts, they flew towards Mu Yun. The White Dragon Steed clan was indeed a natural archer. Yan Liang's 7-star moonbreaking strike was extremely awe-inspiring. The 7 arrows were shot from different angles and were difficult to deal with. Moreover, these arrows were shot by the Feather Emperor Bow and had extremely strong penetrating power. Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash. Mu Yun held the soul-extinguishing saber and slashed out rapidly, deflecting the arrows one by one. However, there was still one arrow that dodged the attack of his saber chi and shot directly towards his heart. The people below the stage exclaimed. Mu Yun was about to be killed by the arrow. Ding. However, at this moment, the green scale dragon armor on Mu Yun's body shone brightly. The flame dragon totem and the heavenly shield rune shone brightly on the armor and flickered with resplendent light. A shield inlaid with a flame dragon sculpture also condensed at this moment and blocked the attack. The attack of the arrows. What? Yan Liang's expression changed. His arrows were so powerful that they could pierce through the sun and the moon. However, Mu Yan's armor easily blocked the impact of his arrows. Mu Yan looked calm. The defense of the green scale dragon armor did not disappoint her. After fusing with the essence blood of the primordial flame dragon and adding the heavenly shield and heavenly sage runes, the defensive power of the azure dragon armor had reached a terrifying level. Wanting to penetrate his armor was harder than ascending to the heavens. 7 Tribulations Dragon Slaying Art. Mu Yan slashed out with her saber. The black dragon hurricane, thunderous crescent moon slash, and ancient heavenly water saber merged into an unparalleled saber chi that ruthlessly attacked Yan Liang. She had yet to comprehend the heaven-burning fire rain, but the destructive power of the 3 tribulations was also very powerful. Yan Liang was horrified. He wanted to withdraw and dodge, but his body's movements were stiff. Under the shroud of Mu Yan's saber chi, his body became sluggish as if he was being suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Mu Yan's soul-extinguishing saber was a 3rd-grade heaven-peaking sacred artifact. It contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Every slash released a domineering heavenly Tao aura that could suppress the enemy's mind and lifeline. It was very fierce. This was the power of a grade 3 sacred artifact. Across the entire 3 elements world, grade 3 sacred artifacts were rare existences. Even among the 10 famed swords, only the ancient Yuan sword, Qi Yao sword, and clear goblet sword, which were ranked in the top 3, had the might of a grade 3 sacred artifact. The power of a sacred artifact. Pucci, without any suspense, Mu Yan slashed down and killed Yan Liang. The soul-extinguishing saber had the power to destroy one's mind and soul. With one slash, Yan Liang's body and soul were destroyed. He fell to the ground and died. The Feather Emperor bow in his hand fell to the side. Mu Yan put away the Feather Emperor bow and immediately felt a majestic aura. The quality of the Feather Emperor bow was indeed extraordinary. Could it really be the world-suppressing sacred artifact of the Kuan-Su world? Mu Yan walked down from the arena. At this moment, the competition had already ended. He had successfully won and passed the first round. There were still many more competitions, but Mu Yan was too lazy to watch them. He went straight to his room and dripped a drop of blood to refine the Feather Emperor bow. Kid, you are in luck. This Feather Emperor bow is one of the world-suppressing sacred artifacts of the Kuan-Su world. You are very lucky to be able to obtain this sacred artifact. At this time, a familiar voice rang in Mu Yan's ears. Guai. Mu Yan was overjoyed. He saw a figure slowly appearing in front of him. It was indeed Guai. After not seeing him for a long time, Guai's aura had become much stronger. At this time, he had the aura of the Great Sage Realm. He was very powerful. Great Sage Realm. You have recovered to this stage. Mu Yan was pleasantly surprised. Thanks to you for helping me collect the Dharma treasures with primitive ancient chi. Just give me a few more ancient cauldrons. Guai smiled. I have ancient cauldrons. I will give them all to you. Mu Yan took out the big demonic cauldron and the wind demonic cauldron. He then asked Bai Chen for the golden immortal cauldron and gave them all to Guai. 3 more ancient cauldrons? Great! Guai was overjoyed. He already had 6 ancient cauldrons in his hands. They were the Thunder Emperor Cauldron, Fire God Cauldron, Water Mother Cauldron, Big Demonic Cauldron, Wind Demonic Cauldron, and Golden Immortal Cauldron. Although some of the ancient cauldrons had been refined, the aura of the ancient cauldron was still deposited in his body. Legend had it that gathering the 9 great ancient cauldrons would unlock a secret. Just like the 7 great ornaments, if he could gather all of them, he would be able to see a big secret. Guai, why have you been in seclusion for so long? Mu Yan asked curiously. Sigh. Actually, I could have come out long ago. But you were with Yan Nanfei before, and then you went to Xianxia Treasure Mountain. I couldn't come out casually. Otherwise, if my aura was discovered, we would probably be annihilated. Guai sighed. Mu Yan fell silent. In fact, Yan Nanfei was controlled by his life and death seal. Fairy Xianxia was also a good person. Even if Guai's aura was exposed, others would at most think that he was an ordinary artifact spirit. There wouldn't be any danger. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Guai was very cautious. He would rather continue his seclusion than expose himself. At this moment, the entire Punlai deity island was Mu Yun's territory. Naturally, he could come out without worry. This time, I have recovered my strength to the great sage advanced level. I will refine the ancient cauldrons again. I don't need to go into seclusion anymore. Once I refine these 3 ancient cauldrons, I will have the strength of the great sage advanced level. Guai narrowed his eyes and kept the 3 ancient cauldrons. Guai, with your current strength, how many secrets of the scroll of the gods can you unlock? Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. She was a little expectant. The 9 arrays of the heavens. This scroll of the gods contains 9 secrets. Currently, the ones that have been unlocked are the Divine Space Treasure Cave, the Spacetime Fortress, the Secret Pavilion of Life and Death, and the Land of the Source Pill. There are 5 more secrets. It's extremely difficult to unlock them. There's no other way. Guai shook his head. Mu Yun was enlightened. So there were 9 secrets in the Scroll of the Gods. Currently, these 4 places are enough for you to cultivate. Don't be greedy, Guai said. Yes, I know. Alright, I'm going to devour the ancient cauldrons. This time, my strength has recovered to the great sage advanced level. I don't need to go into seclusion anymore. If you need anything, you can call me directly. Okay. Mu Yun nodded. He also entered the world of the Scroll of the Gods and headed to the Spacetime Fortress. In the Spacetime Fortress, he could fight with the Emperor's shadow of the first God Emperor, Yi Xiaoyao, to hone his comprehension. At this moment, Mu Yun wanted to comprehend the 4th tribulation of the 7 tribulations dragon-slaying art, the sky-burning fire rain. However, his comprehension was not enough. He went directly to the Spacetime Fortress. An Emperor's shadow appeared, releasing a powerful aura. Mu Yun did not say anything. He directly raised the soul-extinguishing blade and fought with the Emperor's shadow. Bang! 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 A series of dense collision sounds resounded in the surroundings, shaking heaven and earth. Violent air currents rolled. 4th calamity fire, heaven-burning fire rain. Mu Yun's eyes suddenly lit up with blazing flames. He held the blade in his hand and the flames of the white tiger saint fire enveloped the entire blade. He waved his blade and the heaven-burning fire rain blade chi flew towards Yi Xiaoyao's emperor phantasm. Chi chi chi, the violent heaven-burning fire rain blade chi bombarded the emperor phantasm, creating a shockwave. I've finally mastered it. Mu Yun was overjoyed. This heaven-burning fire rain was at least as powerful as a 3rd-grade saint art. In the 3 Yuan world, 3rd-grade saint arts were extremely precious and rare. Mu Yun had Xiantian Rising Dragon Slash, which was a 1st-grade saint art. The Star Explosion Chi Stream Slash was comparable to a 2nd-grade saint art. The Instant Kill Ghost Sword was also a 2nd-grade saint art. However, he didn't have a 3rd-grade saint art. This heaven-burning fire rain was comparable to a 3rd-grade saint art. Together with his white tiger saint fire, it was extremely powerful. This heaven-burning fire rain should be enough to deal with the Plague Emperor Su Yan. Mu Yun calculated. If it was the vast sky sage, even if he mastered the 5th calamity, Earth Explosion Sword and the 6th calamity, it would be useless unless he mastered the last calamity. However, this heaven-burning fire rain was enough to deal with the Plague Emperor Su Yan. The heaven-burning fire rain had a blazing aura which could suppress the Plague Emperor Su Yan's plague chi. Mu Yun came out from the Scroll of the Gods. A day had passed. The first round of the competition had ended and the second round of drawing lots had begun. Mu Yun continued to control the result of the draw. Then, the Plague Emperor Su Yan saw his lot. His opponent was the Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing of the corpse-eating beast race. Damn it. I actually met the Hades Emperor so soon. The Plague Emperor Su Yan's expression was extremely ugly. He and the Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing were both from the corpse-eating beast race. It was naturally not good for them to fight each other. Mu Yun was secretly amused. The result of the draw was naturally arranged by him. He wanted to dampen the Plague Emperor Su Yan's spirit and see how he would deal with his fellow eating beast race. The Plague Emperor Su Yan and the Ghost Emperor Mingshi Jing hurried to the Corpse Emperor Xianxia's side, their faces solemn. Someone must be messing around. How could you meet up so quickly? Xianxia gritted his teeth. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. This was only the second round, and they were already killing each other. Su Yan, I didn't expect that I would have to fight with you so soon. The Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing's expression was cold. He didn't expect that they would meet so soon either. The two of you are the emperors of my corpse-eating beast race. I will not allow anything to happen to either of you. How about this, I will go and talk to Fairy Punlai and have her change the results of the draw. After saying that, Shi Tianlai stood up and quietly walked to Punlai Goddess. Lord Corpse Emperor, what's the matter? Mu Yun was slightly surprised to see Shi Tianlai. Fairy, today is the second round of the competition. Can you discuss the results of the drawing of lots? We can't let the corpse-eating beasts kill each other so soon, Shi Tianlai said in a low voice. Lord Corpse Emperor, could it be that you want to tamper with the results of the draw? All the heroes in the world are watching. Mu Yun was secretly amused. At this moment, Fairy Punlai was his puppet. The results of the draw were naturally within his control. Fairy, please make an exception. Shi Tianlai took out a palm-sized cauldron and stuffed it into Mu Yun's hand. This Wood King cauldron is one of the 9 ancient cauldrons of the Jiuding trading. I spent a lot of effort to get it. This Wood King cauldron has an abundant amount of desolate ancient qi. It is a rare treasure. Fairy, please make an exception. Mu Yun was slightly surprised. Guai already had 6 ancient cauldrons. He only needed 3 more to gather the 9 ancient cauldrons. Now that he saw the Wood King cauldron, he was naturally tempted. If he rejected Shi Tianlai, it would be almost impossible for him to get the Wood King cauldron. Alright, I promise you. After weighing the pros and cons, Mu Yun agreed. Thank you, Fairy. Shi Tianlai was overjoyed. Fortunately, the results of the draw haven't been announced yet. There's still room for negotiation. How about this, I'll arrange for Yu Huang and Mu Yun to fight. What do you think? Mu Yun kept the Wood King cauldron and made arrangements in his heart. This Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing was the heavenly emperor of the corpse-eating beast race. His strength was also at the great sage realm. He was quite powerful. If he could kill Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing, he could also cut off the left and right arms of the corpse-eating beast race. Alright. This Mu Yun is the mortal enemy of our corpse-eating beast race. It's naturally the best that you can arrange for him to die. Shi Tianlai was overjoyed. Mu Yun secretly laughed. It wasn't certain who would be the one to die. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of Yu Huang. The results of the draw for the second round were officially announced. Under Mu Yun's arrangement, Plague Emperor Su Yan's opponent was the second elder of the 100 Tempering Mountain Matter, by Luoshi. And Mu Yun's opponent was Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing. The strength of the people in the second round was obviously much stronger. Some of them were even stronger than the people on the experts ranking. For example, Bai Luoshi was at the Great Sage Realm. Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing and Plague Emperor Su Yan were both at the Great Sage Realm. Their strength was even stronger than the experts on the experts ranking. Demon Emperor Lin Shui sat in the VIP seats. His expression wasn't very good because his strength was only at the Great Sage Realm. When the ranking competition ended, his position would definitely be challenged. The other experts also had solemn expressions. In the past, as long as one stepped into the Great Sage Realm, they would have the qualifications to fight for the experts ranking. For example, Zhou Feishuan, who was once the 10th expert, was at the Great Sage Realm. But as time passed, the new generation would replace the old. More and more experts appeared in the world. If one didn't want to improve, they would be easily pushed down. When the second round began, the first to go up was the green-robed ancestor. His opponent was someone from the Titan giant ape race called Tai Rongzi. This Tai Rongzi was the young master of the Titan giant ape race. He rarely showed himself and had been cultivating in seclusion for 100,000 years. This time, he came out of seclusion just to fight for the experts ranking. Tai Rongzi was riding a saint beast. It was the ancient demonic ape. This ancient demonic ape was one of the 10 great saint beasts of the ancient era. Back then, Tai Rongzi had merged with the ancient demonic ape's blood essence and turned it into a demon, directly advancing to the Great Sage Realm. As for Tai Rongzi, he had also reached the Great Sage Realm, but he had stepped into the great sage realm for a long time. His aura was much more stable than Tairongzi's. Moreover, the ancient demonic ape's true body was his battle pet. With the help of the ancient demonic ape, his strength couldn't be underestimated. This ancient demonic ape's body was huge. Its fleshy wings covered the sky, and pitch-black devilish chi lingered around it. Mu Yan looked at the ancient demonic ape and thought, this ape has such dense devilish blood. If I can capture it and merge with its devilish blood, my Devil Emperor transformation will definitely reach the major completion stage. The green-robed ancestor looked at the ancient demonic ape's huge body without any ripples in his eyes. He was the #1 assassin of the Black Division, and his strength was at the Great Sage Realm. He was on par with Tairongzi, but he didn't have a saint beast, so he was obviously at a disadvantage. Ao Shue, do you think the green-robed ancestor can win? Mu Yan looked at Liao Shue. Liao Shue was the black-clothed swordswoman, and the president of the Assassin Guild. She was naturally clear about the green-robed ancestor's background. He will definitely win, don't worry. Liao Shue said indifferently. Oh? Mu Yan was slightly surprised. Looking at Liao Shue's calm expression, it seemed that the green-robed ancestor had some trump card. Asterisk bang, asterisk at this moment, a confrontation had already broken out on the stage. Ha ha ha, green-robed ancestor, I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible, lest you throw away your life. Tairongzi laughed as he rode the ancient demonic ape and flew down from the sky. Trash that only knows how to use brute force. Today, this old man will let you see what is called a true divine ability. The green-robed ancestor sneered. With a flick of his finger, he released a green flame. This green flame carried an extremely strong aura of decay. Compared to the curse of the rotten corpse jade pendant, it was probably 10 times stronger. The terrifying decay flame attacked Tairongzi and the ancient demonic ape. What kind of flame is this? Tairongzi was shocked. The decay aura of the flame was so strong that he had never seen it before. He did not dare to face it head-on and quickly rode the ancient demonic ape to dodge. Hee hee, can you run away? The green-robed ancestor sneered and waved his hand. The green flame landed on Tairongzi's body and quickly burned. Ah! Tairongzi let out a miserable scream as his body was instantly engulfed by the flame. His entire body was burning. Damn it, this is the Green Mountain Ghost Flame that is ranked 21st on the Primordial Flame list. Its corrosive aura is extremely strong. The ancient demonic ape saw the clues and let out a deep roar. Green Mountain Ghost Flame? This is the Primordial Flame? Why is there no aura of the Primordial Flame? Tairongzi was surprised. Because this is a remnant flame, just a wisp of remnant flame. It is not the main body, so it doesn't have the aura of the Primordial Flame. But the remnant flame also has the corrosive effect of the Green Mountain Ghost Flame. Its lethality is extremely high. The ancient demonic ape shook his head. Bastard! Tairongzi clenched his teeth and hurriedly extinguished the flame on his body. But his clothes and hair were burned. He looked very miserable as his entire body was charred black. Surrender, young master. The ancient demonic ape persuaded. No, I would rather die than surrender. Tairongzi's expression was resolute. His Dao technique was the demonic Dao. He advanced bravely and would never surrender. If you don't surrender, then you will die. I am too lazy to accompany you to die. Get lost. The ancient demonic ape snorted coldly and swung his body, throwing Tairongzi down. Then, without looking, he flapped his wings and flew into the sky, leaving directly. Lord Ancient Demonic Ape. Tairongzi was shocked. He did not expect the ancient demonic ape to leave him. Hee hee hee, prepare to die. The green-robed old ancestor sneered. A wisp of Green Mountain Ghost Flame was released and enveloped Tairongzi. Tairongzi screamed. His body was burned by the wisp of Green Mountain Ghost Flame. His skin and flesh quickly turned into charcoal. His entire person soon turned into a charred corpse. The green-robed old ancestor won the competition effortlessly. Everyone present was shocked as they looked at the flame in his hand in horror. That wisp of green flame turned out to be the remnant of the primordial flame. It was the Green Mountain Ghost Flame. Although it was not the main body and did not have the aura of the primordial flame, it still had the corrosive power of the Green Mountain Ghost Flame. It was extremely powerful. Tai Rongzi was directly burned to death by the Green Mountain's ghost fire. In fact, if the ancient demonic ape was willing to fight alongside him, he wouldn't have died so miserably. When Mu Yun saw the ancient demonic ape leave, she had a thought. She called Mu Bufan over and said, "Little Fan, chase after it. Capture that beast and bring it back." Mu Yun handed the snow-devouring toad and the blood-winged bat king to Mu Bufan and asked him to chase after it. "Yes, big brother Mu." Mu Bufan didn't hesitate and set off immediately. He still had the sky-splitting rune that Mu Yun gave him. It wouldn't be difficult to capture the ancient demonic ape. Mu Yun nodded. As long as he could capture the ancient demonic ape and fuse with its blood essence, his Devil Emperor transformation would definitely be cultivated to the point of perfection. The competition continued. It was Mu Yun's turn to go on stage. Her opponent was the Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing of the corpse-eating beast race. Among the 5 heavenly emperors of the corpse-eating beast race, Mingshi Jing was the embodiment of death. His body was filled with a majestic aura of death. When he stepped onto the stage, the entire stage was shrouded in a heavy aura of death. The people near the stage also hurriedly retreated as if they were afraid of being attacked by the aura of death. Mu Yun flew onto the stage and summoned the Golden Fire Swanee. Riding on the back of the Golden Fire Swanee, the vigorous flame aura and rolling lava aura quickly dispersed the surrounding aura of death. Eh? Wasn't his Golden Fire Swanee reduced to a wild dog by me? Below the stage, the vast Sky Grand Sage was slightly surprised when he saw Mu Yun's Golden Fire Swanee. Outside the Xianxia treasure mountain, he had already used the beast degradation curse to turn the Golden Fire Swanee into a dog. But he didn't expect the Golden Fire Swanee to recover with an incomparably vigorous aura. Who broke my curse? The vast Sky Grand Sage was secretly puzzled. Even Fairy Xianxia didn't have the ultimate curse technique. I heard that this brat Mu Yun also grasped the animal degradation curse. Could it be true? The vast Sky Grand Sage's face darkened. He had heard rumors that Mu Yun had used a curse to reduce the giant green armored turtle to a turtle, but he didn't believe it. That was because the cultivation technique of an ultimate curse was extremely hard to obtain, and the cultivation process was, however, it was also extremely difficult. He had also spent a lot of effort to master 2 ultimate curses. He naturally did not believe that Mu Yun also knew ultimate curses. Phew, Mu Yun rode on the Golden Swanee and directly rushed out, ruthlessly rushing towards the world-illuminating mirror. Humph, kid, there's no need to wait for Su Yan to make a move. I'll kill you today. The Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing coldly snorted. With a flick of his finger, a water droplet shot out. This water droplet was pitch black and emitted an intense aura of death. It was as if it had condensed the aura of death from hell for millions of years. It was extremely terrifying. Wisps of cold aura were also released from the water source, washing away the aura of the surrounding lava and flames. This water droplet, Mu Yun was slightly surprised and felt a sense of familiarity. He had also obtained a mysterious water droplet in the Xianxia treasure mountain. However, he did not know what it was, so he had not refined it. Now that he saw the water droplet released by the Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing, he felt that it was extremely familiar. The origin aura of this water droplet was exactly the same as his water droplet. Obviously, they were the same thing. This is Heavenly Dew. Netherworld Ghost Dew, be careful. Guiyi's voice rang in Mu Yun's ears. Heavenly Dew? What's Heavenly Dew? Mu Yun exclaimed. Heavenly Dew is a spiritual item that is even more powerful than mutated water. The Heavenly Dew in this person's hand is called Netherworld Ghost Dew. It's much more powerful than your Black Prison Silver Water, 9-layer Jade Water, Celestial Emperor Immortal Burning Water, and other mutated water. Be careful and don't be injured by the Heavenly Dew. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Guiyi said solemnly. So this water droplet is called Heavenly Dew. Mu Yun suddenly realized that this water droplet was called Heavenly Dew. He also had a drop in his hand. Chi. The Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing waved his hand, and the Netherworld Ghost Dew burst forth and attacked Mu Yun fiercely. Mu Yun didn't dare to be careless. He quickly released the white tiger sacred fire to block the impact of the netherworld ghost dew. However, an unexpected scene occurred. His white tiger sacred fire couldn't block the netherworld ghost dew. The netherworld ghost dew burst forth with unstoppable force. Even the white tiger sacred fire couldn't block it. Brat, are you stupid? The heavenly dew is something that restrains the origin flame. It's useless even if you release the white tiger sacred fire. Guai scolded angrily. He had forgotten to mention that the heavenly dew was something that restrained the origin flame. Before the heavenly dew appeared, the origin flame's arrogance was useless. It wasn't of much use. What? Even a heavenly treasure like the origin flame can be restrained? Mu Yan turned pale with fright. If you are strong enough, of course you won't be restrained. However, your strength hasn't reached the Sage King realm. You can't unleash the full power of the origin flame. It's very easy for the heavenly dew to restrain it, Guai said. Sage King? Sage King is a realm that surpasses the Sage, Great Sage, and Ancient Sage realm. This realm is the true ruler of the heavenly Tao. Its strength is very powerful. If you can reach the Sage King realm, you don't have to be afraid of the heavenly dew. However, everyone below the Sage King realm is mortal. You are only a great sage. Your white tiger sacred fire will still be restrained by the heavenly dew. Guai sighed. Mu Yan's expression changed. It turned out that the heavenly dew was something that restrained the origin flame. Before reaching the Sage King realm, the origin flame would be restrained by the heavenly dew. His white tiger saint fire was completely useless against the netherworld ghost of the Hades Emperor's world illuminating mirror. In the blink of an eye, the netherworld ghost dew arrived in front of Mu Yan. Mu Yan quickly dodged, but he was still half a step too late. His shoulder was hit by the netherworld ghost dew. Instantly, a wound that was so deep that his bones could be seen appeared. Black-colored blood flowed out from the wound. Waves of cold air rushed into his body. Guai said, "You have been injured by the heavenly dew. This is troublesome. There are 36 types of heavenly dew in the world. Each of them has an extremely strong cold air. This netherworld ghost dew is ranked 30th on the heavenly dew list. Other than cold air, it also has a rather terrifying ghostly aura." Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. In an instant, he felt waves of cold air coming from his wound. Moreover, there were ghostly wails and howls coming from the depths of his wound. It was as if thousands of evil spirits were wreaking havoc in his wound. "Hee, kid, I already knew that you have the white tiger sacred fire. However, it is useless. Others might be afraid of your white tiger sacred fire, but I am not afraid at all. My heavenly dew is the natural enemy of your origin flame. It will restrain you completely unless you have the strength of a Sage King. Otherwise, you can forget about escaping from the suppression of the heavenly dew." The Hades Emperor Ming Shijing laughed loudly. The netherworld ghost dew burst out again. Mu Yan quickly took out the heavenly origin mirror. He activated the secret technique of life and the secret technique of nourishment to continuously heal his injuries. The healing effect of the heavenly origin mirror was very useful. If it was in the past, Mu Yan's wounds would have healed instantly. There wouldn't even be a scar left. However, his vitality and physique were much stronger than before. The healing effect of the heavenly origin mirror was not that obvious. Moreover, the wounds caused by the netherworld ghost dew were also very serious. However, the heavenly origin mirror was indeed a 3-yuan treasure. Its healing effect was still very good. Mu Yan's wound stopped bleeding and painfully stopped. He was gradually recovering. "You also have a drop of heavenly dew. Stop talking nonsense and refine it immediately. Otherwise, this fellow will restrain you. You won't be able to use any tricks," Guai urged. "All right." Mu Yan gritted his teeth. The netherworld ghost dew's restraining effect on the origin flame was too strong. He had refined the white tiger sacred fire in his body. His lifeline was filled with the aura of the origin flame. Under the impact of the netherworld ghost dew, his lifeline was under great pressure. He couldn't use any tricks. At this juncture, Mu Yan didn't hesitate at all. He sat down cross-legged and took out a drop of water source. This drop of water source was completely blue. It was something he had obtained from the Xianxia treasure mountain. This is the frigid ice dew, ranked 26th on the heavenly dew list. Quickly refine it. Guei wanted to come out and protect Mu Yun. However, he obviously couldn't show himself because all the experts in the world were watching. He believed that Mu Yun would have a way. Giant green armored turtle, show yourself. Mu Yun shouted and summoned the giant green armored turtle. Roar. The giant green armored turtle's huge body immediately appeared and occupied the entire arena. Mu Yun sat cross-legged on the back of the giant green armored turtle. He sat on the peak of the shell mountain and started to refine the frigid ice dew. The giant green armored turtle had merged with the mountain page of the Earth Origin book. It had the aura of the earth and could move on land. Once such a sea monster came to land, it would still be the overlord. Its huge body was suffocating. The Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing's nether ghost dew couldn't even break through the giant green armored turtle's shell. This was the principle of everything has its weakness. Mu Yan's white tiger sacred fire could easily penetrate the giant green armored turtle's shell, but it was restrained by the nether ghost dew. The nether ghost dew could restrain the white tiger sacred fire, but it couldn't shake the giant green armored turtle's body. The Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing was dumbfounded when he saw the giant green armored turtle's shell. Damn it. Isn't the giant green armored turtle a sea monster? How can it come to land? Mingshi Jing gritted his teeth and couldn't understand why this happened. Looking at the thick shell, he didn't know what to do. If Mu Yun successfully refined the frigid ice dew, he would definitely die. Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art, 5th Transformation, activate. At the critical moment, Mingshi Jing activated the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art, and it was the 5th transformation. The demonic aura on his body instantly burst out. The nether ghost dew spun and merged with his body. After merging with the nether ghost dew, he seemed to have turned into a ghost king in the abyss of hell, emitting a terrifying aura. I, the Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing, am the incarnation of death. I curse you, giant green armored turtle, your lifespan will be exhausted. I curse you, giant green armored turtle, you will die immediately. Mingshi Jing looked up to the sky and sang. His solemn singing voice reverberated between heaven and earth. He directly used the curse of death, which pressed down on the giant turtle in green armor. He couldn't break the giant green armored turtle's shell, so he executed the death curse directly to kill the giant green armored turtle. The aura of the curse was suppressed, but the giant green armored turtle's body was as steady as Mount Tai. Mu Yan's expression was calm as she sat on the back of the green armored giant turtle. This green armored giant turtle had died long ago and was refined into a saint beast puppet. It looked like it was still alive and even had the aura of the earth. But in fact, the green armored giant turtle had died a long time ago. Mingshi Jing's curse had no effect at all. When the spectators saw this scene, they were all secretly shocked. They didn't expect the curse of the Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing to be useless. Soon, Mu Yun refined the frigid ice dew. Her body emitted traces of cold air. This frigid ice dew was ranked 26th on the heavenly dew list. Compared to the Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing's nether ghost dew, it was purer and sharper. Boundless cold air was released. The green armored giant turtle turned into an ice turtle. Its shell was covered with frost and snow. The heaven and earth within a radius of a few miles also turned into a world of ice and snow. A violent snowstorm was raging. Mu Yun opened her eyes. Looking at the silver-covered surroundings, she was surprised. The spiritual chi of this frigid ice dew was indeed much more powerful than the mutated water. Impossible. Why do you also have heavenly dew? The Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing was shocked. He immediately recognized that Mu Yan's heavenly dew was the coldest frigid ice dew. Water and fire are incompatible. Since you have the origin flame in your body, how can you refine the heavenly dew? Aren't you afraid of exploding and dying? The Hades Emperor Mingshi Jing found it unbelievable. The origin flame and heavenly dew were mortal enemies. It was impossible for them to merge. In Mu Yan's body, a drop of heavenly dew and a wisp of origin flame were on par with each other. They hated each other and didn't merge. Instead, they kept rejecting each other. However, Mu Yan's vitality and physique were extremely strong. She could easily withstand this rejection. Moreover, the impact of the collision between water and fire could also temper her physique and strengthen her body's lifeline. Frigid ice dew, kill. Mu Yun held the soul-extinguishing blade tightly and slashed out. On the soul-extinguishing saber, a wave of cold air exploded. The entire saber turned snow-white. The saber was covered with flying frost and silver snow, reflecting the scorching sun. It burst out a dazzling light that was breathtaking. The Hades Emperor Ming Shijing's expression sank as he hurriedly condensed his chi into a saber. He held the Corpse Emperor saber tightly in his hand and infused all of the Netherworld Ghost Dew into it. The entire Corpse Emperor saber was filled with ghostly chi, emitting an abnormally terrifying aura. Clang, the Ghost Emperor Mingshi mirror slashed out with its saber, clashing fiercely with Mu Yun. He gritted his teeth. Although the quality of his nether ghost dew was not as good as Mu Yun's frigid dew, he was an expert of the great sage realm after all. He was 2 levels higher than Mu Yun. He was not afraid of a head-on clash. As expected, the two of them clashed intensely. The Yuhuang Mingshi Jing's body was as stable as Mount Tai while Mu Yun actually retreated 2 steps. An expert of the great sage realm is truly not easy to deal with. Mu Yun swung his slightly numb arm. His soul-extinguishing saber was a heaven-peaking saint artifact. Its killing prowess was extremely great. He still wanted to rely on the power of his weapon to kill the Hades Emperor Ming Shijing with a single slash. However, an expert of the great sage realm was clearly stronger than what he imagined. Even though he had the advantage in terms of weapon, it was still difficult for him to kill Mingshi Jing. Damnable brat. It's useless even if you have refined the heavenly dew. My strength far surpasses yours. Stop struggling and prepare to die. The Hades Emperor Ming Shijing roared and slashed out with his saber. His Corpse Emperor tyrant body art had already been trained to the peak. The Corpse Emperor saber in his hand was filled with ghostly chi. There were no fanciful moves as it directly slashed towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun was calm and composed. He lifted his saber and slashed it towards the Hades Emperor Ming Shijing's shoulder. What tricks is this brat playing? The Hades Emperor Ming Shijing was stunned. His saber attack was thunderous and majestic. He wanted to kill Mu Yun in a single strike. However, Mu Yun didn't try to break it apart or evade it. Instead, he lifted his saber and slashed it towards him. However, he made the first move and his speed was extremely fast. The Corpse Emperor saber had already slashed ruthlessly onto Mu Yun's body. The Hades Emperor Ming Shijing was overjoyed. This was a saber attack with his full strength. It would definitely be able to kill Mu Yun. Gotcha. However, unexpectedly, rings of light radiated from Mu Yun's body. Azure Dragon armor appeared and the Fire Dragon totem was vivid and lifelike as it roared toward the sky. The Heavenly Shield and Heavenly Sage runes were also shining with resplendent light. The Hades Emperor Ming Shijing's full-strength saber attack wasn't able to break through the defense of the Azure Dragon armor. However, his saber force was majestic and Mu Yun still felt a huge impact. The chi and blood in his body churned and he was already injured. The Heavenly Origin mirror released a gentle aura, healing Mu Yun's injuries. Mu Yun gritted her teeth and endured the pain in her body. She then slashed her saber at the Hades Emperor Ming Shijing. The Hades Emperor Ming Shijing's aura was already exhausted. He could only watch as Mu Yun slashed her saber at him. He was already unable to stop her. It's a pity that he still failed. On the spectator stand, the Corpse Emperor Shi Tianlai let out a sigh. However, he wasn't too worried. This was because the Hades Emperor Ming Shijing had already cultivated a demonic seed. As long as the demonic seed wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't die. At most, he would lose some spiritual chi. Puchi, Mu Yun swung her saber and slashed horizontally, slicing the Hades Emperor Ming Shijing's waist. The Hades Emperor Ming Shijing's 2 halves fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed out. His life aura disappeared directly. No demonic seed floated out. His demonic seed had already been destroyed by Mu Yun's saber attack. Mu Yun waved her hand and directly snatched the Hades Emperor Ming Shijing's Netherworld Ghost Dew. This drop of Netherworld Ghost Dew was a spiritual item that was ranked 30th on the Heavenly Dew list. It had abundant spiritual chi and Mu Yun naturally wouldn't miss it. How could this be? The Corpse Emperor Shi Tianlai was shocked. He didn't expect the Hades Emperor Ming Shijing to die. One should know that Ming Shijing had already cultivated a demonic seed. Even if it was him, he would have to spend a lot of effort to kill Ming Shijing. However, Mu Yun really killed Ming Shijing with a single slash. Mu Yun wielded the soul-extinguishing saber in his hand. This soul-extinguishing saber was a third-grade heaven-peering saint artifact. It was extremely sharp and had the power to extinguish souls. Even if Ming Shijing had cultivated a demonic seed, he would be able to destroy the demonic seed with a single slash. It was a chance for him to be reborn from a single drop of blood. Ming Shijing is dead? Everyone looked at Ming Shijing's corpse and were shocked. One should know that the Hades Emperor Ming Shijing was an expert in the Great Sage realm while Mu Yun was only in the lesser Great Sage realm. The difference in strength between the two was so huge. However, Mu Yun was still able to kill Ming Shijing. Pucci, Mu Yun's body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The injuries in his body were quite severe. He took a slash from the Hades Emperor Ming Shijing. Even with the protection of the green scale dragon armor, he was still injured. Fortunately, the Hades Emperor Ming Shijing was already dead. The final winner was him. As long as he was given a day's rest, he would be able to recover. Ha 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 ha, Mu Yun, you're dead meat. You're seriously injured now. It's easy for me to kill you. Suddenly, a burst of arrogant laughter rang out. A terrifying plague aura instantly descended on the arena and charged towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun's expression changed. He quickly flew to the giant green scale turtle's body. He lowered his head and saw that the Plague Emperor Su Yan had already rushed up with a bone flute in his hand and was looking at him with murderous intent. Plague Emperor Su Yan, what are you doing? It's not your turn yet. Mu Yun's face darkened. He didn't expect the Plague Emperor Su Yan to rush up. He controlled Goddess Penglai to stand out and scolded. Su Yan, are you trying to break the rules of the competition? At this moment, Mu Yun had just finished his battle. The Plague Emperor Su Yan suddenly rushed up. It was obvious that he was breaking the rules. All the heroes in the world were watching and pointing. However, the Plague Emperor Su Yan looked indifferent and didn't care. Mu Yun, I want you to die today. I don't care about the expert ranking or the great fortune. I only want your head. The Plague Emperor Su Yan sneered. He picked up the bone flute and blew it gently. Su Yan, don't mess around. The Corpse Emperor Shi Tianlai shouted angrily. He didn't expect the Plague Emperor Su Yan to risk universal condemnation and ignore the rules. He actually wanted to kill Mu Yun while Mu Yun was injured. Father, I told you not to let him out. This person is a monster. Shi Feishuan's eyes revealed a trace of worry as he stared at Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun was already injured. If the Plague Emperor Su Yan suddenly attacked, Mu Yun wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Forget it. If he can kill Mu Yun, it will be a great contribution. Even if he is ridiculed and scolded by all the heroes in the world, it can't be helped. The Corpse Emperor Shi Tianlai shook his head. The Plague Emperor Su Yan had broken the rules this time. His corpse-eating beast clan would definitely be condemned and scolded by everyone. However, if he could kill Mu Yun, it would definitely not be a loss. Woo woo woo. A faint sorrowful tune reverberated between heaven and earth. The Plague Emperor Su Yan blew the bone flute and released the farewell curse. Mu Yun was on full alert as the Heavenly Saint runes protected her body. The Heavenly Saint runes could ignore the effects of curses and resist all curses. Even the ultimate curses couldn't shake the light of the Heavenly Saint runes. Therefore, Mu Yun wasn't afraid of the Plague Emperor Su Yan's curse. What? The black-clothed swordswoman passed the Heavenly Saint runes to you? The Plague Emperor Su Yan put down the flute and was shocked. Among the 6 great runes, the Heavenly Saint runes was the most precious as it could resist all curses. He didn't expect the black-clothed swordswoman to be so generous as to pass the Heavenly Saint runes to Mu Yun. Originally, after he had advanced to the greater realm, the power of his curse had become stronger and could shake Mu Yun's white tiger sacred fire. However, Mu Yun had the Heavenly Saint runes to protect her body now. His curse was useless. Su Yan, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because I'm injured. Back then, I didn't kill you because of Fairy Xianxia. But today, even if the Heavenly Sovereign of Calamity comes, I will kill you. Mu Yun shouted towards the sky. At this moment, she had the Heavenly Saint runes to protect her body and could call out the Heavenly Sovereign of Calamity's name directly. She didn't have to worry about being attacked by the curse because the heavenly saint runes could resist all curses. Good, very good. You're about to die, yet you're still so arrogant. You're already injured. Let's see how you're going to fight me. The Plague Emperor Su Yan flew up and directly confronted Mu Yun. The two of them collided crazily on the turtle shell of the giant green turtle. Their figures flashed like lightning, dazzling everyone's eyes. The Plague Emperor Su Yan attacked Mu Yun with his palm. His left hand pressed on the bone flute and the sound of the farewell flute echoed in the wind. Still want to play tricks with curses? I've already said that it's useless. Mu Yun shook her head and slashed at the Plague Emperor Su Yan with the soul-extinguishing blade. But all of a sudden, Plague Emperor Su Yan's palm flew out from his body and struck Mu Yun's shoulder from a distance. You are indeed a monster, a lunatic. Mu Yun covered the wound on his shoulder and took a step back, looking at Plague Emperor Su Yan with a cold expression. Plague Emperor Su Yan directly used the curse of departure on himself, forcing his palm to fly out of his body and severely injuring Mu Yun. This was a way to kill 1,000 enemies, but lose 800 of his own men. His palm would leave him forever, never to return. As long as I can kill you, even if my limbs are broken and I become a cripple, it is worth it. Plague Emperor Su Yan's face was cold. He drew a circle with his left palm and smashed it out. The violent wind from his palm shook, and the bone flute floated above his head, humming as the curse of departure was released continuously. Mu Yun waited solemnly and slashed out with his saber. However, he did not expect that one of Plague Emperor Su Yan's eyeballs would suddenly leave his body and attack his head. Mu Yun's expression changed. This Plague Emperor Su Yan was simply crazy. He hurriedly raised his saber to block and sent Plague Emperor Su Yan's eyeball flying. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Plague Emperor Su Yan fiercely attacked with his palm, fiercely imprinting it on Mu Yun's chest. Blood seeped out from the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. He retreated in a sorry state and almost fell off the turtle shell. His green scale dragon armor was already a little overwhelmed. It had lost a lot of spiritual chi and its defensive power had also been greatly reduced. It was already difficult for him to block Plague Emperor Su Yan's heavy attack. Mu Yun was indeed injured. However, the appearance of the Plague Emperor Su Yan was also rather terrifying. One of his palms and one of his eyeballs had already left him forever. His empty eye sockets were flowing with blood. Blood was also gushing out from his severed hand. Whoosh, Plague Emperor Su Yan did not stop. He attacked again, waving his palm towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun was under a lot of pressure because he was not only facing Plague Emperor Su Yan's palm, but also the organs that flew out of nowhere. He had experienced countless battles in his life, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange battle. Crack, Plague Emperor Su Yan's right arm flew out of his body and shot towards Mu Yun like a javelin. Su Yan, enough! Below the stage, Corpse Emperor Shi Tianlai shouted. Plague Emperor Su Yan's fighting style was no longer a battle, but a desperate one. However, Plague Emperor Su Yan turned a deaf ear to it and continued to charge towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun raised her soul-extinguishing blade and slashed open Plague Sovereign Su Yan's arm. Bang! Plague Emperor Su Yan charged forward and struck Mu Yun with his palm. Mu Yun's body flew out from the giant turtle's body like a cannonball and fell to the ground. Before Mu Yun could get up, a few of Plague Emperor Su Yan's teeth flew out and attacked her head like a demon. When everyone saw this scene, they were filled with righteous indignation. This Plague Emperor Su Yan is simply a monster. This bastard broke the rules. Let's attack together and kill him. That's right. This guy is simply a lunatic. He simply looks down on our experts' ranking. Plague Emperor Su Yan had broken the rules and had already angered everyone. If he had fought fair and square, it would have been fine. However, his methods were simply too strange and terrifying. He did not have the demeanor of a great sage at all. In order to kill Mu Yun, he was simply unscrupulous. Methods. The atmosphere was very tense. Everyone wanted to rush out and join forces to kill Plague Emperor Su Yan. Everyone, sit down. At this moment, Vast Sky Great Sage's majestic voice resounded throughout the entire place. His indifferent tone carried an aura of disdain for the world, making no one dare to offend him. The entire place quieted down. This is a personal grudge between Su Yan and Mu Yun. We don't have to interfere. Dast Sky Great Sage swept his gaze across the entire place. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Dast Sky Great Sage smiled with satisfaction. Once he spoke, no one dared to cause trouble. Number 1 on the experts ranking wasn't just for show. Looking at Dast Sky Great Sage's expression, it seemed that he had a great feud with Mu Yun. Mu Yun, you're dead meat today. Dast Sky Great Sage looked at Mu Yun as a trace of killing intent flashed across his heart. It wasn't good for him to make a move in front of all the heroes in the world. If Plague Emperor Su Yan could kill Mu Yun, he naturally wouldn't have to waste his effort. Mu Yun's face darkened. She waved her saber and knocked away a few of Plague Emperor Su Yan's teeth. He, Mu Yun, even Dast Sky Great Sage wants you dead. You won't be able to escape today. Accept your fate. Plague Emperor Su Yan had lost a few teeth. His mouth was full of blood. He was as ferocious as a demon, and his laughter was hoarse and unpleasant. You monster. No matter what, I will kill you today. If it wasn't for Fairy Xianxia, you would have been dead. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Mu Yun suddenly stood up with her saber in hand. Her eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Giant green armored turtle, devour. She opened her hand and devoured the giant green armored turtle. Her injuries were too severe. If she wanted to kill Plague Emperor Su Yan, she had to heal her injuries first. Mu Yun didn't hesitate at all. She directly devoured the entire giant green armored turtle. Plague Emperor Su Yan's face changed. If Mu Yun successfully devoured it, Mu Yun's injuries would be healed by relying on the giant green armored turtle's majestic qi and blood. At that time, he would definitely die. Crack, the sound of the flute drifted. Half of Plague Emperor Su Yan's head suddenly flew out. Everyone present exclaimed. Plague Emperor Su Yan was simply crazy. He didn't even want half of his head. He directly took it out and smashed it fiercely towards Mu Yun like a cannonball. This half of the head contained an extremely strong force. Brain matter and blood flowed all over the ground. Then, this half of the head turned black and smelled bad. It carried the billowing aura of plague and wanted to smash Mu Yun to death. At this time, Mu Yun was devouring the giant green armored turtle. If she was interrupted, not only would all her previous efforts be wasted, she would even be in danger of suffering a backlash. Golden Fire Swan and I, show yourself. Mu Yun summoned the Golden Fire Swan and I. The Golden Fire Swan and I roared and stepped forward to protect Mu Yun. Bang, half of Plague Emperor Su Yan's head smashed onto the Golden Fire Swan's body. The flames on the Golden Fire Swan's body were immediately extinguished. Its body was paralyzed on the ground like mud and began to turn black and smelly. This half of Plague Emperor Su Yan's head was very lethal. With just one blow, it killed the Golden Fire Swan and I. Mu Yun, the Saint Beast puppet, was completely destroyed. Even the lava book was contaminated by the plague aura. Not good. Plague Emperor Su Yan's face changed. Although he killed the Golden Fire Swan and I, he didn't have the slightest joy. Instead, his face was full of panic. At this time, Mu Yun had completely devoured the giant green armored turtle. Her body made cracking sounds, and the injuries in her body were instantly healed. The qi and blood of the giant green armored turtle was incomparably majestic. After Mu Yun devoured it, her injuries were completely healed. Moreover, the lifeline of her body had also become very strong. She condensed all the qi and blood in her body into the devil fetus in her dantian, constantly nourishing her bones. Her bones gradually gave birth to devil qi. Every bone was as clear as crystal, without the slightest impurity. The pitch-black devil qi was like a crystal. Her bones were churning. Refine the devil body, seize the devil blood, nurture the devil fetus, and transform the devil bones. My devil bones have been refined. Mu Yun was overjoyed. The giant green armored turtle's qi and blood were very majestic. After she devoured it, the Devil Emperor transformation was upgraded again. At this moment, her Devil Emperor transformation had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Crash, Mu Yun's body released circles of black devil qi. This devil qi was 10 times stronger than Plague Emperor Su Yan's Corpse Emperor Overlord body. Under the suppression of the Devil Emperor transformation's aura, the Corpse Emperor Overlord body and the Plague aura were all useless. The Devil Emperor transformation was the origin of the Devil Dao in the world. The moment Mu Yun refined the Devil Bone, his Devil Emperor transformation reached the pinnacle. He also knew the various profound techniques of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant body art like the back of his hand. A black devil seed was born in Mu Yun's body. She had not cultivated the fifth transformation of the Corpse Emperor Overlord body art, but she had given birth to a devil seed. As long as the devil seed was not extinguished, she would not die. This was the power of the Devil Emperor transformation. The Devil Emperor transformation was the origin of the Devil Dao. As long as one cultivated it to the pinnacle, they could comprehend various magical techniques of the Devil Dao. At this moment, Mu Yun had also comprehended the complete set of the Corpse Emperor Overlord body art. The Devil Emperor transformation was completed. Behind Mu Yun, Devil Chi condensed and turned into a pair of devil wings that covered the sky. As the devil wings flapped, the wind between heaven and earth surged. The Plague Emperor Su Yan suddenly had the urge to kneel down. By this point, Mu Yun had undergone a complete transformation. Now that he was at the peak of the Devil Emperor transformation, his aura was far stronger than before. He was the Devil Emperor, the ruler of the Tao of Devils. All of the necromancers present were shaken to the core. They wanted to kneel down and worship him. Even Shi Tianlai, the Corpse Emperor, was shocked. Mu Yun's aura was too vast. The heaven-defying Devil Emperor had a heaven-defying domineering aura. Even Shi Tianlai was suppressed by the Devil Emperor transformation. So the pinnacle of the Devil Emperor transformation is actually so powerful. Mu Yun flapped his devil wings. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. He did not expect the Devil Emperor transformation to be so powerful. His skin seemed to have turned transparent. Everyone present could see Mu Yun's bones. They were like crystals. Under the lingering devil rays, they were shining with dazzling light. Mu Yun's original appearance could no longer be seen. He was like a heaven-defying Devil Emperor. Every devil bone, every drop of devil blood, and every trace of devil chi made people tremble. Plop. Plop. All the disciples of the corpse-eating beasts present knelt down. Under the suppression of Mu Yun's Devil Emperor aura, they were like ants. They could only kneel down and submit. There was no room for resistance. Shi Feishuan also knelt down. Looking at the man who had gone through life and death with her, she felt familiar yet unfamiliar. Tears flowed out of her eyes. She could not describe the feeling in her heart. Damn it. This brat has mastered the Devil Emperor transformation. This is troublesome. Looks like I have to ask the old ancestor to come out. Otherwise, my clan will not be able to escape the fate of destruction. The Corpse Emperor Shi Tianlai was trembling. Although he did not kneel down, he also suffered a great impact. This was the suppression of his bloodline and aura. Others only saw Mu Yun's strength, but the corpse-eating beasts saw a high and mighty emperor. The heaven-defying Devil Emperor could only kneel down and submit. The Plague Emperor Su Yan also almost knelt down. The remaining half of his face was filled with despair, anger, and shock. Under the suppression of the Devil Emperor transformation, his mind was shaking. He could not calm down. A loud and clear farewell song instantly resounded, shaking the clouds. The sound of the flute spread throughout the entire Palaya Mortal Island. The entire land was shaking. Mu Yun's expression changed. This Plague Emperor Su Yan wanted to go all out. He definitely couldn't give Su Yan a chance to go all out. Fourth tribulation fire, heaven-burning fire rain. Mu Yun shouted and slashed out with his saber. Traces of tribulation fire aura burst out crazily. He had already comprehended this move after fighting with Diying. At this moment, he used it. The monstrous fiery rain saber chi ruthlessly attacked Plague Emperor Su Yan. But suddenly, an invisible aura extinguished Mu Yun's fiery rain saber chi. Vast Sky Sage. Mu Yun's gaze turned cold as he looked at Vast Sky Sage. The vast heavenly Grand Sage had actually made a move secretly and blocked his attack. Vast Sky Sage's aura was very obscure. Outsiders couldn't see it at all. Woo woo woo, Plague Emperor Su Yan's farewell song had already spread throughout the entire Palaya Mortal Island. On the immortal island of Punlai, the mountains, trees, and houses suddenly rose from the ground and floated into the sky. What a spectacular scene! The flowers, trees, mountains, rivers, and houses on the entire island were all uprooted from the ground. At this moment, Plague Emperor Su Yan had already released the curse of departure to the limit. It directly caused a change in the world. The mountains and rivers all left the ground and floated up. Impossible, he doesn't have such strength. Mu Yan's expression changed. The peak of the curse of departure could indeed cause a change in the world. It could even make the sun leave the sky forever and fall to the ground. However, with Plague Emperor Su Yan's strength, it was impossible for him to cause such an exaggerated change in the world. Mu Yan glanced at Vast Sky Sage. As expected, Vast Sky Sage secretly attacked. Streams of spiritual energy hit Plague Emperor Su Yan's body. Plague Emperor Su Yan's aura also rose crazily. This guy wants to kill me with a borrowed knife. He wants to borrow Su Yan's hand to kill me. Mu Yan gritted her teeth. The Vast Sky Sage had ulterior motives. Clearly, he wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. With the help of the Vast Sky Sage, the Plague Emperor Su Yan's parting song had an earth-shattering power. The entire Punlai immortal island had already floated up. The seawater poured in, and there was no place for everyone to stand. They could only float up. Chaos ensued. The sky was also a mess. Mountains, lakes, houses, and all kinds of miscellaneous things were all mixed together. In the end, they merged into a huge rock that pressed down on Mu Yan. This rock was extremely terrifying. It was formed by the entire Punlai deity island and was filled with the terrifying might of heaven and earth. If she was hit by it, Mu Yan would definitely die. Mu Yan took a deep breath. The qi and blood in his body condensed continuously. A blood crystal appeared in his palm. His qi and blood continued to pour into the blood crystal. The entire blood crystal emitted an eerie blood-red glow, and a tyrannical aura surged wildly. A golden flame emerged from the blood crystal and transformed into the white tiger totem. It was dazzling. Mu Yan also poured the aura of the white tiger sacred flame into the blood crystal. The entire blood crystal carried his qi and the power of the white tiger sacred flame. With a whoosh, it flew out violently and smashed towards the huge rock. Blood crystal explosion. Mu Yan shouted. The entire blood crystal exploded, and a powerful shockwave surged out. Bang, the sky shattered. The moment the blood crystal exploded, the huge rock exploded. Mountains, trees, houses, and buildings were all blasted out. The sky was filled with chaos. The entire sky seemed to have been blasted apart. Rocks flew everywhere, dust was stirred up, and the ocean was churning. A powerful tsunami surged into the sky. Some people with weaker cultivations died in the tsunami. Mu Yan's face turned pale. He had used all the qi and blood in his body to explode this blood crystal. The power was so strong that it could destroy heaven and earth. Puchi, the Plague Emperor, Su Yan, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was dejected as he fell into the deep sea. He had thought that he could kill Mu Yan in one strike, but he did not expect that Mu Yan's blood crystal would be able to shatter the heavens and earth in such a situation. He was not afraid at all. Mu Yan's body was overflowing with demonic light. He was like a proud demon emperor, and no one dared to look at him. This kid actually has such a powerful killing move. The Vast Sky Sage gritted his teeth. He did not expect Mu Yan's blood crystal explosion to be so powerful. Mu Yan's qi and blood were boundless. The power of the blood crystal explosion was naturally very terrifying. This blood crystal explosion had crushed the ambitions of the Plague Emperor Su Yan and the Vast Sky Sage. Mu Yan calmed himself down. Pages of the Earth Origin book flew out. Swamps, mountains, ravines, forests, and other places. Rich earth spiritual energy gathered between heaven and earth. The entire Punlai deity island slowly returned to its original form. Everyone had just recovered from the shock. They stepped onto the ground again and looked at Mu Yan with respect. Whoosh, Mu Yan spread out her demonic wings and swept across the ocean. She stirred up huge waves and instantly flew in front of the Plague Emperor Su Yan. The Plague Emperor Su Yan's energy was exhausted, and he had already revealed his original form. His original form was a python-like black hair. It was constantly twisting, and there were maggots and flies crawling on his hair. It was very disgusting. Mu Yan's face was calm. The white tiger sacred fire covered the soul-extinguishing blade and slashed down. Wait. Shi Tianlai, the corpse emperor, flew over and blocked Mu Yan's path. Mu Yan, why are you so ruthless? Su Yan is a core disciple of the corpse-eating beast race. He is an emperor-level figure. As long as you are willing to let him go, the grudges between us will be written off. I will not be your enemy in the future. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Who do you think you are? I will kill him today. Even the heavenly Lord of Calamity can't do anything. Who can stop me? Mu Yan threw his head back and laughed as he slashed down with his blade. The Plague Emperor Su Yan let out a shrill scream. His hair twisted and twitched. Then, he turned into a wisp of demonic qi and completely dissipated. His aura also completely disappeared from the world. Mu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He was overjoyed to finally kill this monster. Mu Yan, you've repeatedly made enemies of my corpse-eating beast race. If I let you go today, where would I, Shi Tianlai, put my face? Shi Tianlai was furious. He did not expect Mu Yan to really kill the Plague Emperor Su Yan. In his rage, Shi Tianlai also attacked. He slammed his palm toward Mu Yan. Shi Tianlai was a supreme saint. His strength was second only to the vast sky great sage. His entire body was a skeleton that looked like a lich. He was the incarnation of a corpse. Every move he made had a terrifying corpse chi erupting from it. Shi Tianlai, the ranking battle is not over yet. Do you want to cause trouble? At this moment, the first elder of the 100 Tempering Villa, by Xianxia, directly stopped Shi Tianlai. Thank you, First Elder. Mu Yan cupped his hands and quickly returned to the island. Luo Tianxing, Bai Chen, Liao Xue, Leng Jianxin, and the others surrounded him to protect him. Shi Tianlia's heart skipped a beat, but he calmed down. If he dared to act recklessly in front of all the heroes, he was afraid that he would arouse their anger. Su Yan's actions had already angered everyone. Humph. Mu Yan, the enmity between you and the corpse-eating beast race is irreconcilable. When the ranking battle is over, I will kill you at all costs. Shi Tianlai gritted his teeth. His corpse-eating beast race had suffered heavy losses. Out of the 4 heavenly kings, only Prince Lanling was left. The 5 heavenly kings, Ghost Emperor Mingshi Jing, and the Plague Emperor Su Yan were all dead. The entire place was silent. Everyone looked at Mu Yan in silence. Mu Yan asked Goddess Penlai to step forward and said, Everyone, I want Mu Yan to be a seated contestant and directly ascend to the 8th place on the experts ranking. If anyone is not convinced, you can challenge him. What do you think? Mu Yan had first killed Ghost Emperor Mingshi Jing, then Plague Emperor Su Yan. He had exhausted a lot of energy and did not want to continue fighting. He only wanted to immediately ascend to the experts ranking. Everyone present had witnessed his valiant battle record and the strength that he had just displayed. Hearing Goddess Penlai's words, everyone whispered, but no one objected. Because with Mu Yan's current strength, he was qualified to fight for the top 3, let alone the 8th place. Since no one objects, it's decided. Goddess Penlai wrote Mu Yan's name on the experts ranking. At this moment, Mu Yan's name was on the experts ranking. Instantly, he felt a boundless aura of destiny surge toward him. It was as if he were surrounded by a halo, and all the people in the world looked up to him. Although he couldn't see any benefits right now, his destiny had become even more profound. When he went out to train, all kinds of fortuitous encounters would come at him. He could not stop them. The first place on the experts ranking was still the vast sky sage. The corpse emperor Shi Tianlai was ranked 2nd. The 100 Tempering Villa's first elder by Xianxia was ranked 3rd. The 4th place was the Life Marquis Wang Su, the reincarnation of the Life Writing Brush. He was known as the #1 freak in the world with 99 million lives. The 5th place was the Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu, the reincarnation of the Life Writing Brush. The 6th place was the Northern Abyss Bear, an ancient sacred beast. The 7th place was the 5 heavenly emperors of the corpse-eating beast race, Demon Emperor Lin Shui. The 8th place was Mu Yan. The 9th and 10th places were still empty. Everyone rubbed their palms and stared at these 2 seats. Now that Mu Yun had snatched a seat, it was a success. In fact, he wanted to challenge the Demon Emperor Lin Shui and kill him too. However, looking at Shi Tianlia's angry face, if he killed Lin Shui, this old man would probably fight to the death. Mu Yun smiled slightly. At this time, he had successfully won the experts ranking, so there was no need to complicate matters. Mu Yun went back to rest and sat cross-legged silently to adjust his breath. He had swallowed the qi and blood of the giant green-armored turtle. At this time, his cultivation had advanced to the intermediate Great Sage realm, but he still needed to stabilize it. Intermediate Great Sage realm. Not bad, not bad. My strength has improved again. The gap between me and the vast Sky Sage is getting closer. Mu Yun nodded with satisfaction. The vast Sky Sage was a top expert in the extreme Great Sage realm. At this time, he had advanced to the intermediate Great Sage realm. The gap between them had narrowed again. Thump, 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 a series of earth-shaking footsteps suddenly rang out. A towering figure, at least 100 meters tall, exuding a terrifying aura, was walking toward Mu Yun step by step. Brother Mu, I'm back. This figure was Mu Bufan. Little fan. Mu Yun smiled and looked up, only to see Mu Bufan dragging the body of the ancient demonic ape as he strode back. The ancient demonic ape's body was riddled with wounds and on the verge of death. Plop, Mu Bufan threw the ancient demonic ape on the ground and returned to his original form. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Brother Mu, I caught the ancient demonic ape. The ancient demonic ape lay on the ground with his eyes wide open. His eyes were filled with rage. He said, "How dare you hurt me? I am the guardian beast of the giant ape clan. Aren't you afraid of the ancient ape clan's revenge?" Mu Bufan's face was full of disdain. He stepped on the ancient demonic ape's head and said, "Brother Mu, this beast is so arrogant. Snow-devouring toad, blood-winged bat king, and the sky-splitting rune that you gave me, we finally caught it. What do you think, what do you think? Little fan, you did well." Mu Yun nodded. He looked at the ancient demonic ape and said, "Ancient demonic ape, I can spare your life if you submit to me, considering how difficult it is for you to cultivate." The ancient demonic ape spat and said, "Bah! Who do you think you are? I'm a sacred beast. How can I submit to you?" The sacred beasts of the myriad worlds had arduous cultivation. Humans could become sacred beasts, and so could beasts. Hearing this, Mu Yun's expression turned cold. "Since you want to die, then I won't waste my breath." Mu Yun pulled out the soul-extinguishing blade and cut off the ancient demonic ape's head without any nonsense. Blood flowed out. He calmed his mind and directly devoured the ancient demonic ape's blood essence. He had just killed Plague Sovereign Su Yan and used the blood crystal explosion, which consumed a lot of his blood essence. Now that he had devoured the ancient demonic ape's blood essence, his blood essence was instantly replenished. Moreover, he had become even stronger than before. The ancient demonic ape contained a vast amount of demonic blood. Mu Yun swallowed it, and she immediately felt the aura within her body begin to stir. Her Devil Emperor transformation had already reached the point of perfection, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. The Devil Emperor transformation was the second transformation, and the third transformation was the God of Plagues transformation. Mu Yun continued to refine the essence blood of the ancient demonic ape and began to cultivate the God of Plagues transformation. The God of Plagues transformation was to condense the aura of plagues. Finally, one's body and blood would be filled with the energy of plagues. With every movement, boundless plagues would be released, causing the world to lose its color. He had just killed the Plague Emperor Su Yan and had gained some understanding of the art of plague. Now, with the help of the ancient demonic ape's essence blood, Mu Yun was trying to break through to the God of Plagues transformation. Plague Emperor transformation had 3 realms: human plague, earth plague, and sky plague. Those who suffer from human plague will be born, grow old, get sick, and die. They will resent and hate each other. Those who suffer from earth plague will be scarlet for thousands of miles. They will cause floods and turn the world upside down. Those who suffer from sky plague will have wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. They will have frost in June. They will have 3 calamities and 9 disasters. The god of plagues transformation had 3 realms: human plague, earth plague, and sky plague. If one could master it, they would be able to control all the plagues in the world. It was extremely powerful. Mu Yun took a deep breath and gathered all the blood in her body, and gradually cultivated a plague seed. This seed had the word human imprinted on it. The seed of human plague was directly born. Mu Yun had also reached the first realm of the god of plagues transformation, human plague. Birth, old age, sickness, death, resentment, hatred, parting, grief, and so on were all part of human plague. The method of human plague could control other people's birth, old age, sickness, and death. It could even control other people's emotions. Mu Yun plucked a flower. Holding it in her hand, she released the aura of plagues. This flower immediately withered, but immediately after, it flourished with vitality and became bright. When I master the human plague, I can control life and death. I can control people's lifelines. Mu Yun clenched her fists and immediately felt that the aura in her body was extremely powerful. Her current plague aura was several times stronger than that of the god of plagues, Su Yin. There were currently 2 seeds in her body. One was the demonic seed of the god of devils transformation. As long as the demonic seed was not destroyed, Mu Yun would not die. There was also this human plague seed. Under the nourishment of the 2 seeds, Mu Yun's lifespan had also reached a terrifying level. It had reached 9,900,000 years. Even supreme sage experts did not have such a long lifespan. However, Mu Yun's lifespan had reached 9,900,000 years. This long lifespan represented a tyrannical cultivation base and talent foundation. It was so powerful that it defied the heavens. In the entire 3 elements realm, except for the vast sky sage, there was absolutely no one who could threaten her. It threatened him. Moreover, the threat posed by the vast sky sage was not as strong as before. Very good. Even the vast sky sage can't kill me. Mu Yun had a feeling that with his current vitality, lifespan, talent, and foundation, as well as the great luck he had gained after entering the experts ranking, his foundation was so deep that even the vast sky sage would not be able to kill him. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill the vast sky sage. After all, the gap between their realms was still huge. One day, I will kill this person. Mu Yun clenched her fists. There was absolutely no possibility of reconciliation between her and the vast sky sage. They could only fight to the death. And this time, the vast sky sage had entered the first place of the experts' ranking. His luck and strength would probably increase again. If his cultivation base breaks through and becomes an ancient sage, then it will be troublesome. Mu Yun's heart sank. Just as she was worrying, Baichen suddenly rushed over. His forehead was covered in sweat and his eyes were filled with sadness. He said, "My lord, I have an urgent matter. I have to return to the 100 Tempering Villa. I hope that my lord will allow me to do so." What happened? Mu Yun asked. The ranking battle had not ended yet. My master is seriously ill. I'm afraid he can't hold on for more than a few days. I want to go back and see him for the last time, Baichen said sadly. Mu Yun pondered for a moment and said, "I'll go back with you too." He wanted Baichen to take over the 100 Tempering Villa. Although White Salamander was dead, Baichen had just returned to the villa and had yet to gain a foothold. It would not be so easy for him to take over the position of villa master. He wanted to take care of him. "All right, thank you, my lord." Baichen nodded. It would be dangerous for him to return to the 100 Tempering Villa alone. "Little fan, return the heaven-splitting rune to me first." Mu Yun waved his hand. He needed to comprehend the general trend of the runes. Yes. Mu Bufan did not ask further and directly returned the heaven-splitting rune to Mu Yun. Baichen also handed the Qi Explosion Pearl over. The 6 runes gathered in Mu Yun's hand. However, time was of the essence now. He did not have the time to comprehend the runes. He directly rushed towards the 100 Tempering Villa with Baichen. The villa master of the 100 Tempering Villa was called the 1000 Tempering Patriarch. Back then, the 1000 Tempering Patriarch had obtained a piece of cold fiend spirit iron. This was the top refining material in the three elements world. He wanted to forge the Cold Fiend's spirit iron into a weapon, but he did not expect the baleful aura of the Cold Fiend's spirit iron to be so stubborn that he could not succeed in forging it. Instead, he suffered a backlash and was seriously injured. At this moment, the Thousand Tempering Patriarch's injuries had already reached an irreversible stage. He did not have long to live. Upon hearing the news of the Thousand Tempering Patriarch's critical condition, the first elder, by Xianxia, and the second elder, by Luoshi, immediately left the Punlai Immortal Island with the disciples of the 100 Tempering Villa and rushed back to the villa. Mu Yun and Bai Chen also followed in the team. Mu Yun, you outsider, why are you following us? Get lost. The second elder, by Luoshi, looked coldly at Mu Yun and shouted loudly. Bai Chen remained calm and said, Second elder, brother Mu Yun is the sect master of the Jade Toad House. He is proficient in alchemy and might be able to refine a spirit pill to cure master. Bai Chen's words were naturally an excuse. The Thousand Tempering Patriarch's injuries were very serious and could no longer be cured by pills. Bai Luoshi snorted coldly and said, You don't have to talk nonsense. In short, he is an outsider and can't follow us. Moreover, we have already formed an alliance with the Jioding Trading. He is someone who the vast Sky Sage wants to kill. It is already merciful of us not to kill him. Follow us. Second junior brother, stop arguing. Let little friend Mu Yun follow us back to the villa. Perhaps he really has a way to cure the villa master. The first elder, Bai Xianxia, flicked his sleeve and stopped Bai Luoshi. But Bai Luoshi still wanted to speak, but Bai Xianxia glared at him and he did not dare to say anything else. Mu Yun did not say anything. He watched coldly from the side and followed the team to the 100 Tempering Villa. A few days later, Mu Yun arrived at the 100 Tempering Villa. The 100 Tempering Villa was located at Shu Mountain in the southwest of the Three Elements world. Shu Mountain was full of peach blossoms and the scenery was extremely beautiful. Mu Yun and the others stepped onto Shu Mountain and walked along the rugged mountain path. Rumble, suddenly, the white clouds in the sky rolled and a huge dragon shadow appeared. When this dragon opened its eyes, the sun rose and the moon set. It was dusky and a powerful aura spread out from its body. Sun Moon Torch Dragon. Mu Yun's face sank. This was the vast Sky Sage's battle pet mount, the Sun Moon Torch Dragon. It was known as the #1 sacred beast in the world. It was the most powerful existence among the 10 sacred beasts. Its cultivation was comparable to the supreme Great Saint Realm. Senior Torch Dragon. Bai Xianxia cupped his hands. Even he had to call the Sun Moon Torch Dragon Senior when he met it. This Sun Moon Torch Dragon was very old and had once served the Heavenly Lord of Calamity. Yes. The Sun Moon Torch Dragon nodded slightly. Its gaze fell on Mu Yun as a trace of killing intent flashed across its eyes. May I know the purpose of Senior Torch Dragon's visit to our sect? Bai Xianxia asked. I'm here on the orders of the vast Sky Sage to kill Mu Yun. This fiend has brought disaster to the world and has done many evil deeds. The vast Sky Sage has named him to be killed. All of you, get out of my way. Today, I'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill this fiend. The Sun Moon Torch Dragon's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Its majestic aura suddenly erupted. Its strength was comparable to the supreme Great Saint Realm. It was vast and unparalleled. The winds and clouds in the world were constantly changing. The entire Shu Mountain was also trembling. Bai Luoshi revealed a gloating expression as he laughed and said, Mu Yun, you're dead meat. The vast Sky Sage specifically said that he wanted to kill you. Instead of hiding, you insisted on showing your face. You deserve to die. My lord, what should we do? Bai Chen walked to Mu Yun's side with a worried expression. The Sun Moon Torch Dragon chuckled coldly. Against the rules? What a joke. Old man, can you bear the responsibility for delaying the vast Sky Sage's orders? Bai Xianxia was furious when he heard the Sun Moon Torch Dragon's mockery. However, he did not dare to say anything in front of the vast Sky Sage and the Sun Moon Torch Dragon. Who dares to cause trouble in my 100 Tempering Villa? At this moment, a roar was heard. A skinny old man who looked like a skeleton fell from the sky. This old man had an extremely majestic aura. He was actually an ancient sage expert. Ancient sages were old monsters in the three elements world. They were peerless seniors and would not normally show their faces in public. In the entire three elements world, those who had reached the ancient sage level could be counted on one hand. In the past, Yan Nanfei was an ancient sage expert. This old man was also an ancient sage. Other than them, Mu Yun had never seen or even heard of them. These old monsters were extremely mysterious and elusive. However, an ancient sage expert had appeared in front of Mu Yun just like that. "Master!" Bai Chen shouted. "Dilla master!" Bai Qinghe and Bai Luosher also revealed shocked expressions. The surrounding disciples immediately knelt down in unison with respectful and fearful expressions. It turned out that this old man was the villa master of the 100 Tempering Villa, the Myriad Tempering Patriarch. "Myriad Tempering Patriarch, you're not dead yet?" The Sun Moon Torch Dragon was shocked when he saw the Myriad Tempering Patriarch. "Hee, Li Haoyan wants me dead, but I'm still alive. You evil creature, how dare you cause trouble in my territory? I'll kill you today." The Myriad Tempering Patriarch waved his hand, and a majestic aura pressed down. "Old man, how dare you?" The Sun Moon Torch Dragon's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly dodged. The Myriad Tempering Patriarch's palm landed on a mountain peak. A powerful force exploded, and the entire mountain collapsed. With a rumble, rocks flew everywhere. The momentum was terrifying. "Old man, you disobeyed the vast Sky Sage's orders. You're dead. Just you wait." The Sun Moon Torch Dragon gritted his teeth. He did not dare to fight with the Myriad Tempering Patriarch and hurriedly flew away. The Myriad Refinement Ancestor's body fell from the sky, crashing into the cliff with a bang. "Master! Manor Lord!" Everyone hurried over to help, only to see that the Myriad Refinement's ancestor's face was ashen white, on the verge of death. His attack just now was the final radiance of the setting sun. His entire person was already like a lamp that had run out of oil. "Bai Qinghe, I heard that you've formed an alliance with Jioding Trading and willingly become the Grand Sky Saint's lackey. Is that true?" The Myriad Refinement's ancestor calmed himself down and sat with his legs crossed, asking coldly. Bai Qinghe said, "Dilla master, the three primordial world is in a state of war. The great Sky Sage is sharp, so I can only bow down for the time being. If I resist, I'm afraid my 100 Tempering Villa will be destroyed. Ha ha ha, my 100 Tempering Villa has been established for tens of millions of years. How can we allow others to trample on us? Tell the vast Sky Great Sage that I want to break the alliance. If he is dissatisfied, then feel free to attack. I, the 1,000 Tempering Old Ancestor, have never been afraid." The 1,000 Refinement's ancestor's words were full of heroic spirit, and Mu Yun secretly admired him. "Yes," Bai Qinghe agreed. The 1,000 Tempering Old Ancestor said, "I already know that White Salamander is a traitor of the foreign races. The position of Manor Lord can no longer be passed to him." Everyone was silent as they listened to the 1,000 Tempering Old Ancestor. At this moment, the 1,000 Tempering Old Ancestor did not have long to live. It was up to him to pass the position of Manor Lord to someone. The 1,000 Tempering Old Ancestor looked at Bai Chen gently, but he did not speak for a long time. His body was stiff and did not move. "Master," after a long time, Bai Chen called out softly, but the 1,000 Tempering Old Ancestor did not move at all, as if he was a statue. Bai Qinghe had checked the 1,000 Tempering Old Ancestor's breathing. His expression changed as he shook his head. The 1,000 Tempering Old Ancestor had already passed away. "Master!" Bai Chen laid on the 1,000 Tempering Old Ancestor's corpse and cried loudly. Bai Luosher said in a deep voice, "Who will take over the position of Manor Lord?" Bai Qinghe said, "White Salamander is a traitor of the foreign races. The person who will take over will naturally be Bai Chen." Bai Luosher snorted coldly, "Bai Chen's luck is weak. I'm afraid he can't take on such a heavy responsibility. I think the cat Queen Miaoshwani should take over. She is the Manor Lord's illegitimate daughter, and she is the reincarnation of the human origin brush. She is also the leader of the nine-tailed cat. She has great luck, so it is naturally best for her to take over as Manor Lord." Bai Qinghe said, "Second junior brother, you don't need to say anything more. Bai Chen is the only true disciple of our manor. He will definitely take over as Manor Lord." Moreover, how can the manor lord of our 100 tempering manor be taken over by a foreign race? Bai Luosher's face was gloomy, but now that the situation had been decided, he could not say anything more. The 1000 tempering old ancestor was one of the few ancient saints in the world. His death was news that shook the world. Naturally, he could not be buried carelessly. Bai Qinghe sent out an obituary, announcing to the world that the 1000 tempering old ancestor had fallen. The funeral would be held on a certain day, and the heroes of the world could come and pay their respects. The heroes were all at Punlai Island, participating in the ranking battle. After a few days, the ranking battle ended. Leng Jianqin took the 9th place, and the green-robed old ancestor took the 10th place. When the heroes heard the news of the 1000 tempering old ancestor's death, they all rushed to the 100 tempering manor to participate in the funeral. I heard that Bai Chen is the new manor lord. He wants to break the alliance and fall out with the vast sky sage. The vast sky sage will definitely not let it go. He will definitely send people over to cause trouble. Hee, there will be a good show to watch again. I heard that Mu Yun is also at Shu Mountain. Everyone rushed to Shu Mountain. In a few days, the heroes of the world gathered at Shu Mountain. White lanterns and banners were hung all over Shu Mountain. The disciples were crying, and the atmosphere was sorrowful. Liao Xue, Mu Bufan, Clarice, Huang Yan, Mou, and the others all came. Mu Yun received them all. Among the heroes of the world, only the people from Jioding Trading did not come. Bai Chen, you broke the alliance. The vast sky sage will definitely not let it go. Don't worry, I will protect you at the funeral tomorrow. The funeral would be held tomorrow. Mu Yun vaguely caught an extremely strong murderous intent. The vast sky sage would definitely send people over to cause trouble. At that time, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. He sent Luo Tianqing to lead 300 osteopyrum to guard outside Shu Mountain. If there were any unusual movements, they were to report it immediately. The black-robed swordswoman Liao Xue had not recovered from her injuries. Leng Jianqin had also lost a lot of his vitality after participating in the ranking battle. The green-robed old ancestor was also injured in the ranking battle. Mu Yun did not have many people she could use. The next morning, the funeral began. The heroes gathered in the hall of the 100 tempering villa. Bai Chen was dressed in white and presided over the funeral. Bai Qinghe and Bai Luosher were in charge of greeting the guests. The atmosphere was tense and busy. Everyone was nervous because no one from Jioding Trading came to pay their respects. They definitely wanted to cause trouble. Mu Yun stood at the side of the hall. Suddenly, she saw the leader of Luo Tianqing rushing in. My lord, bad news. Speak. Mu Yun's face darkened. Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu led a large group of Jioding Trading people and charged directly. I couldn't stop them, Luo Tianqing hurriedly said. Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu? When did he join the vast sky sage? Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu was the reincarnation of the heavenly character of Ren Yuan Brush. This person was ranked 5th on the expert ranking. It was rumored that he was extremely talented. He could immediately use any move with just a glance. Mu Yun did not expect that even Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu had joined the vast sky sage. One had to know that Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu was a supreme sage expert. Although his strength was not as strong as the vast sky sage, he was still in the supreme sage realm. He definitely could not be underestimated. However, he was actually willing to submit to the vast sky sage. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu was an expert in the supreme sage realm. He was very powerful. It would not be easy to deal with him this time. Outside the morning hall, hurried footsteps could be heard. Under the lead of Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu, more than 20 burly men in martial attire rushed into the morning hall. These burly men in martial attire all had the logo of Jioding Trading on their clothes. They were clearly disciples of Jioding Trading. Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu was dressed in a red robe and had an awe-inspiring aura. As soon as he appeared, the entire morning hall immediately became restless. The people from Jioding Trading are indeed here. Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu? When did he join the vast sky sage? Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu is also an expert in the supreme sage realm. He is known as the #1 genius of the three elements world. I'm afraid no one in the entire 100 tempering villa can stop him. Everyone whispered. They saw Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu barge in and casually grab 100 Tempering Villa disciple. With a crack, he chopped off the latter's head. Blood splattered out, and everyone turned pale with shock. Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu, what are you doing? Are you trying to cause trouble in my 100 Tempering Villa? Bai Qinghe stood out and looked at Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu angrily. The Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu chuckled coldly and said, "Old bastard, you broke the alliance. The vast Sky Sage has passed down a decree. Today, he will wash the 100 Tempering Villa with blood and kill all of you." When he said this, everyone turned pale. They did not expect the vast Sky Sage to be so ruthless as to massacre the entire 100 Tempering Villa. After a pause, Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu said, "However, the vast Sky Sage is benevolent and merciful. He can't bear to destroy your foundation of thousands of years. As long as you are willing to obediently form an alliance and hand over the Villa Master's throne, I will spare your lives." Hearing this, Bai Chen was furious and shouted, "Master said before he died that even if our 100 Tempering Villa dies, we will never submit to others again. How can it be so easy for you to destroy our 100 Tempering Villa?" "That's right. Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you," Bai Qinghe said coldly. Bai Luosher's expression was gloomy, but he did not dare to say anything unyielding. He lowered his head and remained silent. "Ha ha ha," Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu laughed loudly. Suddenly, he waved his hand and grabbed Bai Qinghe and Bai Luosher's children and relatives. "Oh no." Bai Qinghe and Bai Luosher's expressions changed drastically. "Bai Qinghe, let me ask you. Are you willing to submit to the vast Sky Sage?" Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu unsheathed his saber and placed it on Bai Qinghe's wife's neck. "No," Bai Qinghe's expression did not change as he said resolutely. "If you're not willing, I'll kill your wife," Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu said sternly. With that, Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu chopped down and beheaded Bai Qinghe's wife. Bai Qinghe's expression changed drastically, and his body shook. He did not expect Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu to be so ruthless. He dared to kill the innocent in front of all the heroes of the world. The most important thing for a family is to be complete. Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu pulled Bai Qinghe's 3 daughters, 2 sons, and 5 grandsons over. "Let me ask you again. Are you willing to submit?" "No," Bai Qinghe said resolutely. "Very good." Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu waved his blade and beheaded one of his grandsons. He then asked, "Are you willing to submit?" Bai Qinghe still refused. Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu killed another person. Every time he killed someone, he would ask again. Bai Qinghe remained silent and refused to submit. In the end, only his eldest son was left alive. "You still have one son left. Are you going to watch him die too?" Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu said coldly. Bai Qinghe did not say a word. His son's eyes were resolute as he said, "The vast Sky Sage is a hypocrite. My 100 Tempering Villa will never surrender." He straightened his neck and died. Seeing that his last son had died, Bai Qinghe finally could not hold on anymore. He trembled and fell to the ground. His disciples hurriedly helped him up. Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu coldly scanned the crowd. Mu Yun gritted his teeth with a furious expression. However, he did not act rashly because Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu was very powerful. He was an extreme-level expert. If he acted rashly, he would only be courting death. He stood silently and waited for the right moment. The right moment to act. Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu had killed all of Bai Qinghe's relatives. He also had Bai Luosher's relatives on hand. "Bai Luosher, are you willing to submit?" "I'm willing to submit. Lord Heavenly Marquis, please don't hurt my wife and children." Bai Luosher knelt down like a dog. "Very good. You're very smart." Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu raised his foot and stepped on Bai Luosher's head. When everyone saw how useless Bai Luosher was, they all despised him. "Second junior brother, you," Bai Qinghe's eyes widened. He did not expect Bai Luosher to surrender. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu said, "Bai Luosher, this Bai Chen has occupied the Manor Lord's throne and is up to no good. Help me clean up the mess and kill him." Bai Luosher stared blankly. All the heroes of the world were watching. He had already lost all face by surrendering. If he killed another person, he might incur the wrath of the masses. Enough. Right at this moment, a delicate voice resounded. A nine-tailed cat girl stepped forward. This nine-tailed cat girl had a graceful and noble aura. She was the cat queen, Xianxia. She looked at Marquis Wan Yu coldly and said, "Marquis Wan Yu, how dare you cause trouble at my father's funeral?" She was the illegitimate daughter of the Thousand Refinement's ancestor. This news had already been announced to the world, and everyone present knew. "Ha ha ha, little sister, with your little cultivation, you dare to stand up for others? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu laughed. "I curse you, Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu. You will lose all your cultivation base. I curse you, Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu, you will become immortal. I curse you, Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu, you will fall into the mortal world forever." Xianxia opened her hands and suddenly chanted solemnly. A powerful curse aura pressed down on Marquis Wan Yu. Not good. Marquis Wan Yu's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. However, this aura was extremely sharp. It directly slashed down and wrapped around his right hand, spreading continuously. The mortal transformation curse. Everyone was shocked. Even Muyun was shocked. The curse that Xianxia had cast was the mortal transformation curse, one of the 8 great ultimate curses. The mortal transformation curse could strip away the enemy's cultivation base and reduce them to immortal. Once they fell into the mortal world, hundreds of thousands of years of bitter cultivation would be wasted. In this life, they would forever be immortal with no possibility of rising again. Among the 8 great curses, the mortalization curse was the most unique one. This curse was irreversible and couldn't be removed. Once a person became immortal, they would be immortal for the rest of their life. Their body was mortal, and they would sink into oblivion forever. Marquis Wan Yu decisively cut off his right hand to stop the curse aura from spreading. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. They did not expect Xianxia to be so powerful that she could force Marquis Wan Yu to cut off his own hand. "I curse you, Xianxia, you will become immortal." Marquis Wan Yu did not get angry or scared after losing his hand. Instead, he sneered and cursed. "What?" Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Marquis Wan Yu was also casting the mortal transformation curse at this moment. "I curse you, Xianxia, you will fall into the mortal world." Marquis Wan Yu's solemn chant resounded throughout the entire place. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly retreated as if they were afraid of being attacked by the curse. "I heard that Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu has the Renyuan brush's heavenly word rotation. He can immediately comprehend any move or technique with a single glance. I didn't expect him to be able to comprehend such a powerful move like the ultimate curse in an instant." Everyone discussed animatedly. They were all shocked. It was rumored that Marquis Wan Yu was extremely talented and could remember any move with just a glance. When Xianxia used the mortal transformation curse, he actually comprehended it on the spot with just a glance. At this time, he used it to give Xianxia a taste of her own medicine. Xianxia was stunned. She did not expect Marquis Wan Yu to be so powerful. Just as she was about to be attacked by the mortal transformation curse and become immortal, a strong rune light was suddenly released and directly broke the curse aura. Muyun had made his move. "Are you okay?" Muyun smiled and looked at Xianxia. The heavenly saint runes on his body shone brightly. Even if it was an ultimate curse, the heavenly saint runes could easily block it. "Muyun." Xianxia was surprised and happy. Fortunately, Muyun had made his move. Otherwise, she would have fallen into the mortal world. "Leave it to me." Muyun composed himself and looked coldly at Marquis Wan Yu. At this time, Marquis Wan Yu had already lost one of his hands. It was his chance to counterattack. "Muyun, it's you." Marquis Wan Yu sneered and said, "The vast sky sage wants to kill you. You don't have to rush to your death. When I finish off the 100 tempering villa, it will naturally be the time of your death." "Is that so?" Muyun's face was cold. He directly pulled out the soul-extinguishing saber and slashed out. "Xiantian Rising Dragon Slash." He raised his saber, wanting to send Marquis Wan Yu flying. "Xiantian Rising Dragon Slash." "I know it too." Marquis Wan Yu smiled faintly. He raised the saber in his left hand and attacked. It was also a Xiantian rising dragon slash. The trajectory of the move was exactly the same as Mu Yun's. Mu Yun was shocked. He hurriedly changed his move and used the star explosion airflow slash. A galaxy-like slash immediately whistled out. Marquis Wanyu also changed his move. It was also a star explosion airflow slash. Mu Yun was stunned and changed his move again. However, no matter how his move changed, Marquis Wanyu used the same move. It was exactly the same as him. Marquis Wanyu was an expert of the Supreme Great Sage realm. His aura was very powerful. When he used the same move, the power was much stronger than Mu Yun's. Mu Yun was immediately suppressed and retreated. This Marquis Wanyu is a little strange. Mu Yun shook his slightly numb arm, and his expression darkened. Legend has it that the heavenly Marquis Wanyu was the #1 genius in the world. He only needed to glance at a single move to comprehend it. In battle, no matter what move his opponent used, he would be able to use the same move to defeat them. Mu Yun's horizons were broadened. He did not expect such a genius to exist in the world. If he continued to fight like this, he would not be able to escape the fate of defeat. Brother Mu Yun, I'll give you a word. Miao Xuani saw that the situation was not good and walked to Mu Yun's side. What word? Mu Yun was stunned. Miao Xuani pulled Mu Yun's palm and wrote the word suppress on his palm. She said, I know that the mortal origin brush is in your hands. The sharpness of the mortal origin brush is even more powerful than swords and sabers. If you use the mortal origin brush, you will definitely be able to defeat him. Mu Yun looked at the word suppress and was enlightened. The various techniques of the mortal origin brush also flashed through his mind. Miao Xuani was the reincarnation of the mortal origin brush. She was born with the technique of using the mortal origin brush. At this time, she taught Mu Yun the word suppress, and Mu Yun benefited greatly. I understand. Mu Yun clenched his fists and immediately pulled out the mortal origin brush. A sharp sharpness immediately covered the entire place. Marquis Wangyu's eyes revealed a greedy look. He was also the reincarnation of the mortal origin brush. It was the word heaven. A Dharma treasure like the mortal origin brush was like his life. Of course, he was tempted. Good lad, where did you get the mortal origin brush? This is King Ao's Dharma treasure. You can't defeat King Ao. Marquis Wanyu was a little puzzled. One had to know that the mortal origin brush was King Ao's Dharma treasure, and King Ao was once the #1 expert on the experts list. It was almost impossible for Mu Yun to snatch the mortal origin brush from him. Mu Yun did not answer. She held the mortal origin brush tightly and drew the word suppress in the air. A powerful suppressive aura charged towards Marquis Wanyu. Marquis Wanyu's expression changed. No matter how talented he was, he did not have the mortal origin brush. It was impossible for him to repeat Mu Yun's methods. You want to suppress my aura? Dream on. Marquis Wanyu sneered. He was an extreme realm expert, and his aura was very powerful. He would definitely not be suppressed so easily. He slashed out with his saber and directly shattered Mu Yun's word. Mu Yun flew up, raised the mortal origin brush, and engaged in a fierce battle with Marquis Wanyu. The battle between the two moved to the outside of the morning hall. Everyone followed them out. Only Bai Qinghe stayed in the morning hall. He looked at the corpses of his relatives on the ground in a daze. Snow-devouring toad, blood-winged bat king. Mu Yun summoned 2 Saint Beast puppets and directly joined the battle. Big brother Mu, let me help you. Mu Bufan shouted and also charged in. Luo Tianqing, Huang Yan, and Mou also charged forward. They raised their weapons and charged towards Marquis Wanyu. Although their strength was far from Marquis Wanyu's, they were still quite powerful when they attacked together. At least, they could give Marquis Wanyu a lot of pressure. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk fierce saber chi whizzed out. Heavenly Marquis Wanyu wasn't afraid in the slightest. All of you, back off. Mu Yun waved his hand. With the strength of Mu Bufan and the others, they were obviously no match for Heavenly Marquis Wanyu. Even if they swarmed him, it would be difficult to defeat him. Big brother Mu. Mu Bufan shouted. He was forced back by Heavenly Marquis Wanyu. Under Heavenly Marquis Wanyu's tyrannical aura, Everyone couldn't get close. Devil Emperor transformation. Mu Yan's expression didn't change. With a roar in his heart, black qi gushed out from his body, releasing waves of devil qi. A pair of devil wings appeared behind his back. The devil wings were as black as ink, covering the sky. The whole world seemed to have turned into a world of devil. Mu Yun was the ruler of the devil path, a heaven-defying devil emperor. He clenched his fist, and endless devil qi whizzed out and condensed on his fist. What a powerful aura! Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu's face changed. At this time, Mu Yan's devil emperor transformation had been practiced to the point of perfection. Moreover, he had vaguely comprehended the god of plagues transformation. The devil qi was mixed with an incomparably majestic aura of plagues, constantly suppressing and suffocating. Mu Yan's cultivation was only at the intermediate Great Saint realm. He was 2 levels lower than Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu. But now, Mu Yun used the devil emperor transformation. His entire person seemed to have turned into a devil emperor. His aura wasn't inferior to Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu's. Rumor has it that the 9 transformations of the evil path is the origin of all evil techniques. You're already so powerful at the 2nd transformation. If you cultivate the 3rd transformation, how powerful will you be? Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu's eyes flashed with a sharp killing intent as his body shot out. 3rd grade Saint Art, Ultimate Tyrant Dragon Slash. Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu roared and slashed out with his saber. The ferocious saber qi was like a tyrant dragon, whistling through the air and erupting with a sharp cry. This was his true killing move, not a trick. This was the ultimate tyrant dragon slash. The saber qi was frenzied, the roar of a tyrant dragon, and its tyrannical aura wreaked havoc. It's actually a 3rd grade Saint Art. Mu Yan's eyes sank. In the entire 3 elements world, 3rd grade Saint techniques were extremely rare. He had almost never seen one before. His Astral Burst Airflow Slash and Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash were far weaker than 3rd grade Saint techniques. The only Saint incantation he had that was comparable to a 3rd grade Saint incantation was the 7 Tribulation Dragon Slaying Art. Currently, he had cultivated the 4th Tribulation, the Heaven Burning Fire Rain. However, the Heaven Burning Fire Rain was not comparable to a genuine 3rd grade Saint incantation. The qi of a 3rd grade Saint Art was boundless, shaking the heavens and earth. Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu's blade contained the qi of heaven and earth. It was an ultimate blade strike, and a violent dragon roared. His moves were grand, without the slightest trace of hesitation. His hair was fancy, and he was incomparably fierce. Whoosh, the sharp saber slashed through the air, and the tyrannical aura suppressed the entire area. The demonic aura on Mu Yan's body was also suppressed. It's actually a 3rd grade Saint Art. In the entire 3 elements realm, the number of 3rd grade Saint Arts can be counted on one hand. I didn't expect Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu to have such a powerful killing move. The surrounding people turned pale with fright. The power of a 3rd grade Saint Art was abnormally strong, and it was simply earth-shattering. Just as Mu Yun was about to be killed by the saber, Mu Yun suddenly flicked her finger, and a drop of black water shot out. Terrifying ghost qi instantly spread out. Netherworld Ghost Dew. This drop of water was the Netherworld Ghost Dew, which was ranked 30th on the Heavenly Dew list. After Mu Yun killed the Netherworld World Mirror, she obtained the Netherworld Ghost Dew. When she used it this time, the sharp ghost qi instantly spread out. Woo! 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 The surrounding space was filled with the cries of evil spirits. Under the dense ghost qi, Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu's aura was weakened by a lot. Insignificant skill. Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu coldly snorted. His ultimate tyrant dragon slash was a 3rd grade Saint Art, and it was extremely powerful. Even if it was weakened by the Netherworld Ghost Dew, the saber qi was still ferocious, and it was enough to kill Mu Yun with a single slash. This ultimate tyrant dragon slash is indeed a 3rd grade Saint Art. Even the Netherworld Ghost Dew can't neutralize it. Mu Yun's face sank. The Netherworld Ghost Dew's aura was very powerful, much more powerful than the strange water. However, when she released the Netherworld Ghost Dew, it only weakened the aura of the ultimate tyrant dragon slash, and it did not break the saber. Frigid Ice Dew. Mu Yun took a deep breath, and flicked her finger, once again releasing a drop of heavenly dew. This drop of heavenly dew was sparkling and translucent, and its entire body was filled with dense cold qi. The intense cold qi covered the sky and earth, and the surroundings instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. Releasing 2 drops of heavenly dew at the same time put Mu Yun's meridians under great pressure. She clenched her teeth and calmed her mind. 2 drops of heavenly dew shot out, and a sharp cold qi instantly exploded. Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu's weapon was frozen, and it turned into an ice saber. The aura of the ultimate tyrant dragon slash also instantly weakened. Bang, the violent saber qi ruthlessly slashed Mu Yun's body. The ultimate tyrant dragon slash was indeed a third-grade saint art. Although it was weakened by 2 drops of heavenly dew, its aura was still powerful, and it ruthlessly slashed over. Even though Mu Yun was protected by the azure scale dragon armor, she still suffered a heavy impact, and she immediately retreated. Even this can't kill you. Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu's face changed. He was determined to win this saber, and he thought that he could easily kill Mu Yun. After all, the power of a third-grade saint art was extremely powerful, and it was not something an ordinary great saint could contend against. However, he did not expect that Mu Yun would actually take it head-on. It's my turn now. Mu Yun's face was grave and stern. She raised the mortal origin brush, and directly drew the word suppress, and ruthlessly pressed down on Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu. Not good. Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu's face changed. He had just used a third-grade saint art, and his aura was greatly depleted. Now that he was being suppressed by Mu Yun's mortal origin brush, it was difficult for him to resist. Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu's aura was directly suppressed by the mortal origin brush. 4th Tribulation Fire, Sky Incinerating Fire Rain. Mu Yun roared, and the white tiger sacred fire in her body burned. With a wave of her hand, the majestic fire tribulation aura exploded in the air, and a rain of fire flew down like meteors towards Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu. The power of her sky incinerating fire rain was comparable to a third-grade saint art. Coupled with the white tiger sacred fire, it was extremely lethal. Ah! Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu let out a shrill scream. His body was suddenly attacked by the sky incinerating fire rain, and his flesh was charred black, and black smoke rose from his body. Little bastard, just you wait. Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu gritted his teeth, turned around, and flew away. His aura had already been suppressed by the mortal origin brush, and if he continued to fight, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape misfortune. Mu Bufan and the others wanted to chase after him, but Mu Yun calmly stopped them. Forget it, don't chase after a cornered enemy. Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu was an expert of the supreme great sage realm. Moreover, the sun and moon torch dragon had not appeared yet, and no one knew where it was hiding. If they rashly chased after it, they were afraid that something bad would happen. Everyone stopped in their tracks, and all eyes fell on Mu Yun. Many people's eyes were filled with surprise and admiration. One had to know that Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu was an expert of the supreme great sage realm, but in the end, he was defeated by Mu Yun in such a sorry state. Mu Yun's strength was really shocking. However, Mu Yun did not look excited, and her face was still calm. She was really lucky to be able to defeat Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu this time. If it were not for the mortal origin brush suppressing his aura, Mu Yun would not have been able to win. Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu left in defeat, and peace was restored on Shu Mountain. After this battle, there was no possibility of reconciliation between the 100 Tempering Villa and the Jioding Trading, and they directly went to war. Jade Toad House and the Nine-Tailed Cat also joined the battle to fight against the vast Sky Sage. At this moment, Mu Yun was the sect master of Jade Toad House and the leader behind the 100 Tempering Villa. The 100 Tempering Villa was the most authentic blacksmithing sect, and they had many top-notch blacksmithing secret techniques. The weapon refining tower was the sacred ground of the 100 Tempering Villa. It stored all kinds of precious blacksmithing secret manuals. Even the elders were not qualified to enter this place. Only the villa master could enter. However, at this moment, a figure was calmly flipping through the secret manuals in the weapon refining tower. No one stopped him. This figure was Mu Yun. He was the true leader of the 100 Tempering Villa, so naturally, no one dared to stop him. Mu Yun was also quite interested in the Tao of blacksmithing. I still have a secret ore, the Cold Fiend Spirit Iron. He had previously flipped through the Book of Heavenly Divination and comprehended the word refine. His blacksmithing skills had greatly improved, but he was still unable to refine the Cold Fiend Spirit Iron. The Cold Fiend Spirit Iron was something he had obtained from the battle of killing the Great Witch in the Nine-Tailed Cat clan. He had been unable to refine it all this time. This piece of Cold Fiend Spirit Iron had an extremely dense baleful aura, and its material was also extremely high quality. It was enough to withstand the impact of the Heavenly Slayer rune. In the entire Three Elements realm, the most precious blacksmithing material was the Cold Fiend Spirit Iron. It was rumored that the villa master of the 100 Tempering Villa, Patriarch Wan Lian, suffered a backlash and was severely injured because he tried to forge the Cold Fiend Spirit Iron. It was very difficult to forge this material. Mu Yun slowly walked in the weapon refining tower and flipped through many secret manuals, hoping to find a method to forge the Cold Fiend Spirit Iron. After all, it was a waste to have a secret ore but not be able to forge it. Mu Yun spent a few months flipping through the secret manuals of the weapon refining tower, but he did not gain much. He only learned a new blacksmithing technique, consecration. Consecration was a rather special blacksmithing technique. It could dig out the hidden aura of weapons and Dharma treasures and increase their power. Apart from learning how to consecrate, Mu Yun did not gain anything in the past few months. However, he did not leave because the spirit energy of the weapon refining tower was rather magical. Cultivating the blacksmithing mystic technique in the weapon refining tower had the effect of twice the result with half the effort. He stripped the 6 great runes and arranged them together, focusing on comprehending them. Legend has it that after gathering the 6 great runes, one can reverse the momentum of the runes and comprehend the method of transforming blood into demons. Mu Yun was completely focused as he stared at the patterns of the 6 great runes. Transforming blood into demons was a top-notch blacksmithing technique that had been lost since the ancient times. In the past few months, Mu Yun had been cultivating in the artifact refining tower. His artifact refining foundation had also become quite strong. Now that he was comprehending the general trend of the 6 major runes, he suddenly had a feeling that he was blessed. The various magical techniques of the runes flashed through his mind one by one. Pass. He felt that he was already very close to the mystery of the runes, but he was just short of an opportunity. Damn it, I'm still a little short. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. Under full concentration, it was difficult for him to comprehend the general trend of the runes. There was always a layer of gauze in between. The mystery of the runes was clearly in front of him, but he was unable to comprehend it. However, his artifact refining foundation and vision were much better than before. He immediately saw through the trick of the soul-extinguishing saber. This soul-extinguishing saber was given to him by the dwarf Ofu. It was said to be a 3rd-grade divine artifact, but Mu Yun discovered that the foundation of this saber was very weak. It was only a replica and not a real 3rd-grade divine artifact. Haha, it seems that the dwarf is playing tricks and used a replica to deceive me. Mu Yun sneered. A 3rd-grade divine artifact was very lethal, and it could see the mystery of the heavenly Tao. How could it be so easy to obtain? It seemed that he had indeed been deceived by the dwarf Ofu. This was only a replica. The truly powerful weapon was the Crimson Spirit Spear. Mu Yun had already seen that the material of the Crimson Spirit Spear was really fiery spirit iron. The fiery spirit iron was comparable to the frigid spirit iron. It contained an extremely strong fiery aura. However, the Crimson Spirit Spear had not been consecrated, so it could not unleash its true power. Mu Yun's palm brushed across the spear shaft. Waves of golden light emerged from his palm and directly poured into the Crimson Spirit Spear. Divine Weapon Consecration, Heavenly Tao Blessing. Mu Yun roared. During this period of time, he had already learned the consecration technique. He immediately used it. Crash, the Crimson Spirit Spear released a torrential crimson light. Surging evil aura spread out, and a majestic aura of the heavenly Tao erupted from the Crimson Spirit Spear. Heaven-peering divine artifact. Mu Yun's eyes widened. The aura released by the Crimson Spirit Spear contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. It turned out that this weapon was actually a 3rd-grade heaven-peering sacred artifact. This was a genuine heaven-peering saint artifact, not a replica like the soul-extinguishing blade. After the Crimson Spirit Spear was consecrated, its quality aura was released directly. Boundless heavenly Tao aura circulated continuously, and the tyrannical fiery spiritual chi also erupted continuously. Blazing flames. Buzz buzz buzz, a golden rune appeared on the body of the spear. It turned out that the Crimson Spirit Spear also had a rune. It was a huge split character, the Heavenly Split rune. This heaven-splitting talisman actually had 9 layers of light. The 9 layers of aura merged into one, and a sharp killing aura was released. 9th rank rune? Mu Yun was shocked. This heaven-splitting rune actually had 9 layers. It was formed by 9 runes fusing together into one. It was a 9th tier rune. Runes were divided into 9 ranks. After advancing, the power of the rune would greatly increase. The Heavenly Split rune on the Crimson Spirit Spear was actually the highest 9th rank. A fierce killing aura constantly erupted, causing people to be terrified. I didn't expect the Crimson Spirit Spear to have a 9th rank rune. Mu Yun threw out the soul-extinguishing blade and immediately brandished the spear. The spear blade released a bright golden light, and the aura of the 9th rank rune was released to the peak. With a chi sound, the spear broke the soul-extinguishing blade as if it was cutting through mud. Clang, the soul-extinguishing blade turned into 2 and fell to the ground. Mu Yun gasped. Although the soul-extinguishing blade was a replica, it was still much more powerful than an ordinary second-grade sacred artifact. But now, under the sharpness of the Crimson Spirit Spear, the soul-extinguishing blade was cut in half as if it was made of mud and tofu. The Crimson Spirit Spear was branded with the 9th rank heaven-splitting rune. Its sharpness was simply heaven-defying. In the entire 3 elements world, there was probably no weapon that could compare to the Crimson Spirit Spear. Even the number 1 sword, the ancient Yuanjian, could not because the Crimson Spirit Spear had a 9th rank rune. With the help of the rune's power, the lethality of this spear could only be described as terrifying. Mu Yun stared at the 9th rank rune on the spear shaft. In an instant, he was enlightened and immediately comprehended the mysteries of the rune. I have comprehended the rune's general momentum. Mu Yun was overjoyed. The 9th rank rune had the aura of the 9th rank rune, and it was extremely profound. Under his gaze, he immediately broke through the last barrier and successfully comprehended the rune's general momentum. Mu Yun also successfully grasped the technique of transforming blood into magic. The technique of transforming blood into magic had been lost since ancient times. No one in the world could understand it. But at this moment, Mu Yun had comprehended the technique of transforming blood into magic. There were many natural treasures in the weapon refining tower, and there were also blood origin pearls. Mu Yun took out a few blood origin pearls and directly poured them onto the frost spirit iron. Crash, the blood origin pearls melted and turned into a smear of fresh blood that covered the entire frost spirit iron. Mu Yun's hand seals flipped and displayed the technique of transforming blood into magic. That smear of fresh blood gradually condensed into strands of runes. Finally, it turned into the word crack. It buzzed and emitted a sharp aura. Heaven-splitting rune, done. Mu Yun was excited. This technique of transforming blood into magic was indeed magical. He melted a blood origin pearl and actually refined a heaven-splitting rune. Mu Yun composed himself and melted another blood origin pearl. He refined another rune. It was still the heaven-splitting rune. 2 heaven-splitting runes were imprinted on the frost spirit iron like 2 tattoos. He took a deep breath and gradually merged the 2 runes together. As long as the merging was successful, the rune would advance and become a 2nd rank rune. However, the merging process was extremely difficult. With a crack, Mu Yun directly failed. The 2 runes exploded at the same time and turned into fine streams of light that dissipated. It seems that the rune's advancement is not that easy. Mu Yun's face darkened. He had already learned the technique of transforming blood into magic, but he could only refine a 1st rank rune. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to advance a rune. I really don't know who made this Crimson Spirit Spear. It actually has a 9th rank rune. Mu Yun gasped. He could not even refine a 2nd rank rune, but there was a 9th rank rune on the Crimson Spirit Spear. There were only a dozen blood origin pearls in the weapon refining tower. It could not withstand Mu Yun's consumption. The blood origin pearl was an extremely precious material. In the entire 3 elements world, only the strange beasts in the primordial ruins could produce blood origin pearls. Once the advancement failed, the rune would explode and the loss would be extremely great. Mu Yun did not have so many blood origin pearls to consume. Mu Yun refined the remaining blood origin pearls into the heaven-splitting rune. This kind of rune had a strong killing aura and was very effective in combat. He planned to reward Mu Bufan, Luo Tianqing, and the others. It's a pity that I still can't forge the Frost Spirit Iron. Mu Yun looked at the Frost Spirit Iron in front of him and felt a little helpless. The Frost Spirit Iron was indeed the most powerful refining material in the Three Elements world. Even the myriad refinement ancestor could not forge the Frost Spirit Iron into a weapon back then. Instead, he suffered a backlash. With Mu Yun's current means, it was naturally difficult for him to forge it. Who made this Crimson Spirit Spear? It's really powerful. Mu Yun was secretly shocked. The material of the Crimson Spirit Spear was Fiery Spirit Iron, which was a material of the same grade as Frigid Spirit Iron. The baleful aura was also very heavy. He didn't know which expert had such a heaven-defying divine ability to forge a spear out of Fiery Spirit Iron. He even imprinted a 9th-level rune on it. With the aura of the 9th-level rune, the lethality of the Crimson Spirit Spear was probably comparable to a 4th-grade sacred weapon. Mu Yun's Violent Sword, Blood Drinker Sword, Bright Moon Sword, True Injury Sword, Killing Sword, and other weapons were not as powerful as the Crimson Spirit Spear. The only weapon that could be comparable to the Crimson Spirit Spear was the Feather Emperor Bow. The Feather Emperor Bow was said to be one of the sacred weapons of the Kuan-Su world. Mu Yun took out the Feather Emperor Bow. The whole bow was like a pair of wings, beautiful and exquisite. However, he did not know any archery skills, so the Feather Emperor Bow was not very useful in his hands. Mu Yun was not anxious. He first put away the Feather Emperor Bow, carried the Crimson Spirit Spear on his back, and directly left the weapon refining tower. Thinking back, when he was fighting in the Divine World, he used this Crimson Spirit Spear to kill the leader of the Blood Clan, Xue Xiao. This time, the Crimson Spirit Spear had been consecrated, and its lethality was simply earth-shattering. Mu Yun hid the aura of the Crimson Spirit Spear. The entire spear looked like an ordinary long spear, and the light of the level 9 runes was completely hidden. No one could see anything unusual about it. In these few months, the outside world could be said to be turned upside down. Jade-Toed House, 100 Tempering Villa, and Nine-Tailed Cat formed a battle alliance and waged war on Jioding Trading. Under the suppression of the three forces, Jioding Trading was defeated, and the situation was very good. However, at this time, Vast Sky Sage's cultivation broke through and he became an ancient saint. He changed the name of Jioding Trading to Nine Cauldron Sect, and he became the sect master, known as Ancient Saint Vast Sky. Mu Yun was shocked when he heard the news. Vast Sky Sage's breakthrough meant that he would be an ancient saint expert in the future. The name of Ancient Saint Vast Sky had already spread throughout the entire three primordial worlds. Even the Kuan-Su world was shocked. Because an ancient saint expert was very rare, the Light Church in the west of the Kuan-Su world and the Ancient Sword sect in the east sent congratulatory cards to congratulate Li Haoyan on becoming an ancient saint. From now on, he would be Ancient Saint Vast Sky. I didn't expect Li Haoyan to become an ancient saint. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. He thought that the gap between him and Li Haoyan would be shortened when he reached the middle level. He didn't expect Li Haoyan to break through and become an ancient saint from a supreme saint. In the entire three primordial worlds, the number of ancient saints could be counted with one hand. Even if Yan Nanfei didn't die and returned to his peak state, he was probably no match for Li Haoyan. Crisis. Mu Yun felt an unprecedented crisis. At this time, Li Haoyan was invincible. Even if he had the territory of 100 Tempering Villa, Jade-Toed House, and the Nine-Tailed Cat clan, it would be difficult for him to match Li Haoyan. Fortunately, Li Haoyan had just become an ancient saint, and his aura hadn't stabilized yet. He hadn't started a fight yet, so Mu Yun still had time. Without another word, Mu Yun rushed to the Xianxia treasure mountain. The matters of the 100 Tempering Villa and the Jade-Toed House were naturally managed by Liao Xue, by Chen, and the others. He didn't have to worry too much. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Li Haoyan had already advanced to the ancient sage realm, and the situation was not optimistic. Soon, Mu Yun arrived at the Xianxia treasure mountain. In a forest with dense holy light, Mu Yun saw Fairy Xianxia. Mu Yun, you're finally here. Fairy Xiaoxia's expression was cold and a little unhappy. I've made you wait for a long time. Forgive me, Mu Yun said with a smile. You promised me that you wouldn't kill Plague Emperor Su Yan, but you still killed him in the end. What do you mean by this? Fairy Xiaoxia said coldly. Fairy, if Plague Emperor Su Yan had obediently been a wild boar, I naturally wouldn't have killed him. However, he returned to his human form and wanted to kill me. How could I just sit still and wait for death? Mu Yan's expression turned serious. If Plague Emperor Su Yan had really obediently been a wild boar, he could have let him off. However, Plague Emperor Su Yan wanted to return to his human form and become his enemy. He didn't waste any more words and directly killed Plague Emperor Su Yan. Sigh. Fairy Xiaoxia sighed and said, in that case, I can't blame you. Mu Yun smiled and said, Fairy, there's no need to mention the past anymore. You said that you want to refine a puppet and still lack an energy core. What do you want to use to replace this energy core? Use my husband's bones, Fairy Xiaoxia said indifferently. Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. Use the bones of the heavenly venerable of Calamity? But isn't Empyrean Calamity still alive? In the Three Elements world, many people thought that the heavenly venerable of Calamity was dead. However, Mu Yun knew that the heavenly venerable of Calamity was not dead. Back then, he had seen the remnant soul of the heavenly venerable of Calamity in the sky poison forbidden land. This heavenly venerable of Calamity was only wandering the myriad worlds and was not dead. But now, Fairy Xiaoxia actually said that she wanted to use the skeleton of the heavenly exalted Calamity to create the core of the puppet. Back then, my husband severed his own evil corpse to prove his Tao. He killed his own evil corpse to prove his great Tao. That evil corpse was formed by evil thoughts and evil energy. It was extremely powerful. Back then, my husband spent a lot of effort to sever that evil corpse, Fairy Xiaoxia said slowly. I see. Mu Yun suddenly realized that Fairy Xiaoxia wanted to use Empyrean Calamity's corpse as the energy core of her puppet. The so-called evil corpse was generally formed by evil thoughts and evil qi. The evil qi was very strong. Killing an evil corpse was to cut off one's own evil thoughts. From then on, there would be no more evil thoughts and evil qi. One's whole body would be as dignified and pure as a Buddha, and there would be no more desires. But if a person had no desire, then what was the point of living? Thus, in the entire deep-sea myriad realms, there were tens of thousands of ways to prove one's Tao, but very few people chose to sever one's corpse to prove one's Tao. This was because the price they had to pay was too great. If they lost all their desires, they would be no different from a walking corpse. However, the benefits of severing one's corpse to prove one's Tao were also great. From then on, one's Tao heart would be pure and flawless, without any filth. Comprehending and cultivating the Tao would be very simple. My husband's evil corpse is in the Seamless Land, said Fairy Xiaoxia. Seamless Land? Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have heard this place before. He recalled that Zhou Feishuan had also said that Jade Toad Monastery's master, Fairy Ling Long, cultivated in the Seamless Land. The Seamless Land is where my husband's evil corpse is buried. It is filled with extremely terrifying evil qi. If an ordinary person dares to step into the Seamless Land, they will probably be instantly drowned by the evil qi. Legend has it that if you gather my husband's corpse, you will be able to obtain my husband's inheritance. My husband's inheritance. Fairy Xiaoxia looked into the distance, revealing a trace of nostalgia. In order to snatch my husband's inheritance, countless people have entered the Seamless Land in the past 1,000,000 years, but they have all returned empty-handed. The entrance to the Seamless Land is also very difficult to open. One has to pay a great price. How great is the price? Mu Yun was a little curious. Let me put it this way. In order to enter the Seamless Land, Jade Toad Monastery's Fairy Ling Long sacrificed 99% of her lifespan. There's also Li Haoyan. Back then, in order to entrust Ao Renwang to suppress Yan Nanfei, he sacrificed the opportunity to advance to the ancient sage realm just to open the Seamless Land. I heard that he has recently become an ancient sage. After so many years of tempering himself, his arrogance has already reached an unbridled level. Hearing this, Mu Yun was shocked. It turned out that Li Haoyan had the opportunity to advance to the ancient sage realm back then, but he sacrificed it in order to open the entrance to the Seamless Land for Ao Renwang. This was his reward for Ao Renwang. Obviously, it wasn't easy to enter the Seamless Land. In the Seamless Land, there was the evil corpse of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity. As long as one gathered the corpse, they would be able to obtain the Heavenly Lord of Calamity's inheritance. Thinking of this, Mu Yun was a little expectant. The Heavenly Lord of Calamity was the creator of the three elements realm. His inheritance must be very powerful. If they could obtain his inheritance, they might be able to defeat Li Haoyan. You want to seize my husband's inheritance? Fairy Xianxia saw through Mu Yun's thoughts, and she couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. The bones of my husband's evil corpse are divided into the arm bone, leg bone, torso bone, and skull bone. You only need to find a single bone, and you'll be done. This seamless place is filled with dangers, and there are powerful evil beasts everywhere. If you want to gather all the bones, it'll be harder than ascending to the heavens. Mu Yun didn't comment. She asked with a smile, Fairy, how do I get to the Seamless Land? Fairy Xianxia said, I heard that you have the 7 great ancient ornaments in your hands. As long as you are willing to sacrifice the 7 great ancient ornaments, I can open a special passage to the Seamless Land for you. Are you willing? Mu Yun pondered for a moment. The 7 great ancient ornaments each had their own unique effects. However, he had advanced to the Great Sage realm, and these 7 great ancient ornaments were no longer of any use. Great Saint-level experts all had Dharma bodies protecting them. It was almost impossible for the curse of the ornaments to take effect. Alright, I agree. Mu Yun agreed. The 7 great ancient ornaments were no longer of any use. There was no harm in sacrificing them. Can I bring some people with me? Mu Yun didn't want any accidents to happen. Fairy Xianxia had described the Seamless Land to be so terrifying. He also didn't dare to let his guard down. It was naturally best to bring some people with him. Yes, but at most 2 people. Okay. Mu Yun pondered for a while and sent out a message to get the people from the Assassin Guild to come over. Within a few days, the Assassin Guild's Black No. 1 Assassin, the Green-Robed Patriarch, and the Earth No. 1 Assassin, Granny Black Lotus, arrived at the Xianxia Treasure Mountain. Mu Yun had already met the Green-Robed Patriarch. This Green-Robed Patriarch had a wisp of the Green Mountain Ghost Fire's remnant flame. He couldn't be underestimated. In the ranking battle, the Green-Robed Patriarch had obtained the 10th place. He was also blessed with great providence. His current strength was at the intermediate Great Sage realm, comparable to Mu Yun. There was also Granny Black Lotus. Mu Yun had never seen her before. She was a hunchbacked old woman. She was the No. 1 Earth Assassin in the Assassin Guild. Her strength was second only to the No. 1 Heaven Assassin, black-clothed swordswoman Liao Xue. Her cultivation was at the intermediate Great Sage realm. She was even more powerful than Mu Yun and the Green-Robed Patriarch. Under Fairy Xixia's lead, Mu Yun and the other 2 came to a remote cave. There was a secret passage in the cave. No one knew where it led to. Mu Yun handed all the 7 great ancient ornaments to Fairy Xianxia. Fairy Xianxia flipped her delicate hand and directly sacrificed all the ornaments. Immediately, a spiritual light filled the cave. The secret passage in the cave also lit up. This passage can directly teleport you to the Seamless Land. However, the passage can only last for 3 years at most. Within 3 years, no matter what the result is, you have to come back immediately. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the Seamless Land for the rest of your life and never be able to come back. Fairy Xianxia said sternly. Mu Yun's expression was grave. Fairy Xianxia didn't look like she was joking. He didn't dare to be negligent. He didn't want to be trapped in the Seamless Land. Ao Renwang didn't come to this year's great ranking battle because he is trapped in the Seamless Land and can't come out, Fairy Xianxia said slowly. What? Mu Yun was shocked. He thought that Ao Renwang had something important to do. He didn't expect that he was trapped in the Seamless Land. If you want to leave the Seamless Land, unless you can find my husband's skeleton or have a special passage like me, you will definitely not be able to leave. Therefore, those who step into the Seamless Land are all determined to die. Either they find the skeleton and obtain my husband's inheritance. My lord's legacy will either die in the Seamless Lands or never come out again. Mu Yun trembled with fear. It seemed that in order to obtain the heavenly venerable of Calamity's inheritance, there were still many people who took the risk. Mu Yun, don't be greedy. As long as you get a piece of the skeleton, you will come out immediately. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Fairy Xianxia gently tidied up Mu Yun's hair and clothes. Her tone was gentle as she said, as long as you can come out alive and refine a puppet for me, I won't go back on my word. I will immediately teach you the secret technique of the bone extraction curse. The bone extraction curse was one of the 8 ultimate curses. Fairy Xianxia had promised that as long as Mu Yun could help her refine a puppet, she would give Mu Yun the secret technique of the bone extraction curse. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. At this time, Li Haoyan had already become an ancient sage. It wouldn't be easy to deal with him. If he could obtain the bone extraction curse, his strength would also increase by a lot. Alright, I got it. Mu Yun agreed. There were a total of 4 pieces of the heavenly venerable of Calamity's evil skeleton. The body bone, the arm bone, the leg bone, and the skull bone. As long as he obtained 1 bone, he would succeed. However, if there was only 1 bone, he wouldn't be able to obtain the inheritance. He had to gather all 4 bones to obtain the heavenly venerable of Calamity's inheritance. Mu Yun led the green-robed ancestor and Granny Black Lotus into the passage and headed towards the Seamless Land. Crash, at the end of the passage was a dark cave. When Mu Yun arrived in the cave, he immediately felt a terrifying evil aura crazily surging from all directions. Creak. 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 Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. What's that sound? The green-robed ancestor became alert as he looked around. It's bats. Granny Black Lotus exclaimed. Then, she saw a dense swarm of black bats flapping their wings and squeaking as they suddenly flew over. Waves of terrifying evil aura radiated from these bats. Evil beasts. Mu Yun's eyes focused. These bats were not made of flesh and blood, but were completely formed by evil aura. They had no aura of life, only endless evil aura. The corpse of the heavenly venerative Calamity was buried in the Seamless Land, and the entire area was filled with evil aura. The evil aura condensed and turned into evil beasts. These bats were all evil beasts. Creak. Creak, creak. Creak, the dense swarm of bats bared their fangs and claws, baring their white teeth as they charged over. Green Mountain Ghost Fire. The green-robed ancestor was the first to attack. A wisp of green flame was released, and a scorching temperature spread out. The surrounding bats were burned by the Green Mountain Ghost Fire, and they immediately let out sharp cries as their bodies exploded and turned into ashes. However, countless bats swarmed in from all directions like a tidal wave. There was no end to the bats. Green-robed old ghost, don't waste your energy. These bats are formed by evil aura. If you don't clear away the evil aura, you won't be able to destroy them. Granny Black Lotus smiled sinisterly as she flicked her skinny finger, releasing a drop of water. After this drop of water was released, a rather pure aura spread out. The evil aura in the surroundings instantly disappeared, and even the air became much fresher. Heavenly dew? Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. This drop of water from Granny Black Lotus was clearly heavenly dew. My lord has good eyesight. This drop of water is the demonic lotus dew, ranked 28th on the heavenly dew list. It has the effect of purifying. Granny Black Lotus waved her hand, and the demonic lotus dew released a rather pure aura that swept away the evil aura in the surroundings and directly destroyed the bats. This place is filled with evil beasts. Let's be careful. Mu Yun withdrew her aura and silently advanced. The green-robed patriarch and Granny Black Lotus followed closely behind Mu Yun, keeping their guard up. The entire Seamless Land was several hundred miles wide. Wanting to find the skeleton of an Empyrean calamity wasn't easy at all. As Mu Yun was walking, she suddenly heard a flurry of footsteps. A white-haired woman hurriedly ran over. This woman had an elegant and beautiful appearance. However, her hair was the color of old grizzled hair. It was completely out of place with her beautiful face. This woman, Mu Yun was slightly shocked. This white-haired woman's appearance was actually somewhat similar to Liao Xue's. My lord, she is Fairy Ling Long. The green-robed ancestor said in a deep voice. Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Fairy Ling Long was Liao Shua's mother and the previous sect master of Jade Toad House. She had existed since the ancient era and was one of the 6 concubines of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity. She was Yao Ji. Fairy Ling Long's cultivation was very strong. She had already reached the lesser ancient sage realm. However, Mu Yun could feel that Fairy Ling Long's blood essence was very weak. Her lifespan was already at its end. She would soon die. Lifespan wasn't just the length of one's lifespan. It was also the foundation of one's blood essence. The shorter one's lifespan, the weaker one's foundation. At this moment, Fairy Ling Long's foundation was empty. She had the strength of an ancient sage, but she was just a paper tiger that looked strong. It seems that Fairy Xianxia was right. In order to enter the Seamless Land, Fairy Ling Long paid a great price. Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. In order to enter the Seamless Land, Fairy Ling Long had sacrificed 99% of her lifespan. At this moment, she was already at the end of her lifespan. Who are you? Why do you have the sect master's ring of Jade Toad House? When Fairy Ling Long saw Mu Yun and his jade ring, she immediately reprimanded him. Her hair was white, and her aura was weak. She was also injured, but her expression was sharp. There wasn't the slightest hint of depression. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water as she stared at Mu Yun. Junior Mu Yun. Mu Yun clasped his hands together. He was thinking about how he should explain to Fairy Ling Long. If he said that he was the temporary sect master, it might cause a misunderstanding. So you're Mu Yun? Fairy Ling Long was slightly taken aback. Senior, you know me? Yes. I bought a lot of information from the disciples of the Divination Pavilion. I'm also aware of what's going on outside. You saved my Jade Toad House. Very good, very good. Fairy Ling Long's expression softened. When Mu Yun heard the words Divination Pavilion, his heart skipped a beat. He asked, where are the disciples of the Divination Pavilion? Fairy Ling Long said, they left a long time ago. The Divination Pavilion comes and goes like a shadow. It's impossible for them to stay in one place for long. Hearing this, Mu Yun felt a little regretful. If he could find the disciples of the Divination Pavilion, he might be able to find out about Qin Mingyao and the others. What level of the 7 Tribulation Dragon Slaying Art have you cultivated to? Fairy Ling Long asked. Junior is slow. I've only cultivated to the 4th level, Mu Yun answered. The 4th level, Heaven Burning Fire Rain. Its power is comparable to a 3rd grade Saint Art, but it's still far from a true 3rd grade Saint Art. Mu Yun nodded. That was indeed the case. A 3rd grade Saint Art was very destructive. Just like Heavenly Marquis Wan Yu's ultimate Tyrant Dragon Slash, its aura was very fierce and very difficult to deal with. I don't have anything to give you since it's our first meeting. Take this earth seed as a greeting gift. If you can hatch the seed, you'll be able to comprehend the 5th level. The power of the 5th level is definitely not inferior to any 3rd grade Saint Art. You're good. Fairy Ling Long flicked her finger, and a yellow seed fell into Mu Yun's hand. Mu Yun immediately sensed a dense aura of the earth mixed with the aura of calamity. Mu Yun had comprehended the 7 Tribulation Dragon Slaying Art, the 1st Tribulation Wind, the 2nd Tribulation Lightning, the 3rd Tribulation Water, and the 4th Tribulation Fire. However, he hadn't made any progress on the 5th level of the Earth Tribulation. The 5th Tribulation Earth and Exploding Sword. The destructive power of this tribulation was extremely fierce. It wasn't inferior to any 3rd grade Saint Art. Mu Yun immediately refined the earth seed. The seed was planted in his dantian, and it constantly emitted dense earth aura. Thank you, Senior. Mu Yun was delighted. The 5th level of the secret technique was very difficult. The earth seed that Fairy Ling Long gave him would save him thousands of years of hard work. Fairy Ling Long said, don't call me Senior. It's so unpleasant. I'm not that old. You can just call me Ling Long. Just as she finished speaking, a burst of laughter sounded. Old witch, you're already 8 million years old. Aren't you old enough? A majestic figure flew over from afar. It was a man in a white robe, with which was embroidered with large characters that were dazzling to behold. His aura was so powerful that it was obvious he was in the Supreme Prime Great Sage level. Ao Renwang, how dare you come after me? Fairy Linglong's expression turned cold as she looked at the white-robed man coldly. Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. It turned out that the white-robed man was the former top expert, Ao Renwang. Ao Renwang was the weapon spirit of the mortal origin brush. If she could subdue him, she might be able to grasp the mortal origin brush's secrets. Currently, Mu Yun could only write 2 words, destroy and suppress. He was far from being able to unleash the mortal origin brush's power. You're an ancient saint expert. As long as I kill you, I can snatch the ancient Saint Dao seed and successfully ascend. Ao Renwang clenched his right hand and punched down. Fairy Linglong was slightly surprised. She didn't expect him to attack as soon as they met. Although she was an ancient saint expert, she had used up too much of her lifespan. She was already at the end of her lifespan. Facing Ao Renwang's fierce attack, she suddenly felt suffocated. Senior, be careful. Mu Yan held the Crimson Spirit spear tightly. The spear light was like a dragon, dancing with cold stars as it violently attacked. What a sharp edge. This is a heaven-peaking sacred artifact. Ao Renwang's expression changed. He hurriedly retracted his fist and dodged to the side, avoiding the attack of the Crimson Spirit spear. Mu Yun hadn't activated the runes, but the Crimson Spirit spear's edge was still fierce. This was a genuine heaven-peaking sacred artifact that contained the aura of the Great Tao. It wasn't something that a replica like the soul-extinguishing blade could compare to. Ao Renwang's eyes darkened as he stared at Mu Yun. Immediately, he revealed a look of realization. So you're Mu Yun. You have so many treasures on you that you even have a heaven-peaking sacred artifact. Ao Renwang waved his hand, and a strong suction force came out. I heard that the mortal Yuan brush is in your hands. This is my artifact. Don't even think about seizing it. Immediately, Mu Yun felt a suction force come over. The mortal Yuan brush also flew out, flying towards Ao Renwang. Stop! Mu Yun shouted. Ao Renwang was the artifact spirit of the mortal Yuan brush. If Ao Renwang obtained the mortal Yuan brush, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. He would die without a doubt. Whoosh, Mu Yun swept out with her spear. The aura of the Crimson Spirit spear became berserk at this moment. A fierce fiery aura ruthlessly attacked towards Ao Renwang. Fiery Spirit Iron? Ao Renwang's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. Your weapon is actually forged from Fiery Spirit Iron. This is impossible. Fiery Spirit Iron is the same as Frigid Spirit Iron. Its fiendish aura is extremely heavy. Even Myriad Refinement Ancestor has no way to forge it into a weapon. Ao Renwang felt incredulous. Fiery Spirit Iron was a top-notch refining material. Once it was forged into a weapon, its lethality was extremely fierce. Mu Yan's long spear danced wildly like a dragon, her aura sweeping away 1,000 troops. She opened and closed, with the might of heaven and earth, wind and thunder, forcing Ao Renwang to retreat step by step. Humph, you're just a middle-stage trash. You only rely on your powerful weapon and you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Ao Renwang composed himself and swung his fist out wildly. A punch ruthlessly struck towards Mu Yan's head. Ultimate Demon Wolf Fist. Ao Renwang roared. His fist exploded with a green-blue ferocious light. As the ferocious light surged, it directly transformed into the appearance of a demon wolf. It roared at the sky, its aura incomparably imposing. Not good, back off. This is the ultimate 6 arts, the ultimate demon wolf fist, the #1 fist technique in the world. Fairy Linglong's expression changed. In the 3 Yuan world, there were 6 types of third-grade saint arts, known as the ultimate 6 arts. They were the ultimate Tyrannosaurus Slash, ultimate Demon Wolf Fist, ultimate Chariot, ultimate Instant Kill, ultimate Starburst Slash, and ultimate Roaming Dragon Chi. Each of the 6 ultimate arts had earth-shattering power, and their destructive power was incomparably terrifying. Mu Yan's eyes widened as she felt a huge pressure shrouding her. Ao Renwang's fist was very fierce. If it hit him head-on, his green scale dragon armor would definitely shatter. Under the suppression of a third-grade Saint Art, even the green scale dragon armor would be like paper. Frigid ice dew. Nether ghost dew. Muyan flicked her finger and took out 2 drops of heavenly dew. Dense cold air was released and constantly weakened Ao Renwang's fist. Heavenly dew could restrain origin fire and also weaken Saint Arts. Once the heavenly dew was released, Ao Renwang's fist was weakened by a lot. 9th grade rune, activate. Muyan swept out her spear. On the spear body, the rune light was released wildly. The 9th grade heaven-splitting rune appeared directly. The 9th grade rune spiritual chi constantly intertwined and turned into a terrifying energy that poured into the entire crimson spirit spear. 9th grade rune? Ao Renwang was dumbfounded. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. The power of the rune was extremely strong. Even a 1st grade rune had fierce lethality. At this moment, the 9th grade rune on Muyan's weapon directly burst out. The aura of the 9th grade rune was simply heaven-defying. All of a sudden, Ao Human King felt a sharp killing intent whizzing towards him. His aura had been weakened by the 2 drops of heavenly dew. At this moment, he didn't dare to take Muyan's weapon head-on. Otherwise, if he was injured by the 9th grade rune, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ao Renwang hurriedly retracted his fist and retreated far away. Not bad, not bad. It's a 9th grade rune. Where did you get this weapon? Ao Renwang narrowed his eyes. The power of the 9th rank runes was enormous, and he was also very interested. Before Muyan could answer, 2 figures, one on the left and one on the right, suddenly attacked Ao Renwang's side. At the same time, they attacked fiercely towards Ao Renwang. Despicable. Ao Renwang's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly retreated. The ones who attacked were the green-robed ancestor and Granny Black Lotus. The green-robed ancestor's skinny palm was surrounded by a ball of green flame. A strong corrosive aura was emitted from the green flame as it whistled towards Ao Renwang. Granny Black Lotus was like a phantom as she dashed to Ao Human King's side. She took out a dagger and silently stabbed it toward Ao Human King's waist. Ao Renwang's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately retreated, but it was still too late. Granny Black Lotus's dagger pierced into his waist. Black poisonous smoke rose from the wound. This dagger was also dipped in poison and was exceptionally sharp. You 2 bastards. Ao Renwang gnashed his teeth in anger. He punched out with both fists, smashing them fiercely toward the green-robed ancestor and Granny Black Lotus. However, the 2 of them had the upper hand. They did not hesitate at all and directly fled. Ao Renwang's fists missed, and he was so angry that he shouted, "What despicable means? Hee, the 2 of us are assassins. Don't tell me we have to fight you fair and square?" The green-robed ancestor laughed sinisterly. Granny Black Lotus licked the blood off her dagger, and her expression was also sinister. Muyan, just you wait. Ao Renwang clenched his teeth, clutched the wound on his waist, and turned to leave in a sorry state. Muyan did not chase after him because Ao Renwang was an extreme great sage expert. If they really fought, he did not have the confidence to win. The most important thing now was to find the remains of the heavenly venerative calamity. It's a pity that I've exhausted too much of my lifespan, and my blood essence foundation is too weak. Otherwise, with my strength as an ancient sage, killing Ao Renwang would be a piece of cake. I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Fairy Linglong sighed. She had the cultivation of an ancient sage in this space-time, but her blood essence foundation was too weak. If she attacked recklessly, she would probably exhaust her blood essence and become a withered corpse. This was the importance of lifespan. Lifespan was not only life, but also the foundation of blood essence. Once one's lifespan was depleted, their blood essence would also dissipate. At this moment, Fairy Linglong was like a lamp without oil. If not for Muyan's arrival, she would probably have been killed by Ao Renwang. She would be dead. Senior, your aura is too weak. Don't talk anymore and rest well, Muyan said softly. By the way, Muyan, why did you come to the Seamless Land? This place is definitely a land of death. If one is not determined to die, no one would dare to come here. To be honest, I'm here for the remains of the heavenly venerative calamity. As expected, you also want the remains of the heavenly venerate. Fairy Linglong sighed softly. Senior, do you have any clues? The seamless land spanned hundreds of miles, and Mu Yun did not know where the remains were buried. It would be best if Fairy Linglong had some information. I've searched this place for many years, and I finally found the location of the arm bone. However, there's an extremely powerful violent beast guarding the arm bone, so I can't take it. Fairy Linglong shook her head. Senior, forgive me for asking, but why did you pay such a huge price to find the remains of the heavenly venerative calamity? Your lifespan is already at its end. Even if you obtain the inheritance of the heavenly venerative calamity, you won't be able to recover your losses. I've lost. Fairy Linglong had sacrificed too much. In order to enter the seamless land, she had lost 99% of her lifespan. Even if she could gather all the bones, she would not be able to recover such a huge loss. Fairy Linglong revealed a mournful expression. Lord Heavenly Venerate roams the myriad of worlds. I really want to find him and repay his kindness. As long as I can get a piece of his remains, I'll be able to capture his aura and find him. So that's how it is, Mu Yun came to a realization. Fairy Linglong wanted to obtain the remains not for the inheritance of the heavenly venerative calamity, but to find traces of the heavenly venerative calamity. What about you? Why did you come here? Asked Fairy Linglong. Mu Yun's heart shook. His true goal was to refine a puppet for Fairy Xianxia. Even the green-robed patriarch and Granny Black Lotus did not know this secret, so he naturally could not tell them. I came for the inheritance of the heavenly venerative calamity, Mu Yun casually said. Sigh, you really don't want to live anymore. How could it be so easy to obtain the inheritance of the heavenly venerate? Senior, since you know the location of the arm bone, take me there. As long as I can find one, I'll be able to sense the aura of the other bones. I'll be able to quickly gather all 4 bones. In fact, Mu Yun did not need all of the bones. As long as he could find one, his mission would be completed. The evil beast guarding that arm bone is too powerful. Unless you can hatch the earth seed I gave you and master the 5th tribulation, the earthly exploding sword, I will not take you there. Otherwise, you'll be courting death. Fairy Linglong's expression was grave. The 5th tribulation of the 7 tribulation dragon-slaying art, the earthly exploding sword, was a true 3rd-grade saint art. It was very powerful. Senior, please believe in my strength. If you take me there, I'll definitely be able to kill that evil beast. Mu Yun pleaded. He did not know how long it would take to master the earthly exploding sword. Mu Yun only wanted to find the remains as soon as possible. No, unless you master the earthly exploding sword, I will not tell you the location of the arm bone. Fairy Linglong's expression was firm. Senior, aren't you making things difficult for me? Mu Yun gritted his teeth. He did not expect Fairy Linglong to be so stubborn. I'm doing this for your own good. If you can't master the earthly exploding sword, you won't be able to kill that evil beast. Fairy Linglong said solemnly, according to what I know, your strongest killer move is called Blood Crystal Explosion. Back then, you used this move to defeat Plague Emperor Su Yin. However, that violent beast was formed from pure violent chi. Your blood chi killer move will have a hard time dealing with it. You won't be able to kill it at all. If I can't master the earthly exploding sword, you won't tell me the location of the arm bone? That's right. There's no room for negotiation. You're the sect master of Jade Toad House. I don't want to see you die. Fairy Linglong's expression was grave. Alright, I promise you. I'll go hatch the earth seed now. Mu Yun sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. He saw a yellow seed entrenched in his dantian. He kept breathing and using the spiritual chi in his body to nourish the seed. I heard that Yan Nanfei gave you a set of the heavenly book. That wordless heavenly book contains the mysteries of the 9 words. How many words have you comprehended? Fairy Linglong suddenly asked. You know about the heavenly book? Mu Yun's expression changed. Of course. This is what the Heavenly Secret Pavilion told me. You're the sect master of Jade Toad House, so I naturally have to investigate. Otherwise, if you have ulterior motives, wouldn't the foundation of Jade Toad House be destroyed? Mu Yun's eyes darkened. How much did the Heavenly Secret Pavilion know? They even knew about Yan Nanfei and the Heavenly Book. Moreover, it seemed that their claws and fangs were all over the Kanglan myriad world. It was simply unfathomable. From the heavenly book, I comprehended the words refinement, qi, and blood. Mu Yun collected his thoughts and answered slowly. He had to be careful of the heavenly secret pavilion in the future. Otherwise, his background would be exposed. The mysteries of the 9 words are qi, blood, refinement, elixir, law, formation, life, luck, and soul. If you can comprehend the law word, your cultivation speed will greatly increase, Fairy Linglong said slowly. The word law in the Celestial Divination Strange Book represented the cultivation of secret techniques. If one could comprehend this word, the speed of cultivating the saint arts and various secret techniques would increase significantly. Alright, I'll give it a try. Mu Yun took out the heavenly book and slowly flipped it open. This heavenly book was completely blank. It was a wordless heavenly book. However, when Mu Yun flipped through it, 3 words vaguely jumped out from the gaps of the pages. One was qi, the other was blood, and the last was refinement. What word did you see? Fairy Linglong asked. Mu Yun did not answer, because he was completely immersed in the wonder of the word. First, it was the word pill. When the word popped out, Mu Yun instantly felt a wonderful aura. All sorts of pill refining techniques flashed through his mind. He had seen all sorts of pill refining manuals in the Jade Toad House's pill storage back then. He had an extremely deep understanding of them. The word pill represented the trick of refining pills. As long as he understood it, his pill refining skills would greatly improve. Mu Yun suddenly had a feeling that even if he was asked to refine a grade 4 pill, he would be able to do so. There was also the word law. The heavenly secret techniques were profound. When the word law appeared, Mu Yun immediately felt that his understanding of the saint art and his cultivation speed were much faster than before. What word did you see? Fairy Linglong was a little anxious. If Mu Yun could master the earth and explosion sword soon, she could bring Mu Yun to find the arm bone. She also wanted the heavenly venerative calamity skeleton. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Mu Yun smiled and did not say anything. The heavenly secret pavilion was hidden in the dark. He did not dare to be careless. If there were any secrets, he had to hide them. Otherwise, he would not know if he was sold. Haha, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Anyway, I won't bring you along until you master the earth and explosion sword. Fairy Linglong sneered and did not ask further. I know. Senior, don't worry. I will master it as soon as possible. Mu Yun composed himself and continued to incubate the earth seed in his body. After seeing the word law in the Heavenly Divination Strange Book, the speed of his cultivation of the saint art also increased. Senior, I'm sorry. I want to find a remote and quiet place to cultivate. Don't go anywhere. I will return immediately after I master it. Mu Yun smiled and ordered, Granny Black Lotus, green-robed ancestor, take good care of Senior Linglong. Yes. Both of them were from the Assassin Guild, and Mu Yun had a close relationship with the black-clothed swordswoman, Liao Xue. The two of them naturally obeyed and did not dare to disobey. After that, Mu Yun walked to a dark corner in the distance. She secretly took out the scroll of the gods and summoned the snow-devouring toad to guard her. Then, she entered the scroll of the gods and stepped into the Life and Death secret pavilion to continue her cultivation. Cultivating in the Life and Death secret pavilion for 1 day was equivalent to 1 year, which could save a lot of time. Mu Yun thought that it would only take a year or 2 to hatch the earth seed, but she didn't expect that after 7 days, half a month, the earth seed still showed no signs of hatching. It's been 30 years, and this seed still hasn't hatched. Mu Yun was shocked. She did not expect it to take so long. He gritted his teeth and continued to cultivate. After a total of 100 days, the seed of the earth finally hatched. 100 years. I spent 100 years hatching this seed. Mu Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. Currently, it was only hatching the seed, and he had not really started cultivating, but 100 years had already passed. The difficulty of cultivating this earth-exploding sword could only be described as terrifying. Fortunately, after Mu Yun had advanced to the middle level of the Great Saint Realm, the strength of his soul had also become very powerful. He could cultivate in the life and death secret pavilion for a year and a half without any pressure. After the earth seed hatched, a vigorous aura of the earth spread out in Muyan's body. There were also traces of earth calamity spiritual chi that constantly spread out. Muyan calmed his mind and continued to comprehend the earth art. 100 years later, Muyan took a deep breath. The majestic aura of the earth had already accumulated in his body. He waved his hand and shouted, 5 Calamity Earth, Earth Exploding Sword. Crack, 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 in the life and death secret pavilion, huge spikes burst out from the ground. Each spike was filled with majestic aura, and its lethality was unusually fierce. It took me 200 years to finally master this move. Muyan let out a breath of turbid air. He did not expect the 5th level of the 7 Calamity Dragon slaying art to be so difficult to cultivate. It should be known that he had already grasped the mystery of the word law and the Sky Spill Strange book, and the speed of cultivating the saint art had increased by at least 50%. However, it had still taken him 200 years to cultivate this earth-exploding sword. After cultivating the divine art, Muyan did not leave the scroll of the gods. Instead, he went to the space-time fortress to challenge the Emperor's shadow. He lured the Emperor's shadow out and brought him to the life and death secret pavilion. They exchanged blows in the life and death secret pavilion, and continuously sharpened the aura of the earth-exploding sword. Over 100 years later, Muyan's earthen explosion sword had already been practiced to the point of perfection. I can come out now. Muyan nodded with satisfaction. He was already very proficient in this earth-exploding sword. He could come out now. When Muyan came out of the scroll of the gods, only a year had passed in the outside world. For an expert like him, a few hundred years would pass in the blink of an eye, let alone a year. You're back so soon. Have you finished cultivating? In just a year, I don't think you've even hatched a seed. Seeing Muyan come back, Fairy Linglong frowned. In this year, under the care of green-robed patriarch and Granny Black Lotus, her spirit had improved a lot. In the past, her chi and blood were weak, and she would die as soon as she made a move. Now, although her chi and blood were still weak, at least her spirit had improved a lot. She had a chance to make a move. Senior, I've already mastered the earth-exploding sword of the earth-exploding sword. Muyan waved his hand, and a majestic aura of the earth erupted from his palm, covering a radius of several miles. Terrifying spikes shot out of the ground and pierced into the sky. Each spike was as large as a heavenly pillar. They were filled with a sharp aura, as if they were pillars that supported the heavens. Waves of sharp auras were emitted from the spikes. When they came out, they were like sword chi. Each spike was like a sword that pierced the sky. Upon seeing this sight, Fairy Linglong was dumbfounded. Impossible. You've only cultivated for a year. How could you be so powerful? Senior, can you bring me to find the arm bone now? Muyan smiled faintly. Fairy Linglong thought that it was only a year, but in reality, he had cultivated for more than 300 years. In the last 100 years, he had constantly fought with the Emperor's shadow to temper the aura of the holy art. At this time, he had already mastered the earthen explosion sword. The realm of perfection. Good. This earthly explosion sword is not inferior to the ultimate 6 arts. Since you have mastered it, you will definitely be able to deal with that violent beast. Fairy Linglong was overjoyed. Without further ado, she set off with Muyan towards the location of the arm bone. A few days later, under Fairy Linglong's lead, Muyan arrived at the northern border of the Seamless Land. This was the true border. At a glance, there was an endless chaotic void outside, filled with the aura of nothingness. That was primordial chaos, true emptiness. Nothing existed, only endless primordial chaos. Be careful. Don't fall out. It's the chaotic void outside. If you fall out, you won't be able to return for the rest of your life. Fairy Linglong reminded. Muyan's heart skipped a beat. There was really nothing in the chaotic void, not even a speck of dust. If she fell in, the consequences would be unimaginable. But suddenly, Muyan saw a few people trapped in the chaotic void outside. They were struggling in the void, and they looked like they were in pain. Eh? There seems to be people there, Muyan said in surprise. Don't worry about them. They are cursed. They won't be able to get out for the rest of their lives, Fairy Linglong said indifferently. Cursed? Mu Yun looked carefully. Indeed, there was a word tattooed on the faces of those people. It was a crime. A prisoner's crime. Fairy Linglong said, the curse of the tattoo is one of the 8 ultimate curses. This curse can directly tattoo words on a person's face and then banish them to the chaotic void of the universe. They will wander in the chaotic world for the rest of their lives and never be able to return to reality. Mu Yun was secretly shocked. This was like a secular dynasty that directly sent criminals to the borders. But at least there was room for redemption. But if one was cursed, they could only be trapped in the chaotic void for the rest of their lives and never be able to return to the real world. Mu Yun looked around. She didn't expect this place to be near the chaotic void. If she accidentally lost her footing and fell outside, the consequences would be unimaginable. Senior, where's the arm bone? Where's the guardian beast? Mu Yun looked around and didn't see anything strange. She also didn't see any evil beasts. Be careful. It's coming. Fairy Linglong's expression changed drastically. She pulled Mu Yun down. Roar, a terrifying roar sounded. A huge ferocious beast appeared in the chaotic void outside. That ferocious beast was surrounded by a terrifying aura. It was obviously a vicious beast. It roared at the sky and suddenly pounced. Tao Tai. So it's a Tao Tai. Mu Yun was slightly shocked. This vicious beast was actually the legendary Tao Tai. The Tao Tai beast pounced over, biting out with its mouth. The green-robed patriarch couldn't dodge in time. One of his arms was bitten off. He screamed. Granny Black Lotus was indeed a great sage expert. Her reaction was very fast. She rolled to the ground and directly dodged. Although she was in a sorry state, she wasn't injured. Fairy Linglong pulled Mu Yun to the ground. It was fortunate that neither of them were injured. Mu Yun raised her head and looked at the Tao Tai. She couldn't help but be shocked. This Tao Tai's aura was very ferocious. In terms of aura, it was even stronger than Ao Renwang. I didn't expect this guardian beast to be so powerful. Mu Yun was speechless. It seemed that Fairy Linglong's worries were justified. This Tao Tai was indeed powerful. Roar. This beast is so ferocious. The green-robed ancestor gritted his teeth and covered the wound on his broken arm. His face was getting paler and paler. He flicked his finger and shot out a wisp of green mountain ghost fire toward Tao Tai. Green mountain ghost fire? This is the origin fire. Unfortunately, your flame is just a remnant. It can't scare me. At this time, Tao Tai spoke in human language with a disdainful look in his eyes. He was not afraid at all. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the flame directly. The green-robed ancestor's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Tao Tai to be so powerful that he was not afraid of the origin fire. Seeing that the green-robed ancestor was about to be bitten to death by Tao Tai, Mu Yun made his move. Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash. Mu Yun waved the crimson spirit spear and raised it up, sending Tao Tai's body flying into the sky. Roar, Tao Tai's eyes revealed a fierce light. He stabilized his body in midair and immediately pounced down from the sky. He clawed at Mu Yun's head. In an instant, Mu Yun smelled a pungent stench and a violent demonic wind that was attacking him fiercely. He suddenly felt suffocated. This Tao Tai beast was strong. Although it was not as strong as an ancient sage expert, it was definitely stronger than the supreme sage realm. It was really powerful. Demonic Emperor transformation. Mu Yun roared. Monstrous demonic aura erupted from his body. Billowing demonic aura roared out and shook heaven and earth. A pair of huge and dark demonic wings appeared behind his back. Whoosh, Mu Yun flapped his wings and flew up, dodging Tao Tai's attack. Demonic Emperor transformation? This is Lord Heavenly Sovereign's cultivation technique. How did you learn it? Tao Tai looked surprised. Mu Yun transformed into a demonic emperor with a monstrous aura. He did not care about Tao Tai's words and swept his spear over. Humph, no matter who you are, I will never forgive you for coveting Lord Heavenly Sovereign's skeleton. Tao Tai snorted coldly. The demonic aura on his body gushed out and turned into runes. These characters were prisoner, crime, sin, evil, exile, banishment, exile, and so on and so forth. Every single character carried an extremely ghastly aura, and it seemed as if it wanted to expel people from the myriad of worlds in the heavens and the earth and exile them into the boundless abyss. I curse you. I will banish you from the deep sea myriad realms and banish you to the endless primal chaos abyss. You will never be able to return to reality again. Tao Tai let out a solemn chant. Characters such as Banished to Heaven and Earth and Sinful Prisoner burst out like flying swords, attacking Mu Yun fiercely. It's the tattoo curse, be careful. Fairy Linglong exclaimed. If she was suppressed by the curse, she would be exiled to the abyss of chaos and would never be able to return to the real world. Just like those people in the void outside, she could only float in the void of the universe and exist like dust. Yes. Mu Yun did not panic when she saw the curse attack. She immediately released the Heaven Holy Runes. The Heaven Holy Runes burst out with a vast and holy radiance, resisting the impact of the tattoo curse. The Heaven Holy Runes were the nemesis of curses. They could resist the aura of all curses. However, under the Tao Tai's tattoo curse, Mu Yun's Heaven Holy Runes actually trembled and could not resist the attack of the tattoo curse. Crash, under the impact of the tattoo curse, the Heaven Holy Runes directly exploded and shattered. Endless curses ruthlessly pressed down on Mu Yun. What's going on? Mu Yun was shocked. She did not expect the Heaven Holy Runes to be broken. This Tao Tai is too powerful. Ordinary runes can't resist the curse it releases. Unless you can refine a level 2 Heaven Holy Runes. Fairy Linglong gritted her teeth. She already knew that the Tao Tai was powerful, but she did not expect it to be this powerful. To this extent. Even Mu Yun's Heaven Holy Runes could not resist the suppression of the tattoo curse. Level 2, Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. Although she had comprehended the method of refining runes, she could only refine level 1 runes. It was still quite difficult to refine level 2 runes. The power of level 1 runes was limited. Obviously, it could not resist the Tao Tai's attack. Bloodwing Bat King. At the critical moment, Mu Yun summoned the Bloodwing Bat King. A huge bat figure appeared in front of Mu Yun, blocking the impact of the curse for her. Chi, curse runes, prisoners, exiles, sinners, lowly, and other words were branded on the Bloodwing Bat King's body like tattoos. In the next moment, the Bloodwing Bat King let out a sorrowful cry. It was as if it was being pulled by a huge force and was being dragged into the chaos abyss outside. Mu Yun made a prompt decision and retrieved the Earth Origin book from the Bloodwing Bat King's body. This Saint Beast puppet could not be saved. In the blink of an eye, the Bloodwing Bat King was dragged into the chaos void. Its body floated up like a speck of dust drifting in the universe, never to return. This was the tattoo curse. It directly tattooed the person and banished him to the endless chaos abyss. If Mu Yun was a little slower, the person who would be banished would definitely be him. Damn it, it actually dodged my curse. The Tao Tai's expression was cold. It did not expect Mu Yun to be so decisive. She actually sacrificed a Saint Beast to block the impact of its curse. After executing the tattoo curse, the Tao Tai had exhausted a lot of energy. It looked tired and was panting. It's my turn. Mu Yun's gaze turned cold. She held the Crimson Spirit Spear tightly in her hand. A violent fiery aura wreaked havoc. The level 9 Heavenly Split Rune was activated. A tyrannical killing aura exploded like a landslide, causing people to be terrified. Level 9 rune? How is this possible? The Tao Tai immediately revealed a terrified expression. The lethality of a level 9 rune was simply heaven-defying. It did not expect Mu Yun's weapon to be branded with a level 9 rune. Moreover, it was the Heavenly Split Rune that represented killing and destruction. Under the level 9 Heavenly Split Rune, Mu Yun's Crimson Spirit Spear exploded with an extremely fierce aura. The surrounding evil aura instantly vanished. The sky and earth were clear and bright, and the sky was vast and mighty. There was no longer any trace of gloominess. 5 Calamities Earth Explosion Sword. Mu Yun roared towards the sky. She smashed the ground with her spear, and a majestic aura of the earth gushed out from her body. The entire ground rumbled, and earth thorns that were like heavenly swords burst out from the ground. The aura of the Crimson Spirit Spear was released. Every earth thorn was surrounded by the aura of runes. The majesty of the level 9 heavenly split rune bloomed on the earth thorns. The fierce aura was suffocating. Kill! Mu Yan waved her spear horizontally, and dozens of sharp earth thorns shot out like flying swords, fiercely stabbing towards the Tao Tai. He had cultivated this earth explosion sword for over 300 years. The power of 300 years of bitter cultivation was released at this moment. Endless earth thorns flying swords broke through the air and attacked the Tao Tai from all directions. The Tao Tai turned pale with fright. It raised its head and took a deep breath. The evil aura between heaven and earth rolled over, turning into a misty sea-like enchantment, protecting its side. Break! Mu Yan roared coldly. Dozens of earth thorns flying swords slashed down, directly breaking the Tao Tai's evil aura protection. Poochie, 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 there was a burst of dense sound of flesh exploding. Numerous earth thorns flying swords fiercely stabbed into the Tao Tai's body. The Tao Tai let out a mournful scream. Its body was torn into pieces, and it died on the spot. Mu Yan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had mastered the earth explosion sword. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to deal with this evil beast. The lethality of the earth explosion sword was comparable to the ultimate 6 arts. It was a true third-grade saint art. It was extremely powerful. The 5th tribulation is already so powerful. I wonder how powerful the 6th tribulation will be. Mu Yan secretly thought. The 6th tribulation of the 7 tribulations dragon-slaying art was called Blizzard Disaster. Its lethality was definitely much more powerful than the earth explosion sword. However, he recalled the situation in the ranking battle. At that time, the black-clothed swordswoman Liao Xue could not hurt Li Haoyan even if she used Blizzard Disaster. At that time, Li Haoyan was only a great saint. Now that he had broken through and become an ancient saint expert, his strength could be imagined. The more Mu Yan thought about it, the more he felt that Li Haoyan was terrifying. He shook his head and collected his thoughts. The most important thing now was to improve his strength as soon as possible. Buzz, after the Tao Tai died, a black crystal floated out of its body. This is the Tao Tai's violent origin crystal. It's quite rich in spiritual energy. Mu Yan, quickly keep it, Fairy Linglong said. Mu Yan nodded and immediately wanted to take the violent origin crystal. But suddenly, a golden figure flashed past and snatched the violent origin crystal at an extremely fast speed. Who is it? Mu Yan's face darkened. He focused and saw that the person who snatched it was a knight in golden armor. This knight in golden armor had a red cloak on his back. He had golden hair and dark green eyes. He was tall and strong. Looking at his appearance, he was obviously not from the Three Elements world. Are you from the Kuansu world? Mu Yan sized him up. This knight in golden armor was obviously from the Kuansu world. And this knight in golden armor's aura had already reached the extreme great saint realm. He was very powerful. Mu Yan secretly paid attention and did not dare to be careless. That's right. I am Rodhart, a knight of the Round Table under the Pope. May the King of the Realm bless you, respected stranger. The knight in golden armor smiled slightly. He clenched his right fist and placed it in front of his chest. He bowed to Mu Yan. Haha, Lord Rodhart, this crystal is mine. It's not appropriate for you to snatch it away. Mu Yan sneered. Under the orders of the Pope, everything here has been confiscated by the Holy Church. Respected stranger, please leave immediately. Otherwise, if you become an enemy of the Pope, I can only draw my sword. Rodhart had a smile on his face and spoke very politely. But his words carried a commanding tone that did not allow for discussion. Mu Yan was indifferent. The green-robed ancestor next to him could not help but sneer when he heard Rodhart's words. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Who do you think you are? How dare you make trouble in our Three Elements world? What bullshit Pope? I've never been afraid of him. Please don't insult the Pope. This is a capital crime enough to send you to the gallows. Rodhart's face was cold. He suddenly unsheathed his sword and cut off the green-robed ancestor's arm. The green-robed ancestor groaned and fell to the ground with a pale face. "Hey, green-robed old ghost, how are you?" Granny Black Lotus shouted. The green-robed ancestor had lost too much blood and was barely breathing. "Don't worry, I won't die yet." Granny Black Lotus was enraged when she saw how miserable he was. She glared at Rodhart and shouted, "Bastard! This old woman wants to see how great your ability is." As soon as she finished speaking, Granny Black Lotus darted out and appeared behind Rodhart like a ghost in an instant. "Ultimate instant kill technique," Granny Black Lotus shouted. It turned out that her technique was one of the ultimate 6 secret arts. It was called the ultimate instant kill technique and could kill people instantly. Muyan felt a sense of familiarity when he saw this scene. Granny Black Lotus's ultimate instant kill technique was similar to his instant kill ghost sword. However, it was obviously much more powerful than his instant kill ghost sword. The instant kill ghost sword was a second-grade movement technique, while this ultimate instant kill technique was a third-grade saint art. It was one of the famous ultimate 6 secret arts and was far more powerful than the instant kill ghost sword. It seems that my instant kill ghost sword was also derived from the ultimate instant kill technique. Muyan watched with rapt attention. His instant movement technique and instant kill of the ghost sword were clearly derived from the ultimate instant kill technique. This ultimate instant kill technique was the true instant movement killer move. Granny Black Lotus was indeed worthy of being the #1 Earth assassin. She actually possessed such a powerful saint art. Granny Black Lotus slammed her palm toward Rodhart fiercely. Her palm technique carried the sharp aura of the law of space as if it was going to crush the heavens. It was extremely ferocious. After the ultimate instant kill technique was used, her attack would also carry the aura of the law of space. With a raise of her hand, the aura of space would explode. It was very powerful. Granny Black Lotus's palm attack came suddenly, and Rodhart was caught off guard. However, Rodhart remained calm and did not panic at all. "Great Sage Battle Chi!" Rodhart hollered, and a white ray of light burst out of his body to protect his body. Bang! Granny Black Lotus struck Rodhart's protective combat energy with her palm, sending her flying while Rodhart didn't suffer any injuries at all. Ultimate Instakill Grand Magic, the legendary Ultimate 6 Incantations. You are indeed powerful. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is only at the lesser Great Sage level. Rodhart shook his head with an indifferent expression. There was no disdain or mockery on his face, but only indifference, as if Granny Black Lotus was an ant that he couldn't be bothered to look at. Granny Black Lotus's face turned ashen, and her entire body withered. Rodhart was only at the extreme level of the Great Sage realm, which was only 1 level higher than her. However, her sneak attack didn't have any effect at all. Instead, she was sent flying and injured. Granny Lien despaired. "The cultivation techniques of the Radiant Church are very different from yours. You great sages refine your golden body, but we refine our battle energy. Pure battle energy, the quintessence of life force, the blossoming of the soul. If you want to break through my battle energy, there's no way you'll be able to." Rodhart slowly pulled out his long sword. He looked majestic and handsome, as if he was a god of war who had jumped out of an epic myth. Even his voice carried a lofty aura. "I'll give you a chance. Cut off one of your arms as a punishment for offending me, and I'll let you go." He was alone, but facing Mu Yun, the green-robed Grandmaster, Granny Black Lotus, and Fairy Ling Long, he didn't show any fear. Instead, he looked down at everyone with a cold gaze. "Mu Yun, let's go. That man's Great Sage Battle Chi is incredibly powerful. Unless an ancient sage makes a move, no one will be able to break through his Battle Chi." "Let's get out of here," Fairy Ling Long said helplessly. Mu Yun's face darkened. She felt that Rodhart's strength was similar to Aoranwang's. However, Rodhart's Great Sage combat energy was too powerful. If she couldn't break through his combat energy, he wouldn't be able to do anything. "Sure, you can leave if you want. Esteemed madam, don't forget what I said. Chopping off an arm is your punishment," Rodhart said with a smile as he looked at Fairy Ling Long politely. Fairy Ling Long's face turned cold, and she didn't say anything. The green-robed Grandmaster couldn't take it anymore and cursed, "Son of a bitch, who do you think you are? How arrogant. I, the green-robed Grandmaster, would rather die today than be humiliated by you. The green-robed Grandmaster jumped up. Both of his arms had been cut off, and they were still bleeding. However, he didn't retreat at all. He charged forward madly, his hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were wide open, and a green flame was emitted from his body. The aura of the Green Mountain Will-O-the-Wisp engulfed his entire body, and he charged towards Rodhart. Rodhart stood still and didn't move at all. He looked at the green-robed Grandmaster indifferently as if he was looking at an old dog at the end of its road. The green-robed Grandmaster pounced on Rodhart, green flames burning around him. He laughed sinisterly and shouted, "Son of a bitch from another race, I'll take you down with me today." Explode. The green-robed Grandmaster roared, and the Green Mountain Will-O-the-Wisp in his body exploded. His body also self-destructed, and a violent explosion swept out. A mushroom cloud rose into the air, and dust billowed. "Green-robed old ghost!" Granny Black Lotus exclaimed. She didn't expect the green-robed Grandmaster to be so unyielding. He actually self-destructed to take Rodhart down with him. The green-robed Grandmaster was a great sage expert, and there was still a wisp of Green Mountain Will-O-the-Wisp in his body. His self-destruction was extremely destructive. The ground within a few miles collapsed, and a terrifying crater appeared. The world was in a mess. Mu Yun reacted quickly. She pulled Granny Black Lotus and Fairy Ling Long to a distance away, avoiding the impact of the explosion. When the dust settled, a golden-armored figure was still standing in the same place, emitting a white light. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Rodhart stood in the same place. His golden hair fluttered in the explosion, and his cloak also fluttered. He looked handsome, and the great sage battle chi on his body was still emitting a silver-white radiance. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation. Mu Yun's face changed. The destructive power of the green-robed Grandmaster's self-destruction was extremely terrifying. Even her green scale dragon armor couldn't withstand it. However, Rodhart's great sage battle chi easily blocked the impact of the explosion. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation. "This guy's battle chi is too strong." Mu Yun gasped. The strength of Rodhart's battle chi was beyond her imagination. "You guys still dare to attack? I'm sorry, but all of you are going to die today." Rodhart held his sword and flew over, pointing it at Mu Yun. Mu Yun's face darkened. She held the Crimson Spirit Spear tightly and was about to attack. However, Fairy Ling Long suddenly made her move. "You're really arrogant. If I don't make a move, you really think that there's no one in this world." Fairy Ling Long released an extremely powerful aura. It was the aura of an ancient sage. She had rested for a year, and her essence, chi, and spirit had recovered a lot. Although her blood was still weak, she at least had a chance to attack. This was her only chance. She didn't hesitate and attacked immediately. Rodhart's face also became serious. The aura of an ancient sage was very strong. He didn't dare to be careless. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk Rodhart retreated. He was very smart. He wasn't stupid enough to fight an ancient sage head-on. Fairy Ling Long only had one chance to attack. Her blood was too weak, and she couldn't withstand it. As long as Rodhart dodged her attack, she would be able to kill him immediately. "Heavenly Tao appearance, appear!" Fairy Ling Long bellowed as a brilliant light burst forth from her body. The silhouette of a jade-colored toad materialized behind her back. The toad figure was filled with a majestic Heavenly Tao aura. The Heavenly Tao aura was so strong that it was several times stronger than the sky-peering saint artifact. It was as if it could crush everything. Heavenly Tao appearance. This is the Heavenly Tao appearance. Mu Yun was shocked. The Heavenly Tao appearance was the symbol of an ancient sage. When an ancient sage condensed their aura, it would turn into the Heavenly Tao appearance. This Heavenly Tao appearance had the aura of the great Tao of heaven and earth, and it was extremely powerful. Boom! Fairy Ling Long's Heavenly Tao appearance was a jade toad. The moment the jade toad appeared, it slammed into Rodhart's body. Poochie, Rodhart spurted out a mouthful of blood. The great sage battle chi on his body collapsed and dissipated. The Heavenly Tao appearance is so powerful. Mu Yun's eyes widened. One had to know that Rodhart's great sage battle chi couldn't even be shaken by the self-destruction of the green-robed ancestor. However, Fairy Linglong's heavenly Dao appearance had crushed his great sage battle chi and caused him to spurt out blood. This was the strength of an ancient sage. This was the strength of an ancient sage. Thinking that Li Haoyan had already become an ancient sage, Mu Yan's heart sank. Fairy Linglong's aura was depleted, but her attack was already so powerful. If it was Li Haoyan who was at his peak, it would be unimaginable. Pucci, Fairy Linglong also spurted out blood. Her foundation was still too weak, and she was already at the end of her rope. This attack had caused the aura in her body to become turbulent, and her delicate body was on the verge of collapse. Esteemed lady, you are already at the end of your rope. Why are you still struggling? Forget it, let me send you on your way. Rodhart wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged forward with his sword. Fairy Linglong was on the verge of death. She couldn't hold on any longer and fell into Mu Yan's arms. Senior. Mu Yan gently hugged Fairy Linglong. She could feel that her delicate body was cold, and her face was pale. She had completely lost the ability to fight. You are nothing without your great sage battle chi. How dare you be so arrogant? Mu Yan snorted when she saw Rodhart charging at her. She held Fairy Linglong with one hand and swung her spear with the other. The ninth order sky-splitting rune emitted a dazzling light, and a strong murderous aura surged out. Bang! Asterisk buzz, asterisk a black crystal fell from Rodhart's body. It was the violent source of the Taotai beast. Mu Yan reacted quickly and snatched the violent source crystal back. Rodhart twisted his waist in the air and landed steadily on the ground. He looked at Mu Yan in surprise. You're so strong. You're only a middle grade saint. No matter how powerful your weapon is, you can't be so strong. After a pause, Rodhart suddenly realized something and exclaimed, could it be that you're Mu Yan? Mu Yan was silent. It seemed that his reputation had spread to the Kuan-Su world. Even Rodhart knew him. Yes, it's me. Mu Yan held the Crimson Spirit Spear tightly. Rodhart's great saint battle chi had been destroyed by Fairy Linglong. He could fight. So it's you. No wonder you're so strong. Forget it, I'll let you go for now. When my great saint battle chi recovers, I'll come and fight you again. Rodhart didn't hesitate and turned to leave. He was very smart. Without the protection of his great saint battle chi, he would never fight with Mu Yan. Even if he wanted to escape, he was still so thick-skinned. Mu Yan saw him leave and didn't chase after him. He wasn't confident that he could win. The arm bone of the heavenly venerative calamity was nearby. If Rodhart left, no one would come to snatch it. Naturally, it was the best. Senior, how are you? Mu Yan looked at Fairy Linglong in his arms. Fairy Linglong's face was pale and looked sad. I'm fine. I won't die. My lifespan can last for at least 200 to 300 years. Fairy Linglong smiled. 200 to 300 years, Mu Yan smiled bitterly. In such a short period of time, Fairy Linglong would probably fall in the blink of an eye. As long as I find the heavenly venerate's skeleton and sense his aura, I can find him in 200 to 300 years. Fairy Linglong struggled to stand up and walked to a remote corner. She pointed to the ground and said, the heavenly venerate's arm bone is buried underground. Hurry up and dig it out. Okay. Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately rushed over and dug the soil. Granny Black Lotus stood guard at the side, keeping her guard up. Mu Yan dug deeper. Suddenly, a gust of black gas gushed out. An intense stench was also spreading. Found it. Mu Yan was overjoyed. After the black gas dissipated, a white skeleton appeared from the ground. This was an arm bone that was formed from the fusion of the bones of two arms, and it was coiled with a mist-like black chi that ceaselessly emitted a foul smell. So this is the arm bone of Lord Celestial. This is great. With this bone, I can sense Lord Celestial's aura. Fairy Linglong exclaimed as she took the arm bone. Tears welled up in her eyes. Mu Yan said, Senior, this arm bone is a combination of two arms. Can you break it down and give it to me? I also need Lord Heavenly Venerable's skeleton. This seamless place was full of dangers. It was not advisable to stay here for long. Muyun only wanted to get a piece of bone immediately and then return to Xianxia Treasure Mountain to report on her mission. No, if I break it down, the spirit chi of this arm bone will disperse, and it will be useless. Fairy Linglong shook her head. Muyun's heart sank. This was troublesome. There was only one arm bone, and it could not be broken down. If Fairy Linglong wanted it, so did he. Senior, I need at least one bone, but we only have one arm bone. It's obviously not enough to go around. Muyun smiled bitterly. Sigh, then there's no other way. We can only continue to search for other bones. With the arm bone, we can sense the existence of the leg bone. Fairy Linglong shook her head and sighed. This seamless place was full of dangers. If they continued to search, they would probably encounter an unexpected disaster. However, there was only one arm bone. Both Muyun and her wanted it, but it was obviously not enough to go around. They could only continue to search. With the arm bone, they could sense the location of the leg bone. Then we can only continue to look for the leg bone. Muyun pondered. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and searching for bones was the same. The most difficult thing was to find the first bone, but as long as they found the first bone, the rest would be much easier. The leg bone is also guarded by a fierce beast. Although your strength has improved a lot, it won't be that easy to defeat the guardian beast of the leg bone, Fairy Linglong said. Senior, do you still want me to continue cultivating? Yes, you have to at least reach the 6th level of the 7 Tribulations dragon-slaying art, Blizzard Disaster. Otherwise, you won't be able to defeat the fierce beast guarding the leg bone. Moreover, if you encounter that Knight of the Round Table again, your strength is obviously not enough. That's true. Muyun smiled bitterly. Rodhart's strength was very strong. It would be difficult to deal with him when he recovered his great Saint Battle Chi. The power of Blizzard Disaster is more powerful than the ultimate 6 arts. It's even comparable to the legendary 4th grade Saint Arts. If you can master this move, you can at least contend against that Knight of the Round Table. Alright, I'll go and cultivate now. Senior, you should rest well too. When I come out, we'll set off together. Okay. Fairy Linglong nodded. Muyun didn't say anything else. He told Granny Black Lotus to take care of Fairy Linglong while he had the snow-devouring toad guard her. At the same time, he was also monitoring Fairy Linglong to prevent her from stealing the arm bone and running away. The remains of the Heavenly Sovereign of Calamity were very important. Muyun couldn't be at ease. Although he believed in Fairy Linglong's character, it was never wrong to be careful. With the snow-devouring toad looking after her, he could be at ease. Muyun quietly took out the Scroll of the Gods and directly entered the world of the Life and Death Secret Pavilion. He began cultivating the 6th level of the 7 Tribulations dragon-slaying art, Blizzard Disaster. The 7 Tribulations dragon-slaying art was a cultivation technique that the Heavenly Sovereign of Calamity had passed down to Jade Toad House in ancient times. This cultivation technique had 7 levels, but the 7th level was too difficult to cultivate. Even Fairy Linglong and Liao Shui couldn't cultivate it. It could be said that the 6th level of the 7 Tribulations dragon-slaying art was the most powerful because the 7th level was almost impossible to cultivate. It was like a mirage. 6 Tribulations Snow, Blizzard Disaster. The power of this level was much more powerful than the legendary Ultimate 6 arts. It was comparable to a 4th grade Saint Art. Before he started cultivating, Muyun took out the Violent Origin Crystal of the Taotai Beast and refined it. This Violent Origin Crystal contained an extremely abundant amount of spiritual energy. Crack, the Violent Origin Crystal shattered, and wisps of vigorous spiritual energy flowed out. This spiritual energy was very majestic, but it was mixed with a lot of vicious chi. Muyun didn't panic. He activated his bloodline's purification talent and purified the impurities of the vicious chi. Then, he absorbed the remaining spiritual energy and continuously broke through to the lifeline realm. His cultivation had already reached the intermediate Great Saint realm, but compared to Ao Runwang and Rodhart, there was still a huge gap, let alone Li Haoyin. Muyun took a deep breath and began to break through to the intermediate Great Saint realm. If he could break through to the intermediate Great Saint realm, the gap between him and others would be greatly reduced. However, the amount of spiritual energy needed to break through to the intermediate Great Saint realm was simply astronomical. He absorbed all the spiritual energy in the violent origin crystal, but his cultivation didn't show any signs of breaking through. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to break through. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. He absorbed all the spiritual energy in the violent origin crystal, but his cultivation didn't break through at all. Instead, his 9 transformations of the evil path had a breakthrough. Crash, Mu Yun felt the demonic blood and evil energy in his body surging, giving birth to traces of plague energy. The god of plague's transformation broke through again. The plague seed in Mu Yun's body, other than the word human, the word earth also appeared. The aura of the earth plague was instantly born. Thousands of miles of scarlet land, floods and locusts were everywhere. The billowing aura of the earth plague spread throughout his body. He was like the incarnation of the plague, and a great plague aura shrouded his body with every movement. This plague aura was many times stronger than the plague emperor Su Yin. The god of plague's transformation, the earth plague realm, has finally broken through. Mu Yun's mind moved. After absorbing the spiritual energy in the violent origin crystal, although his cultivation didn't break through, at least the 9 transformations of the evil path had broken through. At this moment, his god of plague's transformation had broken through and reached the earth plague realm. Just one more step, and his god of plague's transformation would reach the greater perfection realm. Mu Yun waved his hand, and the crimson spirit spear appeared in his hand. He held the spear tightly, and a tyrannical plague aura poured into the spear. The entire spear exploded with a terrifying plague aura, and thousands of miles of scarlet land, floods, famine locusts and so on appeared in the void. Insects and other terrifying illusions were terrifying. Very good. With the earth plague aura, I can at least shake Rodhart's great saint battle chi. Mu Yun nodded with satisfaction. Rodhart's great saint battle chi was extremely powerful. Even the explosion of the green-robed ancestor couldn't shake it. But now that he had broken through to the earth plague realm, he at least had the confidence to shake Rodhart. But it was still very difficult to defeat Rodhart. Mu Yun continued to cultivate. He wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible. 6 Calamity Snow, Blizzard Disaster. In the following time, Mu Yun focused on cultivating this set of cultivation technique. Every day, he would fight with the Emperor's shadow to sharpen his understanding. In the blink of an eye, more than 300 years had passed, but Mu Yun still hadn't mastered the Blizzard Disaster. Damn it. This move is actually so difficult. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that he still couldn't master it after 300 years. A year had passed in the outside world. He was very close to mastering the Blizzard Disaster, but he just lacked an opportunity. Mu Yun had no choice but to come out of the Scroll of the Gods. Because he didn't have much time, the special passage provided by Fairy Xianxia could only last for 3 years. Now, 2 years had passed. How is it? Have you mastered it? Fairy Linglong saw Mu Yun come out and immediately smiled. She thought that Mu Yun had mastered it because Mu Yun also took a year to master the Earth Explosion Sword. It's useless. This move is too difficult. I still can't master it. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and shook his head. The lethality of the Blizzard Disaster was even more powerful than the ultimate 6 arts. But behind this power, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Even Mu Yun didn't master it after 300 years. What a pity, Fairy Linglong felt pity. She thought that Mu Yun could really master it. Alright, let's set off now. Fairy Linglong nodded and immediately set off with Mu Yun and Granny Black Lotus, rushing towards the location of the leg bone. The seamless land was filled with powerful violent beasts. Fortunately, Mu Yun and Granny Black Lotus were powerful enough to deal with ordinary violent beasts, so there wasn't much danger. While they were moving, Mu Yun suddenly felt a strong aura of lifespan, as if there was an endless lifespan active in the surroundings. Be careful, Minghe Wang Su might be nearby, said Fairy Linglong. Minghe Wang Su? Mu Yun's eyes narrowed. She had heard of Minghe Wang Su before. He was the #1 freak in the 3 Yuan realm, the reincarnation of the main character of the mortal Yuan brush. He had 99 million lives, and was also the elder brother of Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu, who was ranked 4th on the experts' ranking. Haha, Fairy Linglong, Brother Mu Yun, I've heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you. A handsome figure slowly appeared. It was a young man in a long robe, exuding an extremely strong aura of lifespan. His lifespan had reached a terrifying level, an endless lifespan was constantly exuding from him. Fairy Linglong had a complicated expression. She was already at the end of her life, but this man had endless lifespan, which was as dazzling as the sun, making her envious. Are you Minghe Wangsu? Mu Yun held the Crimson Spirit Spear and was on guard. Minghe Wangsu was an expert of the Great Sage realm. His strength wasn't as strong as Heavenly Marquis Wanyu, but his ranking on the experts' ranking was one rank higher than Heavenly Marquis Wanyu. He was only second to Li Haoyan, Shi Tianlai, and Bai Qinghe. This was because he had 99 million lives. His lifespan was just too terrifying. No one in the entire Three Elements realm could kill him. Even Li Haoyan couldn't kill him. His lifespan was just too long. That's right, I'm Wang Su. Don't misunderstand, I have no ill intentions. Minghe Wangsu smiled with a kind expression. Oh, then why are you here? Mu Yun was on guard and didn't let her guard down. Heavenly Marquis Wanyu had already sided with Li Haoyan, and this Minghe Wangsu wasn't a kind person. I want to die. Wangsu slowly spat out these 3 words with a smile on his face. What did you say? Mu Yun was stunned and almost thought that she had heard wrongly. I said, I want to die. Wangsu sighed and said, my lifespan is too long. Living is a very painful thing. I only wanted to die, but I didn't expect that even the vast Sky Sage couldn't kill me. At most, he could only imprison me. But I only wanted to die, I didn't want to die as a prisoner. Mu Yun was completely stunned. Wangsu's words were too shocking. She had never heard of anyone wanting to die. I heard that the Seamless Land is the most dangerous place in the world. That's why I came. I only wanted to die. I sacrificed 1 million lives to open the entrance to the Seamless Land. But I had too many lives. Even if I sacrificed 1 million, I would still have 9,800. Even if I wanted to die, I couldn't. Minghe Wangsu sighed and looked distressed. Mu Yun and Fairy Linglong looked at each other, unable to say a word. Judging from Wangsu's appearance, he did not have the slightest bit of ill intent, but his request was too outrageous. He actually wanted to die. Fairy Linglong's lifespan was exhausted, and it was difficult for her to survive. However, Minghe Wangsu's lifespan was so thick that it defied the heavens. This huge difference made them not know whether to laugh or cry. Mu Yun, I heard that the mortal yuan brush is in your hands. In this world, the sharpest thing isn't the sword or saber, but the tip of the brush. The sword or saber can't kill me, but the tip of the brush might. Moreover, I'm the reincarnation of the mortal yuan brush. It can suppress me. So I want to beg you. You must kill me. As long as you can kill me, I'm willing to give you the ultimate roaming dragon chi. This ultimate roaming dragon chi is one of the ultimate 6 arts. The dragon chi is majestic and can suppress all the demonic beasts in the world. It can deal 10 times the damage of ordinary demonic beasts. Minghe Wangsu took out a scroll. The scroll emitted a golden light, and the words ultimate roaming dragon chi were printed on it. Traces of dragon aura spread out from the scroll. Mu Yun's heart moved. Among the ultimate 6 arts, the ultimate roaming dragon chi was the most special existence. This kind of saint art was very useful against demonic beasts. It could deal 10 times the damage. I know you came to the Seamless Land for that person's corpse. But each corpse is guarded by a powerful vicious beast. As long as you can cultivate my ultimate roaming dragon energy, killing those vicious beasts will be a piece of cake. You'll be able to deal 10 times the damage, right? 10 times the damage. Is what you said true? Mu Yun's gaze focused. It would be best if she could get the ultimate roaming dragon chi. This saint art was simply the nemesis of demonic beasts. 10 times the damage was extremely terrifying. Almost no demonic beast could withstand it. Of course it's true. As long as you can kill me, I can give you anything. Minghe Wangsu's expression was solemn. He wasn't joking. Mu Yun laughed involuntarily. This was the first time she heard such a strange request. Alright, I'll give it a try. Mu Yun nodded. She took out the mortal origin brush and poured her blood essence into it. The tip of the brush suddenly bloomed with a dazzling blood light. A sharp aura burst out. Very good. Come over quickly and kill me. Ming He Wang's face was filled with excitement. He opened his arms as if he was welcoming death. Mu Yun glanced at Fairy Linglong. Fairy Linglong nodded and said, Go. If she could really kill Ming He Wang Su, this ultimate roaming dragon chi would naturally be Mu Yun's. If she mastered the ultimate roaming dragon chi, it would be much easier to deal with the evil beasts. 10 times the damage was simply heaven-defying. No demonic beast could withstand it. Mu Yun took a deep breath. She raised the brush and stabbed towards Ming He Wang's heart. Ming He Wang still opened his arms and didn't resist. Mu Yun stabbed out with the brush and ruthlessly pierced Ming He Wang's heart. However, no blood flowed out. After Ming He Wang's heart was pierced, the wound healed instantly. Not even a scar was left. Mu Yun was stunned. She couldn't believe her eyes. Very good. You killed one of my lives. However, I have more than 90 million lives. Hurry up, or you won't be able to kill me. Ming He Wang sighed. Mu Yun's expression changed. She couldn't believe it. She waved the brush and slit Ming He Wang's throat. Then, she chopped off his head. Ming He Wang's head fell to the ground. It bounced up in an instant and closed around his neck. There wasn't even a scar. This scene was too strange. It made one's hair stand on end. His head was chopped off, but he could still jump back. Not even blood flowed out. Impossible. How is this possible? Mu Yun was stunned. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't dare to believe it. Sigh, I already said that my life is too long. Even the vast sky sage can't kill me. You have to think of a way to kill me quickly. Ming He Wang sighed. Mu Yun waved the brush and stabbed wildly. Every stroke hit Ming He Wang's vital points. However, he had too many lives. Mu Yun couldn't kill all of them. After a tiring day, Ming He Wang was still full of energy. However, Mu Yun was so tired that she was panting. You monster, Mu Yun's arms were sore. She struggled to hold the mortal origin brush. She was too lazy to do anything else. This Ming He Wang couldn't be killed no matter how hard she tried. It seems like you can't kill me either. Ming He Wang smiled bitterly. Fairy Linglong said, Mu Yun, don't waste your energy. This person is the #1 freak in the world. You can't kill him unless you can kill Ao Renwang and refine him. Ao Renwang is the weapon spirit of the mortal origin brush. As long as you can refine him, the mortal origin brush will be able to use its full power. At that time, if you want to kill this person, it will be as easy as flipping your hand. Mu Yun's expression was grave. Ao Renwang is an extreme supreme sage expert. He's not that easy to deal with. Ming He Wang said, no matter how difficult it is to deal with Ao Renwang, he's not as troublesome as me. I'll cooperate with you. Let's deal with Ao Renwang together. As long as we can restore the mortal origin brush's power, I can die. Apart from the mortal origin brush, nothing could kill Ming He Wang Su. If the mortal origin brush could really restore its power, he would naturally get what he wanted and die smoothly. Alright. Since you're willing to cooperate, it's naturally for the best. Mu Yun nodded. Ming He Wang Su was an expert ranked 4th on the experts ranking. His cultivation was at the peak of the supreme sage realm. He was quite powerful. With his help, it would be much easier to deal with Ao Renwang. But I don't know where Ao Renwang is, Mu Yun whispered. I know. I can sense that guy's aura. Let's go and find him. Ming He Wang took the lead and rushed forward. Mu Yun and Fairy Linglong looked at each other and immediately followed behind him. Granny Black Lotus also followed. Fairy Linglong's eyes were filled with a complicated expression. It was difficult for her to live, but Ming He Wang only wanted to die. Ming He Wang's lifespan was still incomparably rich. His entire person seemed to be made purely out of lifespan. His endless lifespan was enviable. The four of them flew all the way. Fairy Linglong quietly moved closer to Mu Yun's ear and said, "This seems to be the direction to the leg bone. Could it be that Ao Renwang has already snatched the leg bone?" Mu Yun's face darkened. If the leg bone was snatched by Ao Renwang, then it would be troublesome. The four of them quickly arrived at the place where the leg bone was and found that it was a mess. There were traces of digging in the soil, and there was no one around. The aura of Ao Renwang and the leg bone had completely disappeared. Not good. Someone beat us to it and snatched the leg bone. Fairy Linglong's face changed when she saw that the leg bone was gone. Impossible. The leg bone's guardian beast is called Kuainyo. It's very powerful. Ao Renwang is alone. It's impossible for him to snatch the leg bone. Minghe Wangsa shook his head and looked around. But he didn't see Ao Renwang's figure. Ao Renwang's aura and the leg bone had disappeared together. Damn it. Where did Ao Renwang go? Mu Yun gritted her teeth. If Ao Renwang snatched the leg bone, she and Fairy Linglong only had one arm bone. It was obviously not enough to split. An old figure walked out of the darkness. It was a hale and hearty old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. However, his back was straight and his eyes were filled with youthful sharpness. He didn't look old at all. Every wrinkle on his face seemed to be the crystallization of time and wisdom. "May I know who you are?" Mu Yun was on guard. "I'm from the Divination Pavilion," said Fairy Linglong. The Divination Pavilion. Mu Yun's expression changed. The Divination Pavilion was an extremely mysterious force in the Kanglan myriad worlds. They were active in the various worlds and no one knew where they were located. They only knew that the Divination Pavilion was the best in the world. There were very few people in the world who didn't know about them. They knew about it. The Divination Pavilion's business was to sell information. When Mu Yun's 9 wives were taken away by various major forces, the news came from the Divination Pavilion. Fairy Linglong was trapped in the Seamless Land, but she knew everything that happened outside. It was the Divination Pavilion who told her. "Master Macho, we meet again." Fairy Linglong bowed and greeted him politely. No need to be so polite. Ao Renwang has already reached the half-step ancient saint realm. He has completely concealed his aura, so you can't sense his aura, said Master Macho. Half-step ancient saint? Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Half-step ancient saint already had the blood essence and cultivation of an ancient saint. However, he hadn't cultivated the heavenly Tao avatar, so he couldn't be considered a true ancient saint. If Ao Renwang had already reached the half-step ancient saint realm, it would be troublesome. It wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Is he the one who took the leg bone? Asked Fairy Linglong. Sorry, I can't say more. If you want to know more information, show some sincerity first. Master Macho smiled and rubbed his fingers. He was obviously asking for benefits. The Divination Pavilion's business was to sell information. What do you want? Mu Yun asked in a deep voice. The 10 famed swords. How many swords do you have? Give them all to me and I can tell you the details. Master Macho stared at Mu Yun. You're asking for too much. Mu Yun's expression was slightly cold. The 10 great swords were rather precious weapons. Each of them had their own unique sharpness. Although their lethality could not be compared to his Crimson Spirit Spear, they were definitely not ordinary items. As soon as Master Macho opened his mouth, he wanted to ask for all the famed swords in his possession. He was obviously asking for too much. Hee, Mu Yun, my information will definitely not disappoint you. If you are willing to increase the price, such as giving me another Saint Beast puppet, I can tell you the information about your wife. Master Macho said with a smile. Where are my wives? Mu Yun's heart was beating wildly. He used love to prove his Tao. What he wanted the most in his heart was to reunite with Qin Mengyao, Meng Zimo, and the others. However, they were taken away by various forces. He never knew where they were. But now, Master Macho actually said that he could tell him information about his wife. Give me all the famed swords in your possession and a Saint Beast puppet, then I'll tell you, Master Macho said with a smile. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. Without any hesitation, he directly gave the killing sword, violent sword, blood drinker sword, bright moon sword, and other weapons to Master Macho. Anyway, he already had the Crimson Spirit Spear in his hand. Although these famed swords were precious, there was no harm in giving them away, as long as he could find out news about Meng Zimo and the others. There was also the snow-devouring toad. Mu Yun took back the snow-devouring toad and gave it to Master Macho. The snow-devouring toad had accompanied Mu Yun for a long time. Now that he had to give it away, Mu Yun also felt a little heartache. However, in order to find out news about his wives, he did not care so much. Very good, very straightforward. Hee hee. Master Macho laughed, kept the weapons and the Saint Beast puppet, and said, "First, I'll tell you that Ao Renwang has already snatched the leg bone and is now preparing to refine it. The leg bone's guardian beast, Kuan Yo, has long submitted to Northern Abyss Bear, so Ao Renwang did not have the slightest obstacle and directly snatched the leg bone." Northern Abyss Bear? Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. This Northern Abyss Bear was one of the top 10 ancient sacred beasts. He had already cultivated a human form. In this year's expert list, Northern Abyss Bear was ranked 6th. His strength was quite impressive, and he was at the Great Sage Realm. Although the Northern Abyss Bear was not as strong as Ao Renwang, he was still a saint beast that took human form. He was very good at subduing beasts. It was said that he used to be the guardian beast of the Valley of Beasts. After he escaped, he controlled the Valley of Beasts. He had mastered many beast-taming methods. But Mu Yun did not expect that Northern Abyss Bear could even subdue violent beasts. It turned out that the leg bone's guardian beast, Kuan Yo, had already been subdued by him, so Ao Renwang was able to snatch the leg bone very smoothly. Set off from here and walk 30 miles north. You'll see a bronze tree where Ao Renwang is hiding to refine the leg bone. If you go any later, I'm afraid the leg bone will be refined by him, said Master Macho. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. Xianxia was anxious. At this time Ao Renwang had already become a half-step ancient saint, but at least he had not cultivated the heavenly path Dharma form. There was still room for recovery. But if Ao Renwang refined the leg bone, his cultivation would soar again. He would break through and become a true ancient saint. At that time it would be too late to say anything. Wait. Mu Yun stopped Xianxia, stared at Master Macho, and asked, "You haven't told me the news of my wives. 8 of your 9 wives are in the worlds of advanced races. Even if I tell you, you can't go there. But there's one called Xianxia. She wanted to find you, but she accidentally entered the Kuan-Su world and was imprisoned by the Guild of Death. If you want to save her, go to the Kuan-Su world," said Master Macho. The Guild of Death? Mu Yun's expression changed. The Guild of Death was a major force in the Kuan-Su world. When he was at the Xianxia Treasure Mountain, he saw a person called Dajar, who was from the Guild of Death. How could she be imprisoned by the Guild of Death? Mu Yun was anxious. He did not expect Xianxia to be imprisoned by the Guild of Death. At that time it was the people of the Pill Emperor's mansion who took her away. The Pill Emperor's mansion paid a huge price. Why didn't they protect her well? I don't know, but she's not in danger for the time being. You don't have to worry, said Master Macho. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. How could he not be worried? If something happened to Xianxia, what was the point of his cultivation? It seemed that he had to find a way to go to the Kuan-Su world and save Xianxia. Mu Yun, calm down. Fairy Linglong gently hugged Mu Yun's shoulder and said, the most important thing now is to find Ao Renwang. We must get the leg bone back. Okay. Mu Yun calmed himself down and nodded. It was useless to worry about Xianxia now. It was better to solve the problem at hand first. The 9 women were taken away by powerful human forces. Now, he found out that one of them, Xianxia, was in danger. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Master Macho cupped his hands and disappeared into the darkness. The people of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion came and went like ghosts, disappearing without a trace. Now that Master Macho had left, it would be difficult for Mu Yun to find him again. Fortunately, he had already found out some very important news. His wives were all fine, and only Xianxia was imprisoned by the Undead Guild. Imprisoned. Mu Yun and the other three set off directly and rushed to the north. 30 miles away, they saw a big bronze tree. This big tree was completely made of bronze. Every branch and leaf was made of ancient bronze. The whole tree went straight to the sky, and the top couldn't be seen. And at the top of the big bronze tree, there were human heads hanging. These human heads were hideous and horrifying, and they died tragically. They floated in the wind, and the surrounding atmosphere was also very gloomy. Mu Yun felt a chill all over. The densely packed human heads hanging on the tree seemed to fall down at any time. These are the enemies killed by the Lord Heavenly Venerable. Fairy Linglong's eyes were filled with fascination as she said, other than the 8 ultimate curses, Lord Heavenly Venerable also created a parting curse. When he plays a parting song, the heads of his enemies will fall off from their bodies. These heads are his spoils of war. Mu Yun felt her scalp go numb, and a chill ran down her spine. She didn't expect the Lord Heavenly Venerable of Calamity to have such a hobby. Fairy Linglong smiled bitterly and said, however, after the Lord Heavenly Venerable severed the corpses to prove his Tao, he no longer has a trace of evil in his heart. He also won't have such a bloody hobby anymore. Let's not talk about this anymore. Ming He waved his hand and stared at the big bronze tree in front of him. If that old man from the prophecy pavilion didn't lie to us, Ao Renwang is inside. Ming He's eyes lit up. As long as he could kill Ao Renwang, the mortal Yuan brush would recover its power. At that time, he would get what he wanted and die smoothly. How do we go in? Granny Black Lotus stood out and carefully looked at the big bronze tree, but she didn't find any tree hole entrance. It's okay, we don't need to go in. We can just force Ao Renwang out. Ming He chuckled and suddenly rushed under the big bronze tree. He punched out fiercely, and with a boom, he hit the tree trunk. Clang, the big bronze tree let out a loud vibration. If someone was inside, their ears would have bled from the vibration. Good idea. Granny Black Lotus flicked her finger and released the demonic lotus dew, which landed on the big bronze tree. Suddenly, the whole tree emitted cold air, and under the attack of the cold air, the leaves were frozen. Seeing this, Mu Yun also flicked out 2 drops of heavenly dew, which continuously attacked the big bronze tree. If Ao Renwang was inside, he wouldn't be able to take it and would be forced out. Who dares to hurt the ancient war tree? At this moment, a cold shout sounded. A red-robed man flew over from afar. This red-robed man looked like a skeleton, and his body was very thin. His skin was almost transparent, and one could see his bones. He wore a red robe with a green maple leaf pattern on it. When Mu Yun saw his appearance, she immediately exclaimed, Dagar, it's you. This man was from the Kuan-Su World's Undead Spirit Guild. He, Mu Yun, Fairy Linglong, Ming He, Wang Su, and the #1 assassin of the Assassin Guild, Granny Black Lotus. You are all important figures. In the name of the Realm King, I give you my sincere blessings. Dagar gave a faint smile and bowed in salute. Dagar, you are not dead. Mu Yun's face darkened. She thought that Dagar was really torn into pieces by Yu Wudao. It turned out that he was still alive and was a supreme great sage expert. Back then in the land of extremists, it was only my living corpse puppet that died. Dagar smiled. So that's how it is. Mu Yun came to a realization. Back then, Yu Wudao had only killed a living puppet, while Davar himself was an extreme great saint. Everyone, you came to the Seamless Land to find that person's skeleton. I am not interested in snatching it from you. I just want this bronze tree. I hope you can leave. Dagar's tone was kind. Although he was a supreme great sage expert, he did not dare to be careless or arrogant in front of Mu Yun and the others. We can't give this tree to him. Right at this moment, another figure appeared. It was a majestic golden-armored knight. Mu Yun saw him, and her face changed slightly. Rodhart, this golden-armored knight was Rodhart, a knight of the Round Table under the Pope. He was also a supreme great sage expert. This bronze tree is one of the 10 sacred artifacts of our Kuan-Su world, the ancient war tree. It must not fall into the hands of the undead guild. Rodhart looked righteous and glared at Dagar. Mu Yun and the others looked at each other. They did not expect this bronze tree to have such a great background. It turned out to be one of the sacred artifacts of the Kuan-Su world called the Ancient War Tree. Mu Yun looked at the Ancient War Tree and suddenly felt an unusually majestic aura. If he could keep the Ancient War Tree in the Blue Sky Underworld map, the aura of the Blue Sky Underworld map would definitely be strengthened. Rodhart, why are you here? When Dagar saw Rodhart, the smile on his face stiffened, and his eyes turned cold. His Majesty the Pope has long received news that your undead guild wants to snatch the Ancient of War Tree. But I'm sorry, this Ancient of War Tree belongs to the Holy See. His Majesty the Pope wants all the bones in this place, Rodhart said coldly. Everyone, did you hear that? He wants to snatch the skeleton from you. He's your enemy. Let's join hands and kill him first, Dajar shouted. Mu Yun and the rest were unmoved. They were all smart people and would obviously not be used by Dagar. Who was making a ruckus outside? Suddenly, a crack appeared on the Ancient War Tree, and a figure flew out. Proud Human King. Mu Yun's gaze froze. Ao Ren Wang had finally appeared. Proud Monarch's aura was incredibly powerful, far beyond the great sage level. He had the aura of an ancient sage. He's indeed a half-ancient sage. Mu Yun's heart sank. Proud Human King had indeed advanced and reached the half-ancient sage level. The only difference between him and an ancient sage was that he had yet to cultivate the heavenly path Dharma form. However, Proud Human King's appearance was rather wretched. His hair and clothes were covered in frost. Clearly, he had suffered the impact of the heavenly dew. As for his legs, there was no flesh at all. They were completely white bones. A pair of white bone legs supported his body. He swayed as if he would fall at any time. It's all because of you bastards that I failed to refine. Proud Human King gritted his teeth and glared at everyone. Wangsa said happily, you deserve it. How can it be so easy for you to refine your leg bones? Wangsa had a gloating look on his face. Under their harassment, Proud Human King failed to refine his leg bones. At this time, he had already suffered a backlash. The flesh on his legs had all been lost, leaving only the eerie white bones. It was very terrifying. A bunch of bastards, I will kill all of you today. Ao Ren Wang's face was filled with rage as he roared loudly. Wangsa laughed and said, come on, you're only one person. Do you think you can kill all of us? I've already advanced to the half-ancient sage level. The strength of an ancient sage is not something you can imagine. In my eyes, you're just a bunch of ants. Proud Human King's face was cold. He suddenly punched out and ruthlessly hit Wangsa's head. Poochie, he ordered Wangsa's head to explode, but no blood or brain matter flowed out. After his head exploded, it quickly regenerated. I'm so scared. You better kill me. I have millions of lives. Wangsa sneered. He had too many lives, so many that he was tired of living. He only wanted to die. If Proud Human King could kill him, it would satisfy his request. Trash, you have endless life. I will give you endless pain. I will imprison you and torture you every day. You will never be reincarnated. Proud Human King waved his hand and took out a sword. The sword was huge. It was a heavy sword. The sword was pieced together by pieces of armor. It could be dismantled and reassembled. The fourth famous sword, the Broken Army Swordsman Armor. Mu Yun recognized the heavy sword. It was the Broken Army Swordsman Armor that was ranked fourth among the 10 famous swords. Among the 10 famous swords, the Broken Army Swordsman Armor was very special. It looked like a sword but was actually a set of swordsman armor. It could be dismantled and reassembled into various weapons. Kacha. Proud Human King dismantled the Broken Army Swordsman Armor and pieced the armor pieces together to form a metal cage. Rumble. Proud Human King pressed his palm down, and the metal cage pressed down on Wangsu. Wangsu's expression changed. He only wanted to die, not be imprisoned and tortured. He immediately retreated, trying to avoid Proud Human King's attack. You want to run away from me? Die. Ao Renwang roared and waved his hand. A powerful suction force was released, directly grabbing Wang Su and locking him in a metal cage, suppressing and imprisoning him. Let me out. Wang Su roared. Haha, weren't you very arrogant just now? I can't kill you, but you can forget about escaping in this lifetime. Proud Human King's face was cold. Mu Yan's expression turned serious when she saw his powerful means. Wang Su was not an ordinary person. He was the fourth strongest on the experts' ranking. However, in front of Proud Human King, he could not resist at all and was directly captured and imprisoned. Chi, all of a sudden, a figure charged out from behind Ao Renwang. Ultimate instant kill technique. Granny Black Lotus shouted and directly launched a sneak attack. She instantly teleported behind Proud Human King and stabbed at his back with a dagger. You're courting death. Proud Human King did not even look. He grabbed Granny Black Lotus's body, threw her to the ground, and stomped on her twice. Granny Black Lotus spat out a mouthful of blood. Her stomach was crushed by Proud Human King, and her intestines and organs flowed out. It seemed that she would not survive. Mu Yan's expression changed. Granny Black Lotus was the #1 assassin in the Earth Realm. She was a great sage expert, and she had launched a sneak attack. However, she did not expect Proud Human King to counterattack and stomp her to death. A great sage expert was trampled to death like an ant. This way of dying was too cowardly. Mu Yun was dumbfounded and could not say a word. Rodhart, Dagar, and Fairy Linglong were also dumbfounded. Half-step ancient sage is so terrifying? I don't believe it. Rodhart's expression darkened. He pulled out his sword and charged at Proud Human King. White light exploded from his sword, and a dazzling battle chi was released. Battle chi? Haha, how can a foreign race's little trick withstand a single blow? Today, I'll show you what a true divine ability is. Proud Human King smiled disdainfully and punched out. Ultimate Demon Wolf Fist. Above his fist, a green fist light exploded. As the fist light surged, it transformed into the appearance of a demonic wolf. This demonic wolf held at the sky and erupted with an aura that could tear apart the heavens. When he punched out, it was as if he wanted to shatter the universe. His might was extremely strong. It was simply heaven-defying. Mu Yan's ears were filled with the blazing sound of the fist wind. A sharp sonic boom erupted from Proud Human King's fist. This ultimate demon wolf fist was a third-grade saint art, one of the 6 ultimate saint arts. At this time, Proud Human King was already a half-step ancient sage. The power of his fist was terrifying to the extreme. As the fist wind surged, the ground within a radius of 10 miles caved in. Dust and smoke billowed out. Bang, Proud Human King's fist ruthlessly smashed Rodhart's sword away. The fist's power was still there, and it ruthlessly charged at Rodhart's body. Rodhart's expression changed, and a pure white battle chi radiated from his body. Great Saint Battle Chi. His Great Saint Battle Chi had been restored. Proud Monarch's fist smashed into Rhoda's Great Sage Battle Energy, but it didn't break through. Rhoda staggered back 5 steps, then steadied himself with his sword in hand. His expression was still as mighty as ever, and he looked like a hero from an epic. A hero. Not bad. You actually managed to block my fist. Proud Human King nodded. Rodhart said, the strength of a half-step ancient sage is indeed powerful. Fortunately, you haven't cultivated the heavenly Tao Dharma idol, so you can't break through my battle chi. As long as I can hold on, you will be defeated by me sooner or later. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You're just a foreigner who talks about the Pope every day. How dare you say that you can defeat me? Proud Human King sneered. Cut the crap. In the name of the Pope and the reputation of the Knights of the Round Table, I swear that I will kill you today. Rodhart's gaze was firm, and his face was filled with righteousness. From his eyes, Mu Yun saw a light that she had never seen before. It was the aura of faith. Fine. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Proud Human King clenched his fist. The two of them were at daggers drawn. Crack, but at this moment, a strange sound rang out. Dajar's goal was not to find the corpse of the heavenly venerable of calamity, but to get the ancient war tree. The ancient war tree was one of the top 10 sacred artifacts of the Kuan-Su world and was extremely valuable. Dajar took advantage of the situation and took the ancient war tree away while Rodhart and Ao Renwang were fighting fiercely. Oh no. Rodhart's face changed drastically. He couldn't care less about being entangled with Ao Renwang and went straight to Dajar. Where do you think you're going? Ao Renwang snorted coldly and punched out. His ultimate demon wolf fist was ferocious and the violent fist wind wreaked havoc in the entire place. It wouldn't be easy for Rodhart to escape. Ultimate War Chariot. Rodhart roared, and his body suddenly sped up. He became extremely ferocious, and golden light bloomed all over his body. He was like a war chariot, bursting forth with an indomitable aura and charging forward directly, crashing into the cave. The falling stone pillars were broken one by one. Ultimate War Chariot? This is one of the ultimate 6 arts. I didn't expect it to be in the hands of a foreign race. Ao Renwang's face changed slightly. Among the ultimate 6 arts, the ultimate war chariot was a rather special one. Like the ultimate insta-kill technique, it was a movement-sacred art. However, it was different from the craftiness of the ultimate insta-kill technique. The ultimate war chariot was extremely ferocious. Once it was used, one's entire body seemed to have turned into a war chariot that rampaged and was invincible. Rodhart rampaged all the way and chased after Dajar. Soon, he left the place. Ao Renwang definitely couldn't catch up with him. Because he failed to refine his leg bones, his legs suffered a backlash and lost all his flesh and blood, leaving only white bones. He dragged his 2 white bone legs and slowed down his pace. Naturally, he couldn't catch up with Rodhart. Seeing Rodhart run away, Ao Renwang was furious and his gaze fell on Mu Yun and Fairy Linglong. Ultimate Demon Wolf Fist. Ao Renwang didn't say anything and directly punched out. Senior, be careful. Mu Yun hurriedly hugged Fairy Linglong and swept her spear towards Ao Renwang. When the fist and spear collided, Mu Yun's Crimson Spirit Spear was almost sent flying. A huge force attacked him, and he only felt his wrist go numb. A half-ancient sage is indeed formidable. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. There was a huge gap between him and Ao Renwang. He was only a middle-grade sage, but Ao Renwang was already a half-step ancient sage. His strength was simply heaven-defying. Mu Yun's Crimson Spirit Spear was a top-notch heaven-peaking saint artifact. It even had a level 9 heaven-splitting rune attached to it. It was so sharp that it shook the heavens and the earth. However, Ao Renwang was barehanded and did not have the slightest bit of fear. He punched out again and again, and Mu Yun could only retreat. Mu Yun, hold on for a while. I'll go and call for help. Fairy Linglong gently held Mu Yun's hand, then gritted her teeth and flew away. You're going to call for help? Who can you call for help? Mu Yun was puzzled. Could it be that there were reinforcements in this seamless land? Stop right there. Seeing that Fairy Linglong was trying to leave, Ao Renwang roared and threw out a leaf. The leaf was extremely sharp, and was made of metal. It was engraved with various patterns, and had a layer of dark green light. Clearly, it was dipped in poison. Withered Bone Leaf, go. Ao Renwang shouted coldly. It turned out that his leaf was called Withered Bone Leaf. It was a hidden weapon ranked 7th on the hidden weapon ranking. It was much more powerful than the smiling half-step nail and peacock plume. If one was hit by the withered bone leaf, one's bones would instantly wither. It was terrifying. *Chi, the withered bone leaf carried a sharp aura and attacked Fairy Linglong's back. Mu Yun hurriedly waved her Crimson Spirit Spear to block the withered bone leaf. *Ding. When the withered bone leaf hit the Crimson Spirit Spear, the entire Crimson Spirit Spear withered and became dull. The light of the level 9 sky-splitting rune also dissipated. Mu Yun's expression changed. This withered bone leaf was indeed a famous existence on the hidden weapon ranking. It was also effective against weapons and Dharma treasures. If one was hit by the withered bone leaf, the Dharma treasures and weapons would instantly wither. Mu Yun's Crimson Spirit Spear was made of fiery spirit iron. The material was extremely superior. Although it was temporarily withered and dull, the Crimson Spirit Spear's spirit chi would recover in 10 minutes. However, 10 minutes was enough to take one's life. Ha 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 ha, you don't have a weapon. Let's see how you fight me. Ao Renwang laughed loudly and raised his fist to attack Mu Yun. Mu Yun used her movement technique. Her body was as agile as a swimming dragon as she dodged Ao Renwang's fierce attack. Fortunately, Ao Renwang's legs were inconvenient and his footsteps were sluggish. Otherwise, Mu Yun wouldn't have been able to dodge even if she wanted to. While the two were fighting, Fairy Ling Long had already gone far away. If she could really bring back reinforcements, that would be for the best. With Mu Yun's current strength, it was still a little difficult to deal with a half-step ancient sage. A half-step ancient sage is already so powerful. If it's a true ancient sage, Mu Yun didn't dare to think too much. She focused on the battle and waited for the Crimson Spirit Spear's spirit chi to recover. Mu Yun, leave quickly. You can't beat him. Ming He Wang sighed. He was currently imprisoned in the cage and was powerless to help Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun was clearly at a disadvantage. Ao Renwang was too powerful. The strength of a half-step ancient sage far surpassed Mu Yun's. Mu Yun took a deep breath. It was impossible to run because the leg bone of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity was with Ao Renwang. If he ran away, she wouldn't be able to get the leg bone. If she wanted to defeat a half-step ancient sage expert, she could only fight with her life on the line. Mu Yun gritted her teeth. The blood in her body condensed and gradually turned into an incomparably large blood crystal. Violent blood energy fluctuations were emitted from the blood crystal. Wisps of white tiger saint fire burned on the blood crystal, whistling continuously. Blood crystal explosion. Mu Yun roared and directly used the blood crystal explosion. Against an expert of Ao Renwang's level, she really had to fight with her life on the line. Mu Yun felt the blood in her body flowing away rapidly. The entire blood crystal mixed with the ferocious power of the white tiger saint fire and ruthlessly exploded toward Ao Renwang. Insignificant skill. Ao Renwang sneered. He was a half-step ancient sage expert and was very powerful. Although a brute force attack like the blood crystal explosion was fierce, it was very difficult to injure him. The blood crystal exploded fiercely, and the ground caved in directly, forming a deep pit. However, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation where Ao Renwang stood. His entire person was like a mountain standing on the spot. The power of the blood crystal explosion was overwhelming, but it didn't shake his body. His body. Ha ha ha, the strength of a half-step ancient sage isn't something you can imagine. Proud Monarch laughed heartily. The only difference between him and the ancient sages was that he hadn't cultivated a Heaven Dao Dharma idol. His physique was the same as the ancient sages, and was so strong that not even the blood crystals could do anything to him. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun didn't panic because this was also within her expectations. Although the blood crystal explosion was powerful, it obviously couldn't kill Ao Renwang. It couldn't even injure him. Ao Renwang, I'm going to demote you to a beast. I'm going to punish you by turning you into a mouse. Mu Yun's solemn voice reverberated through the world, as if he was chanting. The blood crystal explosion was just a smokescreen. His true killing move was the ultimate curse. If it was a true ancient sage who had cultivated the heavenly Dao Dharma idol, they could easily block the attack of the ultimate curse. However, Ao Renwang was just a half-step ancient sage. He hadn't cultivated the heavenly Dao Dharma idol yet. If he was suppressed by the ultimate curse, he would also suffer. This was the power of the ultimate curse. Not good. Ao Renwang's expression changed drastically. His attention was completely focused on Mu Yun's blood crystal explosion. He didn't expect Mu Yun to have a hidden killing move. Mu Yun's face was very pale. She had just used the blood crystal explosion and then used the ultimate curse. The burden on her body was huge. Mu Yun gritted her teeth and didn't relax at all. The aura of the curse pressed down on Ao Renwang fiercely. Ao Renwang was indeed powerful. This time, Mu Yun's blood crystal explosion was mixed with the white tiger sacred fire. It had the power of the primordial fire, but it couldn't hurt him. However, no matter how powerful he looked on the surface, he hadn't cultivated the heavenly Dao Dharma idol and didn't have the heavenly saint runes. He definitely couldn't block the ultimate curse. The suppression of the ultimate curse. Mu Yun's timing was very good. She calculated when Ao Renwang was complacent. Moreover, Ao Renwang's legs couldn't move and he definitely couldn't dodge. As expected, the curse of degrading beasts silently landed on proud human king. A mouse tail grew out of Ao Renwang's back. His hands and feet began to grow black fur and he gradually turned into a mouse. Oh no! Ao Renwang was shocked. Seeing that he was about to turn into a mouse, he hurriedly took out a bone. This bone was very huge. It was formed from the fusion of two leg bones. It emitted a majestic black aura and the air was filled with the stench of a corpse. The demonic aura on his head was very strong. It's the leg bone of the heavenly venerable calamity. Mu Yan's eyes lit up. This bone was obviously the leg bone of the heavenly venerable calamity. Mu Yan, remove the curse for me immediately. Otherwise, I will destroy this leg bone. Ao Renwang roared. He was careless and was suppressed by Mu Yan's curse. Now that he was about to turn into a mouse, he was extremely anxious. Hearing Ao Renwang's threat, Mu Yan's heart sank. If Ao Renwang destroyed his leg bone, all his previous efforts would be for naught. Mu Yan, don't worry about him. Let him turn into a mouse. If his leg bone is gone, then so be it. At least we still have the arm bone. Ming Ho advised. He only wanted to kill Ao Renwang so that the human Yuan brush could recover its power. Mu Yun gritted her teeth. She didn't expect Ao Renwang to use such a method to threaten her. I hate it when people threaten me the most. If my leg bone is destroyed, then so be it. Anyway, I still have the body and skull. Today, I will degrade you. Mu Yan's eyes were sharp. She had a decisive look on her face as she constantly released the aura of the curse. Good, Mu Yun. You are a man. You are decisive. Ming Ho Wangsu was overjoyed. He clapped his hands and laughed. The aura of the curse continued to erupt on Ao Renwang's body. The fur on Ao Renwang's body increased and became darker. His ears had already turned into mouse ears. Suddenly, Ao Renwang took a deep breath and transferred all the cursed aura to his left arm. The rat tail on his back disappeared, and his ears returned to normal. The fur on his body dispersed, but his left arm was covered in rat fur. He had completely transformed into a rat. Crack, Ao Renwang pulled out a sharp knife and decisively cut off his left arm. Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. Ao Renwang was really decisive. This was the boldness of a warrior cutting off his arm. He directly forced all the curse energy to his arm and then cut off his arm. This way, he could avoid the danger of becoming a rat. However, his legs were already crippled. Now that he had lost an arm, the damage to his vitality was too great. Mu Yun, just you wait. When I become an ancient sage, it will be the time of your death. Ao Renwang gritted his teeth and covered the wound on his broken arm. He turned around and left in a sorry state. Hand over the leg bone. Mu Yun roared and wanted to chase after him. However, after taking 2 steps, he felt dizzy and weak all over. After continuously using the blood crystal explosion and the ultimate curse, the burden on his body was very serious. Just as Ao Renwang was about to run away, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. It was a beautiful woman. With every step she took, lotus flowers would appear under her feet. She was really like a lotus flower with every step she took. She had a myriad of postures. Goddess Penlai. Mu Yun was stunned when he saw this beautiful woman. This beautiful woman was actually the island master of Penlai Island, Goddess Penlai. Mu Yun thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The black-clothed swordswoman had clearly killed Goddess Penlai, and he had even refined her into a puppet. But now, Goddess Penlai had appeared here. Her aura was majestic, and she was actually a half-step ancient sage expert. She was very powerful. Mu Yun felt his scalp go numb. What was going on? Why was Goddess Penlai here? Ao Renwang, you still want to run? Give me your leg bone. Goddess Penlai stared at Ao Renwang and shouted. Hee hee, smelly woman, who can stop me if I want to leave? Even though his legs were crippled and his left arm was severed, he was still a half-step ancient sage and the artifact spirit of the origin brush. If he wanted to leave, not even Goddess Penlai would be able to stop him. Humph, you want to take away the leg bone? How could it be so easy? A guzheng appeared in Goddess Penlai's slender hands. She hugged the guzheng and played a tune. This tune carried a faint sadness and sorrow. It echoed between heaven and earth like the sound of nature, moving one's mind. Mu Yun felt that this melody was extremely familiar. It was the parting curse created by Empyrean calamity. Fairy Punlai's parting curse was clearly much more powerful than Plague Emperor Suyan's. She unleashed the curse of departure, which viciously enveloped Ao Renwang. Proud Monarch was on full guard. But, he didn't think that the parting curse wouldn't attack him but attack Empyrean Calamity's leg bone. Whoosh, Empyrean Calamity's leg bone was enveloped by the parting curse. It immediately left Proud Monarch's body and flew toward Goddess Punlai. Smelly woman, how dare you? Proud Monarch turned pale with fright and anger. Empyrean Calamity's leg bone had already fallen into Goddess Punlai's hands. Hee, Proud Monarch, this leg bone is mine. If you're not convinced, come and take it back if you have the ability. Goddess Punlai sneered. Very good, very good. Goddess Punlai, I'll return the humiliation I suffered today 100-fold one day. Goodbye. Proud Monarch snorted and left. His legs were crippled and he had lost an arm. He was clearly no match for Goddess Punlai. He immediately left. Behind Goddess Punlai, Fairy Linglong slowly walked out. She looked at the leg bone with joy on her face. Sister Punlai, give me this leg bone. What do you want? This leg bone is mine. Don't even think about touching it. Goddess Punlai kept the leg bone and coldly looked at Fairy Linglong. Fairy Linglong's expression changed. Sister Punlai, what do you mean by this? Goddess Punlai said, Sister Linglong, you already have an arm bone. Don't you think you're too greedy to want a leg bone? Fairy Linglong said, Sister, I don't want it for myself. I want to give it to him. She pointed at Mu Yun. You know this person as well. He is Mu Yun, the one who saved my life. He needs a piece of bone. Give it to him. Humph, this Mu Yun, how dare he join forces with your daughter to kill my doppelganger. He even refined my doppelganger into a puppet and secretly controlled the ranking battle. If it wasn't for you, I would have killed the two of them long ago. Goddess Punlai stared at Mu Yun with a cold expression. Mu Yun's expression changed. It seemed that the black-clothed swordswoman didn't kill Goddess Punlai herself, but a clone. It's all a misunderstanding. Sister, don't take it to heart. My daughter is just a little mischievous, Fairy Linglong whispered. Sister Linglong, I also want a bone. Just give it to me, said Goddess Punlai. But... Fairy Linglong looked at Mu Yun, feeling a little troubled. If she gave the leg bone to Goddess Punlai, then Mu Yun would lose it. In any case, there are a total of 4 heavenly venerates bones. With the leg bone, we can sense the aura of the body bones. If he also wants a bone, we can continue searching, said Goddess Punlai indifferently. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. He didn't expect to have to continue searching. He had already paid a huge price to snatch the arm and leg bones. The Bloodwing Bat King was gone, the green-robed Patriarch and Granny Black Lotus were dead, and he had been forced to use the blood crystal explosion. He had used up a lot of energy. If he continued searching, he would probably be in trouble. Now that things have come to this, we can only do this. Mu Yun, what do you think? Fairy Linglong sighed and looked at Mu Yun. Senior, I'll listen to you. Mu Yun's face fell. The only thing they could do now was to continue searching. Fortunately, Goddess Punlai didn't blame him and the black-clothed swordswoman for their actions. Otherwise, with Goddess Punlai's half-step ancient sage strength, it would be difficult for her to make trouble. Deal with her. Fairy Linglong gently pulled Goddess Punlai's arm and said softly, very good. Little sister, let's set off together. Alright, Sister Linglong. I'll listen to you. Goddess Punlai smiled faintly. She seemed to be quite attached to Fairy Linglong. With the leg bone, he could sense the aura of the body bones. However, Mu Yun's condition was very poor. After the battle, his body was very weak and needed to rest. The departure could only be delayed for a few days. He collected Granny Black Lotus bones and buried them properly. As for Granny Black Lotus remains, the pure demonic Lotus Dew, ranked 28th on the Heavenly Dew list, and the ultimate instant kill of the ultimate 6 arts. They naturally fell into Mu Yun's hands. Mu Yun then released Ming Ho Wang Su. The cage that trapped Ming Ho Wangsu was formed by the army destroyer sword armor. Mu Yun dismantled the cage and reassembled the pieces of metal into a heavy sword. She carried it on her back. The army destroyer sword armor was very magical. It was formed by pieces of armor. It could be dismantled and reassembled into various weapons, artifacts, and even a cage. He ordered Ho Wangsu to come out of the cage. His face was filled with joy as he said, "Mu Yun, that's great." Although Ao Renwang ran away, he left behind an arm. As long as you refine his arm, you will be able to recover the power of the mortal Yuan brush. Ao Renwang's severed arm fell to the ground. It was still bleeding. The entire severed arm was furry and covered with mouse hair. It looked a little disgusting. The aura of the curse was completely accumulated on this arm. With a wave of his hand, Mu Yun dispelled the aura of the curse, and his arm reverted back to its original state. The skin of his arm reverted to the color of bronze, and every inch of his muscles harnessed a domineering might. This was the spirit harnessed within the arm of a half-ancient sage. One could imagine how angry she was. Moreover, this was Ao Renwang's severed arm. Ao Renwang was the weapon spirit of the mortal origin brush. As long as the severed arm was refined, the power of the mortal origin brush might be restored. Mu Yun did not say a word and directly refined Ao Renwang's severed arm. Immediately, waves of spiritual energy and majestic qi and blood spread in his body. His empty body immediately recovered to its peak. Qi, Mu Yun took out the mortal origin brush and drew in the air. A sharp aura also erupted. He poured the spiritual energy of Ao Renwang's severed arm into the mortal origin brush. Immediately, the mortal origin brush bloomed with dazzling radiance. It instantly gained spirituality. Weapon spirit, return. Mu Yun's gaze focused. He mixed all of Ao Renwang's spiritual energy together. A spiritual light was also born in the mortal origin brush. This was an extremely mysterious weapon spirit. Although this weapon spirit was not complete, it also had a very rich spirituality. Mu Yun slightly comprehended, and the various magical techniques of the mortal origin brush immediately flashed across his mind. The mortal origin brush contained the great Tao of the human world. The heavenly Tao was illusory, but the human Tao was real. It used written words to record the long river of history and the majesty of law. Using words to record the Tao, this was the magical technique of the mortal origin brush. The mortal origin brush could almost evolve every word between heaven and earth. Dismantle, dismantle all things. Suppress, suppress heaven and earth. Kill, the murderous aura exists forever. Destroy, destroy the heavens. Word after word flashed across Mu Yun's mind. In an instant, he comprehended 9,875 words. Every word contained the great Tao of the human world. It was endlessly profound. Ugh, Mu Yun groaned. He only felt a swelling pain in his head. He also felt a little overwhelmed to comprehend more than 9,000 words in an instant. Although there were many words in the mortal origin brush, in general, there were only 4 words. Defy, heaven, change, fate. These 4 words represented the 4 great Tao forces of the mortal origin brush. Defy, behead, kill, exterminate, suppress, massacre, and so on. Heaven, comprehend, ponder, consider, think, desire, heart, and so on. Change, transform, move, dismantle, and so on. Life, nourish, heal, cure, prolong, fortune, longevity, and so on. Most of the many words in the mortal origin brush were within the scope of defying the heavens and changing fate. The profound meaning of the human Tao was to defy the heavens and change fate. Fighting with the heavens was endless joy. How is it, Mu Yun? Wangsu asked impatiently when he saw Mu Yun's thoughtful look. Great, kill me quickly. Ming Ho Wangsu was overjoyed. The power of the mortal Yuan brush had been restored, and he could die in peace. Sister, is this person a fool? What nonsense is he spouting? Fairy Punlai held Linglong's arm and looked at Ming Ho Wangsu strangely. Fairy Linglong smiled bitterly and said, Sister, you don't have to care about him. This person is the world's #1 freak, Ming Ho Wangsu. He has tens of millions of lives, and he's tired of living. He only wants to die. Haha, he hasn't experienced the horror of death. Believe it or not, he will definitely regret it when he's about to die. Fairy Penlai sneered. Fairy Linglong smiled and didn't say anything. Mu Yun raised the mortal yuan brush and stared at Minghe Wangsu. Minghe Wangsu, I can kill you now. Have you thought it through? Do you really want to die? I've already thought it through. I'm tired of living. Kill me quickly. Minghe Wangsu took out a set of scrolls and stuffed it into Mu Yun's hands. Minghe Wangsu is a man of his words. This is your reward, the ultimate roaming dragon Qi. When Mu Yun received the scroll, his heart skipped a beat. The ultimate roaming dragon Qi was one of the ultimate 6 arts. The most special thing about this saint art was that it was 10 times more lethal against demonic beasts. It was the nemesis of demonic beasts and was very useful. Thank you, I'll send you on your way. Mu Yun waved the brush and displayed the reverse word force. Every word was filled with murderous intent and ruthlessly suppressed Minghe Wangsu. Kill, slash, massacre, destroy, blood, chop, break, end, and so on. The words were constantly attacking Minghe Wangsu's body. Minghe Wangsu didn't resist. He opened his arms and smiled. Under the suppression of the reverse word force of the mortal yuan brush, his lifespan rapidly weakened. Tens of millions of lives disappeared in an instant. The lethality of the mortal yuan brush could only be described as terrifying. If he didn't resist, no matter how many lives he had, it wouldn't be enough. Soon, Wangsu only had 5 million lives left. Given the lethality of the mortal yuan brush, he would die in about 30 minutes. Wangsu could feel his lifespan rapidly slipping away, and the smile on his face gradually stiffened. The threat of death loomed over his head, and his face revealed a terrified expression. Wait, don't kill me. He ordered Wangsu to roar and take a step back. Mu Yun was stunned and stopped writing. However, all the words written by the human yuan brush had already landed on Wangsu's body. He could not take it back even if he wanted to. Damn it, so death is so scary. I regret it. It's better to live. Don't kill me. Forget it, I don't want to die. Wangsu trembled, his face pale. Fairy Penlai pursed her lips and smiled. Sister, I already said that he is definitely afraid of death. I have never seen someone who is not afraid of death. Fairy Linglong was also speechless. She did not expect Wangsu to suddenly go back on his word. You. Now you're telling me you don't want to die? Mu Yun was dumbfounded. There was no room for regrets. The mortal yuan brush had already been unleashed, and there was no way for him to take it back. Yes, I don't want to die. Quickly take back these words. Don't kill me. There were still words imprinted on Wangsu's body, such as kill, kill, soul, and so on. The strong murderous aura was constantly killing him. His life was rapidly slipping away, and he only had 1 million lives left. Cough, cough. I can't take it back. Mu Yun whispered. What did you say? That's impossible. Quickly stop, don't kill me. Wangsu roared, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Mu Yun smelled a strange aura coming from Wangsu's body. It was the smell of death. It was like a beast that would release a unique aura before it died. It was a little hot and smelly. Now, Wangsu no longer had life aura. There was only death aura left. I already said that I can't take it back. I can't stop, Mu Yun said. Bastard, if you don't stop, I'll kill you. Wangsu was furious. He grabbed Mu Yun's clothes and gritted his teeth. What are you doing? You're the one who wants to die. Now you suddenly say that you don't want to die. Are you blaming me? Mu Yun was also angry. She pushed Wangsu away. Alright, you want to kill me? It's not that easy. I'll take you down with me. Wangsu roared to the sky. I still have 1 million lives. I'll self-destruct them all. Wangsu suddenly pounced on Mu Yun. 1 million lives exploded at this moment. He self-destructed, wanting to take Mu Yun down with him. Not good. Fairy Linglong and Fairy Penlai exclaimed. They wanted to help, but it was too late. Wangsu's body suddenly exploded. The strong explosion caused the world to tremble. The land within a radius of dozens of miles was instantly reduced to ruins. Sister, are you alright? Fairy Punlai released her half-step ancient sage aura to protect herself and Linglong. Fairy Linglong was shaken by the shockwave from the explosion. Fortunately, she was protected by Fairy Punlai, so she was not injured. I'm fine, but Mu Yun. Fairy Linglong looked around. The surrounding world had been reduced to ruins. There was no sign of life. The power of Wang's self-destruction was really shocking. Fortunately, Fairy Punlai was a half-step ancient sage expert. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been killed. They would have been killed by the explosion. But when she looked around, she didn't see Mu Yun. Fairy Linglong's heart sank. Could Mu Yun have been killed by the explosion? Don't worry. Cough, cough. I'm fine. In the distance, Mu Yun's body appeared. She slowly walked back. She was holding the Renyuan brush in her hand. A huge transmit word flickered behind her. Transmit. Transmit. At the moment of the explosion, Mu Yun had already used the changing word force to write the word transmit. She directly teleported her body out and avoided the attack of the explosion. The dismantle word she had learned previously was also a type of changing word force. The reverse word force was killing, slaughtering, and the changing word force was changing the direction of the string. It could change the position of space, the state of objects, and even the appearance of the body. It was very magical. With the Renyuan brush's spirit chi state, Mu Yun could teleport a maximum of 300 miles. If she killed Wang Su and recovered all her spirit chi, she could teleport at least 1,000 miles. The 4 words of the Renyuan brush defied the heavens and changed one's fate. Each of them had a unique effect and was very practical. Those who survive a great disaster are bound to have good fortune in the future. You're very lucky. You won't die so easily. Fairy Punlai looked at her with admiration. Senior, you flatter me. Mu Yun smiled slightly. He was able to avoid Ho Wang's self-detonation this time because he reacted quickly. Now that Ho Wangsu had died from self-detonation, the green-robed patriarch and Granny Black Lotus were also dead, only Fairy Punlai and Fairy Linglong were left by Mu Yun's side. These 2 fairies were both beautiful and alluring. Furthermore, they possessed a graceful charm. It was a pleasure to get along with them. The 3 of them set off directly and rushed towards the place where the bone was. Fairy Punlai and Fairy Linglong called each other sisters. Mu Yun thought that they were very good friends. However, along the way, he found that although they seemed to be happy and harmonious on the surface, they seemed to be a little estranged and guarded against each other. Mu Yun shook his head. He didn't want to think too much. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. He couldn't be bothered to get involved. He only wanted to find a piece of the heavenly Lord of Calamity's bone. Gradually, the surrounding air cooled down, and a snowstorm appeared between heaven and earth. What's going on? Why is there a snowstorm here? Fairy Linglong looked surprised. Sister, be careful. The northern abyss bear might be nearby. Fairy Punlai's eyes turned cold as she scanned the surroundings. The northern abyss bear, Mu Yun's heart sank. The northern abyss bear was a powerhouse ranked 6th on the experts' ranking. Moreover, according to the information from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's Master Macho, this northern abyss bear had also subdued the leg bone's guardian beast, the Kuei cow. Therefore, Mu Yun and the others didn't encounter any disturbances from the guardian beast after obtaining the leg bone. This was because the guardian beast puppet had already submitted to the northern abyss bear. Looking at the dancing snowstorm, could the northern abyss bear be nearby? Mu Yun held the crimson spirit spear and was on guard. At this time, the crimson spirit spear's spiritual chi had already recovered, and its sharpness was as sharp as ever. Even if the northern abyss bear appeared, he wouldn't be afraid. Kacha, 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 a series of footsteps sounded. A burly figure emerged from the wind and snow. This was an iron tower-like giant man. His body was incomparably strong, and he was at least 3 meters tall. His body was covered with bear fur. Obviously, he was the northern abyss bear. The northern abyss bear was an ancient sacred beast. Among the 10 sacred beasts, he was the only one who had cultivated a human form. He was riding on a cow and slowly walked over. The cow he was riding on looked very strange. It only had one leg, and when it jumped on the ground, it actually jumped 3 feet away. It's the Kuei cow. Muyan recognized that this one-legged cow was the legendary Kuei cow. Riding the Kuei cow, Northern Abyss Bear seemed to be walking slowly, but in fact, the distance the Kuei cow jumped was very far. He arrived in front of Muyan and the others in an instant. Everyone, it's an honor to meet you. Northern Abyss Bear smiled and cupped his hands. Northern Abyss Bear, what do you want? Fairy Punlai said coldly. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. Northern Abyss Bear smiled and said, I heard that you want to seize the bones, but I'm sorry. The guardian beast of the bones, Pai Xiao, is my friend. It has already agreed to submit to me, but the condition is that I have to help it protect the bones. Hearing Northern Abyss Bear's words, Mu Yun and the others were shocked. They did not expect that the guardian beast of the bones would be willing to submit to Northern Abyss Bear. This Northern Abyss Bear's method of subduing demonic beasts was indeed powerful. He could even subdue the violent beast. Who do you think you are? Hurry up and get out of my way. I want the bones. Fairy Punlai stared at Northern Abyss Bear with a cold expression. Northern Abyss Bear said, Fairy Punlai, I beg you to be magnanimous. You have already obtained the arm and leg bones. There's no need to be so greedy. Fairy Punlai laughed and said, Northern Abyss Bear, are you blind? Can't you see that there are 3 of us? There are only 2 bones. It's definitely not enough. Ask that Pai Xiao to obediently hand over the bones. We naturally won't hurt it. So what if we fight? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Goddess Punlai hugged her zither and glared at Bai Mingxiong. Goddess Punlai, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. The killing intent in Bai Mingxiong's eyes intensified. Haha, I'm a half-step ancient saint. My cultivation is far above yours. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Goddess Punlai sneered. Bai Mingxiong's cultivation was at the advanced Great Saint realm. Although it wasn't bad, there was still a huge gap between him and Goddess Punlai. So what if you're a half-step ancient saint? Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Bai Mingxiong's tone was cold. He wasn't afraid of Goddess Punlai at all. One should know that Goddess Punlai was a half-step ancient saint. Although she hadn't cultivated the Heavenly Path avatar yet, her cultivation wasn't something Bai Mingxiong could compare to. Profound, beast blood boil. Bai Mingxiong roared and merged with the Kuei cow. After fusing, 2 bull horns grew out of the Northern Abyss Bear's head. The muscles all over his body bulged like steel, bursting with boundless power. A vicious aura spread out from his body, and a violent aura rose up like the wind. His cultivation base instantly broke through, and he stepped into the Great Sage Extreme level. Myriad Beasts Valley's profound, beast blood boil? Goddess Punlai's expression changed slightly. It was rumored that Bai Mingxiong was once the guardian beast of the Myriad Beasts Valley, but later betrayed them. The beast blood boil he used was the Myriad Beasts Valley's profound. That's right. Beast blood boil is one of the 18 profound of the heavens. The 18 profound of the heavens are 18 types of 4th grade saint arts. In the entire 3 origin world, there are only 2 sets of 4th grade saint arts. One is the beast blood boil of the Myriad Beasts Valley, and the other is in Li Haoyan's hands. Bai Mingxiong licked his lips. At this moment, his body was 5 meters tall, like a giant tower that reached the sky. His aura was violent and ferocious. So what if you're a half-step ancient saint? The power of a 4th grade saint art isn't something you can withstand. Bai Mingxiong took a step forward and charged forward, throwing a punch at Goddess Punlai. His fist exploded with a violent blood qi fluctuation. This blood qi fluctuation was much stronger than Mu Yan's. Mu Yan's expression changed. His physique's qi and blood were boundless and almost heaven-defying. However, Bai Mingxiong's qi and blood were even stronger than his. One could imagine how powerful the beast blood was. When the Northern Abyss Bear and the Kuei cow merged, beast blood boil reached its peak. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling and burning. Violent energy burst out from his fist, with the aura of annihilation. Boom, Bai Mingxiong threw a punch at Goddess Punlai. His punch was imbued with the might of a 4th grade saint art. Even a half-step ancient saint expert would find it difficult to withstand it. This was the power of a fourth-grade saint art. The 18 profound meanings of the heavens were 18 top-grade saint arts. Each one of them had heaven-defying power and was extremely lethal. In the entire third origin world, there were only 2 sets of fourth-grade saint arts. They were much more precious than the ultimate 6 arts. Goddess Punlai suddenly felt suffocated. Bai Mingxiong's punch was too fierce. The power of beast blood boil was earth-shattering. Even a half-step ancient saint expert like her wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Retreat. Fairy Punlai made a prompt decision and immediately retreated. But suddenly, the ground beneath her feet became incomparably slippery, turning into a field of ice and snow. She was caught off guard and her steps staggered. Her delicate body was unsteady and she looked as if she was about to fall. Icefield book page. Bai Mingxiong grinned. A page of the Earth Field book appeared behind him. The words Icefield were printed on it. He suddenly released the Icefield book page. The entire ground turned into an ice field. It was extremely slippery. Be careful. Muyun rushed forward and hugged Goddess Punlai to prevent her from falling. At this moment, Bai Mingxiong's fist had already arrived. Nether Ghost Dew, Demonic Lotus Dew, Frigid Ice Dew. Muyun flicked her fingers and released 3 drops of heavenly dew, which continuously weakened the momentum of Bai Mingxiong's fist. The heavenly dew had the effect of weakening the power of the saint technique. With 3 drops of heavenly dew, Bai Mingxiong's fist was also weakened. Even so, his fists were still ferocious and suffocating. Muyun's expression changed. If he was hit by the Northern Abyss Bear, even his green scale dragon armor would not be able to block it. It would definitely explode, and he would also be seriously injured. Fourth-grade saint arts are indeed powerful. Muyun was secretly shocked. This was the first time he had seen a fourth-grade saint art. Its power was simply beyond his imagination. On the other hand, the Northern Abyss Bear's Beast Blood Boil was not an ordinary fourth-grade saint art, but a top-tier esoteric meaning, one of the 18 esoteric meanings. Muyun clenched her teeth and raised her crimson spirit spear, preparing to fight North Deep Bear head-on. But at this moment, the ground of the ice field began to turn into stone. The snowflakes floating in the air also turned into stone and solidified. Bai Mingxiong's body also gradually turned into stone. In an instant, half of his body turned into a stone statue. He was fixed on the spot, unable to move. Bai Mingxiong, how dare you cause trouble outside? Come back with me quickly. A delicate voice rang out. A beautiful figure riding on a giant snake slowly walked out from afar. This was a rather delicate and pretty young girl. She had a gentle and bright appearance, but her head was filled with snakes. Every single strand of her hair was a venomous snake. Every single one of those venomous snakes raised their heads and flicked their tongues, causing one to be terrified. Hani. Muyun was delighted. This girl was the snake-haired demoness Hani, the young miss of the Valley of Beasts. Muyun had not seen Hani since they parted ways at the Xianxia treasure mountain. She did not expect to meet her here. The giant snake that Hani was riding looked very familiar. It was a 9-headed snake, one of the 10 great ancient sacred beasts. But there was only one head left of the 9-headed snake. It was no longer as domineering as before. Muyun almost could not recognize it. Young miss. Bai Mingxiong saw Hani and trembled all over. He was once the guardian beast of the Valley of Beasts. Later, he betrayed them and stole the profound secret technique of the Valley of Beasts. Bai Mingxiong, you betrayed the Valley of Beasts and stole the profound secret technique. Grandpa did not blame you because you have cultivated a human form. You must not be willing to be trapped in the Valley of Beasts again. You wandered outside and even made your name on the expert list. Grandpa, I like you very much. You did well, Hani said slowly. Thank you for your praise, young Mississippi. Bai Mingxiong lowered his head. He was still arrogant just now, but in front of Hani, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. He spoke carefully. But I heard that you want to join Li Haoyan. Haha, Li Haoyan is Grandpa's archenemy. You dare to join him? Grandpa will not allow it. Come back to the Valley of Beasts with me. Grandpa has something to ask you, Hani said coldly. No, I did not join Li Haoyan. Young miss, please don't misunderstand, Bei Mingxiong said hurriedly. If you did not join Li Haoyan, who gave you the ice plane book page? Who has the ability to send you to the seamless land? Hani asked. Bei Mingxiong's face changed drastically. He stammered, this. Young miss, Hani said, you don't have to say any more. You know that Li Haoyan is Grandpa's archenemy, but you still dare to join him. Grandpa is very angry. Come back with me immediately. Bei Mingxiong hurriedly said, young miss, I know my mistake. Please forgive me. Hani said, cut the crap. If you have something to say, go back and talk to Grandpa. Young miss, I have already cultivated a human form. I just want to make a name for myself in the outside world. If you insist on taking me back, I have no choice but to offend you. Bei Mingxiong gritted his teeth. His body shook, and he broke free from the stone statue. He clenched his fists and stared at Hani. Very well, you're audacious enough to rebel. I'll teach you a good lesson today. Hani snorted. She waved her hand and pressed it on the nine-headed snake's body. She shouted, Senior, help me. Yes, this bear is unrepentant. I will teach him a lesson. The nine-headed snake's voice was gloomy. His body emitted a majestic blood aura, and his whole body merged with Hani. Profound, beast blood boiling. Hani shouted and merged with the nine-headed snake on the spot. She turned into a snake woman, and an extremely ferocious aura burst out from her body. Young miss, so you have also cultivated a profound secret technique. But my cultivation is much stronger than yours. You are not my opponent. Leave quickly. Don't force me to hurt you. Bei Mingxiong clenched his fists and said softly. He could not bear it. I am indeed not your opponent. But don't forget that I am not fighting alone. Hani turned her head and looked at Muyun. She smiled and said, Brother Muyun, let's go together. Muyun heard her call and felt warmth in his heart. When Hani reprimanded Bei Mingxiong, she was extremely strict. But in front of him, she was still gentle, as if she was a girl next door. All right. Muyun did not say anything and attacked directly. He pulled out the army destroyer sword armor and dismantled it. The pieces fell on the ground and quickly assembled into a huge ship. Muyun rode the huge ship and held the Crimson Spirit Spear in his hand. He charged out on the ice field and slashed at Bei Mingxiong. This was the power of the army destroyer sword armor. It could be dismantled at will. Muyun directly assembled a huge ship. Borrowing the momentum of the huge ship, he was like a hot knife through butter. His aura was majestic and unparalleled. Profound, beast blood boiling. Bei Mingxiong's blood aura was boiling and burning. His whole body emitted a blood-like radiance. He threw a punch at Muyun's huge ship. Petrify. Hani stood beside the huge ship. She did not stand aside and watch. Instead, she released a strong curse aura. She used beast blood boiling and merged with the nine-headed snake. The curse aura became very strong and pressed down on Bei Mingxiong. Bei Mingxiong's face darkened. He quickly took a step back and released his blood aura. It turned into a blood shield to block Hanyi's curse. Chi. Rumble, the meteorite fell to the ground and blasted a deep pit, stirring up smoke and dust. Muyun was secretly shocked. Under the support of beast blood boil, Hanyi's current strength was simply terrifying. She could directly petrify a planet. The power of a fourth-grade sacred art was indeed heaven-defying. Moreover, beast blood boil was a top-grade profound art. It was definitely not an ordinary art. However, North Abyss Bear was also powerful. He opened his blood shield and firmly blocked Hanyi's curse. Break! Muyun roared and brandished his spear. Borrowing the momentum of the giant wheel, his spear light was like a dragon, as if it could penetrate the heavens and the earth. The majesty of the ninth-rank heaven-splitting rune was also released, and the killing intent was torrential. Bang! North Abyss Bear's blood shield directly shattered. Good chance. Hanyi's beautiful eyes focused and released the petrification curse again. Without the defense of the blood shield, North Abyss Bear was immediately suppressed by the petrification curse and instantly turned into a stone statue. Keep. Hani made a prompt decision. With a wave of her slender hand, she kept North Abyss bare. North Abyss Bear turned into a palm-sized stone statue and fell into Han Yi's hand. It's really the new generation surpassing the old. You young people are getting more and more powerful. Goddess Punlai sighed when she saw the situation. Mu Yun and Han Yi joined forces and defeated North Abyss Bear directly. Goddess Punlai was also surprised. Goddess Punlai, long time no see. At this time, Han Yi's body flashed, and Hydra appeared, smiling at Goddess Punlai. Goddess Punlai said, "Old snake, how did you become like this?" At this time, Hydra was only left with one head. Cough cough, this seamless land is really difficult to enter. I sacrificed 8 heads to barely open the entrance. How did you come in? Hydra asked. I sacrificed the opportunity to advance to the ancient sage realm, but it was worth it to be able to find the skeleton of Lord Heavenly Venerable. We also caught the traitor, North Abyss Bear. Success, Hydra said with a smile. Senior Hydra, let's go back. Grandpa is waiting, Hani said. Okay, then we'll go first. Goodbye, everyone. Hani jumped onto the 9-headed snake and waved at Mu Yun. Brother Mu Yun, come here. What's wrong? Mu Yun walked over. This is a page from the Icy Plane book. Take it. Hani gave a page from the Earth Origin book to Mu Yun. It was Bai Mingxiong's Icy Plane book. Thank you. Mu Yun was overjoyed and kept the Icy Plane book. Currently, he had a total of 12 pages of the Earth Element book in his possession. They were respectively desert, snow, mountain, forest, ravine, river, ice peak, lava, lake, swamp, island, and ice field. 6 more pages and the Earth Elemental book would be completed. Mu Yun was also filled with anticipation. Big brother Mu Yun, have you mastered the ceiling painting curse? Hani asked. Not yet. Mu Yun's heart sank. Back then, the Valley Master of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, Han Bai, had given him half of the painting suppression curse scroll. However, his comprehension ability was insufficient, so he only had the remnant scroll. It was difficult for him to comprehend it. What a pity, Hani felt a sense of pity. If Mu Yun could master it, he would be able to remove her grandfather's curse aura. Don't worry. If I master the painting suppression curse, I will definitely go to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts and remove the curse for your grandfather. Mu Yun said with a smile. That's good. Big brother Mu Yun, I will wait for your good news. Hani gently hugged Mu Yun and left reluctantly. Without that barbarian bear in the way, let's continue our journey. Goddess Punlai held Mu Yun's arm and said with a smile. Wait for me for 3 days. My cultivation seems to be about to break through. Mu Yun's aura surged. After the battle with Bai Mingxiong, he also felt that his aura seemed to be about to break through. Break through? How can it be so easy? Goddess Punlai frowned. Wait for me for 3 days. Don't disturb me. Mu Yun flew out and landed in a secluded corner far away. He took out the scroll of the gods and directly entered the Life and Death Secret Pavilion. In the Life and Death Secret Pavilion, Mu Yun sat cross-legged and silently adjusted his aura. His current cultivation was at the Middle Great Saint Realm. Vaguely, he felt that there were signs of a breakthrough. He immediately sprinted with all his strength, wanting to step into the Great Saint Realm in one go. However, after a year, Mu Yun did not make any progress. It seems that it is not so easy to break through to the Great Saint Realm. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. He did have signs of a breakthrough, but it was not so easy to truly step into the Great Saint Realm. His physique was much stronger than ordinary people. If he wanted to break through, he would have to pay a much higher price than ordinary people. Mu Yun calmed his mind and stopped thinking about breaking through. Instead, he took out 2 sets of scrolls. These 2 sets of cultivation scrolls were the ultimate instant kill technique and the ultimate roaming dragon chi. They were both the ultimate 6 arts. The ultimate instant kill technique was a movement technique. After Granny Black Lotus died, this ultimate instant kill technique fell into Mu Yun's hands. The instant kill ghost sword that he once cultivated was derived from the ultimate instant kill technique. Therefore, he felt very relaxed when he cultivated the ultimate instant kill technique. It was effortless for him to cultivate the ultimate instant kill technique. The other set of scrolls was the ultimate roaming dragon chi. Mu Yun opened the scroll. Suddenly, golden heavenly dragons emerged from the scroll. They roared and danced in the air, constantly emitting a majestic aura. Mu Yun was shocked. It turned out that this set of scrolls had already sealed the ultimate roaming dragon chi secret technique. He did not need to cultivate it. As long as the seal was unlocked, he could comprehend it. Mu Yun unlocked the seal on the scroll. Suddenly, the heavenly dragons turned into huge characters. The characters danced in the air like dragons and tigers leaping, majestic and awe-inspiring. Chi chi chi, the characters shot into Mu Yun's head like flying swords. In an instant, Mu Yun comprehended the secret of the ultimate roaming dragon chi. The power of the ultimate roaming dragon chi was actually about the same as an ordinary third-grade saint art. It was even slightly inferior. However, the ultimate roaming dragon chi could be ranked among the ultimate 6 arts because of its special killing effect. This saint art was 10 times more lethal against demonic beasts. It was simply a consummate skill for hunting demonic beasts. Mu Yun took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. He fought with Di Ying and honed the secrets of the ultimate roaming dragon chi and the ultimate instant kill technique. Fortunately, these 2 saint arts were not as difficult to comprehend as the 7 tribulation dragon slaying art. It was much easier to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Mu Yun also had a deep understanding of these 2 saint arts. He left the scroll of the gods, and only 3 days had passed in the outside world. How was it? Did you break through? Goddess Punlai asked when she saw Mu Yun return. No. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. It was indeed not so easy to break through to the advanced great sage realm. Haha, I knew it. If you want to break through, you still have to put in more effort. Let's not talk so much. Let's set off to find the skeleton. Mu Yun clenched his fists. The guardian beast of the skeleton was a Pixiu. It was said that it was also an extremely powerful beast. However, he had already cultivated the ultimate roaming dragon chi. 10 times the lethal power was no joke. He thought that the Pixiu would not be able to withstand it. I'll teleport you guys over. Mu Yun took out his mortal origin brush and drew the word impart with vigorous strokes. The word teleport was a type of word change. It could change the location of space and teleport directly. With the mortal origin brush's spirit chi, Mu Yun could teleport a maximum of 300 miles. A distance of 300 miles did not sound like much, but it was actually very powerful. The spatial laws of the Kanglin myriad world far exceeded that of the immortal world and the divine world. It was very difficult to break through the void here. However, the tip of the mortal origin brush could directly teleport a distance of 300 miles. It was extremely powerful. Mu Yun pulled Goddess Punlai and Fairy Linglong and immediately teleported out. In the next instant, the 3 of them appeared in a stone forest. There were stone pillars erected in this place. It was completely a stone forest. The aura of the skeleton faintly came from the stone forest. There was also an extremely powerful ferocious beast aura. Kacha, 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 a series of loud footsteps sounded. A huge ferocious beast appeared in front of Mu Yun and the others. This ferocious beast looked a little like a lion. It had a dragon's head, a horse's body, and a chelan's feet. Its fur was grayish-white. It was the legendary Pixiu that could attract wealth and treasures. There was a bone hanging on the neck of the Pixiu. This bone was surrounded by black chi and emitted a corpse stench. It was the evil skeleton of the heavenly venerative calamity. I didn't expect Bai Mingxiong to be defeated. You must be here to snatch my skeleton. The Pixiu swept its cold eyes across the crowd and looked down at Mu Yun and the others. This is not your skeleton. It's the skeleton of the heavenly venerate, Goddess Punlai said coldly. Mu Yun held the crimson spirit spear and said, Pixiu, on account of your cultivation, hand over the skeleton and we can let you go. Ha ha ha, what a joke. If you want to snatch my skeleton, kill me first. My strength is comparable to an ancient sage expert. You want to snatch my skeleton? Dream on. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from the Pixiu's body. Its strength was actually more powerful than Goddess Punlai and Sovereign Ao. It was comparable to an ancient sage expert. It was not a half-step ancient sage, but a true ancient sage. The strength of this Pishio was comparable to an ancient sage. It roared at the sky, and the stars in the sky trembled as if they were about to fall. The earth was also trembling, and cracks even appeared in the surrounding space. It was on the verge of breaking. Good fellow, its strength is really comparable to an ancient sage. Sister Linglong, let's be careful. Goddess Punlai pulled Fairy Linglong's arm and retreated far away. The two women's eyes fell on Mu Yun, waiting for Mu Yun to make a move. Mu Yun dismantled the army destroyer sword armor and turned it into a giant ship. In the next moment, he stood on the deck with his spear and sword into the sky. He drove the giant ship and charged toward the Pishio. Haha, you're overestimating yourself. A middle-level great sage little guy wants to die. I can only fulfill your wish. The Pishio sneered. Mu Yun's strength was only at the middle-level great sage realm, but its aura was comparable to an ancient sage. The gap between the two was like heaven and earth. The attack of the sharp claws overflowed with ferocious might. If Mu Yun was hit, she would definitely end up being dismembered into 10,000 pieces. But facing the fierce attack of the Pai Xiao, Mu Yun did not panic in the slightest. She raised her spear to the sky and immediately slashed down. Ultimate Roaming Dragon Chi. A majestic golden aura erupted from the Crimson Spirit Spear, instantly transforming into a 5-clawed golden dragon, fiercely attacking the Pai Xiao. Not good. The Pai Xiao turned pale with fright. A strong fear rose from the bottom of its heart. Ultimate Roaming Dragon Chi contained the majesty of the Sky Dragon. Dragon, the ancestor of all beasts. No demonic beast could resist the majesty of the Sky Dragon. The Pai Xiao's body trembled, its 4 legs went soft, and it actually knelt down. It was still arrogant just now, but at this moment, it was like a cat or dog, kneeling down in submission, worshipping the majesty of the Ultimate Roaming Dragon Chi. This was the power of the Ultimate Roaming Dragon Chi. If it was against ordinary people, the Ultimate Roaming Dragon Chi did not have any lethality. But against demonic beasts, it could directly erupt with 10 times the lethality. It was extremely powerful. Mu Yun did not hesitate in the slightest, brandishing her spear and slashing down. The Sky Dragon burst kill, a golden spear light fell from the sky. Kacha, the Pai Xiao's head was cut off on the spot. Before it died, it let out a mournful cry. It actually did not resist in the slightest and directly stretched out its neck to be killed. Mu Yun was secretly shocked. This Ultimate Roaming Dragon Chi was indeed worthy of being the nemesis of demonic beasts. When a Sky Dragon Chi burst out, no demonic beast could withstand it. They would not even have the thought of resisting and would be completely crushed. Crash, the Pai Xiao's body turned into a black vicious aura and exploded. A piece of black vicious origin crystal fell down, and the bones of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity also fell down. But the vicious origin crystal and bones were instantly drowned by countless gold, silver, and jewelry. After the Pai Xiao's body exploded, endless golden origin beads and countless gold, silver, and jewelry burst out from its body, covering the land in a radius of more than 10 miles. Countless jewelry, too many to count. It was said that the Pai Xiao was a spirit beast that attracted wealth and treasures. It liked to collect gold, silver, and treasures, and it would only enter and not leave. Mu Yun looked at the gold, silver, and jewels that stretched for more than 10 miles. She was dumbfounded. With so much money, she probably wouldn't be able to spend it all in her lifetime. Moreover, there were many blood origin pearls among these jewels. The blood origin bead was a material used to refine runes. In the 3-essence world, only powerful mutated beasts in the ancient ruins would drop blood origin beads. Even the 100 Tempering Villa only had a dozen blood origin beads in its inventory. One could imagine how precious the blood origin beads were. However, the blood origin pearls that the Pishio had dropped were piled up into a small mountain. There were probably thousands of them. I'm rich. I'm rich. Mu Yun laughed heartily. She put all these treasures into the Heaven Poison Ancient Pagoda's treasury. Several thousand blood origin beads was simply a huge sum of money. It was enough for her to refine runes. Mu Yun dug out the Violent Origin Crystal and Heavenly Venerable Calamity's bones from the pile of money. This Violent Origin Crystal was very rich in spiritual energy. Its aura was several times stronger than the Taoyia's crystal. If she refined it, it would be greatly beneficial to her cultivation. However, compared to the violent origin crystal, Mu Yun cared more about the heavenly venerable calamity's bones. Finally, she had obtained the bones. Now that she had a bone in her hand, she could go out and report on her mission. The ultimate roaming dragon Qi is indeed the nemesis of demonic beasts. Fairy Punlai exclaimed. This Pixiu was so powerful that even she couldn't deal with it. However, Mu Yan's ultimate roaming dragon Qi had instantly killed the Pixiu. It was simply heaven-defying. Mu Yun, you have also obtained a bone. We can go out now. Fairy Linglong looked at the bone in Mu Yan's hand. Now, she had an arm bone, Fairy Punlai had a leg bone, and Mu Yun had a body bone. The three of them had obtained bones, so there was naturally no need to stay in the seamless land. After all, this place was too dangerous. No, we are still short of a skull. Then, we can gather all the bones. How can we leave so quickly? Mu Yun shook his head. If it was in the past, he would definitely leave. However, it was different now. He had cultivated the ultimate roaming dragon Qi. It was too easy to deal with demonic beasts. As long as he killed the guardian beast of the skull would be his. Holding the body bone, he could sense the aura of the skull. Therefore, it wasn't a problem to find the location of the skull. No. Fairy Punlai and Fairy Linglong spoke in unison and directly objected. Why? I have cultivated the ultimate roaming dragon Qi. No matter how powerful the guardian beast of the skull is, it is no match for me, Mu Yun said. The skull doesn't have a guardian beast. Fairy Punlai shook her head. What did you say? Mu Yun was stunned. The arm bone, leg bone, and body bone were all protected by powerful violent beasts. Could it be that the skull didn't? Fairy Punlai said, the skull doesn't have a guardian beast. The skull itself has developed intelligence and cultivated into a human form. It is the appearance of Lord Heavenly Venerable's evil corpse. The skull is an evil corpse, not a demonic beast. Therefore, your ultimate roaming dragon Qi is useless. What? Hearing this, Mu Yun was shocked. She didn't expect that the skull had developed intelligence and cultivated into a human form. It was an evil corpse. We all got a piece of bone. There's no need to complicate matters. Let's go. Fairy Linglong gently hugged Mu Yun's shoulder and persuaded. Mu Yun was a little unwilling, but seeing the two fairies' solemn expressions, she thought that the evil corpse was also very powerful. All right. Mu Yun shrugged and agreed helplessly. Come with me, I will take you away. Mu Yun waved her hand and left with the two girls. Fairy Xiaxia's special passage could last for 3 years. Only 2 years had passed, and the passage had not closed yet. They could leave smoothly. Mu Yun and the other two walked on foot. Although the mortal essence brush could teleport, there was no need to waste spiritual energy on such a short journey. He was too lazy to teleport. While walking, Mu Yun suddenly heard a call. Help, help, his heart skipped a beat. He stopped and listened carefully, but the call disappeared again. Hey, did you hear anything? Mu Yun asked. No. Fairy Punlai and Fairy Linglong were both puzzled. Mu Yun frowned. Could it be that he heard wrongly? He continued walking, but the call sounded in his ears again. Save me, Mu Yun, hurry up and save me. I'm Yen. Mu Yun was shocked. This time, she heard it clearly. Someone was indeed calling her, and the voice was very familiar. It's Yan Nanfei. Mu Yun's expression changed. It was Yan Nanfei's voice. Mu Yun thought that Yan Nanfei had been killed by Li Haoyan. She didn't expect that Yan Nanfei was not dead and was in the seamless land. I've been caught by the evil corpse. Mu Yun, I beg you, hurry up and save me. Yan Nanfei cried out in despair. Mu Yun's expression changed. Mu Yun, what's wrong? Fairy Punlai and Fairy Linglong couldn't help but ask when they saw his strange expression. I have a friend who was caught by the evil corpse. He just asked me for help. Mu Yun answered truthfully. If he didn't save Yan Nanfei, he would feel uneasy. However, if he went to save him, it would be extremely dangerous. That was because the evil corpse was formed from the skull of the heavenly venerative Calamity. It had spiritual intelligence and was extremely powerful. Even Fairy Punlai and Fairy Linglong were wary of it. What? The two fairies looked at each other in shock. They didn't expect such a twist to happen. What do you plan to do? Fairy Linglong asked. I can't leave him to die. Mu Yun said in a deep voice. After all, he and Yan Nanfei were friends. If he didn't save him, he would feel uneasy. Moreover, if he saved Yan Nanfei, he could also deal with Li Haoyan. Yan Nanfei was Li Haoyan's master. Li Haoyan had deceived his master and killed his ancestors. It was a heaven-defying crime. As long as Yan Nanfei was brought out, he would definitely be able to suppress Li Haoyan's spirit. I'm afraid it won't be that easy if you want to save him. The evil corpse is very powerful. It's even more powerful than a Pixiu. Moreover, your ultimate dragon chi is useless. It's absolutely impossible to kill that evil corpse. Fairy Punlai shook her head. She knew how terrifying the evil corpse was. Terrifying. Fairies, if you're afraid, you can go out first. Mu Yun didn't waste any time. He directly dismantled the army destroyer sword armor and reassembled it into a huge ship. Then, he set off on the huge ship and quickly rushed to the place where the evil corpse was. Fairy Linglong and Fairy Punlai looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had no choice but to catch up and jump on the huge ship to go with Mu Yun. The huge ship was very fast. In a moment, they had already arrived outside the evil corpse's territory. The evil corpse's territory was full of potholes and craters. This place was also very close to the chaotic void outside. If they lost their footing and fell into the chaotic void outside, they could forget about coming back in this lifetime. Mu Yun and the other two restrained their auras and hid behind a huge rock. Mu Yun, you're finally here. Yan Nanfei's voice came quietly. Senior, how are you? Mu Yun asked. I'm fine. I won't die. Yan Nanfei's voice sounded very weak. This evil corpse is very powerful. Don't fight it head-on, lest you die. Then how do I get you out? Mu Yun asked. This evil corpse will sleep every night. While he's asleep, think of a way to sneak in and save me. Don't alert him, Yan Nanfei said in a low voice. Okay, senior. Bear with it. I'll get you out soon. Mu Yun calmed his mind and discussed with the two girls. He asked them to wait outside. As long as he saved him, they would immediately escape from this place and try their best not to fight with the evil corpse. Soon, it was night time. Mu Yun heard snoring sounds coming from the territory. It seemed that the evil corpse was already asleep. He sneaked into the territory quietly. He didn't teleport because it would cause a huge spatial fluctuation. If the evil corpse was awakened, it would be troublesome. Mu Yun slowly walked into the territory and saw a figure hanging upside down on the mountain wall like a bat, sleeping soundly. It was a white-haired old man. He looked very familiar. It was Heavenly Lord Calamity. End of chapter 2361. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.